In the midst of a darkened sky, where sinister forces wreak havoc upon the mortal realm, Zhou Yi, an ordinary man, finds himself unexpectedly transported to this eerie world, relying solely on his penmanship to make a living. One fateful day, in a moment of desperation brought on by hunger and cold, he is summoned by the enigmatic manager Dong to transcribe ancient texts. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly innocuous task inadvertently activates the mystical powers of a beast-skin Bagua, granting him access to unparalleled arcane arts. Armed with this newfound sorcery, Zhou Yi successfully retaliates, vanquishing the malevolent manager Dong. As he embarks on his path of cultivation, Zhou Yi gradually uncovers the insidious infiltration of bizarre entities in this world, fraught with peril at every turn. In pursuit of the celestial way, Zhou Yi is compelled to tread a treacherous path, one where killing begets killing. Whether human, aberration, or immortal, any who impede his ascension must be eradicated through bloodshed. He swears to annihilate all adversaries on his journey, transcending countless tribulations. Before the solitary celestial gate, Zhou Yi vows to personally unlock the passage to the other shore. In the kingdom of Daji, Guobei County. Damn it, what should I do now? The head tax is due, and I'm still short by 50 this month. Zhou Yi's countenance darkens as he sits at his doorstep, staring blankly at the sparsely populated street. I've visited 4 or 5 regular clients, yet not a single job in sight. If I can't pay the head tax, he'll surely be captured and exiled, and that will mean certain death. His face is etched with despair, tinged with a profound fear. Few who are exiled meet a favorable end. Most toil away until they perish from exhaustion. Just as he is at a loss, a faint earthy odor wafts towards him. A pair of shoe tips appears before him, accompanied by an icy voice that resonates like a voice from the abyss. Xiao Zhou, I have a job for you. Are you interested? The voice sends a chill down Zhou Yi's spine. He looks up to see a gaunt and expressionless face. It is manager Wang of the antique shop, a frequent client who often solicits his help in translating obscure relics. Manager Wang, why do you seem so unsettling today? What is that awful smell? Zhou Yi feels distinctly uneasy, his face betraying his distaste today. Manager Wang appears uncharacteristically different. I was tidying up the courtyard and got some dirt on me. Zhou Yi finds this explanation peculiar. His instincts tell him it is not merely dirt. Changing the subject, he inquires, what is the job today? What is the pay? Zhou Yi's eyes glimmer with anticipation, nearly transforming into a money-hungry fiend. Manager Wang's tone remains cold, 5 taels of silver, but it's illicit work. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's heart skips a beat, and he quickly lowers his voice. Manager Wang, keep your voice down. If anyone hears about this illicit work, we'll be in deep trouble. This so-called illicit work involves transcribing and translating texts unearthed from ancient tombs. It is a taboo act. If discovered by the authorities, the consequences range from exile to execution. Well, are you interested? Manager Wang's shadowy eyes fixate on him. In that moment, Zhou Yi's mind flashes back to the image of a scholar beheaded at the market for committing a similar transgression. Yet he also recalls the wretched fates of those who were exiled, his face shifting through shades of green and red. With a resolute gaze, he grits his teeth and nods. He'll take it. Good. Follow me. Manager Wang turns and strides toward his shop. Zhou Yi hastily follows suit. Manager Wang moves with surprising agility, defying his 60 years. Zhou Yi, frail and winded, struggles to keep up. Wait for me. You're moving too fast. But Manager Wang pays him no heed, continuing on his path. After a considerable time, Zhou Yi arrives breathless at the antique shop, where the impassive Manager Wang stands before the door, his back turned. Manager Wang, are you really 60? You run faster than I do. Zhou Yi exclaims in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Manager Wang suddenly turns to face him, his eyes bloodshot, his expression grotesquely contorted, and he growls in a low voice, "Shut up, you're too loud." With that, Manager Wang covers his face with his hands, his body trembling slightly, as if enduring some unseen torment. Startled by Manager Wang's outburst, Zhou Yi gazes at the man's bizarre behavior, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. Manager Wang, are you feeling unwell? Manager Wang lowers his hands, his expression once again vacant, and steps into the antique shop, his chilling voice sounding. Quickly go to the side room, the items are inside. Zhou Yi observes the peculiar manager Wang, sensing something amiss with his recent behavior. However, for the sake of the money, he must endure, albeit with an unsettling feeling in his gut. He turns and strides into the side room of the antique shop, where a long table is set. On the left lie a dozen tattered ancient tomes, and on the right are brushes, ink, and blank scrolls. What is that smell? It's so foul, just like Manager Wang's. Zhou Yi grimaces, detecting a putrid odor he feels he has encountered before. How familiar! Where have I smelled this before? He glances over at Manager Wang, who is seated in the main hall, vigorously rubbing his face against a mirror. Zhou Yi furrows his brow, letting out a sigh, and sits at the writing desk, casually picking up one of the ancient books. The tome is nameless, its cover tattered, and the first page displays a unique form of ancient script. This script is ancient, known to very few. Zhou Yi had once learned it from a tutor when his family was prosperous. Each page of the book is riddled with holes, causing Zhou Yi to frown in frustration. They'll have to make do with the translation. I can't guarantee its accuracy. Please, let nothing go awry, he thinks, a twinge of anxiety gnawing at him. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhou Yi shakes his head and retrieves a blank scroll to begin transcribing and translating. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour passes, and he has painstakingly translated the first tome, consisting of merely a few dozen pages, word by word. The content is severely fragmented, utterly incoherent. Just as Zhou Yi writes the final character, he is suddenly jolted. The beast skin bagua, which had lain dormant since his arrival, now radiates a mysterious luminescence in his mind. This is a roll of white beast skin, adorned with black and white drawings of the bagua. Lines of ethereal text begin to materialize upon the bagua, mirroring the content he has been transcribing. The fragmented text swirls violently upon the beast skin bagua. An extraordinary scene unfolds as an image emerges on the bagua. In a grove of trees, a figure shrouded in bloodlight emanates an unknown malevolence. A flash transforms into a crimson glow that engulfs the surrounding woods, leaving desolation in its wake. The horrifying sight startles Zhou Yi. The image contracts once more, revealing an array of fresh blood-red characters appearing on the beast-skin bagua. Before he can fully comprehend, these countless blood-red characters surge towards him. Instinctively, Zhou Yi leans back, tumbling to the ground. Clang! The loud noise draws the ire of Manager Wang, whose cold, furious voice echoes, "What now?" Hearing the shout, Zhou Yi hastily rises to face Manager Wang. The latter stands from his seat, his eyes bloodshot and his face contorted in a manner reminiscent of madness. An unsettling feeling rises within Zhou Yi today. Manager Wang is exceedingly strange. He cautiously replies, "I'm sorry, Manager, I fell. Be careful, don't startle so easily. Hurry and translate it, otherwise I will." Before he can finish, Manager Wang angrily turns, leaving only his silhouette behind. Watching Manager Wang depart, Zhou Yi is gripped by an inexplicable sense of unease. Today, Manager Wang seems incredibly irritable and dangerously fierce. What does he mean by "I will eat"? Zhou Yi's anxiety deepens. Taking a deep breath, he shifts his focus back to the unknown information swirling in his mind. Divine and sinister bloodlight technique. Cultivation material: one's own blood. Cultivation method: use blood as ink to inscribe the blood god spirit light incantation around the dantian, allowing the incantation to penetrate the dantian, transforming into a blood spirit seal. Effect: transmute into an intangible blood spirit, devouring all essence to enhance one's corporeal form, becoming formless and impervious to blades and weapons. Cost: each use inevitably stirs one's yang energy, inciting rampant desires and bodily pain, necessitating a period of abstinence lasting 1 hour. Failure to restrain will result in a backlash, transforming into an aberration. Is this a spell? Zhou Yi's heart swells with exhilaration. There are spells in this world. Could it be a realm of cultivation power? Just as Zhou Yi revels in his newfound joy, a chilling voice pierces the air. What have you seen in the book? Why have the words vanished? A voice as frigid as the depths of the abyss sends Zhou Yi into a state of dread. Unbeknownst to him, Manager Wang has appeared behind him, his gaze fixed intently on the ancient tome on the table. The text upon it has inexplicably vanished, disappearing in a most peculiar manner. In a panic, Zhou Yi turns to face manager Wang, whose eyes blaze crimson, his face grotesquely contorted, a terrifying fissure appearing upon his cheek. Zhou Yi's pupils constrict as manager Wang suddenly lunges forward, seizing his throat with a vice-like grip. "Speak quickly, what have you seen?" Zhou Yi found himself grasped by a hand as unyielding as iron around his neck, rendering him breathless and engulfed in agony. He struggled with all his might, and at that moment, a talisman for safety fell from his neck. This talisman landed squarely on the back of Wang's hand. In the next instant, the paper erupted in a dazzling golden radiance. "Ah!" A piercing, anguished scream escaped Wang's lips as his eyes appeared to be struck by lightning. Shielding his eyes, he stumbled backward, while Zhou Yi had regained his senses, witnessing the black smoke emanating from Wang's head. With a tingling sensation coursing through him, Zhou Yi instinctively turned and fled, rushing towards the entrance of the hall. Like a swarm of souls fleeing from death, he dared not linger for a moment. Wang let out a chilling wail. "I will kill you! I will kill you!" "Ah!" Suddenly, a grotesque object fell from his face to the ground. Wang looked down and was confronted by the sight of an aged human visage, now marred by decay. The stench of death in the air intensified. Wang's face was a ghastly, bloodied mess, as if the skin had been stripped away. He bent down to retrieve the face, placing it back upon his own. "It won't be long now. I must first deal with the trouble at hand. Finding someone knowledgeable in ancient scripts will be quite the hassle." He murmured to himself, the earlier frenzy seemingly evaporating. Stowing away the ancient tome, he turned and made his way to the back courtyard. The courtyard was adorned with a plethora of vibrant flowers and lush greenery. The blossoms bloomed in a striking crimson, and the foliage appeared exceedingly lush, indicative of ample nourishment. Faintly, beneath the flowers and greenery, one could discern a sleeve and a bloodied, mutilated finger protruding from the earth. Silently, the shopkeeper slipped out through the back door, akin to a specter. Zhou Yi, in a frenzy, sprinted down the street, still reeling from the terrifying scene he had just witnessed. His face was etched with horror as he replayed the events in his mind. How could Wang have emitted black smoke? He glanced down at his chest, where a darkened talisman lay. This was a relic left to him by his mother. Thank goodness this talisman saved me. Could it be that Wang is not human? Contemplating the spell in his possession, Zhou Yi deemed it not entirely impossible. Home? He may already be on his way here. If he finds me, I will be doomed. Zhou Yi's mind raced, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. This peculiar spell seems relatively easy to master. Provided one is mindful of its cost, I should be able to grasp it. Chapter 2. The Blood Seal of Spells. A life-and-death struggle. A fleeting impulse surged within Zhou Yi, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and made his way towards the dilapidated temple on the western outskirts of Guobei County. This forsaken shrine, a once vibrant earth deity temple, had languished in neglect for many years, nestled in a corner of the county town. By the time Zhou Yi arrived, twilight had descended, and the sun's last rays were quickly fading. He hurried into the crumbling structure, swiftly shedding his shirt to reveal his abdomen. Casting his gaze around, he spotted a broken bowl. He approached it with urgency, using the sharp edge of the bowl to slice open his left palm. Blood flowed freely, which he collected in the bowl. Next, he dipped the withered straw on the ground into the blood and began inscribing peculiar characters upon his abdomen. These inscriptions were known as the Blood God Spirit Light spell, each character bizarre and otherworldly. There were a total of 72 characters, arranged around the dantian, forming 4 concentric circles. The first circle contained 6 characters, the second 12, the third 24, and the fourth 30. Together, these characters painted a strange tableau. As he completed the writing, the characters began to radiate a crimson glow, a searing heat flickering within Zhou Yi's abdomen. The pattern on his dantian commenced to rotate, the red luminescence standing out starkly in the dim temple. Soon, his belly transformed into a swirling vortex of red light. A scorching agony pierced through him, and in an instant, Zhou Yi collapsed to the ground, his body feeling as though it were overrun by countless ants, an unbearable heat spreading within him. His body convulsed violently, yet he dared not utter a sound. He felt distinctly abnormal. Were he to be seen by others? They might mistake him for a monster. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the area, as if a sinister breeze had arisen from nowhere. The gusts were fierce, engulfing the entire temple in chaos. This ominous wind was accompanied by eerie whispers. The cacophony of sounds, cackles, chimes, and hisses assailed Zhou Yi's mind like a demonic symphony. His expression twisted in torment, the scorching and bizarre sounds threatening to drive him to madness. A low, guttural voice echoed within the temple, and he felt akin to a dying beast. Last, the red light in his abdomen abruptly constricted violently, vanishing from the dantian. The excruciating pain faded in the next moment, and Zhou Yi felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. Gasping for breath, he slowly sat up, feeling his body for any changes. Although he perceived no significant alterations, he sensed a red blood seal pulsating within his belly. Before he could ponder further, the sound of footsteps echoed outside the temple. "So, you were hiding here. It was quite a challenge to find you." The cold voice struck Zhou Yi's mind like a chilling torrent. He widened his eyes, gazing towards the entrance, where a figure emerged slowly from the shadows. The visage was a grotesque, decayed mask, the rotten parts revealing a bloodied, mangled face beneath. Upon the sudden appearance of the antiquities shopkeeper, Zhou Yi's expression soured. "Master Wang, we have no grievances of the past, nor any enmity of late. I have no interest in your business, but I assure you, I shall keep my silence. Let us part ways peacefully, shall we?" In this moment of peril, Zhou Yi remained remarkably composed. His focus entirely on his abdomen, where the mysterious blood seal pulsed with resonance, he felt a deep understanding. A mere thought could activate this spell. Master Wang scrutinized him with an unusual glint in his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the ground of the temple, where the bloodied straw and shattered bowl lay. A faint smirk crept across his lips. "It seems you have indeed practiced your arts. What kind of sorcery have you mastered? Pray, enlighten me." Zhou Yi's heart raced. It was evident the other had sensed his cultivation. "Master Wang, I know not of what you speak." The shopkeeper's expression darkened further. "Since you refuse to share, I shall feast upon your brain and see what you have learned." In the blink of an eye, a blood-red light flickered in Master Wang's eyes, instilling terror within Zhou Yi as a horrific transformation unfolded. The skin of the shopkeeper split apart like a garment, and a blood-red figure emerged from within. This was a grotesque, skinless structure, with crimson muscles and blackened veins, a face of sinewy horror adorned with sharp, white teeth. Truly a sight to behold. A nauseating stench of blood wafted towards Zhou Yi as the figure moved with blinding speed. Before he could react, Zhou Yi felt a vice-like grip around his neck, the force slamming him to the ground. The impact sent waves of pain coursing through his back, while the blood-red monstrosity perched atop him, rendering him utterly immobile. Agony jolted Zhou Yi awake, and he found himself staring into the gaping maw of the creature before him. Master Wang's mouth stretched open grotesquely, wide enough to engulf his entire head, and descended upon him in a split second. Zhou Yi instinctively turned his head, narrowly evading the lethal bite. The sound of teeth clashing echoed ominously in his ears, and a sharp pain erupted in the left side of his neck as blood gushed forth. Dizziness overcame him. He realized that the artery in his neck had been severed. A frigid aura assaulted his senses, the stench of decaying flesh mingling with an unnatural chill, relentlessly prodding at his fragile nerves. Faced with the imminent threat of death, Zhou Yi, who had endured oppression for an entire year, erupted with defiance. "If you seek my demise, then you shall perish first." Without hesitation, the life and death crisis activated the blood seal within his dantian. In an instant, a surge of blood light erupted from his core, coursing throughout his being. Zhou Yi transformed into a shadow of bloodlight, an instinctual thirst for blood igniting within him. His eyes turned crimson, the world around him dissolving into a sea of red as he lunged into Master Wang's body. It felt akin to entering a steam-filled chamber. Waves of searing heat rushed in from all directions, an endless vitality flooding into him. Zhou Yi consumed this life force ravenously, laughter erupting from him in ecstatic abandon. How delightful! How utterly delightful! His manic laughter resonated with excitement. "What is this?" Master Wang's piercing scream shattered the air. His eyes, devoid of eyelids, were bloodshot and filled with terror as he sensed his life force ebbing away, faster with each passing moment. His screams echoed like thunder within the temple, reaching beyond its confines. Visibly, Master Wang's blood-soaked body began to wither and dry rapidly in a frenzy. he writhed upon the ground, a blood-red mist enveloping him, corrupting everything it touched. Yet, all his efforts proved futile. His body continued to desiccate at an alarming rate. Zhou Yi felt a searing pain as a mysterious force gnawed away at his own form. The once crazed Zhou Yi now howled within Master Wang's body, "Kill, kill, kill! I shall end you! Die, die, die!" Despair echoed through the air as Master Wang's body convulsed violently on the ground. In mere moments, he had shriveled into a curled-up corpse. Suddenly, a burst of blood light shot forth from the cadaver, coalescing into a humanoid shape that surveyed its surroundings. Zhou Yi materialized once more, his eyes, now vacant, fixated on the lifeless body sprawled on the ground. And realization struck him like a lightning bolt. I actually killed him. I truly killed him. This spell is astonishing. While he remained in shock, an unbearable heat surged within him, an insatiable desire threatening to engulf him. Zhou Yi's expression shifted dramatically. The fire of lust surged to his brain, and his entire being writhed in pain as he collapsed onto the ground. "It hurts. It hurts." Zhou Yi rolled about in agony, clawing at his own skin. His eyes glowed red, and his skin flushed, resembling a figure emerging from a steam bath. The sheer pain threatened to overwhelm him. Is this what it means to have one's yang energy boil? It feels like 1,000 knives carving into my flesh. Through sheer will, Zhou Yi bore the intense discomfort. Laboriously rising from the ground, he gathered his scattered clothes and hastily donned them, casting his gaze upon the bloodied straw and shattered bowl. He swiftly collected them. These remnants could not remain. Panting heavily, his skin flushed crimson, he glanced toward the entrance, where a grotesque visage and clothing lay. He pondered whether this creature was indeed Master Wang. If not, then the real Master Wang had perished, perhaps skinned alive. What manner of being was this? Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, and Zhou Yi's expression shifted in alarm. He quickly turned and fled towards the rear of the temple. The surroundings were dilapidated, and clutching the broken bowl and bloodied straw, he cautiously crawled through a small hole. The relentless pain gripped him, and he clenched his teeth, trembling uncontrollably. He vaguely heard voices from within the temple. A corpse. A murder has occurred. This place is no longer safe. Zhou Yi's heart raced as he hastily departed, weaving through the narrow alleys of the town until he finally returned home. Upon arrival, he ignited the hearth, casting his written texts into the flames. The bloodied straw and broken bowl followed suit, and he quickly set about preparing a meal. Simultaneously inspecting his attire, he discovered that the hem of his trousers was stained with blood. In haste, he stripped off the soiled garment and cast it into the furnace, swiftly reducing it to ashes. After changing into a fresh set of clothes, Zhou Yi let out a slight sigh of relief. However, the excruciating pain that coursed through his body continued to irritate and torment him. The bodies in the temple would soon be discovered, and given that I visited the antique shop today, it is certain that someone has seen me. The authorities will likely come knocking on my door shortly. There is no possibility of escape now. This world is utterly abnormal. With this thought, he couldn't help but glance up at the sky. There hung a colossal black sun, even in the depths of night, visible to all. The black sun seemed to have existed since time immemorial, shrouded in legends that spoke of nights not belonging to humanity. Humans were forbidden to leave the city after dark, lest they meet certain death. This was a truth validated by the blood of countless souls, and Zhou Yi would naturally not dare to challenge it. Even with his newfound powers, holding a cup of cool water, he drank continuously, his body ablaze with heat and racked with unbearable pain. The backlash of his magic lasting for an hour. The only course of action available to me now is to stubbornly deny any wrongdoing. Insisting that I left in haste solely because I learned that the shopkeeper intended to transcribe tomb literature. The evidence I had written down is now obliterated. At worst, I shall be confined for a few days. Various thoughts raced through Zhou Yi's mind as he bore the discomfort in his body and laboriously lay down on the bed. Meanwhile, in the land temple of Guobei County, where he had just been, the ground was already soaked in blood. A servant lay grotesquely on the floor, his body torn into several pieces. A shadow was hunched over the corpse of the shopkeeper, gnawing and swallowing in a frenzy. Weeping and emitting heart-wrenching cries. It hurts, brother, brother, how could you die? My heart aches so much, and no matter who you are, I will find you and kill you, brother. I can feel your pain. Your body is telling me everything. Woo-woo, so delicious. Suddenly, a loud knocking resounded. Joey was jolted from a light slumber, hastily exclaiming, "Who is it?" Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he donned his clothes and opened the door. At the break of dawn stood 4 fully armed constables. Panic flashed across Joey's face as he quickly clasped his hands in greeting. "Sirs, what brings you here?" The leading constable, a man in his 30s with a grim demeanor, replied, "By order of the magistrate. You are to come with us for questioning." Joey's expression turned blank. "May I inquire as to what the matter is?" The constable's voice turned sharp. "I told you to come with me, not to ask questions. Are you itching for trouble?" Upon hearing this, Joey shivered, fearing to utter another word. The 4 constables encircled him and led him toward the county office. Throughout the journey, Joey feigned ignorance, though his heart raced with anxiety. Soon, they arrived at the county office, an aging structure that appeared somewhat dilapidated. He was promptly brought into the main hall, kneeling on the ground, not daring to utter a word, merely gazing around in confusion. The leading constable addressed the magistrate in the hall. "My lord, we have brought the scholar Joey in the hall." Joey beheld a rather portly magistrate, adorned with 2 small mustaches above his upper lip. His face round and full, with a well-rounded forehead and slightly narrowed eyes, exuding an air of shrewdness. This man was none other than Huang Yukuan, the magistrate of Guobei County. His gaze fell upon Joey as he calmly inquired, "Are you the scholar Joey?" Joey quickly clasped his fists. "Indeed, it is I. A murder occurred in the city yesterday, and we have come to ask you a few questions, my lord. Please proceed." Joey replied, his face a mask of confusion. "Yesterday, someone saw you at the antique shop in the afternoon. What was your purpose for going there?" Joey's heart stirred, and he quickly answered, "The shopkeeper had some work that required my assistance. However, upon arrival, I realized I could not fulfill the task, so I left." The magistrate furrowed his brow slightly. "Is that all?" Joey hastily responded, "Indeed. I was there for no more than 15 minutes before departing." A glimmer of contemplation flickered in the magistrate's eyes. "Did you notice anything peculiar about the shopkeeper?" Joey, upon hearing this, replied blankly, "I did not observe anything unusual, only that the shopkeeper appeared somewhat more irritable than usual." The magistrate, deep in thought, then gestured to Joey, "You may go." Joey quickly bowed. "I take my leave." Upon exiting the courtroom, relief washed over his face. It seemed they had not suspected him. Just then, a sudden chill ran through him as a cold voice echoed in his ear, "I found you." His hair stood on end, and Joey's scalp tingled. Chapter 4. Soundwave Pursuit. Dust explosion. Joey's gaze darted around, but he found nothing amiss. The street was quiet this early in the morning, with only a few people about. 2 constables stood at the county office's entrance, gazing curiously at the agitated Joey as he looked around anxiously. Joey glanced at everyone on the street. Each person appeared suspicious. You cannot see me. You are the one who killed my brother, do you understand?" As I feasted upon his corpse, I felt his profound despair and anguish. "Ha ha ha, I witnessed how you murdered him. From this moment on, let us play a game. I shall torment you to death." The eerie voice echoed incessantly in his ears, seemingly audible only to him. A cold dread settled within him as his mind spun. The sun had risen, yet he felt devoid of warmth. Taking a deep breath, Joey forced himself to quell his fear and think rationally. Who is this voice? It claims to have consumed his brother's corpse and seen me kill him. Could it be the shopkeeper's brother? How did he find me? Joey's eyes shone with disbelief. I must not act hastily. He has yet to directly attack me, which must indicate some reason, from his words. It seems my powers may have been exposed. However, since he has not made a move, he likely lacks the confidence to kill me. He is merely trying to intimidate me, attempting to frighten me. Let us see who meets their demise first. A sinister smile crept onto Joey's lips as he turned and headed home. At that moment, he noticed a transformation within his body. Once frail and lacking vitality, he now moved with remarkable agility. His senses became extraordinarily acute. He could see ants 3 yards away and hear sounds from 4 to 5 yards distant. This newfound vitality filled him with exhilaration. It must be the effect of the magic. I have absorbed the shopkeeper's life force, enhancing my body, Joey mused. The world around him grew increasingly noisy, the street bustling with activity. This is my advantage. I can utilize my enhanced senses to detect hidden individuals. With this thought, a plan began to form in his mind. Joey darted into a narrow alleyway and took off running. His speed was remarkable, and his ears finely tuned to capture the sounds behind him. Each step he took resonated loudly against the ground, echoing through the alley. Ordinary ears would struggle to discern these sounds, but to him, they reverberated, forming a faint outline in his mind. Realizing this peculiar change, astonishment filled Zhou Yi's eyes. This is akin to the echolocation of a bat. This magic possesses such an effect, enhancing my body to this extent. Familiar with the alleys of Guobei County, Zhou Yi sprinted swiftly, sound waves bouncing back and forth, when suddenly, he detected a vague silhouette in his mind. The figure was approximately 5 yards behind him. Zhou Yi glanced over his shoulder, his pupils constricting as he realized the image he perceived did not exist. An invisibility technique? Instantly, he grasped the situation. This is troublesome, but it also presents an opportunity. He could never have anticipated that I could detect his presence through sound. If I strategize carefully, perhaps I can outwit him. Zhou Yi quickly dashed back to his home, securely shutting the door behind him. He retrieved a kitchen knife and spatula, positioning himself in his yard. Slowly, he closed his eyes, allowing the knife and spatula to clink together gently as the metallic sound waves spread outward. Zhou Yi's ears keenly captured them. Soon, the image of his entire yard materialized in his mind. However, the image flickered in and out, clear only when the sound waves bounced back. He opened his eyes, swiftly acclimating to this extraordinary perception. He discovered that the more open the space, the clearer his perception. Conversely, in obstructed areas, his awareness became blurred and indistinct. This is not true bat-like echolocation, but rather something similar. Zhou Yi continued to strike the utensils, intently focusing on capturing the presence of the hidden figure, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Outside Zhou Yi's door, an invisible figure stood silently. The concealed individual was grotesque, lacking lips, their face marred with scars, revealing only sharp teeth, with a foul liquid seeping from the corners of their mouth, and dried blood and flesh wedged between their teeth. In his eyes flickered a hint of madness. The sorcery wielded by this individual was perilous, and it was imperative to discern the nature of his spells. Just a little more torment, and I shall extinguish his life. I yearn to peel away your flesh piece by piece, savoring every morsel. Ah, how I long for this moment, dear brother, do you see? I shall avenge you. At this juncture, the bizarre figure turned his gaze towards his left shoulder, where a human face was grotesquely affixed. It was the very being that had crawled out from Wang's skin the previous night. Astonishingly, his face had been severed and sewn onto this man's shoulder. The shadowy figure slowly turned and vanished into the darkness. Throughout the day, Zhou Yi maintained a heightened state of anxiety. Yet he detected no approach from his adversary. Instead of relief, he found himself increasingly on edge. As dusk descended, the sky grew dimmer, signaling what appeared to be a sleepless night ahead. Zhou Yi retreated to his room, firmly shutting the door behind him, and made his way to the kitchen. He picked up a bag of flour and a shovel, then pushed aside his bed to begin digging a pit. After several shovelfuls, Zhou Yi was astonished to discover his own remarkable strength. He was even more robust than the local farmers. In less than half an hour, he had excavated a hole large enough to accommodate a single person. He slid the bed back into place, leveling the soil he had unearthed across the floor. Next, he retrieved some flour from the bag, evenly spreading it across the ground, and secured the remaining flour bag to a beam overhead. A rope was tied to the bag's opening. With a firm tug, the flour would cascade down under the force of gravity. Half a bag of flour weighed around 20 pounds. Once released, it would instantly fill the entire bedroom. Any spark could potentially ignite a dust explosion. This was his trump card, should his magic fail to vanquish his foe. The pit beneath the bed served as his last chance for escape, a means to evade the imminent dust explosion. He lit an oil lamp, placing it in a corner to shield it from the chaos of battle, while keeping a fire starter close at hand to avert unforeseen circumstances. Having made all necessary preparations, Zhou Yi sat quietly on a stool, his gaze fixed on the flour dust on the floor. He lightly clashed a kitchen knife against a spatula, the sound echoing through the room, capturing every possible target through both sight and sound. The voices from the street had faded into complete silence, enveloping the entirety of Guobei County in an eerie stillness. an intangible figure reappeared at Joey's doorstep. Tightly clutching a bag, he opened the bag to reveal countless writhing poisonous insects within. The man opened his mouth, spewing forth a viscous black liquid that swiftly dripped into the swarm of insects. Upon contact with the liquid, the creatures writhed frantically, even beginning to merge and devour one another. Taking on grotesque forms, he casually tossed the bag into the courtyard, a strange smile creeping across his lips. As he produced a bone flute resembling a dried bamboo stick, the eerie, sharp notes of the flute resonated softly, seemingly under his control, reaching only Joey's home. The bag he had thrown began to squirm rapidly, a multitude of mutated insects emerging from within. They appeared to be under some form of command, scuttling wildly around the courtyard in search of any living being. Soon, mutated insects began to infiltrate the room through its crevices. As the metallic clashing sounds reverberated, Joey's expression shifted dramatically, in every nook and cranny of the house. The shadows of these insects emerged, spiders, centipedes, scorpions, all adorned in vibrant colors. Yet the most terrifying aspect was that these insects fused together in pairs, grotesque and aberrant, exuding an aura of extreme malevolence. A chill ran through Joey. They had arrived. Chapter 5. Tick-tock, rumble, rumble. Joey gazed at the amalgamated insects, dread flashing through his mind. These creatures appeared utterly fearsome, undoubtedly cultivated through sorcery. This was a test. Joey immediately grasped the opponent's intent and swiftly seized the nearby shovel, striking at the insects that had breached his sanctuary. With a squelch, an insect was crushed, releasing a nauseating stench. The shovel's base began to emit smoke, seemingly corroded by some substance. Joey's countenance paled. Corrosive as well? At that moment, more insects crawled forth from all corners, their speed astonishing as they leapt towards Joey. The swiftest reached his face, poised to pounce. Without hesitation, Joey summoned the blood mark from within his dantian. A crimson radiance erupted from his body, transforming him into a figure of bloodlight. As the insects lunged at him, they visibly shriveled, their meager life force siphoning into his being. A bloodthirsty glimmer flickered in Joey's eyes, yet his mind remained clear. Instinctively, he lunged, his form becoming a torrent of sanguine fluid, targeting every insect in the room in the blink of an eye. The creatures collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Returning to his original position, the power of his spell swiftly waned. Waves of pain surged through his body, his blood boiling, and his skin flushed crimson. Unable to contain a cry of agony, Joey scratched at his itching skin, desperately trying to alleviate the torment. Outside, the enigmatic figure seemed to sense the demise of his insects, a glint of madness lighting his eyes. "You've killed my little darlings. He. I shall devour you. I swear it. Ha ha ha. Your screams indicate that your magic comes at a price." The mysterious creature's deranged words belied a sharp clarity of mind, an intriguing contradiction that somehow appeared harmonious. Suddenly, he kicked the door to Joey's home open with a forceful blow. Stepping inside slowly, swaying like a lunatic. Meanwhile, Joey remained lost in his own suffering. Yet the footsteps outside stirred him. He struggled to steady himself, gripping the rope hanging from above, and moved towards the bed. His gaze fixed on the door. Time passed agonizingly slowly. A rustling sound erupted from the window. A shadowy figure was faintly visible in the glow of the oil lamp, yet in the next moment, it vanished. Joey felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. The door was battered violently, causing Joey's heart to halt momentarily, and he nearly tugged at the rope in panic. But he restrained himself. The knocking ceased after a few moments, plunging the space back into silence. Joey swallowed hard, enduring the excruciating pain, itching, and the tumult within his veins, straining to listen to the external commotion. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. The sound of dripping water suddenly filled the air. Joey's face tightened with alarm. How could there be water? His gaze shot upwards, his pupils constricting violently as a bone-chilling terror welled within him. An exceedingly ugly visage had appeared above him, its grotesque features lurking just above. A gaping hole in the roof allowed the dripping sound to cascade into the room. The hideous creature was dripping dark, viscous liquid from its mouth. "I've caught you." In the next instant, the creature lunged down through the opening in the roof. Joey felt a chill run through him, as if suffocating, yet in this moment of peril, He reacted instinctively. He rolled swiftly to the ground, pulling the rope with him. The flour bag nailed to the beam burst open, a cascade of white flour raining down in the blink of an eye. The flour enveloped the room, creating a dense cloud. Joey had rolled beneath the bed. Uncertain if he could cast another spell without dire repercussions, he feared the consequences of a second attempt. At that moment, the mysterious figure landed on the ground, and the white flour filled the room. The ignited lamp oil met the swirling flour, igniting an explosion of flames in an instant. The entire interior erupted in a tempest of fire. Shockwaves radiating outward in that fleeting moment, a towering inferno shot skyward. Joey's ears rang with deafening silence. Violent tremors coursed through the ground, and a wave of heat flickered above the pit. Joey felt dizzy, taking several breaths before regaining his senses. He looked up towards the pit, the night sky ablaze with stars, realizing his house had been obliterated. With no time to spare, he scrambled out of the pit, his eyes darting around in search of the mysterious figure. As his pupils narrowed, he spotted a silhouette rising from the charred ruins. "It hurts! It hurts!" A wretched scream pierced the night as the figure was engulfed in flames. Upon locking eyes with Joey, the creature shrieked, "I will devour you," and charged at him in a frenzy. Joey, gripped by terror, leapt from the pit and fled, his body still racked with pain. The frantic movement only exacerbating his suffering. He felt as though he might ignite from within, with the monstrous figure pursuing him relentlessly. The grotesque figure was undergoing a bizarre transformation. His lower body had suddenly sprouted numerous fleshy tumors, which swiftly morphed into slender, centipede-like legs. The speed of his movement surged dramatically as he surged towards Joey from behind. Sensing the chilling wind at his back, Joey rolled away just in time to evade the impending attack. His pupils constricted as he beheld a colossal entity, at least 10 feet in length, its lower half resembling that of a centipede, while its upper half took on a monstrous human shape. At that moment, the creature's eyes glimmered with a sinister crimson light, coldly fixated upon him. Joey was drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by a mixture of fear, excruciating pain, and a flicker of despair in his heart. The centipede-like monster began to writhe its body slowly, its head rotating a full 360 degrees, emitting a distorted laughter. "Hee, you smell delightful. Your flesh must be exquisitely sweet. Become a part of me." Chapter 6. The Painful Counterattack. Unveiling secrets. The immense creature lunged violently at Joey. In this life-and-death moment, Joey cast aside all reservations, his face contorting into a ferocious grimace in an instant. He transformed into a streak of bloodlight, charging towards the terrifying beast. The two clashed in an explosive collision, with Joey surging directly into the creature's body. A wave of bloodlight permeated within. The monster let out a sharp cry, "Get out of me!" A surge of dark power emanated from its core, immediately suppressing the bloodlight. Joey strained to stabilize himself as he felt a tremendous vitality flooding into him. Yet simultaneously a pervasive agony gnawed at him, the dark radiance corroding his very being. The black and red luminescence swirled around the monster, which writhed in a frenzy, howling violently. "Get out! Get out! Get out! Ah, it hurts! It hurts! It hurts!" The piercing screams echoed endlessly, with Joey joining in a frantic howl, every part of him racked with intense pain, pushing him to the brink of madness. "I will kill you. I want you dead. Die!" The clash of bloodlight and dark radiance continued, with time passing, the bloodlight growing ever more vibrant while the black light waned. The entire Guabei County trembled with the immense noise. In the dead of night, when few dared to venture out, the county magistrate Huang Yukuan, his expression grave, arrived at the courtroom. The night watchmen also gathered there. Huang Yukuan, with a serious demeanor, urged them, "Quickly, go find out what is happening." The watchmen exchanged uncertain glances, but dared not disobey the magistrate's orders, hastily exiting the courthouse in the direction of the sound. Meanwhile, in the eastern corner of Guabei County, a Taoist temple stood. A figure emerged from within, his expression somber as he gazed towards the source of the explosive sounds. This was a handsome young man, around 20 years of age, clad in a green Taoist robe. He furrowed his brow slightly, producing a talisman and affixing it to his chest. A faint dark green glow began to coalesce around him, enveloping him entirely. With a leap, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting towards the sound's origin with astonishing speed. Covering a distance of 10 feet in an instant, that moment, the battle between the monster and Zhou-Yi reached its climax. The bloodlight fully enveloped the creature, the dark power utterly depleted. The monster began to wither at an alarming rate, unleashing a frenzied roar. "Ah, it hurts. Mommy, mommy, brother, brother, woo-woo." The creature seemed to have lost all semblance of reason, incoherently crying out. Its voice gradually faded until it was silenced entirely, leaving behind a grotesque, desiccated corpse sprawled on the ground. Bloodlight burst forth from the lifeless body, and Zhou-Yi collapsed to the ground at that moment. He was entirely naked, myriad crimson marks emerging on his skin. The heat and tumult of his blood coursed through him, twisting his features into a grimace. The agony threatened to drive him insane. "It hurts. It hurts." He clawed at his own body, the fiery torment compelling him to seek release. To find a woman to relieve his suffering. His eyes blazed with a crimson hue, every vein in his body pulsating violently. Just then, a chilling object caught his attention, invigorating his spirit. He grasped the cold object tightly, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his eyes as he stumbled away in a frenzied daze. So hot, water. I need water. Driven by instinct and a fragment of lucidity, he returned home. He lunged at the well, unable to hold back any longer, and leaped into the cool water. With a splash, the icy water jolted Zhou-Yi awake. Though his body still throbbed painfully, the refreshing chill began to clear his mind. He gasped for breath, submerging himself completely, and gradually, the excruciating pain became bearable. A thought flickered in his mind. He could not linger here. He had to escape. My home has been destroyed, and the creature's corpse lies not far away. It will surely implicate me. He glanced at his right hand, where the cold object lingered. Upon seeing it, he was taken aback. It was a peculiar black token, etched with intricate markings. What is this thing? Never mind, I will ponder it later. It seems to help me maintain some clarity. Zhou-Yi cleaned the token and promptly placed it in his mouth, but a wave of chill surged through him, sharpening his previously muddled thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Zhou-Yi clawed his way towards the well's opening. His family's well was constructed of stone, not very wide, with gaps between the rocks that allowed him to ascend easily. Though his body remained in torment and ablaze, the token in his mouth radiated coolness, preserving his mental clarity. After emerging from the well, Zhou-Yi's gaze fell upon the distance, where a trail of fire was approaching. Accompanied by several figures, the people from the courthouse, they are arriving swiftly. Observing his naked state, Zhou-Yi felt a sense of helplessness and turned to flee into the distance. His destination was a corner of the county town, where a small dog hole provided an escape route outside the city, a place he had inadvertently discovered while observing children at play. Now, it was his lifeline. Even at night, he had to make his escape. In no time, Zhou-Yi reached the location of the dog hole. Concealed beneath a pile of straw, he swept it aside and dove inside. Moments later, he emerged outside the county town, staring into the deep, dark expanse beyond. Gritting his teeth, he plunged into the darkness. The figure clad in a Taoist robe arrived at the scene of the battle amidst a flurry of shimmering light. Several watchmen had also gathered there. Upon seeing the Taoist, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they respectfully clasped their hands, exclaiming, "We greet the Immortal Master." The young Taoist paid them no heed, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the curled-up corpse of the grotesque figure. An evil cultivator, fully corrupted. Who has slain him? Such a death? The power of the spell is no trivial matter. A glimmer of greed flickered in the young Taoist's eyes as the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Revealing his pearly white teeth, his gaze swept around, taking in the ruined rooms around him. He turned and strode towards the wreckage, appearing before the ruins in the blink of an eye, his expression cold. He observed his surroundings, his brows knitting together. What a powerful explosion, it seems a cultivator has hidden here, possessing remarkable skills to have killed a fully corrupted evil cultivator. Since you have appeared in my territory, how can I allow you to escape? His sinister gaze fell upon the water at the well's edge as he stepped closer, lightly touching the water stains on the ground. Did he hide in the well during the explosion? Clearly a master, yet why? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. I understand now. This is not a master but a fortunate fool who has never practiced, accidentally mastering a bizarre technique. This evil cultivator likely sought out this technique. And now it shall be mine. Chapter 7. Strange voices on the road. Dao Yuan in pursuit. The young Taoist rose, a hint of ecstasy illuminating his face, his heart racing. A talisman materialized in his hand. As the talisman flickered, a wondrous glow descended upon the water stains on the ground. The next moment, the talisman shot forth towards a direction in the county town. The young Taoist, named Dao Yuan, was the immortal master stationed in Guabei County, tasked with overseeing all extraordinary occurrences. After a brief interval, like a streak of light, Dao Yuan silently approached a dog hole. The talisman's glow hovered gently here. Gazing at the dog hole leading outside the town, Dao Yuan's expression turned serious. Venturing outside at this time is no trivial matter. After a moment's contemplation, he produced another talisman and affixed it to himself. A marvelous glow enveloped him, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. This was a concealment talisman, rendering his form invisible. He waved his hand, and the glow of a tracking talisman entered his grasp. With a leap, he stepped onto a gap in the city wall, vaulting over it with ease. Once outside the city, he raised his hand, releasing the talisman's glow once more. The glow seemed to sense something. Pausing briefly before darting off in a specific direction, Dao Yuan swiftly followed, vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Zhou ran through the darkness, gripped by pain, his body aflame with an unrelenting heat. His movements never ceasing. In his mouth lay a mysterious token, exuding a gentle chill that preserved the clarity of his mind. With his body unclothed, the cold wind outside also brought a refreshing sensation. Yet, the pain became increasingly acute, though he managed to maintain a semblance of balance. As he ran, his feet continually trod upon the broken branches, sending sharp pangs through the soles of his feet, leaving him entirely bare. Noisy sounds reverberated around him, coalescing in his mind into a blurred image of a space roughly 4 to 5 paces wide. His pace was not swift. He alternated between walking and jogging. Having reached the side of the official road, heading forward without any notion of his destination, only wishing to distance himself from Guabei County. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through. The cold breeze brushed against Zhou, sapping the fervor from his blood. This wind was piercingly cold, penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. Zhou immediately sensed something was amiss. A peculiar and jarring sound erupted suddenly, in the stillness of the night beside the official road. It was unnervingly eerie. Instinctively, Zhou glanced around. The moon hung full and bright, casting a silvery glow that barely afforded any visibility. Yet, he perceived nothing, prompting a frown to crease his brow. What could be happening? Is this the reason one should not venture out at night? The icy wind and strange sounds. Zhou shook his head, casting his gaze towards Guabei County, shrouded in darkness, obscuring all sight. Never mind. I shall run first. The road's end leads to Tianqing City, where I can reassess the situation. Zhou resumed his sprint along the official road, his speed significantly increasing. The ground beneath him was peculiar, paved with pure white stones that stood out starkly in the night. Each stone was smooth and thumb-sized, amalgamated with a special sandy soil. While running on this peculiar path was somewhat jarring, it was still bearable. Zhou remained vigilant, keenly attuned to the sound waves generated by his footsteps, subtly capturing the images around him. He felt an inexplicable sensation that something was watching him from the darkness. Gradually, an unnameable fear began to surge within him. What is happening? Why am I feeling afraid? Zhou's heart raced, and he could not fathom the reason. A crackling sound, reminiscent of electromagnetic waves, suddenly echoed near his ear. Alarmingly close. Startled, Zhou turned to his left, but saw nothing. A sudden chill enveloped his right shoulder. Instinctively, he swung his fist backward. Still, there was nothing. An eerie sensation coursed through him, chilling him to his core. Zhou spun around and fled, resolutely determined that should anything reveal itself, his powers were not to be trifled with. He harbored this resentment. His gaze reddened slightly, a restless energy surging within him as if he were on the verge of eruption. While running, a sudden flutter in his heart conjured an inexplicable apparition in his mind. A shadow formed by sound waves, a vague and strange outline, a dark shape, vaguely human in form, lingered just a yard behind him. In that moment, Zhou felt as though his scalp might split. He abruptly turned to look behind him. The friction of his steps raised a flurry of sound waves. These sound waves converged in his mind, revealing a shadow mere half a yard away, yet terrifyingly, he still saw nothing before him. Joey felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed he was being stalked by an unseen entity. Just then, a radiant light burst forth ahead. This light pierced through the space before him like a needle, and a black figure resonated violently within the glow before shattering into fragments. A thumb-sized orb fell to the ground, glimmering with blue radiance as a delicate needle hovered in midair, then pointed directly at him. Joey felt a wave of icy dread wash over him, a palpable sense of impending doom. He sensed that any slight movement would invite a catastrophic strike. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It was Daoyuan, the pursuer. The blue needle appeared to be under his control, darting swiftly into his sleeve. A faint smile crept across Daoyuan's face. "You are quite the curiosity, wandering naked down this official road at such an hour. Are you not aware that without a concealment talisman, one easily attracts malevolent entities at night?" Zhou regarded this person, though he bore a smile. An aura of deadly intent enveloped him. He felt as though he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. At that moment, the pain coursing through Zhou Yi's body had lessened significantly. He slowly expelled the token from his mouth, his face paling as he regarded the figure before him. "Who are you? What do you want?" Daoyuan's gaze suddenly turned frigid. "You killed the wicked cultivator from Guebei County, did you not?" Zhou Yi's heart raced at this revelation. Had they tracked him down so swiftly? With a somber expression, Zhou Yi replied, "He came to kill me. If I did not fight back, I would be dead." "What, do you intend to stand up for the wicked cultivator?" Zhou Yi uttered defiantly, though his mind raced with thoughts of escape. Chapter 8. The intent of the arcane. A desperate assault. Stand up for him? "Ha! They are not worthy," Daoyuan retorted with disdain. His voice, chilling, echoed, "What intrigues me is you. You exude no fluctuations of spiritual energy. Perhaps you have fortuitously acquired an arcane technique. This technique is likely related to that wicked cultivator. It explains why he pursued you and discovered your whereabouts. Let us make a deal. Hand over your arcane technique, and I shall allow you to leave." A faint smile graced Daoyuan's lips. Zhou Yi's heart sank upon hearing this. The other party had discerned the uniqueness of his practiced arts and sought to claim them, evidently having no intention of letting him go. But why did he not simply subdue him? He lacked confidence. In an instant, Zhou Yi grasped the crux of the matter and, with a flicker of hope on his face, asked, "Are you serious?" Daoyuan nodded inscrutably. "Indeed. We have no enmity. Killing you serves no purpose. I just saved you moments ago, did I not?" Zhou Yi's expression shifted slightly as he grasped the token in his hand. "The technique resides within this token. I hope you uphold your promise." As he spoke, he hurled the token towards Daoyuan. Daoyuan instinctively raised his hand to catch the thrown token but hesitated momentarily, a flicker of revulsion crossing his features as he recalled it had been extracted from Zhou Yi's mouth. Yet, the allure of the mysterious arcane technique compelled him to move once more. However, at that moment of distraction, Zhou Yi resolutely activated the seal within his dantian. In less than an hour, he unleashed his powers thrice. He was uncertain of the outcome, but he had no choice. In the next instant, he transformed into a surge of bloodlight, charging forward. A blinding crimson radiance engulfed the air, and Daoyuan's face twisted into a cruel grin. "I knew you would resort to this." Instantly, a layer of black luminescence enveloped him. From this light, black spikes extended, rendering him akin to a porcupine, with streaks of shimmering darkness. The bloodlight crashed against the black brilliance, and Zhou Yi instantly felt excruciating pain. Yet he fervently urged the seal, wrapping the bloodlight around Daoyuan entirely. A terrifying sound echoed continuously, and shock washed over Daoyuan's face as he realized his arcane technique was decaying at an alarming rate. "This is bad. The arcane spike shell technique is no match." His face paled, and he quickly formed seals with both hands, a faint mysterious energy emanating from him, followed by a surge of crimson flames that erupted forth. The flames blazed fiercely, instantaneously shooting forth black radiance that collided with the bloodlight. The scorching heat seared Zhou Yi's spirit, though the pain was not overwhelmingly intense. Is its power so feeble? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Yet he had no time for further contemplation, pouring every ounce of energy into the corrosive onslaught against the black barrier. Meanwhile, Daoyuan was drenched in cold sweat. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of his technique, compelled to exert all his energy into maintaining the black glow, I was careless. His arcane technique is formidable. A sense of urgency flashed in his mind. As seconds ticked by, both the black glow and blood light began to fade. Zhou Yi could distinctly feel his strength, spirit, even life itself waning. The intangible agony intensified, and the black spikes grew sharper. Yet he could not relent. Shouting fervently, "Die, die, die," Daoyuan's complexion turned ashen. He was drenched in sweat, his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Damn it, I was careless. This arcane technique is too powerful. It was astonishing that a mere mortal could endure for so long. Wielding such immense power, damn. The longer it dragged on, the more panic consumed him. The black barrier had diminished to its utmost limit, reduced to a fragile veil. Crack! The sound of the barrier shattering pierced Daoyuan's ears, and despair washed over his face. A dim blood light surged into his body. No. Daoyuan collapsed to the ground in agony, feeling as though his very insides were aflame, every cell in his body racked with torment. It felt as if something were devouring his flesh and blood. He was struggling violently. Then suddenly his body stiffened. Falling completely still, a surge of blood escaped from his body, and an intense wave of pain surged through him, causing Zhou Yi to tremble uncontrollably. He could barely stand, as if his entire body were cramping. The tumultuous flow of his vital energy threatened to overwhelm his senses. Upon encountering his token, the chilling aura instantly revitalized his spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the token and shoved it into his mouth. The icy sensation swiftly enveloped his mind, and the boiling energy within him seemed unable to strip him of his reason. Zhou Yi trembled violently but gradually managed to rise. A gust of frigid wind, seemingly from nowhere, caused him to shudder despite the raging energy coursing through him. Zhou Yi's heart raced with alarm. The earlier adversary had mentioned that one could not linger in the darkness. Without a concealment talisman, it was evident that this foe must possess such an item. His gaze quickly fell upon the lifeless body of Daoyuan. He hurried over and stripped the corpse of its garments, discovering a talisman affixed to the clothing, inscribed with an unusual rune. Shaking the garments, a small pouch tumbled out. Zhou Yi donned the Taoist robe. Enduring the agony coursing through him as he rummaged through the pouch, it contained a variety of items, and after a thorough search, he found several talisman-like papers. There were approximately 6 distinct talismans of 3 different types, one of which was the very one affixed to the deceased. This must be it, he thought, hastily grasping the talisman and applying it to himself. Miraculously, as the talisman made contact with his skin, a mysterious wave emanated from it, quickly enveloping him. To his astonishment, he found himself shrouded in a veil of hazy gray light, giving him an ethereal appearance. Is this the effect of the concealment talisman? He swiftly tucked the pouch into his clothing and noticed a small orb lying on the ground. It was undoubtedly an object dropped by the shadow that had slain this individual. Though he was unsure of its nature, Zhou Yi instinctively sensed its potential worth. He picked it up and placed it in the pouch, then turned towards the official road. He could not afford to linger. He recalled that the road passed by a mountain deity temple. According to the information of this world, one must not spend the night outdoors. At the very least, he needed to find a lodging inn. He wondered if the mountain temple would suffice. With this thought, he began to sprint, the pain in his body excruciating, feeling as if he were cramping all over. Yet he dared not stop, uncertain how long the talisman would hold. The situation had escalated. First there were the malevolent cultivators, followed by this Taoist, evidently affiliated with some sect of immortals. He fervently hoped no further complications would arise. He was nearing his limit in Tianqing City. Within the Dao Palace's Soul Hall, a token suddenly shattered. The Night Watch cultivators' expressions changed, realizing the grim truth. Someone had perished. Chapter 9. 100 calamities refining the strange, dividing the spiritual power in Tianqing City. A figure swiftly departed. On the dimly lit official road at night, like a fleeting shadow, he darted towards Guabei County. Zhou Yi, enveloped in agony, stumbled forward, enduring the sensation of his bones nearly shattering, alongside an insatiable fire of desire. At last, he spotted his destination, a dilapidated mountain deity temple, situated about 2 to 3 zhang from the road. Zhou Yi rushed toward it, forcefully pushing open the door and quickly shutting it behind him. Leaning against the door, he collapsed onto the ground, curling up as his body convulsed in pain. Having utilized the strange technique thrice in succession had intensified his suffering manifold. Cold sweat poured from him. Had it not been for the token in his mouth, he would have long succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed slowly, and amidst the torment, Joey found himself nearly lost to oblivion. Suddenly, an overwhelming tide of pain receded, and Joey's eyes flew open, gasping for breath. His body was drenched in cold sweat, yet he felt a surge of power coursing through him. After catching his breath, he slowly stood, exploring the temple. He gathered a pile of dry grass and ignited it with a fire stick, illuminating the temple. Casting his gaze around, he soon spotted a heap of firewood in the corner. He hurried over and dragged it out to stoke the flames. As the fire flickered to life, Joey sat on the ground, surveying the temple. The idol had long since fallen into ruin, leaving nothing behind but the firewood left by past travelers. Shaking his head slightly, he pulled out the pouch he had acquired from the Taoist and emptied its contents, examining them closely. Among the items was an unnamed tome, a book titled Divine Fire Method, a Tao Palace Regulations, a slender blue needle, a 5 talisman method, a transparent black orb, and several sheets of drawings. As he surveyed these treasures, Joey's heart brimmed with joy. This truly felt like striking gold. His eyes gleamed as he removed the token he had been gnawing on, wiping it clean before closely inspecting the marvelous object in the firelight. After a moment of observation, he was astonished to find that the intricate patterns on the token were composed of ancient script. The script was minuscule, requiring careful deciphering to comprehend. He realized this was yet another extraordinary artifact. Without hesitation, Joey crouched down, picked up a nearby twig, and began translating the characters onto the ground. Soon, he had sketched out approximately 365 characters, transforming them into contemporary script. Refining the strange technique, Joey read the 3 large characters at the beginning of the text. At that moment, the mysterious beast skin in his mind underwent another transformation. Refining the strange technique appeared on the beast skin, shimmering with a black radiance. The characters began to swirl, coalescing into a vortex that rapidly contracted. Transforming into a wondrous scene, a Taoist stood in a dark forest, facing a remarkably ethereal figure that lunged toward him. The Taoist struck with a palm, and a peculiar force emanated from his hand. Instantly striking the figure, the shadow shattered on the spot, and a black orb fell into his grasp. A strange black light vortex enveloped his hand, as if something within the black orb was being drawn into his body. Subsequently, a faint glow radiated from him. The scene abruptly collapsed, followed by the emergence of an entirely new text. The words flashed and surged toward Joey's consciousness. Having experienced this before, Joey remained unperturbed, calmly accepting the information flooding his mind. 100 calamities, refining the strange technique cultivation method. Recite the incantation, allowing the energy to flow as desired, refining the essence of strange objects into fundamental spiritual power. Cultivation effect. Achieve the pinnacle of the 12th level of chi refinement. Cost. In this world, absorbing the essence of strange objects for cultivation inevitably leads to contamination by strange qualities. This technique can dispel strange qualities, but each breakthrough incurs a calamity that obstructs the path. If one can overcome it, they may break through the calamity and cleanse the previous strange quality. Joey's expression shifted unpredictably. This was indeed a method of cultivating immortality, yet it appeared far from simple. Strange qualities? This world seemingly relied on the absorption of such strange objects for cultivation, and accumulating these within one's body could lead to significant future complications. Unbidden, he recalled the 2 malevolent cultivators, who appeared frightfully formidable. Joey immediately sensed that the cultivation methods in this world harbored profound issues. It seemed that this beast's skin could optimize the techniques. A peculiar expression crossed his face as his gaze turned to the black orb. This must be the strange orb. It truly encompassed all the conditions for cultivation. A smile crept onto his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up the strange orb. Sitting cross-legged, with his palms facing the heavens, he silently recited the scripture within his heart. Heaven bears 5 declines, towards the void calamity, as the mysterious scripture flowed from his lips. He felt himself entering a realm of inexplicable enlightenment. The strange orb in his hand exuded wisps of black mist, merging with his palm and flowing into his body, following an unknown path. It soon converged into an ethereal glow within his dantian. It was a pure azure light, resembling liquid yet also akin to smoke, a marvelously wondrous substance. This was the fundamental spiritual power. The strange orb gradually dissipated, until it was reduced to dust. Exhaling a deep breath, Joey felt an unparalleled sense of relief coursing through him. A marvelous force circulated within his body, akin to receiving an invigorating massage. The energy that had previously surged within him flowed into his dantian, transforming into an even gentler, mysterious spiritual power. In that moment, he felt as though he had become a vacuum. Slowly opening his eyes, Joey sensed a profound change within himself. Everything around him appeared vibrant and alive. His gaze fell upon the items scattered on the ground, and he began to peruse several books. Divine Fire Method and 5 Talisman Scripture were both spells, which he did not linger over. Instead, he focused on the Tao Palace Regulations and another book. After reviewing the regulations, his expression grew increasingly grave. Tao Palace Regulations. First regulation: one must not gaze directly at the black sun for long. Second regulation: upon encountering malevolent cultivators, one must kill. Third regulation: without a concealment talisman at night, one must not linger. The regulations were numerous and detailed, covering various aspects. Among them, the first 10 regulations were particularly striking. Zhou discerned several perilous implications. One must not gaze directly at the black sun, clearly due to the potential for insanity. One must not linger in the darkness, for it harbors strange entities. Malevolent cultivators, like the 2 bizarre individuals he had encountered, were entirely unlike normal humans. The depths of this world are indeed unfathomable. Zhou appeared to be lost in thought. Suddenly, a fierce wind seemed to sweep through the outside, and the mountain god temple emitted a series of clicking sounds. A chilling sensation surged within Zhou's heart. Chapter 10. A crisis approaches. The great Jiang dynasty. At this moment, he lowered his gaze to the talisman paper on the ground and once again produced a concealment talisman, pressing it directly against his chest. A remarkable force swiftly enveloped his entire being, rendering his figure ethereal. He reached down to grasp the slender needle on the ground, the very artifact used by the mysterious Taoist. Holding the artifact tightly, he began to channel the spiritual energy within him. To his astonishment, he discovered that his spiritual energy was divided into 2 streams. One derived from the absorbed ghost pearl, and the other was the innate power that had originally surged within him. At this moment, the energy flowing through his body was easily summoned and silently infused into the artifact. The artifact rapidly absorbed the spiritual energy, a force slowly accumulating within it, and Zhou had an inexplicable feeling of destiny at play. This slender needle was under his control, ready to unleash extraordinary power. The rattling of the windows grew louder, and the sinister wind outside howled fiercely. The bonfire within the temple also dimmed. Suddenly, the flames transformed from orange to a deep green. An inexplicable chill enveloped the temple. A profoundly cold presence coursed through his body. Its sudden onset shocking, Zhou immediately recalled the 100 calamities refining ghost technique. With each breakthrough in realm, a calamity followed, necessitated by the resolution of ghostly qualities. This chilling essence was exceptionally unique. Brimming with malevolence, it erupted from his skin and instantly merged with the green flames. Within the fire, it seemed as if a fiery spirit materialized, its form contorted and exuding boundless wickedness, vaguely humanoid in appearance. The moment this bizarre entity appeared, Zhou wasted no time. He released the artifact in his hand. It seemed to act in accordance with his will, darting toward the eerie green flames. However, the flames dispersed instantaneously. Deftly evading the azure needle, it transformed midair into a streak of dark green fire. Lunging towards Zhou with a swift roll, he narrowly evaded the fiery onslaught. Hisses! The flames struck the ground, producing a strange corrosive sound. Accompanied by swirling black smoke, the ground became pockmarked, a grotesque sight to behold. At that moment, the needle's brilliance flickered, and under Zhou's command, it surged again toward the flames. Yet, the flames dodged once more. Charging directly at him, Zhou attempted another roll to escape, but the flames seemed to possess a life of their own, altering course midair to continue their pursuit. Simultaneously, the blue needle arrived unexpectedly, striking the fiery spirit from behind. Bang! A crisp sound resonated as the azure needle erupted in a dazzling light. This radiance, a circle of brilliance, shot forth in all directions, tearing apart the dark green entity from within. Sparks flew, and the temple was plunged into darkness. Zhou gasped heavily, and at that moment, the howling wind outside abruptly fell silent. A slender needle landed in his hand. This artifact seemed usable by anyone. What a treasure! Zhou exhaled a deep breath, approached the bonfire, and rekindled it before collapsing onto the ground. Panting lightly, he sat cross-legged, circulating the spiritual energy within him. That previous strike had consumed half of his second stream of spiritual energy. As he gently channeled his energy, it felt as though something within him was being drawn forth. His spiritual energy gradually began to recover. Why was the energy divided into two streams? It was rather perplexing. He sighed in relief, lowering his gaze to the other two books before him. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes landed on the unnamed tome. As he carefully leafed through it, astonishment gradually filled his eyes. This was a cultivation diary, chronicling the significant events in the life of an individual named Dao Yuan. It was not written with a brush. The text was exceedingly small, akin to modern printed words. A single book could hold a wealth of information. This tome primarily detailed Dao Yuan's life experiences and cultivation insights. As he continued to read, Zhou finally began to grasp the world around him. The place he resided was called the Great Jiang Dynasty. It was primarily composed of two major factions: the various immortal sects represented by the Dao Palace and the aristocratic families of the imperial court. The world was governed by these two sects of cultivators, yet they intertwined and coexisted. The individual known as Dao Yuan hailed from the Dao Palace in Tianqing City, a second-layer Qi refinement cultivator tasked with guarding Guebei County, perpetually cleansing potential ghostly entities. The reason for the meticulous recording of his life experiences lay in the nature of ghostly qualities. To cultivate, one must eliminate ghostly entities and extract ghost pearls from them as resources for cultivation. Within the ghost pearls resides a substance known as ghostly quality, which accumulates within the cultivator as their cultivation level deepens. This substance gradually begins to affect the cultivator's sanity, memory, and even their physical form. At a certain threshold, if not restrained, one would transform into a ghostly entity, completely losing control. The purpose of documenting one's life experiences is to constantly monitor for any deviations in memory, allowing for early detection of abnormal behavior and the pursuit of remedies. Within the Dao Palace, a specific pill is distributed monthly, which can suppress the eruption of ghostly qualities to a certain extent. According to Dao Yuan's investigations, it was rumored that the high-ranking officials of the Dao Palace and the Great Jiang Dynasty had already mastered methods to eliminate the majority of ghostly qualities. In every city and county across the land, cultivators are stationed. They must protect a region's safety to ensure the survival of humanity. Ghostly entities are most prone to appearing in areas inhabited by humans, constantly disturbing their peace. Without the protection of cultivators, humanity would have perished long ago. The interdependence of humans and cultivators in this world is profound. Humans rely on cultivators for protection, while cultivators acquire ghostly entities from human settlements. Effectively seizing resources, the air is imbued with spiritual energy, yet this energy cannot be directly absorbed, lest one undergoes immediate aberration. A cultivator's spiritual energy can only be obtained through ghost pearls. Spiritual energy is divided into two types: the original spiritual energy, which serves as the foundation of cultivation, and the external spiritual energy, which is refined from the original energy through the absorption of human vitality and spirit, gradually stored for the consumption of spells. Thus, the consumed external spiritual energy can be replenished through meditation, extracting essence from within one's body. Cultivators have substantial appetites and typically require special pills and medicinal meals for sustenance. These pills are crafted from medicinal herbs, containing vast amounts of energy. Gradually, a unique vision of the cultivation world began to materialize before his eyes, sketching a grand, mysterious, and terrifying realm. Throughout the entire night, Zhou was engrossed in this cultivation diary. With a snap, he closed the book in his hands, his mind flooded with information. The danger was not yet over. Dao Yuan was dead, and the Dao Palace would undoubtedly send someone to investigate. What should I do? Chapter 11. The Future of Cultivation. 5 Divine Talismans. Zhou Yi's expression fluctuated. Having read Dao Yuan's cultivation diary, He was now aware of much information about this world. Every cultivator in the Tao Palace would leave a mark, known as a soul token. Upon death, it would be immediately sensed, prompting an investigation by the Tao Palace. Given the current situation, it was best to visit Tianqing City. There was still much to learn. Quickly gathering his belongings, Zhou stealthily pushed the door open and set off in the direction of Tianqing City, the dawn breaking outside in the blink of an eye. A day had passed as Zhou advanced. Hidden within the thickets along the official road, he was keen to avoid drawing attention to his Taoist robe, which was exclusive to the Tao Palace. He had arrived at the outskirts of Tianqing City. At the city gates, a throng of people streamed in and out, the vigilant soldiers scrutinizing each individual. Outside the city, many beggars lingered. These individuals lacked land and sufficient funds, rendering them unable to stay in the cities or villages. At night, they could only remain outside, often huddling in dilapidated temples, a cluster of souls igniting bonfires to endure the night. Yet, it was common for people to perish silently, their lives hanging by a thread. Zhou rummaged through Dao Yuan's pocket, finding a few scattered silver coins, enough for him to enter. His gaze settled on a vagabond clad in relatively cleaner attire. A smile crept onto Zhou Yi's lips as he quietly followed. Bang! Zhang San felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and promptly lost consciousness. Zhou Yi stood behind him, swiftly stripping off his clothing and donning it over his own robe. After a moment's thought, he tossed a small silver coin at the feet of a beggar before turning to leave. Zhou Yi made his way to the riverbank, quickly washing himself and his new garments. The spiritual energy coursing within him radiated an incredible warmth, evaporating the moisture from the damp clothes in no time. Turning away, he approached the outskirts of Tianqing City. Following a group, he soon arrived at the city gates. The soldiers were on high alert, and a Taoist sat at the entrance, holding a mirror to reflect every person entering. Zhou Yi took notice and suppressed all of his aura as he quietly entered the city. When the mirror fell upon him, it seemed not to reveal anything, and he felt a slight relief in his heart. He had made it through. Without drawing attention, he glanced at the Taoist, who remained entirely oblivious to him. Upon entering the city, Zhou Yi received a token from a soldier, marked with the date in a special ink. Those who possess a token are permitted to remain in the city for 3 days. After this period, they must vacate the premises, and any extension incurs a fee. The city does not harbor idlers. This is a fundamental rule of this realm. Next, I must temporarily settle in Tianqing City, and endeavor to master the spellbook and talisman manual in Dao Yuan's possession, particularly the concealment talisman, ASI Ponder. I meander through the bustling streets of Tianqing City, which is said to have a population exceeding 500,000. Marking it as a mid-sized city, before long, I arrive at the northern district, the most dilapidated area, inhabited by the lower echelons of society. An old and catches my eye, lacking even a name, yet it is affordable. Charging merely 3 won a day, I pay a deposit of 1 qian in silver and take a decent single room. The room is sparsely furnished with only a bed, a table, a few stools, and basic living utensils. With a slight sigh, I resign myself to this arrangement. Life as a loose cultivator in this world is far from easy. Loose cultivators often embark on the path of immortality due to unforeseen circumstances. Lacking affiliation with a Tao Palace or a sect, they are generally looked down upon and dare not engage in wrongdoing. Should they commit any malevolent acts, they would be branded as evil cultivators, subject to universal condemnation. Hence, loose cultivators typically navigate life with utmost caution. However, there exists a pathway for their elevation. Through the assessments of the Tao Palace, they may be invited as guest disciples. Once appointed as guest disciples, they can undertake tasks from the Tao Palace and, in turn, receive resources such as advanced techniques, spells, and elixirs. This is the sole legitimate avenue for loose cultivators to ascend. Seated on the bed, I retrieve 2 scriptures from my pocket, Divine Fire Technique and 5 Talisman Manual. After a moment of contemplation, I first open the 5 Talisman Manual and begin to read attentively. Soon, I grasp the essence of the manual, which describes 5 distinct talismanic arts: tracking, concealment, feather flight, exorcism, and purification, each with its unique effects. The mystical beast skin diagram in my mind once again undergoes a transformation. The entirety of 5 Talisman Manual materializes within, the text spinning rapidly before contracting violently into a vivid image. A Taoist stands amidst a vast wilderness, adorned with a talisman that renders him as light as a swallow. Before him flickers a glimmer of spiritual light, That is the tracking talisman. He also bears a concealment talisman, emanating an extraordinary radiance, rendering him almost ethereal. He approaches a dilapidated temple, marked by the signs of decay, from which a phantom suddenly lunges forth. The Taoist swiftly brandishes an exorcism talisman, unleashing a brilliant golden light that engulfs the specter, causing it to emit hissing black smoke. The shadow explodes, disintegrating into nothingness. The Taoist then casts a purification talisman, summoning a radiant white light that envelopes the entire temple, eradicating all traces of decay. The scene abruptly contracts, transforming into a new scripture. The scripture radiates a kaleidoscope of colors, rushing towards my consciousness. Information flashes in my mind, and after a moment, astonishment spreads across my face. Talisman manual category: premium talismans, concealment talisman, exorcism talisman, purification talisman, ground shrinking talisman, spirit locking talisman, crafting method, high quality vermilion. Superior talisman paper, utilizing spiritual energy as the framework to construct the talisman's effect. Power is double that of 5 talisman manual. Viewing the information transmitted by the beast skin diagram, I exhale a breath of stale air. Confirming my suspicions, the diagram optimizes the information I currently possess. With this tool at my disposal, even if the techniques I acquire are not the pinnacle, the potential for reaching the summit remains. The first step is to master this talisman manual and acquire survival skills for the wilderness. Resolute in my decision, I depart the inn and venture to a shop specializing in the sale of vermilion and talisman paper. Purchasing a substantial quantity before quietly returning. After grinding the vermilion, I set a sheet of talisman paper before me. Grasping a wolf hair brush, I take a deep breath. Let the journey of my cultivation commence. Chapter 12. The Trials of Talismans and the True Fire of 3 Elements. A thread of spiritual energy flows into the brush, merging with the vermilion. The vivid red pigment traces a symbol upon the talisman paper. I am practicing the concealment talisman. The symbol is vividly etched in my mind, as all that the beast skin diagram has optimized appears as if imprinted in my consciousness. The symbol gradually takes shape under my hand, and faint glimmers of light seem to flicker in the air. These points of light converge upon the talisman paper, but in the next moment, the paper ignites spontaneously, clearly indicating failure. Indeed, it is not so simple. In the ensuing hours, I engage in relentless repetition. Time passes slowly, and before long, 2 days have slipped by. I have scarcely ventured outside. My eyes now bear the shadows of fatigue, completely engrossed in the talisman paper before me. With the final stroke completed, a flawless design emerges, a composition of various symbols. The air is filled with mesmerizing light, which is swiftly absorbed into the design. A faint azure glow flickers across the talisman paper, then vanishes without a trace. A hint of joy spreads across my face. After 2 painstaking days, I have finally succeeded in crafting 1 talisman, having utilized over 100 sheets in the process. I savor the sensation I experienced earlier, and with my hands now practiced, I continue to draw talismans. In Gwebe County, a Taoist clad in blue has taken residence within the Taoist temple. To the left of the temple lies a side hall, where a withered corpse lies. Daoyuan's remains, acquired after an exhaustive search. This individual, named Daoqi, is a fellow cultivator of the same generation as Daoyuan. He is currently penning a letter detailing the entire sequence of events, prominently featuring Zhou Yi's name. Daoyuan fell victim to an evil cultivator, likely connected to the enigmatic Zhou Yi. A bounty warrant must be issued. After sealing the letter, Daoqi's voice rings out, "Enter." A constable respectfully steps inside. Deliver this letter to the Dao Palace of Tianqing City, addressed to Master Qingxian. The constable accepts the letter with deference. Yes. Watching the constable depart, Daoqi shakes his head in resignation. Truly, this is a troublesome matter for me now. I hope the Dao Palace dispatches someone promptly. I do not wish to linger in this remote and dangerous place, especially with winter approaching. A glimmer of cold light flickers in his eyes as Daoqi exits the temple. Commencing his routine patrol. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Zhou Yi has mastered all 5 talismans, with commendable results, achieving a success rate of 1 in 10. He has crafted 10 of each type, all safely stored on his person. Stretching lazily, he catches a whiff of a faint odor. It has been half a month since he last washed. Requesting a basin of hot water from the innkeeper, he refreshes himself. Having been away for nearly half a month, He wonders what the current situation is. Gazing into the basin of water, he notes the growth of a scruffy beard upon his face. His stature has increased significantly, and his physique has become somewhat more robust. He appears utterly transformed from the individual he was half a month prior. The divine bloodlight technique has allowed him to siphon the life force of his opponents, thereby enhancing his own vitality. Over the course of these past weeks, his body has become at least 3 times stronger than before, even accounting for the energy expended in crafting talismans. Now, I must devise a strategy to infiltrate the Tao Palace and become a guest disciple therein. With only the first level of chi refinement, I must possess a respectable spell to have any chance of passing the assessment. Lowering my gaze to divine fire technique, I have refrained from examining it over the past month. Taking a deep breath, I open the spellbook and begin to read intently. Before long, I finish perusing the spell and swiftly comprehend its purpose. This technique revolves around the manipulation of spiritual energy, combined with hand seals, to draw forth external spiritual energy and create an extraordinary fire capable of melting gold and iron. As I grasp the essence of this spell, the beast skin diagram in my mind also undergoes a transformation. The text of divine fire technique rapidly appears upon the diagram, then spirals and contracts into a captivating image. A Taoist stands atop a mountain, as a gigantic eagle swoops down towards him. He raises a finger, forming intricate hand seals, and a torrent of flames erupts from his hand. The descending eagle is engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes mid-flight. The scene abruptly contracts, revealing new text. The words shimmer in crimson hues. Rushing towards me, fresh information flashes in my mind, indicating a transformation in the spell. True fire of 3 elements. Category: Premium spell cultivation method. 9 trigrams hand seals aligns with true fire of 3 elements incantation. Consuming spiritual energy to extract the true fire of 3 elements from the void, which can be stored within the stomach. Effect: capable of incinerating both tangible and intangible objects. As I absorb the information regarding the spell, a smile emerges on my face. In the days to come, I embark on a new phase of cultivation, dedicating substantial time each day to mastering this spell, striving to achieve a level of control that allows for effortless manipulation. Another half-month flies by. A trio of flames, red, blue, and green, gathers before me, forming a fireball devoid of any heat. Under my command, it behaves like a flickering line of fire, enveloping a ceramic cup on the table. The cup rapidly turns crimson, as if it has reached a temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees in mere moments. The dishes beneath the porcelain cups emitted a faint, buzzing sound, as Joey retracted his spell. 3 colored flames were swiftly drawn into his abdomen. After half a month of cultivation, he had finally mastered this technique, achieving a level of proficiency that allowed him to execute it in an instant. The time had come. My funds were nearly depleted. It was time to venture to the Tao Palace and test my abilities. Before him stood a Taoist temple of deep, somber hues. On the right wall of the temple, numerous images were affixed, each inscribed with various pieces of information. Joey observed silently, and suddenly, the visage of a youthful boy caught his eye. Remarkably, it was a likeness of himself from a month prior. Fortunately, I have undergone a transformation. Otherwise, I would have been walking into a trap. However, I must remain cautious and avoid revealing any telltale signs. My identity must remain concealed. His gaze flickered slightly as Joey meticulously checked himself for any Taoist artifacts. He stepped towards the Tao Palace, quietly vanishing into its somewhat ominous entrance. The journey of cultivation was about to commence. Chapter 13. Tao Palace Assessment. Intrigue within. Upon entering the Tao Palace, Joey was immediately struck by a bone-chilling coldness. It felt as if a pair of eyes were scrutinizing him from the shadows. A figure appeared before him, blocking his path. "What brings you here, esteemed guest?" The young Taoist, appearing to be in his 20s, bore an unremarkable countenance, yet his eyes glimmered with a cunning sharpness. Joey's expression turned serious as he slightly cupped his hands. "I am here to partake in the assessment for the position of guest disciple." The sharp-eyed man appraised him from head to toe. "Follow me." Joey dared not act rashly and quietly trailed behind. They traversed several narrow alleys before arriving at a spacious courtyard. This courtyard was peculiar, adorned with 5 towering banners, each flickering with mysterious ghostly shadows. The sharp-eyed Taoist gestured. "Wait here." Joey nodded slightly, adopting a meditative posture. already grasping a concealment talisman, ready to apply it at a moment's notice. The Tao Palace was no sanctuary, yet to ascend, he had to enter its depths. Another notable aspect of the Tao Palace was the opportunity to apply for assessments from the celestial gates once sufficient merit was accrued. A monumental chance indeed. The courtyard connected to a grand palace. Moments later, a Taoist clad in blue emerged from within, accompanied by the sharp-eyed figure. The blue-robed Taoist appeared to be in his 50s, his gaze heavy with solemnity as he approached Zhou Yi. "You wish to be assessed as a guest disciple?" "Indeed," Zhou Yi responded succinctly. "Very well, to assess as a guest disciple. You must sign this death contract. The Tao Palace does not accept the incompetent." With that, a Taoist contract materialized in the elder's hand. Zhou Yi accepted it and glanced briefly at its contents, which were straightforward. Any life or death matters arising from the assessment would be his own responsibility. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his handprint onto the contract, which contained a drop of ink. After respectfully exchanging the contract, the elder led Zhou Yi to the palace entrance. With hands forming seals, a peculiar wave surged toward the 5 banners in the courtyard. In an instant, a faint mist enveloped the area before the hall, shrouding Zhou Yi as well. The elder's voice echoed in his ear. "Defeat the 5 ghosts, and you shall pass the assessment." Zhou Yi nodded slightly. Within the swirling mist, 5 figures flickered and charged toward him. A concealment talisman was silently affixed to his person, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. Outside this enigmatic formation, the elder's eyes widened in mild surprise. Quite the skill. To disappear within this 5 ghosts mist formation is impressive. 5 specters of varying hues emerged around him. Their forms terrifying, clad in rigid, horn-like skin yet possessing an ethereal quality. They were short and stout, their limbs robust and sharp, emanating an eerie aura as their eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for Zhou Yi's whereabouts. The red-haired specter unleashed a devastating wail as a dispelling talisman erupted behind it, engulfing it in a fierce azure light. The chilling cries of the other 4 specters echoed in the air, their bewilderment palpable, resonating with a strange power that sent a piercing pain through Zhou Yi's mind. Instantly, he applied a purification talisman, a remarkable force coursing through his body, alleviating the torment in his brain. His eyes glinted with cold determination as he stealthily approached the second specter. Another dispelling talisman unleashed a radiant brilliance, obliterating the creature in an instant. The 3 remaining specters charged toward the source of the explosion. Howling in a frenzy, their claws slashing through the air in vain as they failed to locate Zhou Yi. That moment, the 3 specters began to fade, swiftly disappearing as the surrounding mist dissipated. Zhou Yi, somewhat astonished, heard the elder's voice resound in his ear. "You have successfully passed the assessment." Silent, Zhou Yi removed the concealment talisman, revealing his form. A flicker of surprise crossed the elder's eyes. "Your ability to conceal yourself is indeed formidable. You managed to hide within my formation." Zhou Yi's talismans were discreetly stored within his sleeve, unexhibited to avoid revealing his secrets. He smiled slightly. "I possess a few skills. I hope you do not find them amusing." The elder regarded him thoughtfully. "Come with me." Upon entering the palace, the elder tossed him a cloth pouch. Zhou Yi swiftly caught it, listening as the elder spoke. Inside, you will find your token, the Tao Palace regulations, and a set of robes for guest disciples. From this day forth, you are a guest disciple of the Tao Palace. Whenever you visit any city, you must report to the Tao Palace. Additionally, each year, you are required to complete a special task assigned by the Tao Palace. Upon completion, you may earn merit, which is essential for exchanging special items. Other times, you may accept various tasks within the Tao Palace, earning merit points that can be redeemed for everyday supplies and basic cultivation techniques. "I trust you are familiar with this?" Zhou Yi nodded slightly. "I have heard of it. I shall not waste words. Your arrival is fortuitous, as there is a special task I need you to undertake." Zhou Yi's heart raced at these words. It seemed there was a reason for his easy passage. "Please, Taoist, elaborate." The elder suddenly chuckled. "I am Qingxian Taoist, the master of the Tao Palace in Tianqing City. You may simply refer to me as Master." "Yes, Master. The task I am assigning you is to travel to Guobei County, where you shall remain for a year, awaiting the arrival of a replacement from the Tao Palace." Zhou Yi was taken aback. He had just departed Guobei County and now was to return. However, he did not protest. Instead, he nodded in acceptance. "Understood. Upon completion, You will earn merit. Your mission is to eradicate all malevolent cultivators and spectral entities present in Guebei County. Understood, Zhou Yi affirmed with a slight nod. Qingxian Daoist handed him a letter, instructing, with this letter, proceed to Huangyun Temple in Guebei County to take up your post. What is your name? I am Wang Fuguwei. As Zhou Yi departed, the sharp-eyed Daoist furrowed his brow and remarked, Master, what purpose does it serve to send such a first-layer Qi practitioner there? Qingxian Daoist's expression turned cold. Guebei County harbors some sinister elements. 2 malevolent cultivators have perished, including a second-layer Qi disciple from the Dao Palace. I fear further disturbances may arise. Let your senior brother remain there. I am not at ease. This fellow has appeared at the right time. Let him serve as a scapegoat. If something occurs, it will be on his shoulders. If nothing happens, we will wait until the annual assessment when someone will come to replace him. Regardless, he is merely a loose practitioner. If he dies, it is of little consequence. Chapter 14. The Dao heart corrupted. Returning to Guebei, the sharp-eyed disciple finally understood and respectfully replied, Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. But what if he discovers the truth? Might he harbor resentment? Qingxian Daoist sneered. Does he think the Dao Palace is a mere playground? To have him stationed in a place, even if danger lurks, is an opportunity, if one does not risk everything for the Dao Palace. Where else can they seek their path? Does he dare to feel resentment? That would indicate a corrupted Dao heart, and we will address it when the time comes. Remember, we are the orthodox sect of the Dao Palace. While they are scattered practitioners, the blessings of thunder and rain are bestowed by heaven. His Dao heart and practice must be devoted to serving the Dao Palace faithfully. If the Dao heart is corrupted, there is no saving it. If one is to act as a dog, they must embody the essence of a dog. Resentment? Can that fill the belly? Upon hearing Qingxian Daoist's words, the young Daoist's eyes sharpened, and he respectfully replied, I understand. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Qingxian Daoist smiled slightly. Understanding is sufficient. People differ in nature. Zhou Yi remained unaware of Qingxian Daoist's schemes, yet he sensed the elder's ill intentions. Exiting the Dao Palace, he glanced back at the slightly foreboding array of palaces. Zhou Yi exhaled a breath of turbid air. First, I must settle in. Guebei County may yet hold unexpected rewards. Zhou Yi's gaze appeared contemplative as he silently made his way towards the outskirts of the city. Before dusk, a figure clad in a gray Daoist robe emerged outside Guebei County. His waist hung a token, signifying his return. The soldiers stationed at the city gate, upon noticing his insignia, each wore a respectful expression, exclaiming, Immortal Master! Zhou Yi inclined his head slightly and proceeded into the heart of Guebei County. At that moment, he had grown a beard, and his physique had transformed from what it once was, rendering him unrecognizable to anyone. Upon entering Guebei County, he headed directly to Huangyun Temple, the largest Daoist temple in the region, where countless faithful from the county came daily to offer incense and pray. Zhou Yi arrived silently. Just then, a young acolyte was about to close the doors. Zhou Yi appeared before him and said, Young acolyte, hold on a moment. May I inquire who is currently in charge of Huangyun Temple? The young acolyte, around 10 years old, looked at Zhou Yi and, upon noticing his waist token, was instantly filled with alarm. He hastily knelt, bowing his head repeatedly, and said, Xian Yu pays respects to the Immortal Master. Please forgive me. The small acolyte trembled visibly, seemingly overwhelmed by fear. Observing the acolyte's demeanor, Zhou Yi pondered, realizing that in his eyes, Immortal Masters were not regarded as benevolent figures. Rise, he commanded. Lead me to the person in charge. The acolyte stood up, trembling, and quickly guided him within the temple. They soon arrived at a grand hall, where an idol of the Taoist Lord was enshrined, and beneath the idol sat a figure in meditation. The young acolyte spoke, Immortal Master, there is an Immortal Master outside seeking to meet you. The meditating figure slowly opened his eyes, his cold gaze instantly locking onto Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi felt a chill run through him, an inexplicable sense of dread rising from within. With a slight bow, he introduced himself, I am Wang, a guest elder from the Taingsing City Dao Palace, sent by the esteemed master of Qingxian to take over the position of the head of Huangyun Temple. The seated Immortal Master sprang to his feet, exuding an imposing presence, eye in the dim light. His stern features were accentuated by a pair of eyes that resembled those of a venomous snake. A guest elder? I see. The man mused, a slight chuckle escaping his lips. Oh, you have a letter of introduction. his gaze fixed firmly on Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi produced the letter, which, under an unseen force, swiftly flew into the man's grasp. Zhou Yi felt a shiver. The technique was formidable. The man tore open the envelope, perused its contents briefly, and chuckled softly. From this moment forth, you are the head of Huangyuan Temple. I hope you can maintain your position. He continued, 2 malevolent cultivators have perished here, along with 1 Dao Palace cultivator. I advise you to prepare an ample supply of talisman paper, for winter is approaching, and the time for malevolent entities to become rampant is nigh. Be prudent. With that, the man vanished in a gust of wind, leaving Zhou Yi momentarily bewildered. From his words, Zhou Yi discerned the impending trouble that awaited him. I suspected it was too fortuitous. They have placed me here as a scapegoat. A hint of gravity clouded his eyes, yet he had no choice but to comply, as he sought entry into the Dao Palace. He turned his gaze towards the trembling and bewildered Xianyu, speaking calmly, go close the door, then come back. I have questions for you. Xianyu nodded eagerly and exited the temple. An hour passed. And beneath the idol of the Taoist lord, Zhou Yi's expression grew solemn. From Xianyu, he had gathered considerable information. Huangyuan Temple was a place overseen by immortal masters, and the previous Taoist was a servant of Dayuan, who had perished at Zhou Yi's hands. The acolyte had primarily been responsible for menial tasks, as he was the sole attendant. Huangyuan Temple's main duty was to exorcise the malevolent entities that appeared in Guebei County. For each entity dispatched, one would earn a merit point, and the spoils from the entities would belong to the executor. Winter was the season when these entities proliferated. When Xianyu mentioned this, his face was filled with terror. According to his recollections, last winter, Guebei County experienced several major incidents, all orchestrated by malevolent entities. Even Diguan had returned injured on 2 occasions. Conservatively estimating, at least 5 malevolent entities were expected to manifest. Zhou Yi contemplated this. 5 entities also represented resources that could enhance his innate spiritual power and elevate his cultivation level. Fortune lies within calamity. This could indeed be a favorable opportunity for growth. Huangyuan Temple garnered over 10 taels in offerings each month, allowing for the procurement of substantial provisions and nourishing herbs, facilitating the recovery of external spiritual power. It seems I must prepare early. A fierce battle awaits this winter. Fierce glint flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. Starting the following day, Zhou Yi began utilizing the resources stored within Huangyuan Temple to concoct an array of medicinal dishes. He devoted each day to crafting talismans, repeatedly producing his 5 primary talismans. Before long, a month had elapsed. Zhou Yi had prepared over 100 copies of each talisman, confident in his ability to confront any adversary. Creak! In the early morning, Zhou Yi pushed open the door to his chamber. Outside, the landscape was draped in a silvery shroud, as heavy snow had fallen the previous night, blanketing all of Guebei County. The biting cold wind swept towards him, yet Zhou Yi felt no chill. Winter had arrived. The calamities were about to commence. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, urgent knocking echoed from outside Huangyuan Temple. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Is trouble at my doorstep? In the main hall of Huangyuan Temple, Zhou Yi sat calmly on a mat, facing a government official clad in formal attire. This individual was none other than Huang Yukuan, the county magistrate of Guebei. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s, slightly portly, with a pair of well-groomed mustaches and sharp, discerning eyes. However, his expression was laden with worry as he gazed at Zhou Yi, stating, Immortal Master, last night, the Wang family of 13 was annihilated. I have already summoned the coroner to examine the bodies. It can be confirmed that it was the work of malevolent entities. They have infiltrated the county, and if not eradicated, there may be considerable casualties. Rest assured, County Magistrate, I am already aware of this matter. Once I make the necessary preparations, I shall set out to investigate, Zhou Yi replied. Hearing this, Huang Yukuan sighed in relief, exclaiming, I leave everything to you, Immortal Master. Zhou Yi nodded slightly and entered the inner courtyard. Soon, he categorized and packed the various talismans he had recently crafted into 5 bags, securing them within the folds of his Taoist robe. The bags were left open, allowing for quick access to the talismans at any moment. He took out a fine needle, a tool he had appropriated from Daoyuan, which he had now mastered. After checking his equipment, Zhou Yi exhaled a deep breath and turned to leave. Outside Huangyuan Temple, the county magistrate and Zhou Yi each boarded a sedan chair, heading towards the yamen. The magistrate did not recognize Zhou Yi. Even if they had crossed paths once within the yamen, Zhou Yi's transformation was so profound, especially with his deliberately grown beard, that he remained unrecognizable. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at the yamen. In the mortuary, 13 corpses lay before them. Huang Yuming stood beside them, his expression grim, his eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and fear. Zhou Yi entered the mortuary to examine the bodies closely. They appeared pale and emaciated, a clear indication that their vital essence had been drained. He uncovered one corpse, which lay devoid of clothing. A large gaping hole marred its chest, and the heart was conspicuously absent. The heart had been extracted. Evidently, this malevolent entity had a penchant for hearts. Zhou Yi pondered silently, recalling the numerous texts he had perused during his time at Huangyun Temple, many of which detailed various malevolent entities. Based on the wounds observed on the bodies, he could almost ascertain that they were the work of a particularly vicious beast-type malevolent entity. Malevolent entities manifested in a myriad of forms. Yet they could be broadly categorized into 4 types: the tangible, the phenomenon, the mysterious, and the spiritual. The tangible category consisted of entities that possessed physical forms and could be detected and touched on a physical level. The phenomenon category encompassed large-scale occurrences that could not be resolved through ordinary means, often requiring complex formations for eradication, with some even considered unsolvable. The third category, spiritual entities, could directly influence the mental state of living beings, making them nearly impossible to combat without spiritual attack spells. The fourth category, mysterious entities, included all other types that did not fall into the previous 3, possessing formidable and unsolvable characteristics. Through a month of study, Zhou Yi had gained a foundational understanding of the entire framework of malevolent entities. Having identified the type of malevolent entity at play, Zhou Yi felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed manageable. He turned to Huang Yuquan and requested, "Please find someone to escort me to the scene of the incident." Huang Yuquan nodded promptly, instructing Wang, "Take the Immortal Master to the scene." A resolute-looking middle-aged constable quickly approached. Responding, "Yes, sir," he regarded Zhou Yi with respect, saying, "Immortal Master, please follow me this way." Zhou Yi's gaze was indifferent as he regarded the constable, recognizing him as the individual who had previously escorted him to the court. However, the constable did not recognize him now, which brought Zhou Yi a sense of relief. "It's fortunate that they don't recognize me. That's a good sign." A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at a courtyard. The premises had been cordoned off by the constables. Under the guidance of Constable Wang, Zhou Yi entered the courtyard. The Wang family, known for their prominence in Guobei County, owned vast fertile lands and substantial wealth, sufficient to support their large household of over a dozen individuals. Zhou Yi quietly surveyed his surroundings, swiftly arriving at a dwelling. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the individuals within had succumbed to death in their slumber, exhibiting no signs of resistance whatsoever. Entering the master bedroom, the very sight of Lord Wang's demise, Zhou Yi produced a spirit-locking talisman. A wave of mysterious energy gradually spread, enveloping the entire chamber. Subtle auras began to materialize, with a particularly striking black essence manifesting. Zhou Yi's heart stirred as the talisman emanated a faint, yet perceptible pulling force, drawing in the wisp of black essence. The talisman quivered slightly, and Zhou Yi sensed a vague direction. Grasping the talisman, he followed its lead out of the Wang family's gates. On the mottled gravel path, Zhou Yi advanced slowly, adjusting his course, while Captain Wang stood respectfully by, ready to reprimand anyone who dared to observe from nearby. The common folk dared not approach, and soon Zhou Yi arrived at a seemingly impoverished household. However, upon reaching this location, the talisman's response became erratic. He could only perceive that there was something amiss within a radius of several yards, with the target likely concealed here. Captain Wang's expression turned anxious. "Why, Lord? Could it be inside?" Zhou Yi shook his head slightly. "No, let us depart." Understanding the implication, Captain Wang quietly followed Zhou Yi away. The county office of Guobei. Zhou Yi's gaze fell upon County Magistrate Huang and Captain Wang. "I have located the source of the malevolent entity, yet I cannot pinpoint its exact location. Therefore, I shall lie in wait this evening," he commanded. "Gather all the constables, prepare fishing nets and weapons, and encircle that area tonight. Upon my command, you shall seal it off completely. I shall handle the rest, and should assistance be required, I will summon you." Magistrate Huang's expression turned serious. "Rest assured, Immortal Master, I will ensure they are fully prepared." Zhou Yi nodded and turned to exit. That night, Zhou stood silently atop the roof of a house, a concealment talisman affixed to him, intently observing the dwelling he had marked, within a radius of 10 yards centered on this house. Constables armed with fishing nets lurked in the shadows, poised to spring into action. He held a purging evil talisman, aware that against a corporeal malevolent entity, he must proceed with caution. Such entities typically wield substantial power, and a careless move could lead to dismemberment. The moon shone resplendently, casting a silver glow over the earth. A shadow gradually scaled the wall from the yard of that house. Chapter 16. Sudden Peril. Second layer of chi refinement. Beholding the figure that emerged, Zhou Yi's gaze turned cold. He raised a hand and launched a purging evil talisman. The talisman transformed mid-air into a brilliant orb of light. Swiftly enveloping the shadowy figure, the purging evil talisman descended from above. The shadow revealed its form within the radiance. It was a grotesque figure with a greenish visage, covered in verdant fur. Its face twisted in a grotesque grimace, eyes glinting with a sinister green light, resembling a visage afflicted with festering sores. It emitted a chilling scream, unleashing an invisible sound wave that surged toward the descending light. A thunderous crash resounded through the tranquil night, jarring in its intensity. Zhou Yi, with a ground-shrinking talisman affixed to him, instantly traversed several yards, landing a mere 10 feet from the monster. As he touched down, 5 purging evil talismans were simultaneously unleashed. The malevolent entity erupted in a torrent of dark energy, charging toward him with ferocity, akin to a cannonball, colliding directly with the brilliance. The sound of shattering echoed violently. The luminous barrier forged by the 5 talismans crumbled under the assault. A creature towering at least 10 feet emerged from the wreckage, its form marred by charred marks, clearly indicating that the previous attack had not been without consequence. As the malevolent entity burst forth from the light, Zhou Yi vanished into thin air. He silently materialized behind the creature, forming hand seals as he exhaled sharply. A tricolored flame, composed of various hues, enveloped him. This was his most formidable spell outside of his arcane techniques. 3 Yuan True Fire. In an instant, the flames engulfed the malevolent entity, which howled in madness. He flailed desperately at the inferno consuming it, exuding black energy. However, this dark essence only fueled the flames further, intensifying the blaze. Zhou Yi gradually distanced himself, observing the creature's frantic struggle within the fire. The malevolent entity endured for less than 2 breaths before succumbing to exhaustion, collapsing toward the ground. Soon after, its corpse emitted a disturbing crackling sound, a foul odor wafting through the air as it swiftly turned to ash. Zhou Yi approached, waving his hand to disperse the 3 Yuan True Fire. Among the ashes lay a thumb-sized evil orb, quietly resting. That a flicker of joy crossed his face as he lifted the orb. Magistrate Huang emerged from a narrow alley and approached Zhou Yi. Immortal Master, have you resolved the issue? Zhou Yi nodded slightly. It has been dealt with. Send someone to investigate that household and ascertain the situation. Huang nodded in agreement, gesturing to his subordinates. Search that house thoroughly and uncover the truth. Yes, my lord. Zhou Yi maintained a calm demeanor, silently gauging his internal energy depletion. A third of his external spiritual energy had been expended, and he would need a feast of fish, meat, and medicinal dishes to replenish it. He sighed inwardly, contemplating the arduous nature of cultivation in this world. The evil orb increased the upper limit of his primal spiritual energy, while external spiritual energy was derived from the essence within the human body, transformed into a secondary power. This power was utilized for daily consumption, aimed at ensuring the primal spiritual energy remained intact. The depletion of primal spiritual energy indicated a decline in cultivation level. Despite its formidable power, it was rarely employed unless in life-threatening situations. To replenish external spiritual energy required an abundance of fish, meat, and excellent medicinal herbs, simmered into various restorative dishes. The stronger the body, the more essence it produced, allowing for greater conversion of external spiritual energy and increasing the capacity for storage. This formed a positive cycle, albeit one that demanded considerable wealth. As Zhou Yi pondered these matters, Captain Wang, with a look of alarm, emerged from the impoverished household. He hurried toward the two, his face etched with terror. Magistrate Huang, already displeased, remarked, "What is the matter? Why the agitation?" Yet, in that instant, Zhou Yi suddenly raised his hand, unleashing 5 purging evil talismans. a brilliant azure light erupted, enveloping Captain Wang. Simultaneously, Zhou Yi seized Magistrate Huang's shoulder, the ground-shrinking talisman glowing as the two of them retreated several yards in an instant. Terrifying figure burst forth from the light. Zhou Yi's expression turned grave. He hadn't anticipated a second one. This monstrous figure lunged forward, intent on pursuing them. Zhou Yi formed hand seals, summoning the three Yuan true fire just as the entity closed within 3 feet of them. Tricolored flames surged forth, this time with even greater potency than before. In an instant, the creature was engulfed by the flames, a tremendous force propelling it backward. The air was filled with ferocious roars that reverberated across Guobei County's sky. Yet no one dared to emerge. All were paralyzed by fear within their homes. The creature met a fiery end, transforming into ash, and Zhou Yi claimed a second evil orb. Magistrate Huang stood beside him, eyes wide with terror, gazing toward the humble abode. Immortal Master, could there be more within? How did you discern that Captain Wang posed a threat? Huang inquired, a mixture of confusion and relief evident in his gaze. I merely caught a whiff of fresh blood, an unmistakable scent. Though I cannot be certain, it was prudent to investigate. Zhou Yi's demeanor grew somber. Malevolent entities often exhibited unpredictable transformations, occasionally masquerading as humans, making his instinctive response to probe all the more vital. Observing the ashes beneath him, his gaze shifted back toward the house. The officials stationed at the entrance had all recoiled in terror. Their eyes filled with dread. Zhou Yi approached, affixing a concealment talisman to himself, instantly entering an intangible state. Meanwhile, he clutched 5 purging evil talismans, prepared to strike at any moment. His external spiritual energy had dwindled to a third. Watching Zhou Yi vanish, Huang felt a knot of apprehension tighten within him. He gestured to the others to withdraw swiftly from the house. As Zhou Yi entered the dwelling, a putrid stench assailed his senses. Frowning, he quickly assessed the interior. 4 corpses lay upon the floor, 3 having been skinned and their hearts removed. 1 body appeared particularly fresh, likely that of Captain Wang based on its stature. Shaking his head slightly, he conducted a thorough search, finding no trace of a third malevolent entity. Exiting the household, he reappeared before Magistrate Huang. There is nothing more to concern ourselves with here. You may have the area cleared. I shall return to the temple. Magistrate Huang promptly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Immortal Master. At Huangyun Temple, Zhou Yi sat cross-legged in his chamber, holding 2 newly acquired evil orbs. This should allow me to break through to the second layer of Qi refinement. Without hesitation, he commenced the operation of the 100 Calamities refining evil technique. The essence within the orbs surged into him, and in an instant, his primal spiritual energy began to swell rapidly. With a soft thud, he ascended to the second layer of Qi refinement. An enigmatic aura began to emanate from him, causing peculiar changes to unfold within his bedroom. Chapter 17. The Second Calamity, Wealth, and the Companions of the Law. The eerie atmosphere writhed through the air, gradually enveloping the space in an unusual chill. In the darkness of the secret chamber, an intangible silhouette emerged. This figure bore no distinct form, resembling a swirling mist, with formless dark tendrils extending outward, advancing straight towards Zhou Yi. However, Zhou Yi was well prepared. He vanished from his original position in an instant, utilizing the shrinking earth talisman to reappear at the exit of the door. 10 exorcising talisman flew from his hands, casting a radiant azure glow that illuminated the room. The mysterious entity in the darkness emitted a sizzling sound beneath this blue light. The black tendrils lashed out frantically, continuing their assault on Zhou Yi. Simultaneously, the 3 Yuan true fire erupted forth, engulfing the black entity entirely in midair. All that darkness was ignited. Within the tricolored flames, the black substance melted away like spring snow. Vanishing completely, Zhou Yi let out a slight exhale, reflecting on the 100 Calamities refining deception technique. Truly a remarkable method. It could extract the essence of the deceptive material at each stage of breakthrough, transforming it into bizarre calamities. Initially, these calamities seemed rather weak, yet as my cultivation advances, their potency may prove formidable. Shaking his head slightly, feeling the emptiness of his external spiritual power, Zhou Yi decided it was time for a meal. With a pair of jade chopsticks, he picked up a tender piece of pig's trotter, the rich aroma of medicinal herbs wafting into his mouth. This was a medicinal dish containing at least 10 varieties of precious herbs. Its value exceeding 10 taels of silver. 10 taels could sustain an ordinary family for an entire month. For him, it was merely a single meal, as he ate. Zhou Yi's gaze fell upon the Taoist apprentice. Xian Yu stared intently at the bowl of medicinal dish, swallowing nervously. He had never tasted such exquisite fare before. How has the incense revenue been at the temple lately? Zhou Yi inquired. Hastily, Xian Yu retrieved a ledger from his robes. Master, you have been engrossed in cultivation this month, and with the daily expenditures, the total has amounted to 300 taels of silver. This month's revenue is merely 100 taels, resulting in a deficit of 200. Currently, the temple's reserves stand at approximately 500 taels. Zhou Yi nodded slightly upon hearing this. What was the revenue like previously? Xian Yu replied in the past. The incense money would typically range from 100 to 150 taels monthly. The previous temple master sold talismans to affluent families, and itinerant merchants often came to purchase them. There would usually be at least 300 to 400 taels of income each month. However, during this period, due to your retreat, I dared not disturb you when requests for talismans arose. Zhou Yi acknowledged this with a nod. We cannot rely solely on what we have. We must expand our sources of income. The practice of talismans requires diligent training to master, which incurs expenses that necessitate medicinal materials for replenishment. Contemplating for a moment, Zhou Yi pulled out 5 concealment talismans from his robes. How much does a single concealment talisman cost? At least 10 taels of silver. Xian Yu replied promptly. 10 taels, you say? The price has now risen to 15. Inform the buyers that the effectiveness of this talisman has doubled compared to the past. Once sold, they may return for more. Xian Yu was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, yes, master. After a brief pause, he added, Master, there are also buyers for purification talismans and exorcising talismans. Hearing this, Zhou Yi felt a flicker of interest. His talismans had all been upgraded, and while the concealment talisman was primarily for self-preservation, its enhanced efficacy might not attract much attention. However, the exorcising and purification talismans possessed considerable power. Very well, I will refine some ordinary purification and exorcising talismans. Zhou Yi concluded, I will provide you with a portion tomorrow. Xian Yu nodded eagerly, yes, master. Having finished his medicinal meal, Zhou Yi stepped into the courtyard of the temple, silently operating his techniques to digest the essence of the medicinal materials, transforming it into external spiritual power. Suddenly, he felt a stir within his robes and retrieved a token. This was his identification token, which now displayed an emerging pattern, prompting a smile to grace his lips. This was a mark of merit. The Dao Palace and local authorities maintained mutual oversight. Officials were responsible for investigating all foundational information, while the Dao Palace dealt with the resolution of supernatural incidents. Upon successful resolution, officials would report, and the Dao Palace headquarters would evaluate. If the criteria for merit were met, corresponding Dao merit and merit points would manifest upon the token. Dao merit granted the privilege to purchase advanced spells and techniques. Akin to a credential, merit points served as rewards for completing daily tasks. Different qualifications allowed for the acquisition of various items, firmly establishing the lower-tier cultivators as laborers. Zhou Yi tucked the token back into his robe. For through the Dao Palace, he had temporarily secured a stable refuge. Yet, he could not place all his hopes upon the Dao Palace. The 2 malevolent cultivators he encountered in Guebei County had unearthed mysterious spells from ancient tombs. I had seen more than one ancient book at that time. I wonder how the matter has progressed. Where did they excavate those tomes? Perhaps I can delve into this and uncover new spells or techniques? A spark of inspiration ignited within Zhou Yi. This was an opportune moment. The winter season was rife with supernatural occurrences. My extensive search and patrol would align perfectly with my identity, avoiding any suspicion from others. County Magistrate Huang would likely be very supportive. With a plan forming in his mind, Zhou Yi swiftly commenced his actions. He arrived at the magistrate's office, where County Magistrate Huang greeted him warmly. Immortal Master, please take a seat. I in a reception room. The two sat across from one another. Huang inquired, Is there something you require, Immortal Master? Zhou Yi nodded slightly. I have come to investigate the incident involving the previous temple master. I wish to examine the 2 malevolent cultivators' corpses involved in the matter. Additionally, I must ascertain if there are further dangers associated with them. With winter approaching, supernatural occurrences are frequent. I must exercise caution. Should these 2 malevolent cultivators have left their mark in the city, it could lead to great calamity. Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Huang's expression turned serious. What you say is indeed valid. Immortal Master, I shall promptly have someone attend to this and take you to see the two corpses. However, as nearly 2 months have passed, the bodies have been buried in a potter's field. They are likely reduced to mere bones. Zhou nodded slightly. That is of no consequence. I simply wish to take a look. Chapter 18. Exhuming corpses and binding spirits, the Misty Valley. Soon, several constables led Zhou to the potter's field. A patch of land had been meticulously arranged here. The ground was relatively flat, with 2 mounds extending roughly 4 to 5 zhong. A middle-aged constable respectfully addressed Zhou, Immortal Master. The bodies of the 2 malevolent cultivators are buried beneath this soil. Zhou nodded slightly. Dig them up. The constable acknowledged and gestured to the other constables around him. They began excavating with shovels and hoes. After 2 hours, the mounds were entirely unearthed, one measuring only 8 feet in length, the other a full 10 feet. Zhou approached the larger pit and gazed down upon the familiar yet unfamiliar decayed form. Surprisingly, after 2 months, the corpse had not fully decomposed, though a foul stench wafted up. This was the body of the malevolent cultivator who had attacked him the second time, now transformed into a grotesque shape, albeit emaciated. Zhou produced a spirit-binding talisman, raising his hand to unleash a faint wave. This wave quickly enveloped the corpse, drawing forth wisps of black aura that swiftly surged into the talisman. Retrieving a second spirit-binding talisman, he approached the pit of the first malevolent cultivator's corpse. He once again focused on the aura emanating from the body. Turning to the constables, he commanded, "That will suffice. Rebury them." The constables did not dare to utter a word of dissent, swiftly commencing their task. Zhou affixed a shrinking earth talisman to himself and vanished from the site. He attuned himself to the sensations from the spirit-binding talisman, seeking the locations most saturated with the auras of these 2 malevolent cultivators. Before long, he returned to Guobei County. After several turns, he identified a secluded small courtyard situated in the northern part of the city. Observing the courtyard, Zhou applied the concealment talisman and leaped over the surrounding wall. Upon landing, he found himself in a desolate courtyard, seemingly long abandoned. There was only one room. He pushed the door open and entered. The left side appeared to be a kitchen, while the right connected to a bedroom. Zhou donned a pair of gloves and began a silent search. After rummaging through various containers, he discovered his objective: a collection of over a dozen ancient books. Aside from those, nothing else remained. Contemplating the ancient tomes, Zhou decided to take them all back to Huangyun Temple. Within Huangyun Temple, Zhou produced a stack of white paper, commencing the translation of each ancient book. However, upon completing the translations, he could not help but furrow his brow. Within these ancient tomes, there exists no incantation or martial arts, merely a collection of archaic records, most of which are in a state of disrepair. For instance, one particular volume he currently examines resembles a diary. The text recounts a grim narrative. Tonight, the city faces death, hundreds perish, practitioners meet a dead end, anomalies arise, and experiments fail. Is there truly no hope left? The majority of the words are obscured, and even the insights of Zhou are limited in their capacity to translate. Yet, through these fragments, he seems to piece together a harrowing tableau, evidence that past events led to the demise of many, including turmoil within the practitioner community. The term anomaly suggests something birthed through experimentation. This individual appears steeped in despair. Among the numerous volumes, only this one possesses any semblance of value. The remainder are filled with incomprehensible spells and sutras. One tome is entirely blank. This very volume is Zhou Yi's acquisition, the divine enigmatic bloodlight technique, a version predating its optimization by the beast skin Bagua. Curiously, upon his translation of this spell, it mysteriously vanished from the pages, evidently concealing an unknown secret. The origin of anomaly is shrouded in mystery. Even in the records of Dao Yuan, I found no mention. Ironically, he himself has cultivated a form of anomaly. A hint of gravity flickers in his gaze. What a pity, yet again, it seems to have been for naught. Furrowing his brow, Zhou suddenly squints. Perhaps not entirely impossible, he retrieves a spirit-sealing talisman, characterized by its ability to draw forth essences and lock onto anything that has been associated with or touched by them. Sensing the strength of their aura, The talisman radiates its energy over the ancient books, and soon, wisps of essence begin to waft from them. In total, 4 distinct essences emerge, 2 belonging to the 2 malevolent practitioners. One to himself, and the last remains unknown. Upon perceiving this essence, a smile graces Zhou Yi's countenance. It appears there may yet be a gain. The spirit sealing talisman swiftly captures this essence, and Zhou Yi turns to depart from Huangyuan Temple. The sun now hangs high in the sky, as he silently exits Guobei County. The talisman in his grasp guides his direction, and under the influence of the earth-shrinking talisman, he strides with remarkable swiftness. Covering distances of 3 zhang with each step, his figure flickers as he advances towards the northern reaches of Guobei County. As time ticks away, 2 hours pass swiftly, and Zhou Yi finds himself in a desolate valley. To his astonishment, a faint mist envelopes this valley, causing him to narrow his eyes and heighten his vigilance. Despite the sun's prominence, the presence of such dense fog at this hour is indeed peculiar. Intriguingly, it seems this is no ordinary locale. After a moment's contemplation, he produces another spirit-sealing talisman, directing his gaze towards a nearby grand tree. Utilizing the talisman, he draws forth a wisp of essence from the tree, immediately sensing its existence. Furthermore, his eyes scan the surroundings, soon catching sight of a rabbit. In a flash, he appears behind the unsuspecting creature, seizing it before it can sense any danger. The rabbit struggles in his grasp. Yet he deftly removes his belt, binding it around the creature's waist. He then steps beyond the mist's edge and, with a flick of his wrist, tosses the rabbit into the fog. Grasping the belt with one hand, he attentively monitors the rabbit's movements. Upon landing, the rabbit begins to thrash violently, unable to escape the constraints of the belt. After a brief interval, Zhou Yi drags the rabbit back into the light. Observing it closely, he produces a cleansing talisman. A circle of mysterious white radiance descends from the talisman, enveloping the rabbit. There are no signs of malevolence or abnormalities. It is evident that this is a healthy and lively rabbit. Nodding slightly, Zhou Yi releases the creature, watching as it hops away into the distance. He then turns his attention back to the mist, resecuring his belt before stepping into its depths. Just as Zhou Yi enters the fog, a figure silently stands in the nearby forest, cold eyes fixed upon his retreating form. Chapter 19. A flicker of insight, the blood-transforming divine blade. As Zhou Yi navigates through the mist, he clutches 2 spirit-sealing talismans. One talisman locks onto a specific direction within the fog, while the other targets the external tree. His expression is grave as he stealthily advances through the mist-laden valley. Moments pass, and he soon arrives at the mouth of a cave. The sensations from the spirit-sealing talismans emanate from within. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yi steels himself and steps inside. The cave is not deep, measuring only about 3 zhang. Before him looms a large, ajar stone door, appearing dilapidated, as if forcefully breached. His gaze sharpens, and after a moment of contemplation, he strides inside. The opposite side reveals a tomb chamber, approximately 3 zhang in size, structured in an octagonal formation. At its center stands a small stone platform, upon which rests a stone coffin, already opened, its lid lying beside it. To the left, an empty bookshelf stands, while to the right, several boxes lie scattered on the ground. All opened. This must be the tomb that the 2 malevolent practitioners had sought. Zhou Yi ponders thoughtfully, scanning the area with intent. Time slips by, and the tomb chamber reveals itself to be utterly devoid of contents. Even the coffin yields nothing but ashes, likely remnants of bone fragments. Frowning deeply, he wonders if yet again he has come away empty-handed. His brow furrows as he surveys the cave. Suddenly, his gaze lingers upon the coffin lid, which has not been overturned. He recalls tales from novels he has read, wherein inscriptions are often found on the underside of coffin lids. He promptly approaches, channeling his spiritual energy to flip the heavy lid over. To his astonishment, there are indeed inscriptions upon it. The markings, inscribed in ancient script, ignite a spark of realization within Zhou Yi as he begins to memorize them. In a brief span, he commits these characters to memory, simultaneously deciphering their meaning. This is a spell known as Demonic Bloodblade. Its power remains uncertain, yet the cost is severe. Once invoked, the practitioner will suffer the wrath of all beings slain by this spell, enduring the agony of their hatred. Each instance leads to the accumulation of anomalous essence, And after 9 such occurrences, one is destined to transform into an aberration. At this moment, the beast-skin Bagua in his mind radiates with a peculiar glow. Information regarding the spell materializes upon the Bagua, which then begins to spin rapidly, revealing an image. A man clad in a black robe stands quietly atop a mountain peak, surrounded by a host of terrifying creatures charging towards him. He raises his right hand, and a black-red demonic blade materializes within his grip. With a swift motion, he releases the blade, which transforms into a torrent of bloodlight, instantaneously enveloping all the monsters ahead. All creatures that come into contact with this malevolent light visibly decay into a mass of putrid blood. In a single sweep, every living thing within a 100-mile radius appears to perish. The sheer might of this spell leaves Zhou breathless. In the next moment, the image abruptly contracts, and a brand new text emerges, a blood-red manuscript, blood-transforming divine blade category, anomaly prerequisites, divine enigmatic bloodlight technique training method, based on a blood seal. Condense spiritual energy into the blood-transforming divine incantation, absorbing half of 1's blood into the seal to evolve into the blood-transforming divine blade. Training effect: slay any life not exceeding 1's own level, absorbing its vitality to strengthen oneself. Cost: as an anomaly, each use inflicts the pain of 1,000 needles piercing the heart and incurs the onslaught of mental illusions. Should one falter against these illusions, their mind will be shattered, leading to death and transformation into an aberration. Yet another anomaly. A sense of gravity crosses Zhou's mind. At that moment, he is startled to witness a strange phenomenon. The inscriptions he had previously memorized from the stone coffin appear to be erasing themselves, one by one, as if wiped away by some mysterious force. Just then, a sudden and intense sense of danger envelopes him. The immediate threat leaves Zhou no time for further reaction. He lunges forward, simultaneously spinning around to hurl a talisman. 10 exorcism talismans explode in a brilliant display, illuminating the tomb with resplendent light. A beam of blue sword light pierces through the brilliance of the exorcism talismans. Heading straight for his brow, a flying sword. Zhou is taken aback and instinctively unleashes 3 elemental flames. The flames, burning with intense heat and vibrant colors, collide with the flying sword. With a thunderous roar, the two forces erupt, dimming the sword's glow while extinguishing the flames. A figure stands at the tomb's entrance, a stern visage directed at Zhou. What a remarkable spell! It can actually withstand my thunderstrike. Zhou gazes at the man before him, his heart sinking with despair. How could it be you? This individual is none other than the abbot of Huangyun Temple, whom he had met a month prior during a handover. Perplexed, are we? It's quite simple. You were merely a pawn on the surface. My master intended for me to use you as bait to uncover the figures lurking in the darkness of Guabei County. Yet, I hadn't anticipated that you would provide such an unexpected surprise, having discovered the grave unearthed by those 2 malevolent practitioners. What was inscribed on that stone coffin? Why has it vanished? I witnessed the characters above disappear with my own eyes. Do not deny it. Speak the truth, or I shall be compelled to resort to soul-searching techniques to uncover the contents of your mind. This individual is known as Daoqi, the senior disciple of Daoyuan and a student of Qingxian Daoren. A hint of perilous intent glimmers in his eyes, and amidst the shadows, a trace of madness flickers, as if something formless resides within his pupils. Zhou feels an immense pressure. The adversary is undoubtedly a practitioner in the mid-stage of qi refinement. At least around the 4th level, a dark foreboding envelopes Zhou, for he knows this man will not spare him. Taking a deep breath, he slowly articulates. What is recorded above is a sinister technique. The blood magic blade. A single strike capable of enveloping the heavens, transforming all beings into blood. Is a technique purely for slaughter. However, the cost is dire. Each usage inflicts upon the user the torment of countless vengeful spirits. And with each instance endured, one becomes tainted by its essence. After 9 uses, one inevitably transforms into a cursed entity. Should you wish to learn, I can impart this knowledge. Greed glimmers in Daoqi's gaze as he urges. Quickly transcribe it. Zhou, wearing a half-smile, retorts, Do you truly believe I would be so foolish? A sinister grin spreads across Daoqi's face. You, a mere scattered cultivator, since you refuse to obey, I shall simply kill you and extract it from your mind. Do not think I am unaware of what you conceal. The mysterious disappearance of the text on that stone slab must have a reason. Chapter 20. Life and Death Struggle, Quiet Preparation with that. A flying sword above Daoqi gleams and swiftly strikes towards Zhou Yi. The sword light flickers, splitting into three, each beam of brilliant light causing Zhou Yi's expression to shift dramatically. Sword control technique. In an instant, he activates a teleportation talisman, narrowly evading the pursuit of the three sword lights. Yet, the three beams are remarkably agile, seemingly locking onto him as they relentlessly pursue. A burst of three-colored flames erupts, engulfing the sword lights. Amidst the violent explosion, Zhou Yi's figure flickers and suddenly appears before Daoqi. With a swift motion, a slender needle darts forth, radiating brilliant light towards Daoqi's brow. The sight of this brilliance. A frightening killing intent flashes in Daoqi's eyes. A black glow envelopes him, peculiar and spiky in nature. The flying needle is immediately obstructed by this glow. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpens. He recognizes the essence of this light. It is, in fact, a sinister technique once wielded by Dao Yuan. Having conducted various experiments, he has long established that the power of sinister techniques far exceeds that of ordinary spells. Common spells and even magical artifacts significantly diminish in effectiveness against such techniques. Daoqi unleashes a furious roar. You killed my junior brother. Rage ignites within his eyes, and he steps forward, charging directly at Zhou Yi, his entire being radiating ominous black light, as though intent on shattering Zhou Yi to pieces. In this dire moment, Zhou Yi dares not hold back. The divine sinister bloodlight technique erupts instantaneously, enveloping Daoqi in a tide of crimson light. Daoqi, surrounded by swirling black glow, exhibits a look of astonishment. A sinister technique? You, a mere scattered cultivator, have actually mastered a sinister technique? Heretic, prepare to be exterminated. Daoqi bellows in rage, his black glow surging to its zenith. In this moment, Zhou Yi expends all his strength. His external spiritual energy is depleting at an alarming rate. Facing a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner, any negligence is tantamount to seeking death. Soon, his strength begins to manifest. The divine sinister bloodlight technique seems to surpass Daoqi's sinister technique. The brilliance of the black glow is gradually eroded, and a frenzied look emerges on Daoqi's face. How can this be? Your sinister technique is stronger than mine. Open, break free. In this moment, Daoqi appears utterly unhinged. Having shed the earlier confidence, his hair billows wildly, bloodshot eyes abound, and a dark aura envelopes him. His visage becomes grotesque, as if something beneath his skin writhes. With a thunderous roar, Daoqi undergoes a terrifying transformation. Countless black protrusions extend from his skin, resembling dark veins, as horrific black energy seeps from within him, merging into the surrounding black glow. This dark glow emits countless luminous spikes, piercing through the bloodlight and thrumming violently. Zhou Yi feels a piercing pain throughout his body, the backlash manifesting directly within his psyche. The intensity of this pain is so severe that he feels on the brink of unconsciousness. However, Zhou Yi's mind has been tempered through numerous agonizing experiences with sinister techniques. He rapidly suppresses the agony, fervently and laboriously channeling all his power. Gradually, the black glow, after an initial resistance, once again succumbs to the red light. Fear flashes across Daoqi's face. No, how can this be? Just then, he suddenly lets out a horrific scream. His expression grotesquely contorts, and black tendrils emerge from his ears, mouth, and eyes, as if something within him has exploded. The black glow shatters, and the blood light surges violently into Daoqi, who is in the midst of transformation. In the next moment, Daoqi's form, not fully mutated, stiffens. His body rapidly desiccates, collapsing to the ground. A beam of blood light erupts from him. And Zhou Yi, with crimson eyes, collapses to the ground. A scorching heat surges within him, as he feels his body yearning desperately, agony coursing through every inch of his being. His skin flushes red, resembling a boiled shrimp. Completely unclothed, he emanates a steamy heat. Gasping heavily through the pain, Zhou Yi's gaze fixates on the now desiccated corpse, enduring the torment as he approaches where his garments lie. Swiftly donning his attire, he retrieves the flying needle that had been flung away, along with the small blue flying sword that had fallen to the ground. He stows both the sword and needle into his pocket, then approaches the lifeless Daoqi. The sight before him is bizarre. Dried tendrils protrude from all 7 orifices, and his lower limbs have swollen, visibly sprouting a shell-like substance. Observing this scene, Zhou ponders thoughtfully. This is likely the manifestation of a cursed entity. This individual must have utilized sinister techniques numerous times, accumulating a significant amount of cursed essence within him. The recent internal and external pressures must have triggered these curses. The path of immortality is fraught with peril. One must exercise caution in the future. Shaking his head slightly, Zhou promptly crouches to search through Daoqi's clothing. Before long, he has stripped Daoqi bare, uncovering a cloth pouch with nothing else of note. Peering inside the pouch, he discovers a token. After some contemplation, he empties its contents onto the ground, 2 vials resembling elixirs and a volume of cultivation notes. With nothing else to be found out of miser, Zhou casually discards the items onto the ground. Casting a glance at the chaotic tomb, he inhales deeply. The excruciating pain remains bearable. The true fire of the 3 elements suddenly blazes forth. Flames soar, engulfing the entire tomb in a conflagration. The fierce flames incinerate everything within, as Zhou seeks to erase all traces of his presence. After a dozen breaths, all within the cave is reduced to ashes. With a concealment talisman affixed to him, he turns and vanishes into the mist behind him, swiftly departing from the site. Before nightfall, he has silently returned to Huangyun Temple. The ordeal has concluded, and he has returned to normalcy. Pushing open his chamber door, he strides into the main hall. His gaze falls upon the Taoist attendant Xianyu. Xianyu, has anyone visited this afternoon? Xianyu promptly replies, Master, aside from a few pilgrims. No one has come. Zhou nods slightly. Good, it is getting late. Let us close the temple. Yes, Master. Watching Xianyu's retreating figure, Zhou contemplates deeply. He should remain unaware of my absence. The last time the master of Huangyun Temple perished, it immediately stirred the Taoist palace. This time, it is likely no different. Preparations must be made in advance. Tianqing City. Qingxian Doran's face is ashen as he regards his disciple beside him. Daoming, your senior brother has died. We must immediately proceed to Guobei County. Chapter 21. Your matter has been exposed. Early the next morning, Zhou arrives at the main hall of Huangyun Temple. Upon entering, he suddenly freezes in surprise. 2 figures stand before him. Xianyu Taoist attendant cowers in the corner, terror etched upon his face. Wang Fugui, I greet the master of Qingxian Palace. The newcomers are none other than Qingxian Doran and his disciple. Dao Ming. Qingxian Doran's gaze, cold as ice, fixates upon Zhou. Wang Fugui, your matter has been exposed. Zhou, taken aback by these words, stares blankly at Qingxian Doran. What does the master mean? Qingxian Doran scrutinizes Zhou bewildered expression. His voice sharp and frosty. State how Daoqi met his demise. Zhou face reflects confusion. Daoqi? Master, I truly do not comprehend what has transpired. Who is this Daoqi, and how is he connected to me? Qingxian Doran continues to gaze at Zhou. Daoqi was my disciple, the one who recently transferred Huangyun Temple to you. He has died, and it occurred in Guobei County. Do you not tell me you were unaware? An overwhelming pressure envelopes Zhou. It is a formidable spiritual weight. Zhou, beset by an overwhelming pressure, trembled involuntarily, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. A mixture of fear and solemnity gripped him as he clasped his hands respectfully towards the Taoist Qingxian, saying, Master of Qingxian Palace, since my last encounter with that Taoist, I have not seen him again. What has transpired? How could I possibly know? I implore you to discern the truth. Zhou's countenance flickered pale. Yet he spoke with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing this, Taoist Qingxian fixed a cold gaze upon him, the immense pressure intensifying. Zhou maintained his composure, his heartbeat steady. Despite the overwhelming weight upon him, he remained serene, as if he were indeed speaking the truth. After a significant pause, the oppressive force suddenly dissipated. The voice of Taoist Qingxian echoed in his ears, You truly do not know? I genuinely do not know. Since our last meeting, I had presumed that individual had returned to the Tao Palace. Since then, I have remained within the temple, only departing once to address a peculiar incident in the city. This matter is known to both the temple disciples and the officials. You may inquire freely, Zhou replied respectfully, his eyes filled with deference. A profound silence enveloped the main hall, lingering for some time before Taoist Qingshuan's voice slowly emerged. I hope this matter bears no relation to you. If it does, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, there would only be a path to death." With that, he rose and departed alongside his disciple. Zhou Yi, hands clasped in reverence, bid farewell to the palace master. Only when the sound of their footsteps faded did he slowly rise, his expression still betraying a hint of anxiety and confusion. He turned his gaze toward the seat once occupied by Taoist Qingxian, a flicker of inexplicable light crossing his eyes. As he shifted his gaze towards the direction of the Taoist Xianyu, he suddenly froze. At the entrance, Taoist Qingxian appeared once more, his chilling gaze fixed upon him. "Master, you have returned?" Zhou Yi stammered, perplexed. In a frigid tone, Taoist Qingxian replied, "I returned to take a look." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving Zhou Yi's face marked by bewilderment and a bitter smile, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within him. His heart, however, was filled with a sense of foreboding. This individual was exceedingly vigilant. Directing his gaze towards Taoist Xianyu, he stated, "Enough, there is nothing further here. Today, we shall close the temple and not open the doors." Taoist Xianyu promptly nodded, "Yes, esteemed master." After Taoist Xianyu departed, Zhou Yi stepped outside the main hall, his eyes fixating on the entrance of Huangyun Temple. The sun was now high in the sky, and a multitude of pedestrians had gathered outside. Taoist Xianyu went to close the doors, announcing to the arriving faithful that the temple would be closed for the day. Zhou Yi shook his head and turned back toward the main hall, but in the next moment, a chill ran down his spine as Taoist Qingxian reappeared inside the main hall. His icy gaze locked onto him. Zhou Yi swallowed hard, a look of dread and unease spreading across his face. "Master, you have returned again." Taoist Qingxian scrutinized him from head to toe. "I hope you have not deceived me." Immediately thereafter, a faint earth-toned glow flickered around him before vanishing. Zhou Yi exhaled a sigh of relief, relieved that he had not exhibited any signs of elation, lest he be discovered. This man was cunning. Harboring suspicion from the very beginning, it was now imperative that he take precautions. He retreated to his chamber and began his cultivation in silence, the method of the blood transformation divine blade surfacing in his mind. His intrinsic spiritual energy began to quiver slightly, coalescing under his control into the blood transformation divine spell. One by one, the incantations materialized within his dantian, a total of 365 unique scripts surrounding the blood seal within. The resonance generated among the scripts triggered an extraordinary force. Zhou Yi immediately felt the blood within him withdrawing from his veins, transformed by this power into a wondrous substance. The crimson material swiftly stained the scripts red, and then all 365 incantations collapsed into the blood seal. The original blood seal rapidly dissolved within the incantations, and soon a palm-sized blood blade emerged from within. This blade was exceedingly curved, resembling a scimitar, entirely crimson, exuding an air of profundity, adorned with mysterious patterns. The arcane technique blood transformation divine blade would enable Zhou Yi to slay beings of a higher life level than his own. Yet, he remained uncertain whether a level referred to a minor realm or a major one. He needed to find an opportunity to experiment. Due to the cultivation of this mysterious technique, the blood within him had been halved. His complexion paled slightly, and dark circles formed around his eyes, a sign of excessive blood loss. He gently circulated his spiritual energy, rapidly converting bodily nutrients into blood, taking several hours to feel somewhat restored. As dusk descended, the Dao Palace fell into dimness. Zhou Yi partook of a sumptuous dinner before silently making his way to the main hall. In his hand appeared a spirit-locking talisman, a mystical wave swiftly enveloping a cushion within the main hall and the adjacent area. This was the spot where Taoist Qingxian and Dao Ming had recently Saturday. Two distinct auras flickered and vanished into the spirit-locking talisman. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes, keenly sensing two figures outside the city. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. He possesses means to trace that peculiar body. Even reduced to ashes, the residual aura can still guide them to the valley. Chapter 22. The Blood Demon Taoist and the Strange Apparition in the Snow outside the valley. Shrouded in mist, Taoist Qingxian and Dao Ming stood together. A spectral figure emerged from the fog, revealing itself to be a malevolent spirit, scarcely a foot tall, its body a ghastly green, with sharp features and a menacing gaze. It approached Taoist Qingxian and spoke in a low, piercing voice. Inside, Taoist Qingxian glanced at the sky. Noting that darkness would soon fall, let us proceed. Dao Ming followed closely behind, and under the guidance of the greenish spirit, they entered a cavern. Taoist Qing Xian surveyed the cave, now reduced to ashes by fierce flames. A grave expression crossing his face. After a moment of careful observation, he remarked solemnly, "It has been incinerated." Clearly, an attempt to destroy the evidence. His gaze fell upon the only remaining coffin amidst the flames. Deducing, this must have been a burial site. Your senior brother arrived here for some unknown reason. Either he was tracking someone or was followed himself, but ultimately, he met his demise. There is indeed something amiss in Guabei County, harboring many formidable individuals. Your senior brother was a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement. To have slain him, his assailant must have been of equal standing. Beside him, Dao Ming frowned. Is there no issue with Wang Fuguei? He is merely at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, while your senior brother wields a formidable technique. Killing him would require someone possessing an even more powerful technique. Otherwise, it would be impossible. However, this individual is stationed here. Regardless of any connections, we must keep him under surveillance. We shall remain in Guabei County for the time being. I wish to uncover the secrets hidden here that have drawn so many to converge. As he contemplated this, a sudden frown crossed his brow, as if recalling something, his pupils narrowing slightly. After a long pause, a chilling expression emerged on his face. Starting tomorrow, you shall monitor the area outside Huangyun Temple. I intend to conduct a thorough investigation into Guabei County. Understood, Master, Dao Ming responded gravely, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. Zhou Yi, meanwhile, wore a serious expression, aware of the return of the two through the sensing of the spirit-locking talisman. One of them had appeared not far from Huangyun Temple, continuously observing this direction. It was highly probable that they had discovered the cave and remained suspicious of him. Therefore, he must dispel their doubts. Zhou Yi contemplated quietly. With the spirit-locking talisman in hand, he had gained an advantage. As winter was approaching, a time when strange apparitions proliferated, he resolved to stockpile talisman paper in preparation for the days ahead. Zhou Yi did not bring any items acquired from Dao Qi, including the flying sword, back to Huangyun Temple. Instead, he incinerated them all with the 3 yuan true fire and buried the ashes outside the city. Knowing that once the Dao Palace's people arrived, he could not afford to leave such items behind. From that day forth, Zhou Yi's actions became increasingly methodical, resembling a hermit, dedicating his days to cultivation and the crafting of various talismans. Dao Ming, stationed outside Huangyun Temple, had long since abandoned his surveillance, remaining only out of obedience to his master's orders. He sat in a guesthouse room, partaking of a lavish feast, his expression rife with impatience. I truly wonder how long this will continue. If this has nothing to do with him, why must I remain here? As he muttered to himself, boredom began to set in. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. All right, no need to keep watch any longer. We shall depart. Taoist Qing Xian had arrived unbeknownst to him. Dao Ming turned in surprise, standing abruptly. Without waiting for him to speak, Taoist Qing Xian grasped his shoulder and, in a flash, they vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they found themselves outside the city. Snow fell in abundance, blanketing the ground in silver, and Guabei County seemed to grow ever colder. Dao Ming looked at Qing Xian. Dao ran with a puzzled expression. Master, have you completed your investigation? Qing Xian Daoren solemnly nodded. There are significant issues in Guabei County. We must return to Tianxing City for now. Dao Ming was momentarily taken aback. Why? Is it a problem we cannot resolve? Qing Xian Daoren shook his head. There are matters you need not inquire about. It is better for you to remain unaware of certain things. Upon hearing this, Dao Ming's eyes flickered with a hint of dissatisfaction, yet he restrained himself. Qing Xian Daoren gazed into the distance, contemplating a myriad of thoughts. A millennium ago, the blood demon Daoren had instigated a wave of horrific slaughter. The corpses of the 2 slain evil cultivators bore a striking resemblance to the sinister technique known as the demon blood blade, which the blood demon Daoren once wielded. All had perished. Their life forces drained. It seemed the blood demon Daoren had mysteriously vanished in this vicinity a millennium prior. His actions were indeed monumental. It appeared someone had discovered his remains or grave. My previous conjectures were not unfounded. This matter warrants further investigation. Qing Xian Daoren's gaze deepened, as if lost in thought. The 2 figures vanished into the swirling snow, while within Huangyun Guan, Zhou Yi let out a slight breath of relief. They have finally departed. Now, it is time to retrieve the flying sword left by Dao Qi. Zhou Yi had perused Dao Qi's diary, and the 2 vials of elixirs were merely mundane supplements for external spiritual energy, which he had incinerated to ashes. Only the flying sword was preserved, buried outside. Half an hour later, Zhou Yi returned quietly, a blue flying sword appearing in his hand. After a brief examination, he stowed it in his sleeve. This crisis had finally passed. The next step was to cultivate diligently here, striving to achieve the pinnacle of the 12th layer of qi refinement. The wind and snow intensified. The ground submerged to half a foot deep. Guobei County fell into a state of frozen silence. Everyone remained holed up in their homes, tending to their fires, unwilling to venture outside. Resources in this world are finite. Each individual must toil diligently to earn a living and pay the head tax. Otherwise, they risk being expelled from the city to fend for themselves, making winter the most arduous season for many. Before winter, one must accumulate sufficient head tax, or else they would be sought out and ousted from the city. In the midst of the snowstorm, several ethereal figures appeared silently. These silhouettes resembled individuals clad in white robes, seemingly hovering above the ground, drifting with the wind and snow, in front of a dilapidated house. One figure quietly approached. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled, causing the doors and windows of the house to rattle violently. In the next instant, the door burst open, and the white apparition surged inside. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, and piercing screams echoed through the night of the county. "Help! Save me!" Chapter 23. Tracing footprints in the snow, mysterious and sinister entities knock, knock, knock. The Huang Yun Guan reverberated with urgent knocking. With a perplexed expression, Xianyu Daotong looked at the officials outside. "What is the matter?" At that moment, the official respectfully addressed Xianyu Daotong, "Little master, please inform the Guanzhou. There has been another incident in the city." Xianyu Daotong hastily opened the door, gesturing for the officials to enter. The 2 officials quickly stepped inside the temple, while Xianyu Daotong hurried to Zhou Yi's room. "Guanzhou, the officials have arrived." Zhou Yi, roused from his meditation, frowned slightly. "I will be there shortly." Slowly rising, he approached his desk, where 5 stacks of talisman paper were neatly arranged, each containing approximately 100 sheets. He gathered the talismans into 5 distinct pouches, securing them beneath his wide Dao robe, then quietly exited. Soon, he arrived at the main hall, where he encountered the 2 officials. Without further ado, he stated, "Let us go." "Lead me to the scene." The officials were momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded and led the way. Xianyu Daotong watched the 3 depart, swiftly closing the door behind them. The snowstorm raged, and Zhou Yi had only taken a few breaths outside before he was covered in snowflakes. He soon followed the 2 officials to the entrance of a commoner's home. That moment, the door to the house swung open, revealing Huang County Magistrate and a group of officials standing amidst the heavy snowfall. Upon seeing Zhou Yi's arrival, the magistrate forced a strained smile, slightly bowing to him. "Guanzhou Wang, you have finally arrived. Magistrate, what has transpired?" Zhou Yi inquired, concern etched on his face. Huang County Magistrate's expression turned serious as he pointed toward the open door. "There is a household where a family of 3 let out screams half an hour ago, alarming the night patrol. The husband reported the incident at the yamen. I suspect it is undoubtedly related to a sinister entity, which is why I promptly notified you. The individuals inside have perished, and their deaths are exceedingly strange." Zhou Yi nodded slightly and followed the magistrate into the room. Upon entering, he immediately observed 3 corpses. The faces of the deceased were contorted in terror, their bodies seemingly frozen in time, each maintaining a distinct posture, 1 male, 1 female, and a child. Zhou Yi produced a soul-locking talisman, a gentle wave of energy swiftly enveloping the entire room. Soon, an invisible black mist began to drift out. Drawn into the talisman, his gaze turned to Huang County Magistrate. "Magistrate, please return to the yamen with your men and wait there. I shall investigate what exactly has transpired." The magistrate clasped his hands in a slight bow. "I entrust this matter to you, Guanzhou. It is my duty," Zhou Yi replied with a faint smile, clutching the soul-locking talisman as he silently made his way outside. Amidst the swirling snow, the talisman guided him with precision. Zhou Yi advanced rapidly, soon vanishing down a street. After a brief moment, he arrived at the entrance of a courtyard. A concealment talisman affixed to his body, He activated his spiritual energy, leaping gracefully onto the courtyard wall within the yard. A snow-white and ethereal figure floated toward the main house. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed, and the exorcism talisman erupted with brilliance as he leaped a distance of 10 feet. Swiftly appearing behind the white figure, a dazzling brilliance enveloped it, and as the apparition was struck, it emitted a chilling shriek. A grayish-white mist wafted from its form, instantly extinguishing the light of the exorcism talisman. With a pair of pallid, cold eyes, it suddenly turned to Zhou Yi's direction. Yet, it was unable to detect his presence, and at that moment, 5 more exorcism talismans flew toward it. The 5 beams of light enveloped the apparition, which abruptly soared into the air, attempting to flee beyond the courtyard. The light of the exorcism talismans cast a sinister aura around it, and amidst its frantic cries, the figure swiftly escaped. The ground-shrinking talisman flickered, and Zhou Yi followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, both man and entity vanished into the snowstorm. Inside the room, the family huddled fearfully in a corner, having heard the strange sounds outside, too terrified to venture forth, even as the noise receded. Amidst the blizzard, Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. The white apparition had disappeared into the storm, but it had merely concealed itself in the snow. Now approaching from another direction, in the next moment, a pair of ghastly, withered hands reached out from behind Zhou Yi, aiming directly at his back. A flash of azure light pierced through, striking the figure behind him, and a radiant blue luminescence erupted within its body. A chilling scream echoed through the sky as the mysterious entity shattered into fragments, leaving behind only a sinister orb. Zhou Yi's gaze turned icy as he bent to grasp the orb. Suddenly, 2 pallid arms extended from either side, reaching for his neck. A surge of murderous intent surged forth, causing Zhou Yi's heart to race. He swiftly retreated, activating the ground-shrinking talisman to leap 3 feet away. The 2 white figures flickered and vanished into the snowstorm. Zhou Yi frowned. There were 3 entities. He summoned 10 exorcism talismans, vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a pair of hands emerged from behind. Reaching for the back of his head, in that instant, 10 radiant beams of light erupted, engulfing the entity behind him. Piercing cries rang out. A figure was obliterated amidst the azure brilliance. That moment. To Zhou Yi's left, another pair of claws lunged toward him. He exhaled sharply, unleashing the 3 elemental true fire. The arms and their owner were simultaneously enveloped in flames, reduced to ashes in an instant. These 3 entities were not particularly formidable, and a faint smile graced Zhou Yi's face. The harvest from this encounter was substantial, however. Just then, his smile abruptly froze, a terrifying killing intent creeping up from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled to the side, swiftly distancing himself by a yard. A quick glance revealed his pupils constricting. An entity, engulfed in white flames, appeared behind him, resembling the 3 previous entities, yet emanating an exceptionally terrifying aura. Zhou Yi noted that a ball of white flames blazed where he had just been standing. Had he delayed even slightly, that inferno would have consumed him. Sinister techniques? Entities capable of wielding spells belong to the realm of the mysterious, and their spells must be malevolent. Only malevolent methods can counter malevolent forces. This is an ironclad rule of cultivation in this world. The entity, ablaze with white flames, lunged forward, sweeping toward Zhou Yi with great velocity. Chapter 24. The Pale Flame. 3rd level of Qi refinement. The pale flames reached skyward, enveloping an area of approximately 10 feet in all directions. A chilling sensation cloaked Zhou Yi's heart. With a swift motion, he unleashed a complete array of void purification talismans and evil extermination talismans. The 2 distinct auras erupted, coalescing into a radiant barrier that stood against the onslaught of flames. Simultaneously, Zhou Yi retreated a full 10 feet, his expression more solemn than ever. This marked his inaugural confrontation with a mysterious entity of the arcane. The fire blazed fiercely, instantaneously reducing the brilliance of the talismans to nothingness. Drawing a sharp breath, he marveled at its ferocity. The pale flames transformed into a fire dragon, sweeping towards Zhou Yi with relentless vigor. The entity concealed itself behind the dragon, its ghastly white eyes fixated upon him. Zhou Yi inhaled deeply, then exhaled forcefully, unleashing a torrent of primordial true fire. The 2 flames clashed violently in midair, producing a series of explosive sounds, culminating in a dazzling eruption of light. However, the primordial true fire quickly succumbed to the winds. As even with Zhou Yi's considerable infusion of spiritual energy, it was akin to a mantis attempting to halt a chariot before the pale, deceptive flames. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Indeed, ordinary spells and artifacts could not withstand such arcane tricks. Taking a deep breath, at the moment the primordial true fire was on the brink of collapse, a flicker of light manifested in his hand. A blood-red, exquisitely crafted dagger appeared, which he grasped with 3 fingers. And with a gentle sweep, the crimson blade flashed and pierced through the pale flames. Under the sanguine glow, the pale fire seemed to falter, directly pierced through. The entity, sensing the encroachment of death, emitted a frantic shriek and attempted to flee, its form nearly dissipating into the swirling winds and snow. Yet, the enigmatic blood transformation dagger had already locked onto it, darting forth into the void. A shrill cry echoed. The blood light vanished, returning to Zhou Yi's body. A palm-sized core of malice and a thumb-sized jade bone fell from the AT this moment. Zhou Yi's expression was grave as he swiftly gathered all the items, tossing them into his pocket. He then flipped his form and landed in an expansive courtyard. Sitting cross-legged, he was adorned with void purification talismans, a wave of cleansing energy enveloping him. Simultaneously, the token inscribed with the arcane refinement technique was held in his mouth. The chilling aura surged into his mind, sharpening his consciousness. Agonizing pain coursed through him, as if countless needles were piercing his heart. Cold sweat broke out all over his body, and in that instant, a myriad of phantoms swirled in his mind. Zhou Yi, what are you doing? Zhou Yi gazed around in bewilderment. He found himself in a university dormitory. A familiar face looked at him urgently. Hurry, the basketball game is about to start. It's your turn to play today. As Zhou Yi stared at the simultaneously familiar yet strange figure, clarity began to return. Yet, he remained motionless, a chilling sensation coursing through his mind. This icy feeling made him acutely aware that he was trapped in an illusion. As an unusual force sought to shroud his consciousness, the once familiar classmate, observing his inaction, grew frantic. Move, hurry. With that, the figure reached out and grasped Zhou Yi's arm. The voice turned hoarse. Go. Zhou Yi's pupils dilated as he beheld his classmate. Flesh was peeling away in chunks from their face, their bloodied eyes staring at him. Hurry, they're waiting for you to play basketball. A bone-chilling dread surged within him, and instinctively, Zhou Yi swatted the hand away. At that moment, more voices echoed from all directions. Come, come. Unbeknownst to him, he had already arrived at the basketball court. All around him, classmates gazed at him with fervent eyes. In the next instant, their faces began to decay. Then they surged towards him, hands outstretched in a frenzied grasp. Zhou Yi was instantly engulfed, the excruciating pain enveloping him from all sides, a torment beyond endurance. The agony of being devoured by countless entities threatened to drive him to madness. Yet, each time he neared the brink of insanity, the icy aura within his mind preserved the last vestige of clarity. Time lost meaning as Zhou Yi endured the relentless cycle of horror. Repeatedly devoured by these terrifying manifestations, each instance as vivid as the last, reminiscent of past events. Amidst the overwhelming anguish, he gradually awakened, exhaling a heavy breath. A flicker of terror shone in Zhou Yi's eyes. The price had been exorbitant. Had it not been for the extensive preparations and the tokens stabilizing his mind, he would have surely succumbed. No, he must find a spell to anchor his spirit. Once may be manageable, but what if twice, thrice, or 10 times? Though Zhou Yi's resolve was formidable, he realized that mere willpower alone might not suffice to survive such backlash. Rising slowly, he executed a flip and departed from that place. Moments later, he returned to Huangyun Temple and directly sought out the Taoist Xianyu. Inform the county magistrate that the matter has been resolved. Understood. Zhou Yi turned and returned to his chamber. Sitting cross-legged and adjusting his breath. Soon, he restored his external spiritual energy and manifested 4 arcane orbs. 3 were slightly smaller, while one was larger. He grasped the 3 smaller orbs in his hand and swiftly began to channel his technique. Threads of energy were drawn forth and absorbed into his body, swiftly assimilated by his fundamental spiritual energy. Within his dantian, the primal energy transformed into a luminous azure sphere, gradually swelling, as the 3 arcane orbs integrated into his being. His spiritual energy reached its zenith, yet an invisible barrier seemed to constrict it. Zhou Yi's expression hardened as he gazed at the larger arcane orb, and without hesitation, he seized it and began to absorb it. A torrent of power surged into his body as the 100 Calamities refinement technique whirled frantically. Strands of energy flowed into his fundamental spiritual energy, and the invisible barrier began to creak ominously. Crack! Not long after, a mysterious sound resonated. Zhou Yi's body trembled, successfully reaching the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Simultaneously, an eerie aura permeated from within him, as if a mist began to waft around him. The air shimmered like waves, as though something sought to emerge from the ether. Suddenly, a peculiar wind howled within the room. An illusory force distorted the surroundings, causing Zhou Yi's figure to become ephemeral. Zhou Yi's eyes shot wide open, and the environment had transformed dramatically. Chapter 25. Unknown Time and Space. Arcane Techniques? In a dilapidated room, a layer upon layer of foam-like pink substance covered every surface. These materials resembled powder, some clinging to the tables, walls, and floor, while others floated in the air. Zhou Yi glanced down at himself, his expression grave and incredulous. He discovered that he too was enshrouded in this peculiar powder, which clung to him oddly. He pinched his hand slightly, a slick sensation rising within him. The powder on his skin possessed a faint elasticity, reminiscent of some strange, grotesque flesh. Instinctively, it stirred feelings of nausea within him. His gaze swept the surroundings. Every object in the room mirrored his own abode, yet it seemed as though many years had elapsed. In areas where the powder had not completely covered, he could discern exceedingly decayed materials. A low, guttural sound echoed from beyond the door. It was a deep, throaty growl, heralding the approach of something ominous. Zhou Yi's pupils constricted, his expression turning serious as he sensed the energy within. The surging spiritual power provided him some relief. Fortunately, he could still harness it. He examined himself. His clothing was also enshrouded in powder, but the pockets remained accessible. He retrieved a talisman from within, clutching both the void purification and evil extermination talismans tightly. His gaze fixed intently on the door. The guttural growl drew nearer, and Zhou Yi held his breath, focusing intently on the entrance. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted, shaking the entire room. Something collided with the door, sending the powder swirling chaotically through the air. With a resounding bang, the door burst open, and a figure barreled into the room. It was a grotesque creature, its body riddled with tumors, vaguely humanoid in shape. Yet its lower half sprouted 7 or 8 legs, and its head bore a twisted visage, with elongated claws protruding from its sides. Upon crashing into the room, it unleashed a terrifying roar, charging ferociously toward Zhou Yi. Brilliant light erupted as the evil extermination and void purification talismans flew forth as if they were free from restraint. The purifying and exorcising forces reached their zenith within the confined space. As horrific brilliance surged forth, enveloping the creature in black smoke, eliciting its furious howls, it staggered, wildly flailing its arms, and a piercing shriek filled the room. The sound pierced Zhou Yi's ears like a demonic symphony, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his mind. At that moment, the terrifying creature summoned renewed strength amidst the radiance, launching itself toward him with ferocity. The shifting earth talisman had silently activated, and in the next moment, Zhou Yi found himself at the entrance of the room. The creature, caught off guard, collided heavily with the wall behind it. A sudden flash of blue light erupted, and a needle as fine as a cow's hair pierced its nape. With a soft pop, the needle embedded itself in its skull, immediately followed by dozens of delicate beams of light exploding within its brain. These were slender, blue rays resembling needles. The creature's head burst open like a watermelon, and its body seemed to lose all sense of command, slowly collapsing to the ground. Yet, even in its fallen state, its arms and legs moved eerily, as if still possessed of life, sending chills down Zhou Yi's spine. Zhou Yi silently gazed upon this bizarre creature, casting his eyes behind him, where lay a world entirely different from what he had just witnessed. Darkness enveloped the earth, and the courtyard outside was covered in a myriad of colored powders, with more drifting down from the sky. His pupils constricted slightly as he beheld a colossal black sun suspended in the sky, eerily identical to the one visible in the real world. However, this black sun was far more terrifying, surrounded by a ring of black flames that appeared to burn around it, as if all the ashes originated from it that moment. Everything before him blurred, and in the next instant, Joey returned to reality. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing at the door of his room, the door intact and everything within in perfect order. He reached into his pocket and noticed that his talismans, the exorcising talisman and the cleansing talisman, were considerably diminished. What had just transpired was no mere illusion. He had truly entered an unknown temporal dimension. A chill crept into his heart as he recalled the scene he had witnessed, instilling a sense of dread within him. This world seemed to be even more complex and terrifying than he had previously imagined. Exhaling a deep breath, Joey pushed the door open once more and re-entered his room. At that moment, he pulled out a thumb-sized bone from his pocket, which resembled white jade. It bore numerous strange patterns. And upon closer inspection, he discovered these patterns possessed a peculiar allure. This bone had fallen from that mysterious entity adept in sorcery. It was something beyond his comprehension, absent from any records in either Daoqi or Daoyuan's journals. After a brief contemplation, he retrieved a sheet of white paper from the room. Following that, he dipped a brush into ink, gently tracing the patterns on the white bone. The patterns were of a sunken structure, and he was coloring in the non-sunken parts black. Soon, all the non-sunken areas of the bone were painted black, and he rolled it slightly on the white paper. A design emerged upon careful examination. He noted that the pattern was a completely irregular structure, a small rectangle, half a finger wide and a finger long. The blank patterns above seemed to harbor some special power, perpetually drawing Joey's gaze. Suddenly, the white paper, as if stirred by an unseen wind, ignited in a pale flame. Joey was taken aback, his eyes flickering with surprise as he scrutinized the phenomenon. Could this be the sorcery of the pale flames? Did this mean the bone was related to sorcery? Thoughts raced through his mind. Sorcery must not be without a source and should be closely tied to this mysterious entity. If he could unravel this secret, by continuously slaying these enigmatic beings and collecting their artifacts, he could potentially master a vast array of sorceries. The prospect of creating an entire system of sorcery unique to himself filled Joey with elation. He possessed the beast skin bagua. Perhaps there truly was a chance. Thus far, he had acquired two forms of sorcery, both reliant on blood as a medium, augmented by incantations. Moreover, both were interrelated, suggesting that sorcery might indeed exist within its own system of attributes. Chapter 26. Sorcery Experiment, Proactive Search. For instance, the blood system I currently possess. If the pale flames emanate from this bone, could it be inferred that the bone can serve as a vessel for sorcery? Joey took out another sheet of white paper and inscribed his hypothesis. Pale flame materials, powder of white bone, method of refinement. Depict the mysterious patterns from the entity's artifact on a specific part of the body. Cost, unknown. After documenting his thoughts, Joey observed the beast skin bagua, curious to see if it would yield any results. However, after a considerable time passed without any change, he shook his head slightly. It appeared not to be so simple. Perhaps more experiments were needed. Early the next morning, Joey procured an array of different poultry and livestock for his courtyard. Simultaneously, he gathered all the bones he could find. Including human bones, he meticulously ground these bones into powder, while also extracting a certain amount of blood from various animals and incorporating it into the respective bone powders. A small pig was tied to a bench. Its pitiful cries echoed, but Joey paid no heed to its struggles in his hands. He held a basin of ink made from bone powder and blood. He took up the brush, dipping it into the ink, and filled in all the patterns on the white bone before placing it on the pig's belly, gently rolling it around. The bone blood ink quickly formed a small rectangular design at the pig's navel. This was a complete illustration, with neat edges and no broken lines, as if it were born that way as the pattern took shape. A strange spectacle soon unfolded. A pale flame radiated from the center of the design, rapidly spreading toward the pig. The pig thrashed wildly in the flames, emitting agonized screams. Yet, after just a few breaths, it fell utterly silent, leaving behind only a pile of stark white ashes. Joey furrowed his brow and picked up a blank notebook. Experiment number 1. Pig's blood mixed with powdered pig bones, inscribed with the patterns from the white bone, resulted in the emergence of the pale flame. However, the experiment was deemed a failure as the subject was ultimately reduced to ashes. With the record complete, Joey commenced his second experiment. This time, he used a rooster, employing the same experimental method to thoroughly assess the feasibility of this approach. Half a day passed, and all the initial batch of poultry and livestock had perished. It seemed that the direction of mixing bones and blood to write the patterns was erroneous. Thus, tomorrow, he would conduct a second round of experiments, solely utilizing blood. Joey silently gazed at the ground strewn with powder. He had now attained the third level of chi refinement, having reached the pinnacle of the initial stage. With winter upon them, it was an opportune time for hunting enigmatic entities, if managed well. He could acquire a wealth of resources in a short span. It appeared prudent to consult the county magistrate, urging him to gather more information. He touched the token in his pocket, which now bore a few merit points. In the county office, Joey looked at Magistrate Huang, a smile gracing his face. Magistrate Huang. Magistrate Huang smiled back, "Thank you, Wang Guanzhu, for your efforts last night. Otherwise, countless lives might have been lost. No need for thanks." "It is my duty," Joey replied. "Yes, there's something you seek today?" Magistrate Huang inquired, his mustache twitching slightly. "I have come primarily to request that Magistrate Huang assist me in gathering more information. As the saying goes, keeping enemies at bay, I hope the magistrate can seek out information regarding the enigmatic entities in the wilderness. After all, some of these entities originate from outside, and if we can address them in advance, we need not constantly face unexpected situations." Upon hearing this, Magistrate Huang's brow furrowed slightly. Wang Guanzhu, searching for and eliminating enigmatic entities in the wild is a perilous endeavor. The terrain in the mountains is complex, and bizarre occurrences are commonplace. Gathering firewood or hunting has always been fraught with danger. There are often reports of hunters or wood-gatherers going missing. In fact, there is a wealth of such information. However, the purpose of having the Immortal Master stationed in Guabei County is to ensure local safety, so matters beyond the county's borders need not concern you. It is quite rare for Immortal Masters to venture out to clear the enigmatic entities around the city or county. Would an Immortal Master truly take such actions? The risks involved cannot be overlooked, Magistrate Huang said gravely. His concern was not for Zhou Yi's safety. Winter had arrived, and it was a time when enigmatic entities ran rampant. Should anything go awry, Zhou Yi could find himself in peril, potentially leading to significant troubles for Guabei County. Naturally, he was extremely vigilant, as his position was at stake. Zhou Yi smiled slightly. "There is no need for concern. My lord, I am not reckless. I merely wish to gather more specific information. If I encounter weaker entities, I will dispose of them with ease, whereas I will not recklessly challenge the more formidable and dangerous ones." Hearing Zhou Yi's words, Magistrate Huang nodded. "Since you are aware, I shall rest easy. I will have my secretary compile a list of various strange occurrences from the past month." "Thank you," Zhou Yi replied with a smile. Nodding in agreement, upon returning to Huangyun Temple, Zhou Yi found a stack of documents in his hands, all containing reports of incidents to the authorities. He meticulously reviewed the information, which detailed over 3 cases that had occurred within the month. 2 woodcutters and a hunter had all gone missing or met their demise on a mountain called Kaibishan, located outside Guabei County. While the 2 missing individuals remained unaccounted for, the deceased had suffered a particularly gruesome fate. The entire skin had been flayed and was suspended from a dead locust tree at the foot of Chibei Mountain. It was discovered by a woodcutter venturing into the mountains, who, terrified, hurried back to Guabei County to report to the authorities. The officials promptly arrived, retrieving the human skin, and after an autopsy, they reached a startling conclusion. The skin appeared to have been torn off in an instant by an overwhelming force. Ultimately, this case was marked with inhuman implications. And the other 2 woodcutters were presumed to have met a similar fate, most likely deceased. Within a month, Chibei Mountain became a forbidden zone in the city, with no one daring to venture there lightly. Upon reviewing these 3 files, Zhou Yi's lips curled into a faint smile. This was indeed the place. He would investigate the matter further on the morrow. If the opportunity arose, he would eliminate the threat, for he sought to enhance his power with utmost urgency. The next day, Zhou Yi silently departed, heading towards Chibei Mountain, located 10 miles away. A gnarled, ancient locust tree swayed in the icy winds, its barren branches laden with thick snow, rendering it an eerie specter of death. At this moment, a frozen human skin dangled quietly from its branches, swaying slightly in the chilling breeze. Chapter 27. The mysterious and above the cold pool a figure appeared beneath the locust tree. It was Zhou Yi, who had journeyed from afar. He took a concealed charm from his pocket and gently affixed it to himself, swiftly blending into the storm of wind and snow. his gaze fixated on the hanging human skin, his expression turning grave. Had another life been lost? He produced a spirit-locking talisman, releasing a peculiar wave that enveloped the skin. Almost immediately, a faint aura began to emanate from the skin, a shadowy essence that flickered before being absorbed into the spirit-locking talisman. Sensing this, Zhou-Yi made his way deeper into the heart of Qibei Mountain. The mountain range was vast, with Qibei Mountain merely a small part of it. The winter forest lay thick with snow, and even with the concealment charm, traversing these woods would leave behind numerous depressions in the snow. Yet, as the snowfall continued, those footprints would soon be obscured. Guided by the spirit-locking talisman, Zhou-Yi swiftly reached the depths of the mountain. The surroundings were steeped in silence. Apart from the howling winds and falling snow, no creatures stirred in the winter chill. Most animals were hibernating, relying on the fat they had stored during the spring and summer to endure the protracted winter. An hour passed, and Zhou-Yi found himself at the mountainside of Qibei Mountain. At that moment, he stumbled upon a mysterious sight. Following the guidance of the spirit-locking talisman, he arrived at a steep cliff where he beheld an inn. This inn was quite peculiar, half embedded in the mountainside, while the other half jutted out, constructed entirely of wood. At present, the inn's roof was overwhelmed by snow, giving it an extraordinarily odd appearance. The direction indicated by the spirit-locking talisman led into this inn, where his target was concealed. Furrowing his brow, a sense of unease flickered in Zhou-Yi's eyes. Something felt amiss. It did not seem to be a supernatural entity, but rather a man-made structure. Could it be an anomaly of the mysterious sort? A phenomenon born from natural landscapes or architecture? Various thoughts raced through his mind, but Zhou-Yi refrained from approaching recklessly. Instead, he stealthily climbed to the top of a nearby tree. Maintaining a vigilant distance for observation, he positioned himself at least 20 zhang away from the inn, ensuring his safety. Time passed imperceptibly as Zhou-Yi remained motionless, reapplying the concealment charm every 2 hours. He maintained his hidden state, and before long, several hours had slipped by. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the steep cliff, approaching from another direction. This figure was clad in black, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. It was a bald man, towering at nearly 9 feet, and his broad shoulders concealed something beneath his dark robe. His face was grotesque, with one eye closed, and his right cheek marred by horrific scars and bulging veins. A strange smile perpetually lingered on the left side of his face, exuding an eerie aura. Zhou-Yi recognized him instantly. He was undoubtedly a practitioner of the dark arts. Observing the fluctuations in his aura, Zhou-Yi estimated him to be at the 5th level of qi refinement. The mysterious dark practitioner nimbly leapt across the cliff, swiftly arriving at the inn's entrance. A series of heavy knocks echoed as he rapped on the door. The door swung open to reveal a pale, expressionless servant. The hulking figure slipped inside, and the door quickly closed behind him. Zhou-Yi remained silent in his observation, already suspecting that this place was a gathering site for dark practitioners. This was prime prey. A cold glimmer of murderous intent flickered across Zhou-Yi's visage. Dark practitioners were targets to be eliminated by Dao Gong, as they often exhibited substantial degrees of malevolence. Both mentally and physically twisted, they were vicious and ruthless, sometimes even preying upon humans, making them natural enemies of society. Additionally, these dark practitioners often possessed valuable items, such as strange pearls, magical artifacts, and dark techniques. Zhou-Yi pondered for a moment, continuing to wait. Time flew by, and soon it was dusk. The wilderness at night was perilous. Without specialized concealment talismans, one could face unknown threats at any moment. Why now? Zhou-Yi had spotted at least 5 dark practitioners lurking within the inn. Was there truly such a congregation of dark practitioners in Qibei Mountain? This was astonishing. Among those he had observed, at least one was at the later stage of qi refinement, not weaker than Qingxian Taoist. Zhou-Yi advanced rapidly in his cultivation, attributable to the optimization of his spells and dark techniques, rendering him significantly more powerful than ordinary practitioners. This ease in slaying dark entities contrasted sharply with the caution required by standard practitioners who needed to tread lightly when facing such threats, lest they become prey themselves. His unique cultivation method could neutralize dark qualities, posing risks primarily during breakthroughs. In contrast, other practitioners faced constant threats of corruption, which deterred them from advancing as boldly as he did. While Zhou-Yi progressed to the 3rd level of qi refinement in just a month, A conventional practitioner would require 4 to 5 decades to reach the later stage or even perfection, largely dependent on the enhancement of their willpower. Suddenly, the spirit-locking talisman in Zhou Yi's possession stirred slightly. His eyes narrowed, signaling the appearance of his target. A figure cloaked in black emerged from the inn and emitted a faint wave, vanishing into thin air. Yet, Zhou Yi had already zeroed in on him, swiftly descending from the tree and stealthily following the direction indicated by the spirit-locking talisman. As time passed, the figure traversed the mountain with purpose. Soon arriving at a mysterious valley, an icy aura emanated from this valley, and as Zhou Yi approached, he was met with a bone-chilling cold. His eyes narrowed. Something was amiss. Zhou Yi grew increasingly cautious. Having locked onto his target, and he positioned himself at one side of the valley, climbing swiftly to its summit. Gazing down, he beheld a deep, frigid pool. The water within the pool was astonishingly clear. Yet it appeared profoundly dark, as if an unseen force absorbed all light. At that moment, his target stood not far from the cold pool, seemingly engaged in preparations. Zhou Yi's mind raced with questions as he scrutinized the scene before him. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He noticed something unusual within the depths of the cold pool. At its center, a protruding rock was barely visible, upon which rested a slightly translucent plant. It blended seamlessly with the water, making it difficult to discern without close inspection. This peculiar plant bore a single fruit at its apex, seeming exquisitely crystalline and translucent. Was this a treasure of nature? Chapter 28. The Anomaly Absorbing Sunlight. A sudden strike, a treasure of nature. This was a product of the natural world drawing upon the spiritual energy of the air. However, due to the presence of dark phenomena, nearly all treasures of nature had been tainted to some extent. Thus, the utilization of pure treasures was rare in the cultivation world. Nevertheless, based on the 2 diaries he had obtained, various sects and the Daji Kingdom were researching the potential applications of these treasures, seemingly making breakthroughs. Typically, the elixirs used by ordinary practitioners were crafted from common medicinal plants, primarily for restoring external spiritual energy. Was this individual attempting to harvest such a treasure? Did he possess knowledge on how to utilize it? Zhou Yi's heart raced with excitement at the thought. Acquiring such knowledge would dramatically accelerate his cultivation progress. Time trickled by, and the sun sank below the horizon. Zhou Yi cautiously maintained his concealment charm, ever vigilant of the dark practitioner below. Suddenly, a surge of waves erupted from the deep pool, and a figure emerged from the water. It was a creature resembling a serpent, yet it sported slender arms akin to those of a human, covered in fine, fleshy scales that writhed as if grasping at the air. The serpent's head slowly opened, revealing a human face, a woman of extraordinary beauty, albeit devoid of hair. In the next moment, her head split down the middle, exposing a mouth brimming with sharp teeth and a tongue that stretched skyward. The dark sun hung silently in the sky, strands of black energy converging from the atmosphere towards that terrifying maw. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yi felt a jolt of alarm. The spectral entity was absorbing the sun. This was one of the cultivation methods of these eerie beings. Certain powerful, sentient entities could continuously strengthen themselves by consuming the spectral essence present in the air. Such creatures were generally perilous. At that moment, a dark figure surged up from the shore, darting with astonishing speed toward the bizarre human head protruding from the serpent's body, striking it down with ferocity. The black flash, swift as lightning, instantaneously severed the flesh connecting the head to its body. A chilling scream echoed from the mouth of that head, while simultaneously, the serpent's head emitted a terrifying roar. The immense sound waves enveloped the surroundings, causing the entire pool to tremble violently, shattering countless droplets of water. A figure leapt forth from the bank, shrouded in a layer of black mist, which coalesced into a grotesque form resembling a 4-armed, 8-legged demon, its fierce gaze glinting with dread in midair. This dark figure swept through an arc, lunging fiercely at the serpent-like entity. A cascade of black blood erupted as the creature sustained several sharp wounds. At this juncture, it suddenly burst forth from the water, charging toward the malevolent cultivator on the shore. Its massive form, measuring nearly 10 feet in length, was as ferocious as a cannonball, crashing directly into the adversary. However, the dark aura emanating from the opponent materialized into a shadowy Buddha, whose 4 arms swiftly ensnared the creature. Despite the specter's momentum, it only managed to push the adversary back a mere 10 feet without toppling it entirely. Suddenly, a streak of black light surged from behind the eerie being, piercing directly into its body. In the next instant, countless black sword lights flickered, cleaving the creature in two. The entity collapsed helplessly to either side, its corpse beginning to decay rapidly, leaving behind only a thumb-sized spectral pearl. The dark mist that had assumed the form of the shadowy Buddha gradually dissipated, revealing a figure cloaked in black robes. In the next moment, a faint ripple of energy flickered around him, rendering him invisible once more. Just then, a trio of colored flames erupted explosively from his back, enveloping him instantaneously. Amidst the agonizing shrieks, a figure emerged, engulfed in flames, leaping into the water. However, a flash of blue light suddenly illuminated the air. It was a slender blue needle, piercing through the figure's back with blinding speed. A burst of fine brilliance erupted, transforming the figure into a spiny creature mid-air. He fell limply onto the surface of the pool, causing ripples to surge. Simultaneously, the three colored flames on his body began to extinguish gradually. Zhou-Yi leaped from the shore into the depths of the pool, grasping the lifeless body and propelling himself back to the bank with a powerful stroke. The moment the monster appeared and the malevolent cultivator launched his attack, he had already utilized the earth-shrinking talisman to reach the valley at breakneck speed. The instant the conflict between the cultivator and the spectral entity reached its climax, he discerned that the opponent had employed spectral techniques. Once the spell was cast, it surely came with a hefty price. And he seized the opportunity for a sudden ambush. Indeed, with one decisive strike, he had slain the foe without shedding blood. The interior of the body had been ravaged by the magical artifact. Zhou-Yi swiftly tore away the tattered clothing, revealing a black leather pouch. The material of this pouch was unknown, yet it had miraculously remained unscathed during the tumult of battle. A smile flickered in his eyes as he produced the purification talisman. A radiant light swiftly enveloped the pouch, releasing wisps of faint black mist. It was evident that some nefarious spell resided within, but under the power of the purification talisman, it was entirely cleansed. Zhou-Yi poured out the contents of the pouch, discovering 2 spectral pearls, a small black dagger, an odd black paper, and what appeared to be a cultivation diary. He quickly secured the items and picked up the spectral pearl that had fallen from the monster's corpse. His gaze shifted toward the rare treasures lying within the cold pond, seemingly untouched by the preceding battle. Both the spectral entity and the malevolent cultivator had deliberately avoided them. Zhou-Yi jumped into the pool, uprooting the rare treasure and placing it into the black leather pouch with a flicker. He vanished silently from the scene. By the stroke of midnight, he had returned to Guabei County, eagerly commencing his research. He first examined the adversary's diary, poring over its contents. An hour later, Zhou-Yi's expression shifted, his countenance revealing signs of contemplation, and a soft sigh escaped his lips. Indeed, I had been overly naive. The repurposing of rare treasures is not a simple endeavor. Shaking his head slightly, he turned his attention toward the black paper. Upon it was an enigmatic depiction of a Buddha, crafted from a series of sinister characters, featuring 4 arms and 8 legs. This technique was named Black Buddha Body. Once mastered, it would bestow the practitioner with the protection of the Black Buddha, granting immense power. In his mind, a scripture quietly surfaced upon the beast-hide hexagram. The scripture spun rapidly under the influence of the hexagram's power, gradually revealing a dark image. A towering Black Buddha loomed, gazing down upon countless sentient beings, its 4 arms rhythmically clapping, turning all living creatures within its reach to dust. The vision faded, contracting into a black dot, which swiftly expanded into an entirely new spell. Upon scrutinizing the spell's content, Zhou-Yi's face registered surprise. This novel spell was titled Black Sky Buddha Country. Category: Spectral Technique Cultivation Method. Utilize the fruit of a rare treasure as the core, with blood as ink, inscribing the Black Buddha Great Universe incantation upon the fruit, and ingesting it to refine with one's primordial spiritual energy to construct the Black Buddha Country. Effects: Casting the Black Buddha Country will create an illusory realm based on the user's spiritual energy limit. Within this realm, any being whose realm does not exceed that of the caster will be suppressed to the same level as the practitioner. They cannot escape until the Buddha Country concludes. The practitioner transforms into the Black Buddha, remaining corporeal within the realm for a duration of only 10 breaths. Those killed will have their spirits linger within the Buddha country, becoming its adherents. The same spiritual energy expenditure can enhance the Buddha country's might, allowing the practitioner to access all the memories of the deceased. Cost. As this is a spectral technique, once cast, one will inevitably be swayed by the Black Buddha's resonant chants. Should one fail to maintain a steadfast heart, they risk succumbing to madness, transforming into a spectral being of the Black Buddha. Contemplating this peculiar spectral technique, a hint of excitement blossomed within Zhou Yi. This technique was indeed formidable, a veritable method for ensnaring and annihilating foes, as long as one did not exceed a major realm. There would be no means to contend with me, however. The time constraint of merely 10 breaths necessitated that this technique be coupled with a lethal strike, a method to ensnare and a method to slay. While the souls of the deceased would be absorbed by the Buddha country, extracting their memories, this presented a tremendous boon to me, opening new avenues for acquiring various cultivation methods, especially those beyond the foundation establishment realm. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhou Yi began to formulate a comprehensive battle strategy. How fortuitous it was that mastering this spell would enable me to ambush a malevolent cultivator, thereby uncovering the truth of the situation within that inn. Perhaps I could even infiltrate it, turning these malevolent cultivators into my most vital resource. With this resolution, Zhou Yi hesitated not a moment longer and directly commenced his cultivation. Coincidentally, he possessed a fruit of a rare treasure at hand. He retrieved the herb from the black leather pouch, a thumb-sized, translucent fruit appearing in his palm. Producing ink and a brush, he bit into his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip into the inkstone, and then grasped the brush. Spiritual energy surged into the brush, swiftly saturating it with blood, as he summoned the fruit to levitate before him. The delicate bristles of the brush, now fortified by his spiritual energy, transformed into a resilient tool. Tiny crimson characters were inscribed meticulously, covering the entire surface of the fruit. The Black Buddha Great Universe incantation comprised a total of 81 characters, each imbued with profound secrets. Upon completion, the fruit emanated an otherworldly aura. Gradually, Zhou Yi infused the fruit with his spiritual energy, causing the incantation inscribed upon its surface to radiate a wondrous glow. A faint black light flickered before being consumed by Zhou Yi. The fruit seemed to dissolve into ethereal essence, cascading down to his dantian. The fruit underwent a remarkable transformation, resembling a mysterious orb, within which an extraordinary world could be faintly discerned. A black earth lay beneath a shroud of dark clouds. And at the center of this realm sat a 6-zhang tall black Buddha, its visage unmistakably Zhou Yi's own. The black orb and the blood-red light of the dagger shimmered side by side. As if neither could eclipse the other, Zhou Yi exhaled a deep breath, overwhelmed with joy at having grasped a brand new spectral technique. 3 spectral pearls materialized in his hand, and he promptly began to operate the 100 Calamities refining spectre technique. Half an hour later, the 3 spectral pearls had been reduced to ash, significantly enhancing his primordial spiritual energy. He had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of chi refinement, mere steps away from breaking through to the 4th layer. The higher he ascended, the more spectral pearls were required. It seemed that frequent hunting would be essential. Zhou Yi picked up the diary of the malevolent cultivator he had slain, scrutinizing its contents. Soon, his expression turned grave as he delved into the myriad of information chronicled within, much of it detailing the life story of this malevolent being. It turns out that this malevolent practitioner also hails from the disciples of the Tao Palace. However, his reckless attempts to break through have led to his own bizarre essence spiraling out of control, resulting in the accidental murder of a fellow disciple. To avoid being executed, he promptly betrayed the Tao Palace and has since wandered within the borders of the Great Zhou dynasty. At this moment, Zhou Yi's gaze fell upon a page. He once again encountered the haunting words, "I am so afraid, junior brother. Despite having killed you numerous times, why do you always return? I truly did not intend for this. Please spare me. He. Yes, you have died again. Your head is simply too delectable. He. The entries of the malevolent practitioner reveal a mind teetering on the brink of madness, seemingly unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. The recorded content occasionally exhibits clarity, yet at times descends into disarray. The more Zhou Yi read, the more his heart raced. It was his first encounter with the diary of one whose bizarre essence had gone awry. He exhaled deeply, a faint contemplation lingering in his eyes. 100 calamities. Refining bizarre technique can only be cultivated to the pinnacle of chi refinement. Once I break through to the foundation establishment stage, I must seek out new techniques, ones capable of resolving the bizarre essence. Otherwise, cultivation is absolutely forbidden. Otherwise, I shall inevitably meet a tragic end. Continuing to peruse the diary, he discovered some scattered information about an inn. Upon organizing the fragmented details, Joey gained a rough understanding of the inn's purpose. The inn was named Evil God Inn, and it was not under the control of any individual. Randomly scattered throughout the Great's dynasty, it always housed 3 individuals: a bellhop who opened the door to guests, a manager who calculated accounts and issued tasks, and a cook. In this Evil God Inn, various tasks appeared almost daily, their origins shrouded in mystery, yet they promised substantial rewards. However, these tasks were usually steeped in bloodshed and malevolence, rendering them intolerable to both the Dao Palace and the Great's dynasty. Each task offered rich remuneration, making it a favored haunt for malevolent practitioners. After summarizing the information about the Evil God Inn, Joey felt somewhat dazed. Randomly distributed? Always the same 3 individuals? What level of power is this? His complexion shifted dramatically as he suddenly realized that a terrifying, indescribable presence likely lurked behind the Evil God Inn. Such power could not possibly belong to even the legendary nascent soul cultivators. It was undoubtedly an existence beyond imagination. This world is darker than I ever envisioned. Chapter 30. The Perilous Cost, the Memory of the Soul. In his previous life, Joey was an avid reader of novels. Having perused countless classics and now sensing a thick aura of conspiracy in his eyes, these malevolent practitioners had transformed into mere pawns of the Evil God Inn, existing to fulfill some task for the entity behind it. Gently tapping the table, he pondered, should I still venture to the Evil God Inn? Perhaps I should hunt down a malevolent practitioner first, gleaning insights from their memories about the inn's true nature. A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in Joey's eyes as he began replenishing his consumed talismans. A day swiftly passed, and Joey silently departed from Guabei County. After spending half a day, he returned to the Chi Bay Mountain. Guarding himself several dozen feet away from the Evil God Inn, Joey carefully concealed his presence, patiently awaiting a suitable target. Soon, a figure caught his eye. A middle-aged man clad in a green robe approached, his face stark and cold, with slightly reddened pupils. His aura suggested he was at least at the mid-stage of chi refinement. This individual was enveloped in a faint green mist. Effortlessly traversing the cliff towards Joey's position, as the man drew closer, Joey quietly positioned himself on the path ahead. Just as the man stepped within a span of 10 feet, his blood-red eye suddenly detected something amiss, snapping towards Joey's location. In that instant, Joey unhesitatingly unleashed Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom. A shroud of black light enveloped the area, conjuring a realm of darkness upon the snowy ground. The expression of the green-robed man shifted dramatically. He felt his powers suppressed to the level of the 3rd layer of chi refinement. A chill ran down his spine as a black Buddha materialized before him. Its icy gaze fixed upon him. Bizarre technique, he gasped, and without a moment's hesitation, the green mist around him surged towards Joey. Yet, Joey paid no heed to the incoming assault, releasing the 3 yuan true fire from his mouth. The fierce flames clashed with the green mist, producing a sizzling cacophony. A blue flying sword surged from his hand, arcing towards the green-robed man. The middle-aged man was horrified. A faint green light emanated from his robe. The sword struck the green light with a resounding thud, vibrating violently as it attempted to slice through the brilliance, but its power proved insufficient to breach it. Frowning slightly, Joey realized that 3 breaths had passed. He had discerned the opponent's formidable abilities. Slaying him swiftly would not be easy. It appeared that he would have to resort to his trump card. A blood-red dagger manifested in his hand. With a swift motion, a streak of blood light pierced through the green mist, in the man's incredulous gaze. It flashed through his brow. In an instant, the man's flesh and blood withered, and a formless shadow was drawn forth by the surrounding dark energies. This ethereal figure was none other than the green-robed man, his expression one of bewilderment as the black power rapidly engulfed him. In a heartbeat, a layer of faint black light enveloped him, rendering him utterly spectral. The green-robed man fell to his knees, clasping his hands together in fervent reverence towards Joey, eyes filled with a frenzied devotion. The black heaven Buddha kingdom flickered and, in the next moment, retracted entirely into Zhou Yi's being. With a grave expression, he produced a mysterious token and held it in his mouth, dozens of purification talismans already affixed to his body. In a flash, he seized the corpse of the green-robed man and, with a few flickers, landed in a snow-covered area 2 yards away, where he had previously excavated a burrow. He swiftly dove into it, sealing the entrance before sitting cross-legged to pay the price in the hazy twilight. A mysterious and eerie Buddhist chant resonated in his ears, accompanied by a strange power flickering within his consciousness. Igniting a sharp pain that pierced his heart in a surreal moment, he felt as though his psyche was fracturing. He found himself in a Buddhist hall, standing before a black Buddha, his eyes vacant as a voice echoed in his mind. Kneel. Kneel, bow to my Buddha. You shall attain enlightenment. This voice, seemingly from the void, compelled Zhou Yi to feel an urge to kneel. Yet, a chill in his mind granted him a sliver of clarity. This was the cost. If I succumb to the urge to kneel, I shall be transformed into the Black Buddha. On another front, his spirit plunged into a familiar era, his childhood days in kindergarten. Surrounded by peers, they were beckoning him to play. However, the merriment soon turned gruesome as they began to tear at his body, an excruciating pain flooding his psyche as he was incessantly torn into pieces, only to be reassembled again. The dual horrors of torment stretched his spirit to the breaking point. As if a mere loosening of tension would shatter him entirely, the brilliance of the purification talismans enveloped him, continuously sweeping away the fatigue from his body and mind, maintaining his spirit in a vigorous state. Coupled with the chilling aura of the token, he barely managed to retain his consciousness in the black Buddhist hall. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened, and facing the incessant voices in his ears, he roared with fury. I shall not kneel to heaven or earth, only to my parents. Who are you to command me to kneel? Dream on. Regardless of the clamor and seductive whispers surrounding him, Zhou Yi steadfastly held to his resolve. As time slipped by, a quarter of an hour passed in the blink of an eye. With a deep exhale, Zhou Yi suddenly awakened. A wave of scorching energy surged through his body, the life essence seized by the blood transformation divine knife, nourishing his organs. Each use of the blood transformation divine knife fortified his body to some degree, and in time, he might become impervious to harm. A fleeting sense of dread washed over him. He had been somewhat careless. Employing 2 bizarre techniques simultaneously was perilous. He needed to swiftly discover a method to stabilize his spirit. Otherwise, the risk of error loomed large. I am now relying solely on the token, my willpower, and the purification talismans. The token accounts for 7/10 of my effectiveness. Should the token fail, I would likely struggle to endure this cost. With a look of determination, Zhou Yi focused his will upon the black heaven Buddha kingdom pearl within him. With a mental nudge, he perceived the green-robed man, simultaneously tapping into the memories within his soul. He rapidly sifted through the man's recollections, vivid images flashing through his mind. Soon, the spells and techniques the man had mastered were extracted. The circumstances within the evil god inn began to unveil themselves. A dimly lit inn lobby appeared, seemingly perpetually shrouded in night. Every table adorned with a flickering oil lamp. The sound of a lowly abacus echoed persistently. Chapter 31. The cold light of 100 talismans. A chaotic world. A manager stood behind the counter, deftly manipulating the abacus. This manager's complexion was ashen, a sparse goat-like beard adorning his chin. With deeply sunken eyes and a face lined with wrinkles, exuding a chilling aura akin to that of a corpse. Within the sinister confines of the evil god inn, every table was inhabited by a shadowy figure. Their gazes collectively directed towards a singular point within the establishment. There hung a wooden board, adorned with numerous pieces of crimson paper, each inscribed with a distinct task, from the memories of this malevolent cultivator. Zhou Yi apprehended hundreds of disparate assignments. One such task entailed the destruction of the core magical artifact safeguarding the city of Tianqing. Reward: a volume of foundational cultivation techniques. Another required orchestrating a blood sacrifice in Huanglong County, resulting in 100 casualties. Reward: a spirit-enhancing elixir. As these grim tasks flitted before his eyes, Zhou Yi was struck by their sanguinary nature, steeped in immense malevolence directed against humanity. The more he scrutinized, the more alarmed he became. The wickedness of the evil god exceeded his wildest imaginings. This establishment seemed to possess an enchantment, drawing in all who had tasted its forbidden fruits, compelling them to return for further assignments. It was a place that exploited the avarice of the human heart, gradually eroding their very humanity. Exhaling a deep, murky breath, Zhou Yi began to grasp the essence of this evil god-in. His focus shifted to the spells practiced by this individual. The other party was cultivating the illuminated heart deception technique, a method distinct from his own. Delving into the intricacies of this cultivation technique, Zhou Yi's gaze turned expectantly towards the animal skin bagua. Soon, the bagua sprang to life once more, revealing an image as it spun. A figure meditated atop a mountain peak, radiating a wondrous glow from his brow. Illuminating his entire being like a beacon eye in the shadows, a swirling mass of black substance could be discerned, roaming within his body, revealed by the light. The image suddenly contracted, unveiling a brand new technique, light of deception. This technique was intriguing, fundamentally akin to his own, capable of purging deceptive energies to a certain extent. One method manifested as tribulations during the ascension through each realm, while the other produced a mystical flame at the brow. Illuminating deceptive energies, culminating in a significant calamity at its zenith. In one scenario, the flame purifies the deceptive essence. In the other, it leads to immediate transformation and demise. There was no third possibility. One fragmented the tribulations over time, while the other accumulated them for a single explosive event. After a brief contemplation, Zhou Yi discerned that his technique held the upper hand, facilitating breakthroughs beyond the foundational stage with lesser peril. He chose to retain this technique in his heart, eschewing the desire to cultivate it. Soon, his attention was drawn to the spells wielded by this individual. Through the memories, he discovered that this person possessed only a few spells. One being ink jade poison mist, reminiscent of the green smoke he had previously conjured. This noxious mist corroded all tangible matter, morphing anything that inhaled it into putrid sludge within moments. The second spell was the divine movement technique, allowing one to traverse 30 feet with each step, albeit at a significant cost to one's spiritual energy. Upon reading these spells, they materialized within the animal skin bagua, swiftly condensing into two images. One depicted a figure enveloped in green smoke, waving his hand and instantly enveloping an entire city. Within moments, the city was transformed into a stench-ridden wasteland. The other image showcased a figure gracefully flickering across the earth, each movement covering a distance of 30 feet. Ultimately, these two spells converged into an entirely new incantation. 100 Poisons Cold Light and Divine Movement. 100 Poisons Cold Light category. Spell cultivation method. Gather the poisons of 100 plants. Blend them with blood to form ink. Cleanse with spiritual energy. Recite the 100 Poisons incantation, and merge the toxic essence with spiritual power, ultimately forming 100 Poisons Cold Light to be inhaled and solidified as the foundation of the spell. Cultivation effect. A breath of 100 Poisons Cold Light can dissolve the life of all beings, countering magical artifacts and spells, an ever-adaptive spell. Divine Movement category. Spell cultivation method. Recite the Divine Movement incantation, tapping into the mysterious forces of the cosmos, enhancing one's form to leap 30 feet, each application lasting the duration of a tea's brew. With mastery, the mysterious forces will harmonize with spiritual energy, solidifying as the foundation of the spell, hidden within one's feet. As Zhou Yi regarded these two spells, a smile crept across his countenance. Once again, he had encountered two novel incantations. 100 Poisons Cold Light was a versatile spell, and what I lack the most now is a proper defensive incantation. Divine Movement could serve as an escape route once the shrinking earth talisman is exhausted, effectively filling my gaps. Exhaling a deep breath, he acknowledged the substantial gains of this venture. Zhou Yi resumed his exploration of the individual's memories, discovering that he hailed from a minor sect known as the Lantern Fire Sect, a branch under the Triad of Sects, Paths, and Schools. His name was Wu Tade, and he fled his sect upon uncovering a terrifying secret. The sect leader was clandestinely utilizing disciples for nefarious purposes, seemingly for a form of exceptionally sinister sorcery. Wu Tade had noticed several senior brothers inexplicably perishing outside, one of whom he shared a deep bond with. They had exchanged coordinates for tracking, intending to watch over one another. However, one day, that brother ventured out, and 3 days later, the sect master announced his demise. Yet, due to the tracking coordinates, Wu Tade sensed his brother was still within the sect. when he followed the sensation to the depths of the sect. He was horrified to discover his brother's corpse, his brow gouged open, buried beneath a lotus pond within the sect's grounds. Beneath that pond lay a dozen corpses, most of which had already turned to bone. From that moment onward, he realized the sect leader posed a grave threat, and he chose to flee at once, never to return. Through Wu Taid's memories, Zhou Yi glimpsed an alternative realm of cultivation. The world was dotted with numerous immortal sects, each occupying distinct territories, with throngs of disciples congregating at fixed Dao palaces for training. Each sect maintained its own Dao palace, not only to vie for resources but also to uphold the stability of the world. However, all cultivation sects derived from the most potent triad of sects, paths, and schools, the Buddhist, demonic, and Taoist factions. Zhou Yi hungrily absorbed the information from Wu Taid's memories, gradually forming a comprehensive understanding of the world. Yet, with every revelation, a sense of dread settled deeper within him. The great Zik dynasty stretched across 100,000 miles, fortified by walls that enclosed the entire realm. Each border was manned by cultivators, defending against external threats. The primary adversaries were large-scale malevolent cultivators, bizarre races, and omnipresent maleficent entities. This world was vast and chaotic, and the great Zik dynasty had endured for over 10 millennia. Zhou Yi's expression turned slightly incredulous. A dynasty lasting for millennia was something he had never contemplated. According to Wu Taid's recollections, it seemed that in ancient times, there was no black sun in the sky at some unknown point. The black sun descended upon this world, followed by the emergence of malevolent entities. The practice of cultivation faced catastrophic setbacks, gradually evolving into the present state, where the earth had only just begun to regain vitality. The establishment of the Great Zik dynasty marked a pivotal moment in humanity's reclamation of civilization. Exhaling a deep, murky breath, Zhou Yi felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders, recalling countless tales that illuminated his understanding. He now stood on the precipice of a world teetering on the brink of annihilation. Regardless of what lay ahead, I must first devote myself to diligent cultivation. Clearing his mind of distractions, Zhou Yi's gaze fell upon Wu Taid's lifeless form. He stripped the garments from the corpse, uncovering a cloth pouch. 4 malevolent pearls emerged before his eyes, alongside a peculiar black orb. This black orb served as a magical artifact, known as the Transformation Pearl. Activating this artifact could generate a wondrous force that enveloped the skin, allowing for seamless alteration of appearance. This was Wu Taid's prized possession for traversing the world, imperceptible to anyone below the foundational realm. Having claimed the treasures, Zhou Yi recognized the facade of tranquility within the Dao Palace, which concealed lurking dangers. The mortality rate among guest cultivators was alarmingly high. Many perilous tasks were thrust upon them, necessitating early preparation on his part. If all else failed, he would roam the world, with the Black Heaven Buddhist kingdom at his disposal, ensuring that he would not lack for cultivation techniques. With a plan forming in his mind, Zhou Yi regarded the withered corpse, then unleashed a breath of true flame. Within mere moments, it was reduced to ashes. Rising from the scene, he hastened towards Guobei County. By dawn the following day, Zhou Yi had begun collecting the poisons of various plants. He visited every apothecary in the town to gather toxic fluoride. It would likely take 7 to 8 days to amass the requisite poisonous plants. Upon returning to the Dao Temple, he immediately resumed his cultivation. One by one, he absorbed the 4 malevolent pearls, causing his innate spiritual energy to surge. This time, his goal was to break through to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, which would elevate him to the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Zhou Yi's demeanor became solemn. He dared not slacken his focus. As the seconds trickled by, an immense pressure coursed through his body. He could distinctly sense a barrier constraining him, while internal pressure surged, striving to shatter this confining screen. Time continued its relentless march, and Zhou Yi's skin flushed a vivid crimson, an indication of his spiritual energy reaching its zenith. Nevertheless, his physique was remarkably resilient, allowing him to endure this pressure, albeit accompanied by a tingling, prickly sensation. It was unclear how long had passed when his body suddenly jolted. A resounding crack echoed within his mind, signaling a pivotal moment of transformation. A profound sense of tranquility enveloped his entire being, as surges of primal spiritual energy coursed through him. An intangible, dark substance began to emanate from his form, coalescing above his head into a mass of smoky tendrils. Roughly the size of a human head, a peculiar wave of energy rippled through the air, hinting at the presence of something elusive. An anomalous entity seemed irresistibly drawn to the dark mist, as if it sought to transcend time and space to manifest in this realm. At that moment, Joey sensed an imminent danger approaching, his eyes snapping open. His pupils constricted slightly as a distorted, formless apparition materialized from the air, merging seamlessly with the black mist. Instantly, the mist began to tremble violently, from which emerged a slender, centipede-like figure that darted towards him with lightning speed. Joey deftly evaded, activating a spatial talisman with silent precision, narrowly avoiding the oncoming specter. Clinging to a concealment talisman, he felt his body dissolve into nothingness at that moment. A flash of blue light shot forth, targeting the ethereal centipede. The phantom creature twisted its form, agilely evading the attack. A piercing shriek echoed through the air, assaulting Zhou Yi's mind and causing a sudden, intense pain to radiate through his head. Alarmed, he realized the spectral centipede had lunged right before him, its grotesque head splitting open to reveal a menacing MW-INA heartbeat. He unleashed a torrent of 3 yuan true fire, colliding with the charging centipede in a brilliant explosion. The impact sent the creature reeling backward, but Zhou Yi, eyes ablaze with determination, fought through the agony in his mind and unleashed a dazzling burst of light from an exorcism talisman, engulfing the phantom centipede. The air crackled with sizzling sounds as the creature writhed, as though thrown into a cauldron of boiling oil, expelling a fierce cloud of black mist. Yet, in the next moment, a slender beam of blue light flickered. What had been spewing forth dark vapors suddenly quaked violently before disintegrating into countless specks of light. As the centipede vanished, Joey exhaled a deep breath, feeling a weight lift from his spirit. Each ascension through the layers of the 100 calamities refining trick presented unique tribulations, yet their potency bore limits. With adequate preparation, overcoming them was merely a matter of time. As he reveled in the surging power within him, a smile graced Zhou Yi's face. A horse cannot thrive without night grass. Seizing opportunities remains the most effective strategy. Now, he merely awaited the mastery of new spells, though time was still required for that endeavor. In the courtyard, a figure danced and weaved through the air. It was Zhou Yi, immersed in the practice of divine movement. At this moment, he resembled a fleeting shadow, flickering throughout the rear courtyard of the Taoist temple, which spanned 10 zhang in circumference, ample space for honing his skills. Zhou Yi's expression was grave. Divine movement was not mere teleportation. Caution was vital during movement, for colliding with obstacles would result in a backlash. This spell enveloped him in a peculiar force field, granting him freedom of movement while affording a degree of protection. Having practiced diligently for 7 days, performing the technique multiple times each day until exhausting 90% of his external spiritual energy, he was gradually sculpting a novel combat style. The fluidity of divine movement, when combined with various talismans and the 3 yuan true fire, could unleash astonishing might. In a brief span, he could launch simultaneous assaults from all directions, elevating his combat potential to its zenith. However, this came at a cost. He could unleash his power thrice at most. Should he fail to subdue his opponent, retreat was essential, or he would have to employ a deadly trick. Divine movement required a preparatory period, with incantations demanding at least 10 breaths. Yet, as his proficiency grew, he had compressed this to 5 breaths, with hopes of instantaneous casting upon forming a solid foundation for the spell. Steadying himself, Zhou Yi glanced at the sky, discerning that the time had come to procure the poisonous substances he sought. Chapter 33. Chilling light enters the body, blood demon task soon. Zhou Yi returned from various apothecaries, laden with sufficient venomous materials. These comprised 100 different botanical specimens, including fruits, flowers, and foliage. Back at Huangyun Temple, he gathered the myriad toxins into a large cauldron, crushing them before adding water, which quickly transformed into a viscous paste. The toxic concoction began to bubble, as if undergoing a reaction. Seated before the cauldron, Zhou Yi placed a palm against its rim, channeling a surge of external spiritual energy that rapidly infused the mixture. As his spiritual essence mingled with the ingredients, a myriad of colorful toxins shimmered within, intertwining in a mesmerizing dance. Gradually, these toxic essences appeared to undergo a remarkable transformation, shifting from a spectrum of hues to a pristine white. resembling a cascade of silk or fresh fallen snow. Half a day passed, during which Joey continually recited the 100 Poisons divine incantation. The once viscous liquid in the pot underwent a miraculous change. The vibrant mixture became akin to clear water, revealing countless sediments that settled at the bottom. Amidst the crystalline liquid, a faint white luminescence pulsated, coalescing into a shimmering orb that appeared almost sentient. Upon completing another recitation, Joey sensed an ethereal connection forming between this luminous sphere and his own spirit. Taking a deep breath, he watched as the white glow surged forth from the cauldron, flowing like a gentle stream into his nostrils, where it settled in his lungs, imparting a cool sensation. Sensing this extraordinary chill, Joey turned his gaze toward a nearby table. Suddenly, a breath escaped him. Releasing a brilliant burst of white light that enveloped a cup beside the table, a piercing sound erupted, and in a mere heartbeat, the cup disintegrated into ashes. A flicker of thought crossed his mind, and the white radiance swiftly expanded, forming a hazy cocoon around him, rendering him impervious to any assault from all directions. With a subtle motion, he unleashed a flying needle from his hand, creating a fissure in the white light, through which the needle darted forth in an explosive display of brilliance. It struck the barrier of white light, resulting in a resounding collision. Joey's face broke into a satisfied smile. The defense proved formidable, as the flying needle was unable to penetrate. Drawing another deep breath, he inhaled the chilling light back into his lungs, returning the needle to his sleeve. This integrated system of offense and defense had been established, complemented by a small flying sword and needle, along with various talismans. Now a flawless configuration. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. It was time to investigate the blood demon in. Producing a transformation bead, he infused it with spiritual energy, enveloping himself in a peculiar power that melded with his flesh, altering his visage. His skin darkened slightly, his features became gaunt, and his complexion was dotted with myriad tiny particles, giving him an appearance of grotesque mutation. He examined himself in the mirror, ensuring that the sinister aura he emanated was suitable. With a deep exhale, he donned a black robe, replacing his Taoist garb, and vanished from Huangyun Temple in a flash. After a brief interval, Joey arrived once more at Chibei Mountain. Standing before the Blood Demon Inn, he drew a deep breath, his entire face shrouded beneath the black cloak. The inn was open to all, yet any request for service necessitated a token of payment, mysterious beads. Even the cheapest cup of tea required one. Only patrons who ordered could remain inside for 3 days. Those who did not would be limited to an hour, with a mandatory wait of a day before re-entry. The wilderness at night posed considerable dangers, compelling many rogue cultivators to spend a bead at the Blood Demon Inn to recuperate from injuries. Joey knocked on the door, thudding resoundingly. With a creak, the door opened slowly to reveal a pallid face, the innkeeper. The innkeeper silently stepped aside, allowing Joey to enter. The moment he crossed the threshold, his skin tightened, and he felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. The world around him seemed to fall silent. The sounds of birds in the forest faded entirely, as though he had entered another realm. The innkeeper gestured toward an unoccupied table. "That is your seat." "What do you require?" Joey shook his head, indicating he needed nothing. He approached the table and sat down, his penetrating gaze sweeping across the room. The interior of the Blood Demon Inn spanned approximately 4 to 5 zhang, with around a dozen patrons scattered within. Their gazes lingered on him briefly before quickly averting. Many were focused on a particular wall, where a series of red and black task notices were pinned. Zhou eyes followed suit, and suddenly, his pupils constricted slightly. A task has emerged on the task board, intriguingly related to Guobei County. The task entails locating 3 hidden tombs left by the Blood Demon Taoist, dating back a millennium. Within these tombs lie the 3 sinister techniques of the Blood Demon Taoist: Blood Light Technique, Demon Blood Blade, and Blood Shadow Technique, along with a treasure map containing a wealth of resources plundered during the Blood Demon Taoist's last appearance from the headquarters of the Jiangnan Dao. The objective is to deliver these 3 sinister techniques and the treasure to the Evil God Inn. The reward for this endeavor is the promise of perpetual residency at the Evil God Inn. As Joey perused this task, a flicker of astonishment coursed through him. In an instant, he recalled a tomb he had previously visited. It was indeed the resting place of the Blood Demon Taoist, a figure shrouded in mystery from 1,000 years past. Jiangnan Dao, one of the 36 paths of the Grand Daji dynasty. It is truly astonishing that a Tao palace capable of subduing an entire path could be breached. Could this individual possess golden core-level prowess? His heart raced as he contemplated the two sinister techniques he had refined, realizing they were intrinsically linked. Point 3 Sinister Techniques. Chapter 34. The Time Bomb, Entering the Tao Palace. Could it be that if I were to acquire the final technique, these three would merge into one? A sudden realization struck him, and he began to ponder silently. The three tombs I have found should only be one of them. The locations of the other two remain unknown. At that moment, a jolt of apprehension surged within him. The publication of this task would inevitably alert all the evil cultivators in the vicinity. Guabei County would soon become a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. With various factions of evil cultivators converging, could I possibly handle this alone? Should I be exposed as someone adept in these sinister techniques? The information would likely spread like wildfire. At that point, the Tao Palace might very well come after me. Innocents bear no guilt, yet the possession of treasure can be a curse. Zhou Yi's gaze flickered as he recognized the impending danger encroaching upon him. Taking a deep breath, he narrowed his eyes, a resolution forming within him. This matter is beyond my solitary capabilities. I must seek assistance and draw the Tao Palace into the fray. If they choose not to intervene, I shall promptly sever ties with the Tao Palace, for I will never be their scapegoat. Having analyzed the pros and cons, Zhou Yi felt a sense of certainty. After spending nearly half an hour in the Evil God Inn without any unusual occurrences, everything remained as it had been in his recollections. Each individual within the inn adhered to decorum, with no one prying into the affairs of others. Zhou Yi rose to depart, leaving behind no trace. As silent as the clouds he had arrived with, he returned to Guabei County, where he quietly pinned a letter within the Huangyun Temple. He carefully considered his wording, needing to construct a plausible explanation for this situation. Firstly, he must not reveal his ability to seize others' memories. The information must be procured solely from the mouths of evil cultivators. Conveniently, having visited Qibei Mountain, he could claim he had stumbled upon the Evil God Inn and encountered several evil cultivators. Initially intending to cleanse them but overhearing information regarding Guabei County in the process. Now isolated and in dire need of assistance, he required the Tao Palace's support. Zhou Yi contemplated the content of the letter, ensuring there were no flaws before making his way to the magistrate's office. Upon arriving, the gatekeeper respectfully ushered him inside. Soon, Magistrate Huang received him in the reception room. The rotund magistrate appeared to be in good spirits. Greeting Zhou Yi with a smile. Master Guanzhu, it has been a few days. I hope you are well, magistrate. I have come with an urgent matter that requires your immediate communication to higher authorities. Huang's expression shifted to one of surprise, his demeanor growing serious. What is it? Zhou Yi handed him a letter. While investigating the two matters you mentioned at Qibei Mountain, I discovered the existence of evil cultivators and the Evil God Inn. At the mention of the Evil God Inn, Huang sprang to his feet, a flicker of fear crossing his visage. What? The Evil God Inn, Master Guanzhu? You cannot be jesting. Huang's anxiety resembled that of an ant on a hot pan. Trembling as if paralyzed by fear. Understanding his trepidation, Zhou Yi recognized that the emergence of the Evil God Inn would undoubtedly spell disaster for the surrounding areas, with calamities likely to unfold within a year. Or at least within 3. Each time the Evil God Inn is discovered, the Tao Palace dispatches forces to eradicate it, leading to grievous bloodshed, as the inn summons various evil cultivators and potentially invites unknown calamities. Cold sweat beaded on Huang's forehead as he became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Zhou Yi reassured him, there is no need for alarm, for only you and I are privy to this information. However, I have been discreetly observing and have overheard discussions among evil cultivators. They intend to search for the blood demon Taoist within Guabei County. Therefore, magistrate, it is imperative that you relay this news urgently to ensure the Tao Palace sends stronger reinforcements. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in an uncontrollable situation once the evil cultivators strike. Huang's heart quivered at this revelation as he hastily accepted the letter, declaring, I understand, I will communicate this message at the earliest opportunity. Zhou Yi nodded slightly. Once the information is dispatched, please deploy additional personnel to patrol the streets, particularly keeping an eye out for outsiders. Ensure they compile intelligence daily to be reported to me. I will investigate based on the clues provided, seeking out all infiltrating evil cultivators. Should I be able to neutralize them, I will act preemptively if not. I must at least track their movements to prepare for the arrival of powerful reinforcements from the Dao Palace. Huang solemnly nodded. I understand, Master Xianshi. Rest assured, I will execute these orders meticulously. Departing the county office, Zhou was acutely aware of Huang's lingering worries as the magistrate retreated to his study. He promptly dispatched a messenger to convey the news with utmost urgency to Jiangnan City, the heart of Jiangnan Dao. Simultaneously, he summoned the constables, instructing them to disguise themselves as commoners, shedding their official garb to scour the streets for any strangers. In just a day, the information regarding unfamiliar individuals in the county was presented before Zhou. A total of 37 strangers were identified, primarily itinerant merchants. In this world, beggars and vagrants were virtually non-existent. At least within the cities and counties, such individuals could not survive due to the head tax imposed upon them, leading to their expulsion into the wilderness, where they faced perilous conditions. Thus, any efforts to investigate outsiders were not particularly arduous. Zhou was certain that evil cultivators had already set their sights on Guabei County, and it was highly likely they had uncovered details regarding the previous demise of the two evil cultivators, Dao Yuan and Dao Ming. They would likely deduce that one tomb had been unearthed, and this information would soon circulate among the evil cultivator community, attracting even more predators drawn to the scent of opportunity. Armed with this intelligence, Zhou began his careful observations. In the nocturnal city, he moved like a specter, utilizing concealed charms to blend into his surroundings. Each stranger's residence was meticulously noted. Upon approaching various inns, he focused his spiritual energy into his eyes, scrutinizing the myriad auras within. This rudimentary method of observation allowed him to discern the unique energies emanating from practitioners, which were typically easy to identify. The first target of Zhou scrutiny was a man reclining on a bed. Chapter 35. A fruitless search, a headless case. Zhou gaze could perceive the contours of life. Every being emitted an aura that manifested as a layer of spiritual light surrounding them. This spiritual illumination was visible to any practitioner. Most evil cultivators would employ methods to obscure this light, but maintaining such concealment required effort. However, when alone, they often neglected to sustain it, leading to their exposure. After a brief observation, Zhou shook his head slightly. This individual did not fit the profile. He turned away and swiftly proceeded to another location. His search continued into the early hours of dawn, yet Zhou's expression grew increasingly grave. After an entire night of searching, he had uncovered no leads. Each person he had examined turned out to be entirely ordinary. Neither practitioners nor evil cultivators. As he wandered the streets, Zhou found himself deep in thought, perplexed. The affairs surrounding the blood demon Taoist were bound to attract numerous evil cultivators, yet he had encountered nothing thus far. Something felt amiss. Eventually, he arrived at the county office, where he soon found Magistrate Huang, who appeared disheveled and bleary-eyed as if he had not slept. Nevertheless, he managed to muster energy, remarking, "Master Xianshi, you've come early. Do you have any findings?" Zhou shook his head slightly. "Last night, I scrutinized all the outsiders based on the information provided by the office. None matched the traits of evil cultivators. This strikes me as peculiar. Thus, I would like the constables to investigate other categories of individuals today." "Master Xianshi, please instruct me," Huang replied solemnly. "I will ensure the inquiry is conducted thoroughly. Investigate those who have recently secluded themselves or exhibit strange behavior or peculiar mannerisms," Zhou commanded. Upon hearing these words, County Magistrate Huang was taken aback, as if a sudden realization had dawned upon him. Could it be that the Celestial Master was implying these malevolent practitioners might disguise themselves as the townsfolk? "It is indeed a possibility," replied Zhou nonchalantly. Nodding in agreement, County Magistrate Huang declared, "Very well. I shall make haste to relay this information." With a loud clang, the door swung open abruptly, and a figure tumbled in. Scrambling to his feet, my lord," he cried. Bang! County Magistrate Huang slammed his palm on the table, bellowing at the intruder. "What is the meaning of this ruckus? Do you not see I am in conversation with the Celestial Master?" The newcomer, clad in the garb of a constable, was none other than the recently appointed constable. He appeared to be in his 30s, and upon witnessing the magistrate's fury, he immediately knelt, exclaiming, "My lord, please temper your wrath. A grave incident has occurred in the city, and I rushed here to deliver the news." Huang's heart sank at these words. "What is it?" "Speak, my lord. 5 headless corpses have been discovered throughout the city. The bodies are scattered in various locations, and the coroner is currently examining them." Huang's complexion turned ashen at this revelation, feeling as if calamity followed calamity. Is this the work of a human, or some malevolent entity? The constable's expression grew solemn as he replied, "Upon careful observation, all the deceased have remarkably smooth necks, devoid of blood, suggesting their lifeblood has been completely drained. It is highly probable that this is the doing of some sinister force." At this, County Magistrate Huang's face darkened, and he turned to Zhou Yi, "Celestial Master, it seems we must rely on your expertise." Zhou Yi nodded slightly. "Leave this matter to me. You should continue your investigation into the affairs I tasked you with. Rest assured, I shall procure the information post-haste." Zhou Yi rose, addressing the constable, "Lead me to the scene and the bodies." The constable promptly stood and guided Zhou Yi towards the mortuary. They soon arrived at the official mortuary, where 2 coroners were diligently examining the corpses. Upon seeing the constable and Zhou Yi approach, the 2 men hurriedly greeted them. "We pay our respects to the esteemed lords." The constable, adopting an air of authority, instructed them, "The Celestial Master will inquire, and you shall respond truthfully." "Yes, sirs," the coroners replied respectfully. Zhou Yi approached the bodies, 5 in total, comprising 2 men and 3 women, varying in age. "What is the cause of death?" One coroner promptly answered, "We are unable to determine the cause of death. By the time we discovered them, the bodies were already cold. Strangely, despite the absence of blood, the blood vessels have not contracted, and the bodies remain surprisingly supple. They should have stiffened long ago, especially given that it is winter, when freezing is expected." "Are there any other findings?" The 2 coroners exchanged glances, and one whispered, "It seems there are signs of something having burrowed into the flesh of the necks." As he spoke, one coroner lifted a corpse, pointing to the severed neck, where several irregular punctures marred the flesh. "These are the small holes from which something has emerged." Zhou Yi observed thoughtfully, then gestured for the coroners to step outside. As they respectfully exited, he produced a spirit-locking talisman. A peculiar energy emanated from it, revealing some lingering essences around the 5 corpses. He scrutinized these energies, and a faintly elusive aura materialized in a blink. This essence was drawn into the talisman. An intuitive sensation arose from the talisman, and his gaze fell upon the new constable, Mo Sudong. "Follow me," Mo Sudong quickly complied, and they soon found themselves on the bustling street. Eventually arriving at a tea house, that moment, the tea house was relatively empty, with only a handful of patrons enjoying their morning tea. On this cold winter's day, few ventured outside, save for some restless souls seeking a breath of fresh air. Zhou Yi approached the vicinity of the tea house, his brow furrowing slightly. The talisman trembled subtly, unable to pinpoint the exact target, yet it sensed something amiss within the tea house. Narrowing his eyes, he turned to Mo Sudong. "Seal off this place. No one is to enter or exit." Mo Sudong nodded immediately and strode toward the tea house. "Everyone, listen up. From this moment forth, no one is to leave this establishment. Anyone daring to do so will be treated as a criminal." With a swift motion, Mo Sudong drew his steel blade, an aura of menace enveloping the tea house. The patrons were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what transpired. The tea house owner, an elderly man in his 50s, approached in a state of panic. "Constable Mo, what is the meaning of this? Is there some trouble?" As he spoke, the owner seemed to produce something from his hand, extending it towards Mo Sudong. However, Mo Sudong's eyes widened, and he barked, "Zhang, do not be foolish. Step back at once." His blade now silently poised at the owner's throat. Zhang was startled and quickly raised both hands. "My lord, have mercy. Please spare me." Chapter 36. Another victim emerges, right here among us. With that, the owner, terror-stricken, retreated, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Observing his withdrawal, Mo Sudong sheathed his knife, casting a cold, scrutinizing gaze over the assembly. "I remember your faces. Anyone who dares to leave will face the consequences." He then produced a whistle. Who? The sharp sound echoed down the street. In less than a few breaths, 5 constables rushed in from various directions, their expressions tense, blades drawn. Upon entering the tea house and spotting Mo Sudong and Zhou Yi, their faces registered surprise. Before they could utter a word, Mo Sudong commanded, "Surround this establishment. Everyone, move to the main hall." No one is permitted to enter or exit. The 5 constables hastily entered the tea house, 3 of them encircling the first floor, while 2 ascended to the second floor to search for any hidden individuals. Just then, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the second floor. A dead person. Imo Sudong's expression shifted in alarm as he turned towards Zhou Yi. Lord, that sounded like one of ours. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes. Let us investigate. Ensure the individuals below are kept in check. They swiftly ascended to the second floor, where 2 constables stood pale-faced, staring at 3 individuals, alongside a corpse sprawled on the ground. Zhou Yi examined the fallen body. His brows knitting together, Mo Sudong, grasping the situation, shouted, "What has transpired?" One of the constables hastily replied, "The head." When we arrived, these 4 were in fine condition, but just as we were about to escort them down, one of their heads suddenly vanished before my eyes. The constable's face was etched with disbelief. Hearing this, Imo Sudong's expression darkened, and he regarded the constables and the others with caution. A look of seriousness crossed his face. Malevolent entities were indeed fearsome. These beings could change shape, adopting countless disguises. The sudden anomaly clearly indicated that the threat lurked among them. At that moment, Zhou Yi harnessed his spiritual energy, scrutinizing the life forces of everyone present. Frowning slightly, he noted that all appeared normal, devoid of any unusual auras. It seemed this entity excelled in concealment. Yet why a missing head? Where could the deceased's head have gone? His gaze flickered with confusion. And he commanded, "Everyone, expose your necks." Upon hearing Zhou Yi's order, Imo Sudong swiftly drew his blade, directing it at the 5 individuals present. "Unfasten your garments and reveal your necks." In the chill of winter, all wore heavy clothing, their necks wrapped snugly, effectively concealing any potential marks. The 5 individuals, momentarily taken aback, complied under the pressure of Imo Sudong's steel blade, hastily unveiling their necks. Soon, all 5 necks were exposed. Appearing smooth and indistinguishable, a glimmer of doubt crossed Zhou Yi's eyes, indicating that his assumptions had not materialized. It was highly probable that the monster had devoured the heads of its victims, transforming into their likeness. Logically, there should have been marks on the necks. It appeared some force had obscured the wounds. Such a horrifying entity would pose a significant danger if it struck unexpectedly. It was wise to keep a safe distance. Zhou Yi maintained his distance, realizing the peril of the malevolent force exceeded his expectations. He withdrew a purification talisman. "Do not panic. I shall ascertain whether any foul presence resides within you." Imo Sudong, upon hearing this, cautiously stepped aside. Zhou Yi raised his hand, and in an instant, a radiant light enveloped those before him. To his astonishment, all appeared normal, with no malevolent entities revealed. Zhou Yi's surprise deepened, realizing that the power of this entity might be stranger than he had anticipated. With this thought in mind, he produced an exorcism talisman, unleashing another talisman that bathed the assembly in a brilliant azure glow once more. However, the scene before him still took him by surprise, as nothing had yet transpired. All those present exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the situation. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow slightly, fixing his gaze upon the group as he continued. "Each of you, please recount your positions at the very moment before this individual met his demise." The first to speak, a constable, hurriedly replied, "Master Xianshi, I was at the rear, while the 4 of them were ahead. This man right before me suddenly lost his head and collapsed to the ground." As he spoke, terror was etched across the constable's face. Zhou Yi turned his attention to the others, questioning the veracity of his statement. Another constable quickly affirmed, "It is true." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi nodded slightly, a grave realization flickering in his mind. He had indeed encountered a formidable and sinister entity. This malevolent force must have been one that consumed human heads to exist. And it was highly likely that it had parasitized a human host, taking on their form and possibly even their memories. The culprit was undoubtedly among the 5 present, with the constable who had witnessed the death being the most probable suspect. What method could be employed to ascertain the truth? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Zhou Yi's mind, prompting him to gesture towards Imo Sudong. Imo Sudong promptly approached, inquiring, "Master Xianshi, what is your command?" Zhou Yi whispered, "Please, pluck a single hair from that constable's head." Upon hearing this, Imo Sudong felt a tremor of fear, but the intensity of Zhou Yi's gaze compelled him to comply, realizing he had no choice. At that moment, Zhou produced a talisman and handed it to Imo Sudong. This is a ground-shrinking talisman. Attach it to your body. Should you sense danger, simply focus your thoughts, and you can instantly retreat beyond 3 zhang. Imo Sudong accepted the talisman, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Although apprehensive, he swiftly affixed the talisman to his chest and approached the constable who had first spoken. His expression was grave as he brandished a steel knife. Directing it at him, "Lic, do not move. I need to take a hair from you." In response, Li Si's demeanor remained unchanged as he nodded, assuring, "Imo too, I will not move." Taking a deep breath, Imo Sudong cautiously positioned himself behind Li Si. Reaching for his hair, Zhou Yi's gaze remained fixed on the two, his hand ready with an exorcism talisman, prepared to act at any moment. Chapter 37. The Flying Head Entity. The county magistrate's message. Imo Sudong grasped Li Si's hair and forcefully yanked out several strands. Li Si grimaced, clearly in discomfort. Imo Sudong hurriedly returned to Zhou Yi, opening his palm to reveal the long strands of hair. Zhou Yi, holding the exorcism talisman, directed his energy towards the hair. In that instant, the strands suddenly transformed, as if imbued with life, shooting forth like fine needles aimed at Zhou Yi's face. Their speed was akin to lightning, and the distance between Imo Sudong and Zhou Yi was mere inches. Just as the hair seemed poised to strike Zhou Yi, he let out a cold snort. A blinding white light erupted from his nostrils, instantly forming a veil of soft luminescence that shielded him. The fine strands pierced through this glow, abruptly morphing into grotesque, fleshy tendrils, exuding a repulsive spectrum of colors. In the next moment, these tendrils began to sizzle and emit black smoke under the influence of the venomous light. Zhou Yi's gaze shifted to Li Si, whose visage had undergone a horrifying transformation. His face contorted into a ghastly mask, his head splitting open to reveal a colossal eye atop his forehead. Simultaneously, his hair writhed and glowed with a blood-red luminance, while his neck snapped, unleashing countless tentacle-like appendages that flailed in the air. The hair and tendrils surged towards everyone present. Zhou Yi unleashed the venomous light, which rapidly expanded, intercepting all incoming assaults. The air was filled with the piercing sound of sizzling, and black smoke enveloped the area. The grotesque head ascended, soaring towards the window with remarkable speed, akin to a fleeting specter. Yet, the venomous light had already ensnared the window, effectively sealing off its entrance. The monstrous head collided with the barrier of light, producing a cacophony of decayed, a chilling, human-like scream erupted, causing everyone on the second floor, save for Zhou Yi, to faint instantly, blood streaming from their orifices, rendered unconscious. Zhou Yi felt a sharp pain throb in his mind as the venomous light constricted, completely enveloping the head entity. The relentless sound of corrosion echoed as the head thrashed desperately, but it gradually succumbed to the potent toxin, turning black and eventually dissolving into a pool of putrid ichor. A thumb-sized evil pearl fell into Zhou Yi's hand. He exhaled a breath of relief. A troublesome entity had been vanquished. Glancing at the unconscious individuals on the ground, he produced a purification talisman. A mysterious force swiftly permeated the vicinity, radiating warmth that dispelled all malevolent energies. The afflicted individuals gradually regained consciousness. Their eyes clouded with confusion. Zhou Yi's voice resonated in Imo Sudong's ear. "Constable Imo, the entity has been dealt with." Upon hearing this, Imo Sudong, startled, regained his composure and quickly rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Master." Zhou Yi waved his hand. "All right, take them down. The crisis has been averted. Ensure they refrain from discussing this matter outside." "Yes, master." Zhou Yi paid no heed to the awestruck gazes of those around him as he silently descended the stairs. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the Huangyun Temple, swiftly absorbing the power within the evil pearl. Half an hour passed, and the energy was entirely absorbed, transforming into primordial spiritual power. Zhou Yi quietly sensed that the power contained within this pearl was substantial, bringing his primordial spiritual power close to its limit. With a few more gains, he could advance to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Among the cultivators in this world, I am indeed a rarity, unafraid of the ferocity of malevolent entities. Shaking his head slightly, Zhou Yi stepped outside into the temple courtyard. He gazed up at the ominous, overcast sky. Snowfall had been scarce in recent days, with snow accumulating to about half a foot. This winter's snowfall seemed unusually heavy, unlike the previous years. Zhou Yi frowned, sensing that this snow bore a peculiar quality. As night fell, County Magistrate Huang arrived at Huangyan Temple in a sedan chair. Zhou met him in the main hall of the temple. County Magistrate, what brings you here so late? The subordinates have uncovered some information that I deem significant. Hence, I came to see you tonight. The magistrate replied gravely, I have also reported today's incident involving the malevolent entity. Feedback should arrive shortly. Zhou smiled slightly. Your efforts are appreciated, County Magistrate. What news do you bring? The magistrate produced several sheets of paper from his robe. After inquiries made by my subordinates today, they discovered 2 households exhibiting peculiar behavior. One household consistently emits strange noises at night and seldom ventures out during the day to clear the snow, making them highly suspicious. The other household frequently has individuals coming and going, yet these people do not interact with their neighbors, instead maintaining a routine of early departures and late returns, often seen in various parts of the city. Hence, it is quite likely that the second household is involved with the malevolent practitioners you suspect. The magistrate handed the papers to Zhou, detailing not only the addresses but also extensive information. Zhou scrutinized the documents, noting that the second household had the most recorded information, even detailing where the individuals had been seen. A look of surprise crossed Zhou's face. Who are these people? Their investigation is remarkably thorough. They possess considerable skill. The magistrate smiled. It is an ex-constable named Imo Santanji. Imo Sudong is his son. Upon hearing this, Zhou understood. It was indeed a case of inherited responsibility. The bureaucracy and governance have remained unchanged since ancient times. Zhou nodded slightly. I shall investigate tonight. Please return, County Magistrate. The magistrate inclined his head, as if recalling something, then added, by the way, the letter you entrusted to me has swiftly reached Jiangnan City. I have already received word through the communication mirror. Within 3 days, someone will arrive to conduct an investigation. Zhou felt a chill run down his spine at this news. Then, all is settled. The matter of the evil spirit exceeds my capability to resolve. My priority is to ensure the county's safety. With the arrival of officials from above, the county should remain secure. Watching the departing figure of County Magistrate Huang, Zhou's expression turned contemplative as he glanced at the information in his hand. Chapter 38. Mysterious Malevolent Practitioners, boldly taking action tonight. I shall see what discoveries await. Zhou vanished from Huangyun Temple. It was a moonless night, the thick clouds obscuring the moon, and the earth lay in complete darkness, even the sun concealed by the heavy overcast. Within the confines of the county town, darkness reigned supreme as Zhou traversed the streets alone. He made his way towards the residence chronicled as the first household. Not a single detail should be overlooked, as there might be other discoveries awaiting him. Soon, Zhou arrived at the outer wall of the first household. With a graceful leap, he ascended the wall effortlessly. Channeling his spiritual energy, he observed the ethereal glow emanating from the inhabitants within. It wasn't long before he detected 2 such glimmers, presumably a man and a woman, engaged in activities that were best left unspoken. Zhou's expression turned to one of helplessness as he shook his head and remarked, it appears that this young couple, having nothing to occupy their time, has chosen to remain indoors, as for the peculiar sounds emanating from within. He merely shrugged, turning away and proceeding towards the second household. In a short span, he arrived at the entrance of the second dwelling, vaulting over the outer wall with ease. His eyes sparkled with a faint radiance as he scrutinized the interior. However, a frown soon creased his brow. The room contained only a solitary glimmer of spiritual light. Something was amiss. This family was supposed to comprise 3 members. Zhou immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Opting not to intrude and risk alarming anyone, he deftly leapt back to the ground. Casting a glance at the wall, he noted the snow where he had landed had been compacted. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly restored the snow to its original state before vanishing into the shadows. He affixed a concealment talisman upon himself and took refuge in the shadows across the street. Quietly observing the house, time trickled by, and as the witching hour approached, the stillness of the courtyard was suddenly disrupted by the passing of a figure. A silhouette emerged on the porch, casting a sweeping gaze around. Its emerald eyes glinting ominously in the night. In a flash, it leaped into the snow and hastened towards a corner of the town. Zhou followed suit, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. It seemed that tonight would indeed yield results. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed, and the 2 figures arrived at a dilapidated structure in the northern part of the town. The shadowy figure paused before the weathered building, lost in contemplation before slipping inside. Zhou positioned himself across from the edifice, choosing not to pursue within, instead opting to await the figure's exit. He pondered briefly. This individual radiated an aura suggestive of mid-stage qi refining, and entering alone likely indicated the possession of critical information. It appeared that the time had come to invoke the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom. Drawing a deep breath, a somber glint filled his eyes as the 100 Poisons Cold Light and the 3 Yuan True Fire stood at the ready. As moments passed, Zhou waited with bated breath until, after the passage of half an hour, a figure slowly emerged from the building. Cloaked in a black robe, only their eyes were visible in that instant. An intangible black radiance enveloped them. The figure's expression shifted to one of alarm as a torrent of black flames erupted around them. Yet, in the next heartbeat, their countenance changed drastically, for they sensed their power being significantly suppressed, a mysterious force rendering them incapable of breaking free. Their gaze snapped forward, pupils dilating in terror. What sorcery is this? Who are you? Zhou, offering no words of preamble, unleashed a torrent of 3 Yuan True Fire with a mere breath. Simultaneously, a cold snort escaped him as the 100 Poisons Cold Light surged forth from his nostrils. Sweeping toward the adversary, the black flames met the 3 Yuan True Fire in a cataclysmic collision, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the AI at the same time. The 100 Poisons Cold Light, akin to a razor-sharp blade, sliced through the chaos, targeting the malevolent practitioner. The figure, upon seeing the 100 Poisons Cold Light, displayed a flicker of concern and conjured a greenish skull from within their sleeve. The skull radiated a verdant flame, spewing forth from its eye sockets and mouth. The 100 Poisons Cold Light enveloped the flames, producing a sizzled cacophony. However, the malevolent practitioner's expression grew dire. Their green flames began to freeze. A layer of pale ice swiftly encasing the entire skull. A flash of white light surged toward them, prompting the practitioner to leap away. But unbeknownst to them, a flying sword had silently arrived. Blocking their path, the figure's countenance shifted in panic, and they instinctively unleashed a beam of black light. The sword and black light clashed, producing a metallic clang. In that moment, a brilliant conflagration erupted anew. Surging toward the malevolent practitioner, they raised a hand, unleashing a torrent of black flames in defense. The two flames collided once more, the 100 Poisons Cold Light narrowly grazing the practitioner. A piercing scream echoed in an instant, only to be drowned out as the 100 Poisons Cold Light consumed them entirely. Oh, not forsake me. I am willing to become your servant. Upon hearing this, Zhou felt no stirrings of compassion. Continuing to wield the 100 Poisons Cold Light until the practitioner was utterly obliterated. As their form crystallized into ice, tainted black, an intangible soul essence was extracted and melded into the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom. In mere moments, the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom surged back into his being. Zhou inhaled deeply, seizing the practitioner's corpse and vanishing into the ruins across the way. He discarded the body aside and settled into a meditative posture. Bracing himself for the impending cost, a token rested in his mouth, and in silence, his spirit ascended to a majestic Buddhist hall. Towering and imposing, the black hall rose to great heights, and Zhou felt as diminutive as an ant before its grand entrance. Inside, a formidable Buddha regarded him, the air thick with enigmatic mantras. Kneel before me, O Buddha, and seek eternal life. Enter my Buddhist realm and attain nirvana. The sea of suffering is boundless. Grant me paradise. Kneel, kneel, kneel. The chorus of voices reverberated endlessly, a cacophony echoing in his ears, pressing down upon Zhou's spirit as though demanding his submission. Yet, a thread of clarity persisted in his mind. He was acutely aware that this was but an illusion. The one who can compel me to kneel has yet to be born. Chapter 39. Numerous spells, the clear mind mantra. Zhou's gaze remained resolute, steadfastly guarding that flicker of clarity within him. The surrounding mantras surged, casting a spell-like enchantment that echoed within his heart. They incessantly eroded his will, and he felt a disorienting haze creeping upon him, as if he were on the verge of capitulation. A persistent notion echoed in his mind. If he were to kneel and become a disciple of the Buddha, he could rid himself of all calamities. As time waned, suddenly, the mantras ceased in an instant. Zhou jolted awake from the mysterious stupor, exhaling a heavy breath. His eyes flickered, The cost of the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom was indeed formidable. Without that token, enduring such an experience would have been exceedingly arduous. A hint of resignation flickered in his gaze as he turned to the adjacent corpse. The frost upon it had vanished, restoring it to its former state, albeit still tinged with black. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the body and vanished from the scene. In the rear courtyard of Huangyun Temple, the body was unceremoniously cast upon the ground. Zhou Yi's spirit focused intently within the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom, directing his attention to the newly acquired malevolent practitioner. The memories of this individual began to unfurl within his consciousness. Zhou Yi skimmed over the practitioner's past recollections, honing in on recent events. He soon stumbled upon shocking revelations. The myriad of malevolent practitioners congregated at the evil god and had seemingly formed an alliance, intent on completing a formidable task together. The practitioner he had slain was merely a scout dispatched to gather precise intelligence. Once confirmed, the malevolent alliance would launch a ferocious assault, seeking to upend the entire town while fulfilling certain tasks from the evil god such as the blood sacrifice of thousands. This posed a dire calamity, for within this alliance was a foundational practitioner known as Old Black Mountain, who was spearheading the endeavor. The alliance had gathered 30 miles outside the city, at the very site of the blood demon's tomb. Nestled within the Misty Valley, they awaited the return of information from a practitioner named Wu Ku. The reason Wu Ku had embarked on this reconnaissance was due to the assembly of malevolent practitioners, who, after deliberation, had provided crucial intelligence. They had located the Misty Valley and discovered that everything within it had been ravaged. Additionally, they seemed to have uncovered information suggesting that 2 other tombs of the blood demon resided within Guebei County. Wu Ku's mission was to investigate several locations speculated upon during the Alliance's discussions. He had already scoured 3 sites, all of which were either ancient, abandoned structures, or steeped in strange folklore. 5 locations remained unexamined, which would typically require several days to explore. Upon absorbing this intelligence, Zhou Yi's expression shifted slightly. This was indeed a grave predicament. The malevolent alliance boasted foundational practitioners, while he was merely a lowly qi refiner. How could he possibly withstand such an onslaught? The information must be reported without delay to elicit their utmost attention. The source of this intelligence could be attributed to the capture of a malevolent practitioner, whose secrets were extracted through interrogation. Naturally, the malevolent practitioner was now deceased. Upon this realization, his attention was once again drawn to the spells being cultivated by the individual before him. Soon, the incantations mastered by this person materialized in Zhou Yi's mind. One particular spell, known as Black Magic Fire, is a formidable conjuration forged from the fury of accumulated resentment, comparable in potency to the true fire of the 3 elements. The skull he held was an ominous artifact, referred to as the Ghost Fire Skull, capable of unleashing a spectral flame of considerable strength. The technique he practiced was the round spirit refinement technique, which emphasizes a state of completeness and requires an extensive duration for cultivation. Throughout this process, one must strengthen their mental fortitude. Only when the mind can overcome the influence of malevolent energies can one transcend to the next realm, making it a discipline that profoundly tests the spirit. Akin to the art of ink wash painting, this moment, a peculiar technique captured his attention, or rather, it could be described as a different kind of spell, perhaps not even a spell in the traditional sense, but rather a mysterious incantation, the Clear Spirit Incantation. This is a spoken spell designed to stabilize the mind, expel external demons, and suppress wicked thoughts and various illusions. It was an incantation that Wu Ku had fortuitously acquired. A flicker of joy ignited within Zhou Yi's heart. This was precisely what he required. This incantation, when paired with the talisman, should facilitate his passage through the trials of deception with greater ease. He then noticed another spell, titled Corpse Control Technique. This spell allows the practitioner to command a recently deceased body, establishing a connection with a fragment of their spirit, thus enabling the manipulation of the corpse's movements within a radius of approximately 1 mile. During the day, Wu Ku would maneuver the corpse of the family he had slain, roaming the streets in search of his targets. Upon seeing this information, Zhou Yi felt a surge of astonishment. This individual possessed an impressive array of spells. Among the 3 spells and 1 technique, he found himself most intrigued by the corpse control technique and the clear spirit incantation. At this juncture, he focused intently on memorizing the clear spirit incantation. Before long, He had internalized the incantation, and the animal hide divination tool underwent a swift transformation. Images rapidly materialized, spiraling and contracting until they coalesced into a vivid depiction. A solitary practitioner sat serenely in a realm of darkness, besieged from all sides by countless terrifying entities. A faint azure light enveloped him as he silently recited an incantation. All malevolent beings that came into contact with this azure glow were repelled. Shrieking in terror. Simultaneously, Zhou-Yi discerned a myriad of dark energies flickering in the region between the practitioner's brows, seemingly an intangible essence birthed from his heart. Yet, upon contact with the azure light, it dissolved as swiftly as if it had encountered sulfuric acid. In the next instant, the image abruptly contracted once more, giving rise to an entirely new incantation. The Clear Mind Incantation. Category: Incantation, Method of Cultivation. Continuous recitation of the incantation itself. Effects of cultivation: capable of expelling external demons, dissipating internal malevolence, fortifying the mind and spirit, and when practiced to the pinnacle, it can become a foundation, concealed within the heart, allowing for the constant expulsion of internal and external malevolent forces, thus defending against spiritual pollution. Zhou-Yi absorbed the essence of this incantation. He was filled with exhilaration, his face brimming with delight. This acquisition was indeed bountiful. Merely possessing this incantation was already a worthwhile endeavor. His gaze then returned to the corpse control technique. In no time, he comprehended all aspects of this spell. The animal hide divination tool shifted once more, rapidly revealing the contents of the spell, which then swirled violently before contracting dramatically, ultimately forming a radiant image. Chapter 40. Three Souls Corpse Technique. Echoing mirror revealed a figure clad in black stood before a corpse. He raised a hand and pointed, releasing a peculiar essence that swiftly penetrated the corpse's brow. In the next moment, the corpse sprang to life, its eyes opening wide, resembling a normal human, albeit with a slightly vacant expression. The practitioner sat cross-legged, commanding the corpse to rise, walk, and sit as if it were a living being. The scene abruptly contracted, and after a breath, a brand new spell emerged. Three Souls Corpse Technique. Category: Spell, Esoteric, Method of Cultivation. Acquire a strand of hair from any corpse. Weave it into a straw man. Produce a talisman. Inscribe the Soul Corpse Technique incantation upon it using spiritual energy, and affix the talisman to the straw man. A fragment of spirit can then connect to that corpse. Effects of cultivation. The corpse will retain all abilities it had in life, provided it has died no more than an hour prior, thus preserving its original powers. The duration of the corpse's existence is 1 month. With each passing day, its power diminishes until, after 1 month, it completely dissipates. The maximum number of corpses that can be simultaneously controlled is 3, and the spirit can fully inhabit the corpse, behaving as if it were alive. Upon encountering this technique, Zhou-Yi experienced a spark of inspiration. It was indeed fortuitous. He could control this corpse and devise a means to infiltrate the evil cultivator alliance, thus observing their every action. Without hesitation, Zhou-Yi produced a blank talisman, simultaneously tearing a handful of straw to fashion a straw man. Infusing spiritual energy into the talisman, he swiftly transformed it into the Soul Corpse Technique incantation. The talisman emanated a faint black glow. Approaching Wu Ku's corpse, he plucked a strand of hair from its head and inserted it into the straw man. Subsequently, he affixed the talisman to the straw man, and a wondrous wave began to spread, establishing a connection between Zhou-Yi and Wu Ku's corpse. The extraordinary sensation left Zhou-Yi somewhat astonished. As he sat cross-legged, a peculiar perspective unfolded before him. He found himself gazing at a pitch-black sky, a chilling aura enveloping him, as he sensed a brand new body. Rising slowly, he looked down at this unfamiliar form, which was entirely dark, resembling that of a corpse. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and a venomous cold light surged forth from Zhou-Yi's nose, rapidly enveloping Wu Ku's corpse. The darkness receded swiftly, the toxins being drawn out entirely. Before long, the body became pallid. With a faint stream of spiritual energy coursing through it, a strange power emanated from the corpse, drawing spiritual energy from all directions into its core. In a short time, the power of this body was restored to roughly 80%. Zhou-Yi pondered. It seemed that after death, spiritual energy disperses throughout the body, and this technique appeared capable of restoring the corpse to its former state. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that this body could serve as the perfect spy. There were 5 areas ripe for investigation, and he could simultaneously familiarize himself with this new form. Zhou commanded Wuka's body to commence its movements, heading towards several suspected locations. Before long, an entire night had passed, and as Zhou had surmised, he uncovered nothing. The blood demon practitioner was a figure from a millennium ago. If his tomb truly lay within Guebei County, it would have been discovered long ago. They must have taken extensive precautions, rendering ordinary methods utterly ineffective. It would be prudent to return and report back, to assess the next steps of the Evil Cultivator Alliance. After a moment's reflection, Zhou shook his head. He needed to wait a while longer, at least until the Dao Palace's people arrived. Additionally, this information needed to be relayed swiftly, urging them to dispatch stronger personnel. Zhou swiftly exited the Daoist temple and sought out Magistrate Huang once more. At this moment, Magistrate Huang appeared drowsy, having just risen. Upon hearing that Zhou had arrived early, he hurriedly made his way to the reception room. Upon seeing Zhou, a wry smile crossed his face. "Master, you truly are relentless, returning so early. Has there been any progress regarding yesterday's matters?" Upon encountering Zhou, Magistrate Huang began to speak in rapid succession. Zhou offered a slight smile. "Indeed, I made a significant discovery last night." The gravity of the situation gradually replaced the smile on Zhou's face, rendering him entirely serious. A jolt of alarm coursed through Magistrate Huang's heart, draining the color from his face. "Master, please don't frighten me. My fragile heart can scarcely endure such shocks. The last incident at the Evil God Inn was terrifying enough. What has transpired this time?" Zhou nodded slightly. The dozen or so evil cultivators from the Evil God Inn have formed an Evil Cultivator Alliance. Intent on assaulting Guebei County to fulfill their various objectives, they even plan to conduct a blood sacrifice of the entire county's populace. Magistrate Huang leapt up in shock, his face a mask of terror. "Master, is this truly the case?" At that moment, he trembled uncontrollably, unable to believe Zhou's words, which bore a threat far greater than that of the Evil God Inn. This meant that Guebei County could fall into absolute peril at any moment. Zhou nodded. "Yesterday, I captured one of those evil cultivators, and after a brutal interrogation, I extracted this information. His corpse is still lying in my courtyard. Moreover, a Foundation establishment cultivator is leading them, a man known as the Black Mountain Elder." Upon hearing Zhou's words, Magistrate Huang nearly fainted, collapsing onto a bench in despair. Gasping deeply, his face awash with panic, he looked up at Zhou and exclaimed, "Master, what should we do next?" "Quite simply. We must report this matter, urging the Dao Palace to send reinforcements post-haste, preferably with Foundation establishment cultivators accompanying them. This battle is not one we can hope to win at that moment." A realization dawned upon Magistrate Huang. "Ah, yes, I shall report immediately." Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and rushed toward the back hall, entirely neglecting Zhou's presence. A quarter of an hour later, Magistrate Huang emerged with beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Immortal Master, please follow me quickly. Someone wishes to inquire at the sound transmission mirror." Zhou nodded in acknowledgement and promptly accompanied Magistrate Huang to the back hall. There, they entered a chamber resembling a sacred shrine, housing a statue of a Taoist deity. Before the statue stood an upright mirror. Magistrate Huang spoke, "Immortal Master, this is the court sound transmission mirror, which is seldom employed and conveys limited information. I shall activate it shortly. Respond swiftly to any inquiries from the other side, as it can only sustain communication for 3 breaths. Having been utilized twice today, it cannot be used again for at least half a month." Magistrate Huang imparted these instructions in one breath, and Zhou's expression grew solemn. "Understood." Magistrate Huang swiftly approached the mirror, retrieving a talisman from his hand, igniting it, and reciting an incantation. A wisp of smoke silently enveloped the mirror. Its faint glow flickering, a resplendent voice suddenly resonated. "Is the leader of the Evil Cult Alliance the Black Mountain Elder?" Chapter 41. Investigative Mission. Black Mountain Elder. Zhou's expression hardened. "Indeed, the leader is the Black Mountain Elder. Is this assertion true? I extracted this information from the mouth of an evil practitioner. I cannot guarantee its absolute authenticity. The evil practitioner you captured is deceased. I employed certain measures to extract the information. Another voice echoed, "Within 2 days, a Foundation establishment cultivator will arrive. I now entrust you with a task. Monitor the evil god in and seek information or the whereabouts of the evil cult alliance. When the Foundation establishment cultivator arrives, report your findings to him." Zhou Yi nodded slightly. Understood. The mirror's radiance gradually faded, and Magistrate Huang, wiping the sweat from his brow, remarked, "Immortal Master, the security of the site in the coming days will rest solely upon you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi shook his head slightly. "We can only rely on luck. If they choose to attack during this period, we will all be forced to flee." Magistrate Huang's expression grew grim. "I shall prepare accordingly." Zhou Yi nodded subtly, his demeanor grave as he departed. Soon, he returned to the Taoist temple, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. "This is troublesome. I did not anticipate being assigned a task so abruptly. I had intended to take my time, to delay for another 2 days, but now I must act sooner than expected." After a few breaths, a figure clad in black robes silently departed, with another shadow following closely behind. The former was the corpse of Wu Ku, and the latter was Zhou Yi himself. Under Zhou Yi's control, Wu Ku's body returned to the gathering place of the evil cult alliance, hidden within a valley shrouded in mysterious mist. Less than 10 miles from Guebei County, Zhou Yi maneuvered Wu Ku's corpse silently into the misty valley, while he himself remained concealed in the dense forest outside it. Wu Ku entered the cave of the blood demon Taoist's tomb, where several figures were seated, seemingly in meditation, awaiting something. Upon Wu Ku's return, numerous gazes fell upon him. Among them was a pale-faced elder, whose expression was as lifeless as a corpse, his skin wrinkled and devoid of emotion, yet towering at 10 feet tall, exuding an immense sense of oppression. The elder's corpse-like gaze fixed on Wu Ku, devoid of any anger. He spoke, "Wu Ku, you have returned so soon?" Zhou Yi, controlling Wu Ku's corpse, nodded. "I have searched all suspicious locations in the city, but found nothing. There were no traces of the blood demon Taoist's tomb." Our initial conjecture was incorrect. The Black Mountain Elder's eyes narrowed in contemplation, while Wu could discreetly observe the other evil practitioners. Each of them appeared distinctly different, yet many bore grotesque physical features. The more Zhou Yi observed, the heavier his heart felt. These individuals exhibited various signs of corruption. He, you aren't concealing something intentionally, are you? Seeking to monopolize the treasures of the blood demon Taoist?" The speaker was a gaunt practitioner named Bamboo Taoist, aptly named for his slender physique. Wu Ku's gaze fell upon him as he replied with a dry voice. He, if you doubt me, you are welcome to accompany me to Guebei County. We can inspect every location together." Wu Ku's words harbored deep-seated intrigue, as he prepared a second corpse to remain hidden here. Bamboo Taoist's eyes narrowed. "Very well, I was just thinking of taking a look." Upon hearing this, the Black Mountain Elder furrowed his brows, an invisible pressure instantly enveloping the entire hall. Every individual felt their hearts race. Unable to utter a word, the Black Mountain Elder's voice turned frigid as he declared, "Enough. If the blood demon Taoist's tomb were so easily found, it would not have remained undiscovered for a millennium. This misty valley was uncovered only through my considerable efforts and various means." The Black Mountain Elder turned his gaze to Wu Ku. "Has anything changed in the city?" Wu Ku's expression stiffened slightly. "Recently, numerous eerie occurrences have transpired in the city, but they were resolved by the guarding cultivators. That individual possesses considerable prowess. I observed from a distance and estimated his cultivation to be around the 4th layer of Qi refinement." The Black Mountain Elder nodded slightly. "Until the blood demon Taoist's tomb is thoroughly confirmed, do not allow the people of Guebei County to notice your presence. If the Taoist temple of Jiangnan is alerted, someone will surely come to investigate. Should the matter of the blood demon Taoist be leaked, completing our task will become even more arduous. Since the locations you explored yielded no results, there remains one place for you to investigate further." "Please instruct me, Senior," Wu Ku replied respectfully. In Guebei County, there exists a location that has existed for at least 2,000 years. Explore Huangyun Temple. Perhaps there you may find something of value." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's heart leaped. Yet at this moment, he controlled Wu Ku to nod in agreement. "Yes, Senior." Then, Wu Ku directed his gaze towards Bamboo Taoist, saying, "Senior, since we are to investigate Huangyun Temple, I hope Bamboo Taoist will accompany me. The guarding cultivators there are formidable. I require someone to divert their attention." The Black Mountain Elder turned to Bamboo Taoist upon hearing this. Bamboo Taoist, will you take this trip? Bamboo Taoist's face displayed a hint of discomfort. He had merely intended to voice his thoughts and had no desire to enter Guabei County. Every county has its own array. It would not activate unless in dire circumstances, for evil practitioners. Entering a city bears certain risks, yet, with everyone's gaze upon him, Bamboo Taoist, though dissatisfied, could not refuse. Since the senior has commanded, I shall comply. Bamboo Taoist rose and approached Wu Ku's side, the two of them turning to walk out of the ancient tomb. At this moment, Zhou Yi had already made secret preparations, hiding in the dense forest, awaiting Bamboo Taoist's emergence. Throughout their journey, Wu Ku and Bamboo Taoist maintained impassive expressions, exchanging no words, while Bamboo Taoist's small eyes glimmered with malice. As if harboring sinister intentions, Wu Ku was luring him towards the ambush site. Time passed slowly. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and they reached the forest's edge. Just as they stepped out of the dense foliage, Zhou Yi silently unleashed the Black Sky Buddha Kingdom. Mysterious power emanated, enveloping Wu Ku and Bamboo Taoist entirely. Bamboo Taoist's expression shifted drastically as a figure appeared before him. A stream of white light erupted from the opponent's nose, sweeping towards him, while a pair of arms silently grasped him from behind. Bamboo Taoist exclaimed in shock, Wu Ku, you dare betray me. Chapter 42. The Second Corpse, a Millennium's Catastrophe. Bamboo Taoist, now fully aware of the unfolding situation, roared in a mixture of rage and terror. However, with one misstep, he found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. He opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of green mist that engulfed the surroundings. Yet, under the force of the 100 Poisons' cold light, the mist was instantly obliterated, and in the next moment, he was struck squarely in the face. The lethal poison coursed through his body, and amidst a wave of dizziness, Bamboo Taoist succumbed to unconsciousness. The power of the Black Sky Buddha Kingdom extracted his soul, and Bamboo Taoist's corpse collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zhou Yi promptly seized the body, retracted the Black Sky Buddha Kingdom, and swiftly departed with Wu Ku. The entire process transpired in the span of a single breath. Due to Bamboo Taoist's entrapment in the Black Sky Buddha Kingdom, no sound escaped, leaving the misty valley undisturbed. In a secluded area, Zhou Yi set the corpse aside, then sat cross-legged to begin welcoming the cost. Zhou Yi held a token in his mouth while silently reciting the clear, bright divine incantation. A mysterious voice resonating in his mind as a faint azure light washed over his body. At this moment, a mysterious Sanskrit chant echoed within his consciousness. A chilling aura and enigmatic azure glow enveloped his spirit, transforming the surroundings into a mystical Buddhist hall. As the resounding Buddhist chants filled the air, Zhou Yi's expression revealed a trace of tranquility, far more relaxed than during his previous experience. His mind was extraordinarily clear, impervious to the tumultuous Buddhist sounds surrounding him. Indeed, the combination of this token and the clear, bright divine incantation proved more potent than simple arithmetic. This time, the cost was effortlessly borne. When Zhou Yi awakened once more, his memories were already intricately woven with those of the Bamboo Taoist. A cursory glance at this individual's cultivation techniques and spells revealed a mundane method of refining deceptions and a spell known as Qingmu Dushan. The spell's potency was rather average and clashed with his own 100 Poisons' cold light. There was little of value on this person, prompting Zhou Yi to shake his head and divert his attention elsewhere. His focus now lay on the Bamboo Taoist's other memories, primarily those of the valley and its inhabitants. After observing for a considerable time, Zhou Yi noted that the people in the valley resembled mutes, rarely engaging in conversation. The most interaction occurred when one would venture out to hunt, returning with a few wild creatures to share amongst the group. However, he did glean a significant piece of information. The Black Mountain Elder appeared to be a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and seemingly hailed from a celestial sect. The Bamboo Taoist had encountered the Black Mountain Elder multiple times, and was aware that the latter excelled in a sword technique capable of splitting sword light, rendering him nearly invincible amongst peers. Moreover, he possessed a mysterious and sinister art, the knowledge of which had perished with its witnesses. Zhou Yi shook his head and retrieved the Bamboo Taoist's pouch, which contained 2 deceptive pearls, perfectly suited for his cultivation. As for the magical artifact, it was a bamboo staff that could transform into a colossal tree with astonishing power upon activation. Rising, Zhou Yi gathered some straw from outside and fashioned a second scarecrow. Embedding it with the Bamboo Taoist's hair, He then took a piece of blank talisman paper and performed the 3 souls corpse technique. Once the talisman was affixed to the scarecrow, the bamboo Taoist responded and stood beside Wu Ku. Having completed his tasks, Zhou Yi sat cross-legged and eagerly began to absorb the 2 deceptive pearls without hesitation. In no time, the power within the pearls was depleted, and his innate spiritual energy surged rapidly. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow slightly. The higher he ascended, the more deceptive pearls he would require. The 5th layer of qi refinement posed a significant challenge. With a deep exhalation of stale air, Zhou Yi's brow knitted in contemplation. According to the Black Mountain Elder, Huangyun Temple had existed for over 2 millennia, and there was a possibility that the blood demon Taoist might leave his mark here. Carrying 2 corpses, he swiftly returned to Huangyun Temple and began his silent search. As time ticked away, he meticulously scoured every nook and cranny, leaving no part of the main hall unchecked, yet he found no signs of anything amiss. There were no secret passages here. It seemed improbable for any foul play to have occurred. The blood demon Taoist appeared to be a golden core cultivator, and if he truly had buried a grave within Huangyun Temple, given his current cultivation level, it was highly unlikely he would be able to locate it. Deep in thought, Zhou Yi concluded that unless he dismantled the entire Huangyun Temple, uncovering the true burial site would be impossible. However, that opportunity was not available now, though it could be worth attempting in the future. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yi's gaze revealed his burgeoning ideas. The 2 corpses were discreetly dispatched, remaining just outside the county town. The bamboo Taoist was concealed within a tree hollow for occasional retrieval, thus minimizing his consumption. Wu Ku awaited silently, as his time for use would soon arrive. In Jiangnan Dao, Jiangnan City, within the government office, Prefect Tang Yuejun wore a grave expression, a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from him, revealing him to be a formidable foundation establishment cultivator. He sat in the reception room, quietly awaiting something. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door, entering soundlessly. Prefect Tang Yuejun's gaze turned towards the newcomer, an elderly Taoist with white hair and a youthful visage, exuding an air of genuine cultivation. Tang Yuejun promptly rose and slightly cupped his hands in greeting. Taoist Ming has arrived. Please take a seat. Once seated, Tang Yuejun, unable to contain his urgency, spoke. The reason for inviting you here is due to a major incident in Guebei County. I have already dispatched personnel to the Evil God Inn. Taoist Ming remarked, a hint of confusion in his voice. The Evil God Inn is merely one aspect. It has gathered a group of sinister cultivators, all drawn there for the blood demon Taoist's tomb. Upon hearing this, Taoist Ming's expression faltered momentarily, then deepened into contemplation. Are you referring to the blood demon Taoist who breached Jiangnan Dao Palace a millennium ago? Indeed, that is the individual. The guard stationed in Guebei County reported that the Evil God Inn had issued a mission stating that the blood demon Taoist's tomb lies within Guebei County. A Foundation establishment cultivator, the Black Mountain Elder, leads a group of sinister cultivators intending to attack the city. Taoist Ming's expression grew serious. If this was the case, the matter would indeed be challenging to address. I understand your concerns. I will dispatch the Ming Palace Taoist, second only to me in the palace, to handle this matter. He will also bring sufficient treasures for suppression. Prefect Tang Yuejun nodded slightly. That should be enough to quell this issue. Taoist Ming swiftly rose and departed, leaving Tang Yuejun with a grave countenance. A millennia of calamity loomed, and the Evil God Inn was stirring. He wondered if they could withstand the storm. Chapter 43. Foundation Establishment arrives. Surveillance task in Tianqing City. As dawn broke, a figure approached from afar. Within the Dao Palace, Qingxian Taoist was imparting the morning lesson to his disciple. Dao Ming. An unseen presence had silently arrived. Qingxian Taoist is present. The chilling voice resonated thunderously, causing Qingxian Taoist to turn sharply towards the speaker. A suffocating aura enveloped him, and he immediately recognized the identity of the intruder. The elder from Jiangnan Dao Palace, Ming Palace Taoist. He hurriedly approached. I am Qingxian Taoist, the palace master of Tianqing City Dao Palace. I have the honor to meet Elder Ming Palace. Beside him, Dao Ming's heart raced upon hearing this. The title Taoist is a collective term for Foundation establishment cultivators, and there are few throughout Jiangnan Dao. Ming Palace Taoist gazed at him, speaking calmly. Immediately summon all cultivators from the surrounding cities within 100 miles of Tianqing City. At least one idol cultivator from each city must report to Tianqing City. We shall depart for Guebei County tonight. Qingxian Taoist hesitated momentarily. Elder, is something amiss? The evil god has appeared outside Gwebe County, and the sinister cultivators within, led by the Black Mountain Elder, plan to assault the entire county. Their aim is to uncover the blood demon Taoist tomb that may be hidden within Gwebe County. Upon hearing this, Qingxian Taoist's heart raced. How did the Dao Palace learn of this? A flicker of confusion crossed Qingxian Taoist's eyes as he inquired. Who conveyed this information? Ming Palace Taoist pondered for a moment before responding. It was reported by the station cultivators in Gwebe County. They captured several sinister cultivators and extracted this information through rigorous interrogation. Qingxian Taoist's expression shifted to understanding, yet a flicker of rage began to surface within him. Damn it. He must have reported through official channels, bypassing me entirely. Is he wary of me? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Qingxian Taoist's eyes. Why can't he just be a good dog and wait to be slaughtered? Now, he has stirred the Dao Palace of Jiangnan, and the situation has become quite troublesome. Enough of this. Stop wasting time and promptly inform everyone. Understood, Master. With that, Qingxian Taoist swiftly departed to the deep of night. The world was shrouded in darkness. A dozen figures concealed themselves in the air and swiftly arrived at Gwebe County. Within Huangyun Temple, Zhou Yi was in deep meditation. Suddenly, an inexplicable spiritual pressure enveloped the entire temple. The immense pressure jolted Zhou Yi awake, and a voice resonated in his ear. The master of Huangyun Temple, come to the main hall. I am Ming Palace Taoist from Jiangnan Dao Palace. Zhou Yi's heart raced. Their arrival was swift. He promptly rose and made his way to the main hall of Huangyun Temple. Upon his arrival, he found a dozen figures already present. The foremost individual exuded a steady aura. His face slightly aged, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, his stern demeanor commanding respect. Qingxian Taoist, whom Zhou Yi had encountered before, stood nearby, though his disciple Dao Ming was absent. That moment, Qingxian Taoist's gaze fell upon Zhou Yi, a look of unidentifiable emotion flickering in his eyes. Zhou Yi, undeterred, respectfully greeted Ming Palace Taoist with clasped hands. I have the honor to meet Elder Ming Palace. I am the master of Huangyun Temple. Wang Fuguwei, Ming Palace Taoist paused slightly at this, turning to gaze at Qingxian Taoist. He is a guest elder. Qingxian Taoist nodded promptly. Yes, the previous master of Huangyun Temple perished due to the actions of two sinister cultivators. At that time, Tianqing City had no available personnel, so I temporarily arranged for him to serve as the temple master. Ming Palace Taoist furrowed his brow at this revelation but did not linger on it. Instead, he turned his attention back to Zhou Yi. Wang Fuguwei, recount all the information you possess in detail. Zhou Yi articulated the truth of his 9 truths and 1 falsehood, having anticipated this day and meticulously organized his words. Ming Palace Taoist frowned slightly as he listened. Do you know where the Black Mountain Elder and his cohort are hiding? Zhou Yi's expression hardened. I do. They are concealed within a fog-laden valley. However, I have slain 2 of their sinister cultivators, and they may become suspicious. Ming Palace Taoist pondered for a moment. Now, I have another task for you. Go to their location and keep a close watch. If there were a way to glean their specific information, I would certainly acknowledge your contributions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's heart skipped a beat, and after a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced. Upon reviewing the intelligence, it was indeed the most suitable assignment for him. Rest assured, I shall diligently monitor the situation. Minggong Zhenren then turned to Qingxian Taoist and instructed. Wang Fuguwei is one of your operatives. Any news should be communicated through you. Qingxian Taoist nodded slightly, producing several pieces of talisman paper from his hand, which he tossed to Zhou Yi. These are communication talismans. Each can reach me, allowing messages to be sent over a distance of 10 li. I can also contact you at any time. Zhou Yi caught the talisman and, with a slight bow, departed from Huangyun Temple. Meanwhile, Qingxian Taoist furrowed his brow. Zhenren, why assign this person to surveil the elder Heishan? If he is discovered, it could set off alarm bells. Minggong Zhenren's eyes narrowed slightly, as he remained uncertain whether this individual was an undercover agent for the malevolent sect. His information was exceedingly comprehensive, detailing everything from the evil god into blood demon Taoist and the evil cult alliance, with Elder Heishan leading them, all laid out with startling clarity. Those malevolent practitioners were all corrupt at heart, sharp-tongued and cunning. Extracting useful information from them would not be an easy task. Yet, this person managed to inquire about such intricate details. Either he possesses soul-searching abilities, or he is indeed an undercover agent of the evil sect. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Therefore, it would be wiser to play along, send him out, and then employ several strategies to test his authenticity. Should we confirm his identity as an undercover agent, we could conveniently use him to deceive Elder Haishan and his followers. When the opportune moment arises, we would strike and capture them all, leaving not a single one behind. If he is not an agent, he is merely a guest elder, a pawn on the periphery. Surviving would be his fortuitous luck, while perishing would simply be his fate. Utilizing resources to their fullest, his loyalty to the Dao Palace is his destiny. Upon hearing Minggong Zhenren's words, everyone comprehended the underlying meaning. Naturally, Zhou remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in their minds. Even if he knew, he would not mind, as this was merely a platform for him. A stepping stone to reach a higher echelon. In the blink of an eye, he found himself outside the city, cloaked in a concealment talisman. With a thought, Wu Ke's corpse appeared, and he swiftly moved towards the misty valley. Unaware of the intentions of these cultivators, he recognized that Wu Ke's return needed justification. You are the best reason for my return. Chapter 44. Suspecting a spy. Arranging a test. A flicker of indifference crossed his eyes. Soon, Wu Ke silently returned to the misty valley. Elder Haishan frowned upon his arrival. Why are you alone? Where is the Zhu Daoist? Wu Ke spoke in a low, somber tone. Tonight, a significant event transpired in Guebei County. The Zhu Daoist and I were originally devising a way to investigate Huangyun Temple. Suddenly, we noticed a dozen figures approaching Huangyun Temple, one of whom emanated the pressure of a Foundation establishment-level cultivator. Upon hearing this, Elder Haishan's previously calm expression turned sharp. A tremendous spiritual pressure sent tremors through everyone's hearts. A Foundation establishment cultivator. Why would they come here? What of the Zhu Daoist? I instructed him to keep watch there while I returned to report the most crucial news. Wu Ke's voice was hoarse and cold. Elder Haishan inhaled deeply, commending, you have done well. Now, halt all activities. It seems that our affairs have already attracted the attention of the Dao Palace. After a moment's contemplation, his gaze shifted to the sides, landing on a man adorned with a white bone mask. Balan Daoist, here is my token. Go to Jiangnan Dao and invite a Foundation establishment cultivator. The individual is known as Black Crow Daoist. In the early stages of Foundation establishment, with a peculiar disposition. When conversing with him, be courteous and absolutely avoid gazing upon his visage. Understood. Balan Daoist rose slightly, respectfully accepting Elder Haishan's token. Yes, I understand. His gaze turned to Wu Ke. I will fetch a helper. With 2 against 1, we need not fear the Dao Palace. As soon as Black Crow Daoist arrives, we shall strike decisively, seizing Guebei County and sacrificing all its inhabitants. Then, employing sheer brute force, we will turn Guebei County upside down in the shortest time possible. If we can find him, that would be ideal. If not, the numerous sacrifices will still yield rewards. Elder Haishan's eyes glinted coldly, revealing a hint of murderous intent. You may return now and keep watch alongside the Zhu Daoist. Wu Ke nodded slightly and turned to leave once more. Zhou furrowed his brow, concealing Wu Ke's corpse within the dense forest. Opting against heading to Guebei County, Black Crow Daoist, how did another Foundation establishment cultivator emerge? This situation is spiraling out of control. Can Minggong Daoist manage it alone? A weighty concern filled his gaze as he exhaled a breath of stale air. How should I convey this news upon my return? If I state it plainly, it might raise suspicions regarding my unique abilities. Alternatively, I could wait for Black Crow Daoist's arrival and then relay the news of his coming. That seems to be the only viable option. 2 days swiftly passed, during which Zhou remained in the dense forest, cautiously monitoring the misty valley. Almost daily, a malevolent practitioner would emerge from the valley. Capturing some prey to take back on this day, a dark figure approached from afar, followed closely by Balan Daoist. Zhou sensed their presence from a distance, utilizing the corpses of Wu Ke and Zhu Daoist. Upon witnessing the two enter the misty valley, he immediately retrieved the communication talisman. After a moment of thought, he infused spiritual energy into the talisman. A faint wisp of smoke enveloped him, coalescing before him. Zhou spoke in a low tone. A Foundation establishment Daoist has arrived in the misty valley. It seems the evil cult alliance has reinforcements. The mist constricted, absorbing his words, which transformed into an intangible essence and sped towards Guebei County. Within Guebei County, Minggong Zhenren and 4 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators were gathered in the main hall. Other cultivators had been dispatched throughout the city to patrol, addressing any potential anomalies while remaining vigilant against sudden attacks by malevolent practitioners. Suddenly, Qingxian Daoist's brow furrowed as an invisible essence flew towards him from outside. He reached out to grasp this intangible essence, and beside him, Minggong Daoist inquired, "Is there information coming in?" Qingxian Daoist nodded slightly, raising his hand to shatter the essence. Zhou Yi's voice echoed, "A Foundation establishment Daoist has arrived in the Misty Valley. It seems the evil cult alliance has reinforcements." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically, all eyes turning to Minggong Daoist. After a moment of contemplation, a hint of gravity appeared in his eyes, accompanied by a slight cold smile. Wang Fuguwei is indeed suspect. The crowd displayed expressions of confusion. And Minggong Daoist proclaimed with arrogance, "The Summoned Foundation establishment Daoist is evidently coming from a great distance. It will take at least 1 to 2 days for him to arrive. Why would Elder Heishan summon a Foundation establishment cultivator to share in the spoils? He must be aware that we have come, and it is likely that this Wang Fuguwei is the one who tipped him off." The timing of Wang Fuguwei's message suggests he aims to make his information seem credible. After all, if he had relayed the news on the same day, it would have been too extraordinary. Qingxian Daoist's face contorted with a snarl. This person is truly ungrateful. The Dao Palace took him in? Yet he dares to betray us, however. Minggong Zhenren waved his hand slightly, advising against anger, for this is merely my conjecture. Nevertheless, we can seize this opportunity to test him. If successful, we may eliminate a formidable foe in advance. After pondering, his gaze fell upon Qingxian Daoist. Starting tomorrow, we shall make a grand display. Everyone must appear atop the city walls. Simultaneously, the formation will be on standby, ready to activate at any moment. I will personally stir up trouble in that valley. Let us provoke them directly, compelling the evil cult alliance to gather more personnel. We shall also issue a gathering order for Jiangnan, summoning all resting cultivators to converge. Since the evil cult alliance seeks recruits, let us make it a grand affair. We shall engage in a direct confrontation between righteousness and evil, eradicating all malevolent practitioners in Jiangnan, ensuring at least 20 years of peace. A glint of murderous intent shone in Minggong Daoist's eyes. And in an instant, he appeared to be formulating a grand scheme. Meanwhile, Qingxian Daoist could only curse inwardly, "Damn it, if you proceed this way, my chances will dwindle even further. This entire situation is due to that Wang Fuguwei. Otherwise, it would not have escalated to such proportions." His gaze shifted, torn between indecision, yet he could not intervene. Qingxian Daoist stated, "Inform Wang Fuguwei that once the malevolent practitioners gather their forces, he should find a way to infiltrate. The first-hand intelligence, regardless of whether he is an undercover agent or not, can be turned to our advantage, allowing us to wait for an opportunity to strike. We shall catch them off guard." Qingxian Daoist nodded, seizing a communication talisman and swiftly issuing the command. An intangible force surged towards Guobei County, quickly locating Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi received this message and, after shattering it, listened to the orders. "You want me to infiltrate the evil cult alliance? When they are recruiting en masse, what is it that they truly intend to accomplish?" Chapter 45. A forceful provocation. A battle between good and evil. Zhou Yi had only received a fragment of the orders, lacking a concrete plan. Why, what right does this group of rogue cultivators summon additional forces? A glimmer of peculiarity flashed in his eyes. Yet he soon discerned the reason. A colossal aura of spiritual pressure descended from the heavens, directly targeting the Misty Valley. A resounding voice echoed, "Old Black Mountain, come forth to face your demise." Within the valley, the mist swirled, and a figure suddenly erupted forth. It was none other than the Old Black Mountain, enveloped in a terrifying radiance, surrounded by 5 skulls. The skulls emitted piercing cries, cackling as they filled the air with dense black smoke. Soaring towards the sky, there, an ethereal figure shimmered with a cerulean light. Raising a hand, a sharp flying sword emerged from his sleeve. The swordlight instantaneously split into 5, entwined with flames, and slashed towards the 5 skulls. A thunderous roar ensued, accompanied by a powerful spiritual pressure that made Zhou Yi's heart tremble instinctively, rendering him breathless under the weight of that force. Eye in the sky, 2 figures wielded their powers. exchanging blows between the flying sword and the skulls. The old Black Mountain's icy laughter rang out. Taoist Minggong of Jiangnan, you choose not to tread the path to paradise, yet you come uninvited to hell. Since you have arrived, there is no need for you to depart. Taoist Minggong laughed heartily. With your capabilities, you cannot accomplish this. But what if I join in? A sinister voice emerged as a dark-faced Taoist flew out from the mist. Surrounded by an array of illusory black crows, their flapping wings sweeping towards Taoist Minggong. Taoist Minggong narrowed his eyes. Black Crow Taoist, you too have come. It seems your ambitions this time are not trivial. As his words fell, a flag rose above Taoist Minggong's head, flames dancing upon it. A fire dragon burst forth, charging towards the approaching black crows. The black crows, gathered in swarms, were enveloped in thick black smoke. As the fire dragon plunged into their midst, it unleashed a hissing and explosive sound. The spectacle of the battle in the sky was nothing short of mesmerizing, leaving Zhou Yi in a state of bewilderment. More figures surged forth from the misty valley, each bearing vigilant expressions as they gazed skyward. After a considerable time, Taoist Minggong erupted in laughter. If this is all you are capable of, you might as well wash up and sleep. Why not summon more allies? I shall be waiting for you in Guebei County. Let us engage in a grand battle between good and evil. Otherwise, do not meddle in the affairs of the blood demon Taoist. Ha ha ha! With that, Taoist Minggong turned and soared away, leaving the old Black Mountain and the Black Crow Taoist with dark expressions. Zhou Yi remained cautiously concealed in the distance, suppressing his aura. The old Black Mountain cast a serious glance at the Black Crow Taoist. It appears our plans have indeed leaked. Since he wishes to escalate matters, let us indulge him. The old Black Mountain smiled coldly, a hint of malice flickering across his face. The Black Crow Taoist nodded. I know a fellow cultivator who also practices in Jiangnan. Should he join us, our victory would be assured. Excellent. I shall issue a call to gather all rogue cultivators. In an instant, a storm brewed. As news of the blood demon Taoist's affairs swiftly spread throughout Jiangnan and Guebei County, Taoist Minggong sat within the Huangyun Temple, while Taoist Qingxian gazed at him, saying, Elder, the news has already circulated. It won't be long before a multitude of rogue cultivators converge here. I have already informed my senior brother. This time, we shall not only eradicate the rogue cultivators of Jiangnan, but we shall also dismantle the sinister god's lair behind them. My senior brother has dispatched a thunderous array. Should they dare approach, we shall reduce them to ashes. Let us hasten our investigation into where the blood demon Taoist's tomb may lie. The blood demon Taoist possesses 3 malevolent arts and previously seized a trove of treasures and resources within Jiangnan. If we could reclaim them, it would be a monumental achievement for us. Taoist Qingxian nodded slightly. Indeed, Elder. Remain vigilant regarding Wang Fugui, using his hand to relay some false information. Taoist Qingxian nodded again. Understood. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow deeply. He had already controlled Wu Ku to return to the Misty Valley. He had informed the old Black Mountain that leaving the Zhu Taoist alone to monitor would suffice in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed in the valley, which had undergone considerable transformation by numerous rogue cultivators. Temporary structures were hastily erected, as various external cultivators gathered here. Their numbers had swelled to 30 or 40. Although all were chi-refining cultivators, each exuded an aura of malevolence. These were seasoned warriors, not to be trifled with, having survived in the wilderness. Among the followers of the old Black Mountain, the two with lower cultivation levels primarily undertook the task of providing sustenance for the group. Wu Ke happened to be one of them, tasked daily with hunting a substantial amount of blood food to sustain everyone. Zhou Yi paid this no mind and found pleasure in the work, as it allowed him to engage with nearly everyone. At a long table, bowls of freshly cleaned meat were laid out, wild boar, hares, leopards, tigers, and more. Cultivators sat nearby, occasionally tearing off strips of flesh, dipping them in sauce, and devouring them, absorbing the power within to replenish their spiritual energy. While engaging in animated discussions, a burly man chuckled. With old Black Mountain leading us, we can strike a severe blow to those hypocritical Taoists. Years ago, I merely eliminated a treacherous villain in secret, yet the celestial sect pursued me for the crime of treason. It forced me into exile for over 20 years, enduring hardship and evading pursuers. This grudge shall never be forgotten, exclaimed a sharp-faced cultivator in indignation. Indeed, I had merely taken a liking to a junior sister in the sect, That wretched woman falsely accused me of sneaking into her chamber at night with ulterior motives. Had I not fled quickly, I would have perished within the sect. Later, when she ventured outside, I seized the opportunity to exact my revenge. I still vividly remember the expression of anguish on her face when she died. In that moment, the group of rogue cultivators spoke freely. Zhou Yi, through Wu Ku, quietly listened, discreetly recording each individual's identity. Suddenly, Zhou Yi's true self furrowed his brow. An invisible aura had found its way to him. This was a message from Taoist Qingxian. Upon seeing this message talisman, Zhou Yi's expression grew grave. What does this Taoist Qingxian intend? Knowing that I have been tasked with infiltrating, he dares to send me a message talisman. Does he not realize this could expose me? Chapter 46. Qingxuan's Conspiracy, a counterattack against provocation. Zhou Yi's mind jolted awake, sensing something amiss. Taoist Qingxian harbors ill intentions. A glimmer of killing intent flickered in his eyes. What does he seek? He withdrew his token. The very item that guided the message talisman to him. The Taoist sect's token serves as a means of communication between its members, possessing certain guiding properties. Zhou Yi grasped the message carried by the talisman, and a voice slowly resonated. Wang Fuguwei, new orders. Relay the identities of all members of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Within Huangyun Temple, Taoist Qingxuan's eyes were inscrutable as he stood in a secluded spot. Wang Fuguwei, you have thwarted my grand plans. Now that you have infiltrated the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, the old Black Mountain will surely eliminate you. Without a source of intelligence, Taoist Minggong will be vulnerable. Should the opportunity arise, I can ensnare him. It is essential to devise a plan to eliminate Taoist Minggong as well. If I can obtain the treasure map to the Blood Demon Taoist's tomb, my troubles will be resolved, and I may even have a chance at Foundation establishment, or even Golden Core. A murderous intent lingered in his gaze, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Zhou Yi had never infiltrated the Rogue Sect Alliance. His scheme had unraveled. Listening to the message talisman, Zhou Yi's expression brimmed with boundless killing intent. Old rascal, I did not seek trouble with you, yet you have come to create trouble for me. However, I find myself in a predicament. The identity of a Taoist sect cultivator is exceedingly valuable. Losing it would render me nearly immobile within the Daiji dynasty, where I could easily be mistaken for a rogue cultivator and slain. The dispatch of this letter by Taoist Qingxian is undoubtedly a ploy to use the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to eliminate me. If he realizes I am still alive, he will surely have contingency plans in place. Perhaps this fellow has clandestine connections with the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. The sect has also produced a traitor. If I were to confront Taoist Minggong directly, would he believe me? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yi understood that such a possibility was utterly remote. I possess no evidence. Yet this could also be an opportunity. If I intentionally relay information, Taoist Qingxian will be astonished to learn I am alive while also realizing that I am aware of his plot. Thus, he will be even more eager to eliminate me. Although I do not know why you seek my life, I can use this to draw him out and then eliminate him. Zhou Yi formulated a plan in his mind. He quietly departed from this place, soon arriving outside the city of Guobei County. Although numerous cultivators patrolled the city walls, ordinary civilians continued to come and go outside the city. At that moment, a young woodcutter was intercepted by Zhou Yi. The boy looked at Zhou Yi, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Taoist, do you have business with me? Zhou Yi revealed a faint smile, then produced an envelope from his hand. Please deliver this to the county office. Here is a small sum of silver as a reward. The envelope and silver fell into the boy's hands, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi's figure vanished without a trace. The woodcutter's face displayed a look of shock, and he hurriedly dashed towards the city. Zhou Yi watched him leave, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You shall arrive soon, I presume. At that moment, within the valley of the Evil Cultivators Alliance, the old man of Black Mountain wore a slightly grave expression. In the tomb chamber, 3 figures stood, one of whom was the Black Crow Taoist, and another was the third foundation building Evil Cultivator, the Flower Tower Taoist. Dressed in a colorful robe adorned with peach blossoms and heavily made up, the Flower Tower Taoist appeared aged, his wrinkles betraying the facade of youth the makeup attempted to conceal. The old man of Black Mountain spoke. The last time Minggong Taoist attacked, after a brief skirmish, he retreated. His intent was not to engage in battle, but merely to make a show of force. He knows our location precisely, Having not set foot in the valley, clearly aware of the Black Crow Taoist's presence, avoiding being caught in a pincer attack, it is certain that there is a spy among us. Otherwise, he would not possess such accurate intelligence. Which of those individuals do you find most suspicious? The Black Crow Taoist narrowed his eyes. Wu Ku and Zhu Taoist were both in the city at that time. Their likelihood is the greatest. Only Zhu Taoist knew of my arrival, while Wu Ku was unaware. Their relationship is strained, and Zhu Taoist would not divulge anything to him. Does that imply Zhu Taoist is highly probable? The Flower Tower Taoist interjected. He has yet to return, continuously relaying messages through Wu Ku, who has been here for quite some time. I have observed him in secret. His behavior appears quite normal, not indicative of any wrongdoing. Yet, regardless of who it may be, these two are indeed suspicious. We can keep them under watch and, if necessary, send them false signals. The Black Crow Taoist spoke with a piercing gaze. The old man of Black Mountain nodded slightly. Aside from those two, there may be spies among the newcomers as well. Now I understand why Minggong Taoist has been so audacious. He aims to eliminate all evil cultivators in the Jiangnan region during this opportunity. One of the outsiders may very well be his secret agent. The Flower Tower Taoist chuckled lightly. Let them play their game. We shall play ours. We shall see who outmaneuvers whom. The three exchanged knowing smiles. A mysterious conspiracy brewing among them in the dense forest. At this moment, Zhu Taoist donned Zhou Yi's attire, bearing his token. His appearance had been subtly altered, and a mask concealed his identity, making him indistinguishable from the original. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi lay hidden in the shadows, utilizing a concealment talisman. Within Guabei County, County Magistrate Huang was diligently addressing cases in the main hall when suddenly, Captain Mo rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency as he presented a letter. He whispered something into County Magistrate Huang's ear. Startled, Huang quickly opened the letter, and upon reading its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. He rose swiftly, a low voice issuing forth, "Prepare the carriage immediately. In no time." County Magistrate Huang left the county office and arrived at Huangyun Temple within a quarter of an hour. After alighting from the carriage, he exchanged a few words with the gatekeeper before hastily entering the temple. In the main hall of the temple, Minggong Taoist, Qingxian Taoist, and others were gathered. Upon Huang's arrival, Minggong Taoist greeted him with a faint smile. "County Magistrate, what brings you here in such haste?" With a serious countenance, Huang presented the letter. "This letter was entrusted to me by Taoist Huang." Minggong Taoist furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Reaching out to take the envelope, he opened it and glanced at it. Maintaining a calm exterior while his mind raced with contemplation, nodding at County Magistrate Huang, he said, "You may return now. I understand the situation." Uncertain, Huang did not dare to question further and respectfully withdrew. Meanwhile, Qingxian Taoist felt a chill run down his spine. What is happening? Why is he still alive? I deliberately sent the message to alert the evil cultivators. Did he not infiltrate their ranks? Or did he employ other means to gather information? Chapter 47. The killing intent grows stronger. Who is the prey? It appears my message has startled the snake. Fortunately, I was prepared. A cold smile flickered in Qingxian Taoist's eyes as he turned his gaze towards Minggong Taoist. "Elder, does this letter imply that there is a traitor in Huangyun Temple colluding with the evil cultivators?" Minggong Taoist was slightly taken aback. "How did you know?" Qingxian Taoist wore an expression that conveyed, "As I suspected. This is part of my testing scheme." "Elder, did you not suspect that Wang Fugui is a planted spy from the evil cultivators?" To confirm this further, I devised a plan. However, I lacked complete confidence in this strategy, so I proceeded without reporting it to you. Wang Fugui, as per our instructions, should have infiltrated the evil cultivators' alliance by now. Therefore, yesterday at noon, I deliberately sent him a message instructing him to relay information. If he is not a spy, he would surely reveal himself to the evil cultivators. However, if he is indeed a spy, they will seize this opportunity to sow discord, leading him to accuse me of treachery. Thereby exposing his ill intentions. In his letter, he must have provided an excuse, claiming he was not within the valley of the evil cultivators, but rather occupied with other matters outside, thus avoiding detection. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Minggong Taoist nodded slightly. Indeed, as you stated, he mentioned being outside the valley, responsible for the meals of all the evil cultivators, hunting on that day, which is why he did not expose himself. Qingxian Taoist asserted confidently, "Elder, This individual is undoubtedly an undercover agent of the Evil Cultivators Alliance. The timing I selected was precisely at noon, during which the Evil Cultivators would be dining. How could he possibly be hunting outside? This is the flaw in his story, and he poses a significant issue. This letter serves as evidence. With righteous indignation, Qingxian Daoist appeared as though he was plotting for the sake of the Dao Palace. Minggong Daoist pondered briefly, frowning as he remarked, "If your plan is incorrect, he may lose his life. After all, he is merely a guest elder. Sacrificing for the Dao Palace is his honor. Dying for the path of cultivation is his due duty." Qingxian Daoist replied nonchalantly, and those present nodded in agreement. A Daoist with a goat beard exclaimed with excitement, "Qingxian Daoist speaks rightly. Sacrificing for the Dao Palace is indeed the duty of our guest elders. Moreover, there are numerous points of suspicion surrounding him that must be confirmed." A satisfied expression graced Minggong Daoist's face. "Excellent, Qingxian. You have mastered the art of managing subordinates within the Dao Palace. A promising future awaits you. These evil cultivators have long been eroded by treachery. A mere scheme of discord aims to undermine the trust among the Dao Palace cultivators. How foolish and ignorant they are, now that he has revealed his true nature. It is an opportune moment to utilize him to firmly control the intelligence of the evil cultivators. Once they fall into the trap, we can capture them all at once. What is our response to him?" Qingxian Daoist smiled. "It is simple. Inform him that I have been apprehended, allowing him to continue surveilling without worry. However, this time, we shall send the message in the early morning. According to his claim, since he is responsible for the evil cultivators' meals, the morning must be his hunting time. This will serve to lull him into a false sense of security." "Very well, Qingqiu Daoist, you shall convey this message tomorrow," Minggong Daoist instructed. Qingqiu Daoist, who had been the goat-bearded Daoist, nodded in agreement. "Yes, elder." A tempest seemed to dissipate silently, yet Qingxian Daoist's eyes glimmered with a hint of murderous intent. This individual appears to be utterly devoted to the Dao Palace, yet he has inadvertently allowed me to uncover certain truths. He has certainly not infiltrated the evil cultivators, but rather possesses other means of sorcery. Tomorrow, when Qingqiu Daoist sends out the information, I can follow him closely and, upon discovery, strike with lethal precision, to prevent him from relaying information that might allow the Dao Palace to seize the advantage and eradicate the Evil Cultivators Alliance. I must secure the treasures of the Blood Demon Daoist. The glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as Qingxian Daoist's skin beneath his facial surface seemed to ripple ominously. Sensing something, he frowned. The treachery was becoming increasingly severe. I must hasten to locate that object within the Blood Demon Daoist treasure. The scene shifted to the next day. Early in the morning, Qingqiu Daoist arrived at the outskirts of the city. Holding a communication talisman in his hand, he gently activated it, and a faint mist materialized before him. Qingxian Daoist had already been apprehended by us. He was indeed an undercover agent arranged by the Evil Cult Alliance. You must continue to remain hidden and relay any significant news back to us at all times. The mist suddenly contracted, transforming into an invisible essence that drifted off into the distance. Qingqiu Daoist turned to leave this place, unaware that an imperceptible figure had silently departed the city in pursuit. This figure was none other than the long-awaited Qingxian Daoist. He swiftly navigated through the dense forest, closely following the trail of that ethereal essence. Before long, the essence arrived before a mysterious Daoist. With a slight shimmer, it transformed back into mist, taking on the form of Qingqiu Daoist. Upon receiving the information from the communication talisman, that Daoist turned and ventured deeper into the forest. At this moment, Qingxian Daoist had caught up nearby, and as he witnessed this scene, his eyes narrowed. "My time is limited. I must act swiftly." Without a moment's hesitation, a black flying sword flashed from his sleeve. Infused with formidable power, it spread a hint of black light, inconspicuous within the morning mist of the forest. Its speed was as swift as lightning, even stirring up an invisible wave of air. The crisis arrived in an instant, and the figure ahead had no time to mount any defense. The sword light pierced through him from behind, blood and organs splattered across the ground. The black sword light flickered and returned to its origin. Vanishing into a black sleeve, a figure emerged from the air, revealing itself to be Qingxian Daoist. Why not simply remain dead? Why trouble me and make me run an extra errand? When one plays the dog, one must accept the fate of a dog. Don't even contemplate biting the master back. You should die when commanded. At this moment, Qingxian Taoist, high and mighty, uttered these words before turning to leave. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a figure silently appeared behind him. The newcomer was Zhou Yi, who, at the moment of his arrival, had already silently unleashed the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom in an instant. A darkness enveloped an area of 3 zhong. Qingxian Taoist's footstep froze abruptly, incredulously turning to look. A figure stood behind him. It was Zhou Yi, who should have been dead. A flicker of horror crossed his heart. You're not dead. Chapter 48. Confrontation and Slaughter. All origins revealed. Zhou Yi gazed at him with a calm demeanor, uttering not a single word, merely snorting slightly. The 100 Poisons cold light surged forth, transforming into a white ribbon that swept toward Qingxian Taoist. In the face of Zhou Yi's attack, Qingxian Taoist's hair stood on end. At this moment, he sensed a significant drop in his cultivation, revealing that he was only at the 4th layer of qi refinement. As he observed the impending assault, without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and spewed forth a beam of golden light. This golden light emitted a buzzing sound, akin to the terrifying clash of metal. The 100 Poisons cold light collided with the golden light, producing a violent grinding noise. Both forces were of equal caliber, yet the 100 Poisons cold light showed no signs of yielding to this mysterious golden light. This golden light was a secret technique of Qingxian Taoist sect, the Northern Gung Metal Qi Sword. Cultivating this technique required at least a decade of arduous effort, continuously gathering Gung Metal Qi to refine it. When unleashed, it transformed into a piercing sword light, reputed to be capable of slicing through anything. Yet, against this formidable technique, the 100 Poisons cold light remained unyielding. Upon contact, countless fine sparks erupted between the two forces. A hint of shock appeared on Qingxian Taoist's face. This individual was indeed extraordinary. This dark area was evidently some form of arcane technique, while the white light was also a secret art, capable of being concealed within the body. By no means a simple spell, but certainly a secret technique. This person undoubtedly hailed from an extraordinary background, bearing great secrets. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he recognized the remarkable nature of what Zhou Yi had displayed. With a wave of his hand, a black sword light shot forth, rapidly aimed at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi also summoned a sword light from his sleeve, directly intercepting the oncoming flying sword. When the two sword lights collided, Qingxian Taoist's pupils constricted suddenly as he let out an enraged roar. Is it you, who killed Dao Qi? Zhou Yi remained silent, and at that moment, he abruptly exhaled a breath of 3 colored flames. The roaring flames surged forth, sending Qingxian Taoist's scalp prickling. His opponent had unleashed a technique nearly akin to a secret art. Even he himself had only mastered one such technique. In the next moment, a grayish light began to envelop him, radiating sharp, piercing glimmers. The flames surged forth, causing no damage whatsoever. Upon witnessing this mysterious spell, Zhou Yi immediately sensed a familiar aura. It was the same arcane technique used by his adversaries during his fierce battle with Dao Qi and Dao Ming. His gaze flickered slightly, realizing that the opponent's methods were nearly exhausted. By this point, 5 breaths had passed, and the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom could not sustain itself for much longer. A blood-red dagger appeared silently in his left hand. Fingers together as he tossed it gently, a stream of blood light penetrated the 3 yuan true fire, quietly reaching Qingxian Taoist before he even realized it. At that moment, Qingxian Taoist laughed heartily. His eyes filled with malevolence. You possess arcane techniques? So do I. Let us see how you counter my arcane spike shell technique. Your suppressive arcane technique cannot last much longer. When you begin to pay the price, that will be your moment of death. Yet, just as he roared with laughter, a look of disbelief suddenly crossed his face. The blood-red dagger had silently collided with his arcane spike shell technique. An unbelievable event unfolded before his eyes. His arcane technique instantly developed cracks under the dagger's influence, followed by a thunderous shatter, as blood light flashed and reached him in an instant. Qingxian Taoist radiated a greenish light, a fierce brilliance erupting from his chest, revealing a jade pendant. However, the blood light ruthlessly struck against the green glow, and in the next heartbeat, the green light shattered explosively. Qingxian Taoist was engulfed in despair as the blade light swiftly pierced into his body. Death descended at that moment. Despair enveloped him, draining his entire vitality. The blade light returned to Zhou Yi's body, an overwhelming surge of life force flooding into him. In no more than 3 breaths, the cost would erupt. The power of the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom silently activated, pulling forth a phantom from within Qingxian Taoist's body, which merged silently into the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom. Zhou Yi flashed, seizing Qingxian Taoist's corpse, along with his flying sword, disappearing from the scene in a few blinks. He arrived at the already prepared underground cave. The moment he entered, a sharp pain gripped his heart, and a hazy illusion began to materialize within his consciousness. Zhou Yi sat cross-legged, silently reciting the clear mind divine mantra. A green light enveloped his heart. With a token held in his mouth, the sounds of the Buddha echoed, and the illusion was boundless. Facing the cost of 2 arcane techniques, he focused all his energy. As time passed second by second. A quarter of an hour later, Zhou Yi finally awakened from the illusion, feeling exhausted. He exhaled a deep breath, having finally endured. His gaze turned to the interior of the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom, where Qingxian Dao's soul was frantically prostrating before the Black Buddha. Zhou Yi began to sift through his memories, acquiring all the information he sought from Qingxian Daoist. It turned out that he had long known about the possible location of Blood Demon Daoist's tomb in Guebei County. Over a decade ago, he had stumbled upon a diary left by the Blood Demon Daoist, revealing the reason behind the Blood Demon Daoist raid on the Jiangnan Dao's treasure vault. It was for a mysterious artifact hidden within a meteorite. In a frenzy of madness, the Blood Demon Daoist had received some form of information that led him to this knowledge. Upon regaining his senses, the Blood Demon Daoist immediately set off for Jiangnan Dao. After a bloody battle, he severely injured and killed the then master of Jiangnan Dao's palace, ultimately seizing the treasure vault. However, along the way, he suffered severe injuries and began to disintegrate, leaving behind various remnants until he vanished without a trace in Guebei County. Qingxian Daoist had dispatched his second disciple to oversee this area, specifically to search for the Blood Demon Daoist's grave. Who would have guessed that these 2 evil cultivators would unearth one of the Blood Demon Daoist's graves and encounter Zhou Yi, resulting in such a series of events? As for the subsequent occurrences, they were all first-hand experiences of Zhou Yi. The last time Qingxian Daoist came, he had already visited the evil god in. Through a special contribution exchange, he had learned in advance about the impending task regarding the Blood Demon Daoist's tomb while retrieving intelligence from Guebei County. Originally, he had intended to wait for the demon cultivators to act, turning Guebei County upside down, and then strike in the shadows to seize it. Yet, he had not anticipated that Zhou Yi would make this matter public, even alerting the Jiangnan Dao's palace. Thus, his hatred for Zhou Yi was such that not even the waters of 3 rivers could cleanse it. Twice he had plotted to kill him to prevent him from passing on the true information to the Dao Palace. He needed both the Dao Palace and the evil cult alliance to suffer mutual destruction. Zhou Yi also gleaned from his memories the decisions made by those from the Dao Palace regarding him. He shook his head slightly, incredulous that Minggong Daoist would suspect him due to the clarity of the information. However, with Qingxian Daoist now dead, the situation had become somewhat troublesome. Best to observe the changes for now. Chapter 49. Arcane Techniques of the Black God. Sword Heart, communing with the divine Zhou Yi, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Because the information he provided was too accurate, he was instead suspected of being an undercover agent, leaving him with no way to justify himself. Yet the current situation indeed left him feeling caught in a predicament. The Daoist of the Ming Palace has evidently begun to harbor suspicions against him, and now, with the mysterious demise of Daoist Qingxian, he might very well find himself the target of blame. This predicament is certainly troublesome. It seems he might not be able to remain in this Daoist palace for much longer. Let us first observe the outcome of the conflict between the Evil Cultivators Alliance and the Daoist Palace. Should both sides suffer significant losses, or if those few individuals are all eliminated, perhaps there will be a glimmer of hope. Navigating through murky waters could indeed prove advantageous. With this thought, Zhou Yi's focus shifted back to Daoist Qingxian. The memories of this individual flowed through his mind, gradually revealing the deeper operational mechanisms of the Daoist Palace. The entire structure of the Jiangnan Dao revolves around the Daoist Palace in Jiangnan City, encompassing 36 cities and 108 counties, thereby covering the entire Jiangnan region. Each major city is invariably overseen by a peak-stage qi refinement cultivator, supported by several mid-stage qi refinement practitioners. Additionally, each county town is guaranteed at least one mid-stage qi refinement cultivator to maintain order. Jiangnan City, The heart of Jiangnan Dao is guarded by several foundation establishment cultivators along with a core formation cultivator. This is the composition of cultivators within the entire Jiangnan Dao. These practitioners hail from various esteemed sects, rotating in and out of the Taoist palace and possessing varying degrees of connection with one another. The Daiji dynasty's sects are reputed to consist of 3 schools and 3 paths, representing the Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic traditions, along with their respective branches. Taoist Qingxian originates from the Tianren sect, a Taoist faction. Within his sect, he is merely an inner disciple assigned to oversee Tianqing city. Through his memories, Zhou has grasped the vastness of the Tianren sect, situated atop a sacred mountain, where enigmatic formations and formidable arrays reside. Demonstrating unparalleled might. It is said that within the sect lies a secret realm, untouched by corrupting forces, a rare pure domain amidst the chaos of the world. From Taoist Qingxuan's recollections, he discerned that the sect itself is not overly populous. Nearly 90% of its members have been dispatched throughout the vast Daiji territory. Only the true upper echelons reside within the sect itself. Taoist Qingxian had only mastered one spell, a form of trickery, and a technique for sword control, alongside the art of crafting illusions. At this moment, his attention was fully absorbed by the trickery technique. The content of the trickery spike shell technique rapidly became clear to him. The text manifested upon the beast skin bagua, then swiftly contracted. A silent image materialized. A Taoist standing amidst the mountains, surrounded by a multitude of mysterious demons, lunging towards him. In that instant, a dark radiance enveloped him, shimmering and unleashing countless luminous spikes. All demons within a 3-zhang radius were instantly pierced, collapsing into putrid blood and death. Regardless of how fiercely the external demons charged, they could not budge him in the slightest. The image shrank once more, and in the next moment, a brand new text emerged: Black God Spike Category. Trickery Technique Cultivation Method. Utilizing trick cores and blood as materials, ground into powder. Inscribe Black Radiance Divine Curse across the chest and abdomen. Endure the pain of Black Radiance flooding the body, and upon completion, a layer of Black Radiance Divine Net will form beneath the skin. Effect. Once activated, the body radiates boundless black light, transforming into a suit of armor that can withstand myriad attacks and dispel countless techniques. Cost. Each use invites formless in fire to scorch, targeting the spirit. If one loses focus amidst the flames, they will undergo immediate transformation. Gazing upon the effects of this trickery technique, he exhaled deeply, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. This indeed is a formidable method that balances offense and defense, capable of withstanding various assaults while dismantling a multitude of spells. However, the cost associated with it poses a psychological challenge, and when used in conjunction with the other 2 trickery techniques, the dangers escalate significantly. Slightly shaking his head, he redirected his focus towards the sword control technique and the spell. Northward Gung Metal Chi Sword. Large and small wishful sword control technique. After a brief perusal, he immediately dismissed Northward Gung Metal Chi Sword. This spell conflicted with his 100 Poisons Cold Light, both necessitating concealment within the lungs and both being growth-type spells. Gaining strength with prolonged cultivation, the large and small wishful sword control technique captivated his attention. This is a uniquely extraordinary sword control technique. When perfected, a palm-sized flying sword can expand to 100 zhang in length, capable of cleaving mountains and breaking ridges with a single strike. In its diminutive form, it can pierce various defensive spells effortlessly, rendering it a lethal flying sword technique. He currently possessed ample spells and trickery techniques. What he truly lacked was a sword control technique. Upon a meticulous examination of this sword control technique, he realized it was also quite complex. It requires daily recitation of a unique seal to cleanse the flying sword. And after 49 days of cultivation, a sword imprint is formed. This imprint must be integrated into one's body for nurturing, maintaining a heightened resonance with the flying sword. Continuous practice over an extended period is essential to gradually unveil the effects of the large and small wishful technique. Before long, this sword technique became second nature to him, and the beast skin bagua exhibited subtle transformations once again. Bright characters illuminated its surface, subsequently contracting and rotating, ultimately evolving into an image. A Taoist stood in the sky, facing a 100 zhang demon. The Taoist sent forth a flying sword from his hand, which soared skyward, transforming into a 100-zhang-long sword. With a single slash, the demon was cleaved in half. At that moment, a demon no larger than a fly launched a surprise attack from behind, a flash of red light as swift as lightning. The sword light above abruptly contracted, morphing into a fine needle, agile as a flying bird, piercing through the rear, ambushing demon in an instant. The demon's body, glistening as if made of jade, appeared impervious. Yet, against this needle-like sword light, it could not withstand even a single breath. In the blink of an eye, 2 demons perished. The scene rapidly shrank, and a brand new spell slowly manifested. Sword Heart communicates with the divine category. Secret transmission, flying sword technique, cultivation method, daily recitation of the spirit communication spell to connect with the flying sword, allowing a strand of 1's spirit to project onto the sword, forming the Sword Heart. Cultivation effect. Through the Sword Heart, one can fully command the flying sword, absorbing ethereal spiritual power, achieving a maximum instantaneous burst of 3-fold speed and power. Adaptable in size and form at will, a brand new flying sword technique filled Zhou Yi's heart with joy. Now, he possessed a comprehensive arsenal for both offense and defense and no longer needed to rely solely on trickery to determine victories. Exhaling a deep breath, Zhou Yi gradually awakened. Swiftly retrieving Daoist Qingxian's corpse, he searched through a pocket, and upon opening it, a trick bead fell into his view. A faint smile graced his lips as he extracted one and began cultivating Black God Spike. At this moment, within Huangyun Temple, Daoist of the Ming Palace wore an expression of fury. What? Daoist Qingxian is dead. What on earth transpired? His gaze fell upon Daoist Qingqiu beside him. Daoist Qingqiu, with a grave expression, spoke. Just now, County Magistrate Huang from Guebei County received an official communication from Tianqing City. The soul tablet of Daoist Qingxian has shattered. The expression of Daoist of the Ming Palace gradually calmed amidst his rage. A mysterious aura enveloping the entire Huangyun Temple, an invisible ripple began to search through the county office. This was a manifestation of the divine sense that only a foundation establishment cultivator could wield. His face turned ashen. Daoist Qingxian had vanished. A hint of gravity flickered in his eyes. Where do you think he could have gone? And why would he die? Hearing this, Daoist Qingqiu's countenance shifted, a look of horror dawning in his eyes. Could it be that Daoist Qingxian was truly in peril? He likely sought to eliminate Wang Fuguwei. Yet, for some unknown reason, he ended up dead. This implies that both Wang Fuguwei and he are implicated. Daoist Qingqiu's words reverberated like thunder within the main hall of Huangyun Temple. The other 2 Qi refinement cultivators' pupils constricted as they immediately realized the intricate web of secrets hidden within this matter. Daoist of the Ming Palace took a deep breath, a cold, murderous intent flashing in his gaze. The death of Daoist Qingxian is inextricably linked to Wang Fuguwei. It is time to test Wang Fuguwei and discern which faction he truly belongs to. With that, a message talisman appeared in his hand, enveloped in a faint mist. Daoist of the Ming Palace spoke with an icy tone. Wang Fuguwei, heed my command. To the underground pit. Zhou Yi had just completed his cultivation of Black God Spike. Mastering the 3rd trickery technique at his disposal, a shiver coursed through him. Cultivating this spell was fraught with peril, each moment accompanied by excruciating pain that could drive one to the brink of despair. A delicate black web now lay beneath his skin, ready to respond to his thoughts at any moment. Among spells of the same tier, trickery techniques surpassed ordinary spells. Only trickery could contend with trickery, while spells and magical artifacts could at most offer a fleeting resistance. This knowledge stemmed from the memories of Daoist Qingxian. The origins of trickery techniques remain a mystery to all, but each possesses earth-shattering effects. Varying with the practitioner's realm, legends suggest a hierarchy among trickery techniques, yet he remains ignorant of the specifics. At that moment, a formless aura suddenly emanated from outside. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow, grasping this intangible essence firmly. A mist materialized, and a phantom figure spoke with a chilling voice. Wang Fuguwei, heed my command. You are to lure any Foundation establishment cultivator from the Evil Cultivators Alliance to the Black Mountain Hollow, located 5 li outside Guebei County. There, I have set a deadly trap. I intend to sever an arm from the Evil Cultivators. Should you fail to complete this task, do not return. The voice was frigid, and Zhou Yi's brow furrowed slightly. The backlash from Daoist Qingxian's death had arrived. He must have received the information. This is a test of my allegiance to the Taoist palace. Doubt began to stir within him regarding Taoist Qingxian. With this thought, a glimmer of contemplation shone in his eyes. Heishanao, in truth, is but a modest valley, embraced by mountains on three sides, with only a narrow path leading into its depth. To entice a foundational cultivator is no simple task. Contemplating this, he pondered subtly, recognizing the potentiality of the endeavor. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to test the waters, allowing them to mutually weaken one another. A cold smile curled at the corners of Zhou Yi's lips as he gently closed his eyes. Establishing a connection with Wu Ke at that moment, Wu Ku was out hunting, and upon Zhou Yi's mental link, he sprang into action, his previously motionless form now animated. He first circled the valley, familiarizing himself with the general terrain before swiftly returning. Back in the misty valley, Wu Ku, as per usual, prepared meals for the numerous wicked cultivators, all the while covertly observing, biding his time for the opportune moment. As noon approached, a group of malevolent cultivators feasted heartily at the long table they had set up in the valley. They indulged in blood and flesh, reveling in their gluttony, while several among them displayed grotesque features, their bodies adorned with bizarre appendages. A scene of chaotic revelry, reminiscent of hell on earth, unfolded before them. At that juncture, the dark figure of the Black Crow Taoist emerged, his expression grim as he ventured outside. Each day at noon, he sought suitable blood for his crows. Upon witnessing his departure, Wu Ku's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. He stealthily followed, trailing the Black Crow Taoist for over 10 miles. Before the Black Crow Taoist, a herd of elk appeared. With a swift motion, he gestured, and numerous black crows erupted from his sleeves. Their ethereal forms glowing with bloodlust, swiftly enveloping the elk. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, the creatures were drained of their life force, leaving behind desiccated corpses. The crows returned to the Taoist's sleeves, and a peculiar flush crept across his face. His icy gaze turned back, revealing a flicker of impatience. "Come forth, you followed me this far. Do I need to invite you?" Wu Ku emerged from the thicket, respectfully clasping his hands. "Black Crow Senior, what brings you here?" "I possess information regarding the blood demon Taoist." The Black Crow Taoist abruptly turned, a formidable pressure descending upon Wu Ku. His body trembled involuntarily. The Taoist's eyes flickered with suspicion. "Why should I believe you?" Wu Ku smiled faintly. "The blood magic blade. To cultivate this technique, one must..." He began to recite a fragment of the cultivation method. The Taoist's pupils narrowed, fixated on him until Wu Ku abruptly fell silent. A menacing glint flashed in the Taoist's eyes as his cold voice resonated ominously in Wu Ku's ears. "Speak. Why have you ceased?" At that moment, the Black Crow Taoist's hair billowed wildly, and something sinister writhed beneath his skin, his visage contorted with madness. Observing his demeanor, Zhou Yi felt a jolt of trepidation. Could it be that this fellow had succumbed to madness at such a critical juncture? Yet in the blink of an eye, all traces of terror receded, and he seemed to regain his composure. "What do you desire?" Zhou Yi exhaled deeply and, through Wu Ku, conveyed, "I have located the tomb of the blood demon Taoist. But I can only breach the outer layer. Accessing the interior requires at least foundational cultivation. I hope that Black Crow Senior will join me in breaking open the tomb, dividing the arcane techniques and treasures equally. Of course, I expect a solemn vow from you, Senior, that upon acquiring the treasures, I shall receive half, and you shall not harm or impede my departure for any reason." The Black Crow Taoist regarded him with an inscrutable expression, the atmosphere growing frigid. "Oh, you dare threaten me? I possess 100 methods to make your existence a living hell." Wu Ku chuckled softly, pulling apart his chest to reveal a sword embedded within. "This blade is mere inches from my heart. Should it be activated, not even an immortal could save me." Chapter 51. A swallowing revelation. The Black Crow Taoist observed the scene with an impassive demeanor, as if regarding a lifeless entity, before an eerie smile crept upon his lips. "You are quite resolute. Very well, I vow that upon discovering the blood demon Taoist's tomb, all treasures shall be divided 5 ways. Furthermore, I shall not inflict harm upon you. Should I breach this oath, I shall face certain doom. The oath of the Taoist heart is sworn upon one's own cultivation. Breaking it invites disaster, though not entirely without means of evasion." Zhou Yi, maintaining control over Wu Ku, smiled slightly. "Senior, please follow me." With that, he turned and headed into the distance, the Black Crow Taoist coldly trailing behind. A communication talisman appeared in Zhou Yi's hand, swiftly transmitting vital information. At the location of Heishanao, Minggong Taoist had long since arrived, concealed within the air, rendering him invisible. Suddenly, an intangible aura approached from afar, manifesting before him. Minggong Taoist's gaze sharpened as he seized this essence. Zhou Yi, you have fulfilled your duty. The Black Crow Taoist is on his way. Upon hearing this, Minggong Taoist's face adopted a frigid demeanor. Let me see where your true allegiance lies. If the Black Crow Taoist comes alone, you may still hold valued. A deep-seated murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Two figures, one in pursuit of the other, swiftly neared Heishanao. Gazing upon the eerie valley, the Black Crow Taoist abruptly halted. Is this the place? Wu Ke stopped and replied, indeed, it is here. One of the Blood Demon Taoist's tombs lies concealed within. The Black Crow Taoist nodded slightly. In that case, your existence is no longer necessary. With those words, he vanished in an instant, appearing before Wu Ke. An overwhelming pressure immobilized Wu Ke entirely. A horrifying spectacle unfolded as the Black Crow Taoist gaped his mouth wide, the flesh of his cheeks splitting to reveal a cavernous maw filled with teeth. Terror washed over Wu Ke's face as he beheld this grotesque sight. In a swift motion, his head and neck were devoured whole, the sound of chewing echoing relentlessly. Delicious, such exquisite flesh and blood of cultivators. The Black Crow Taoist's form grasped Wu Ke's body, tearing it apart piece by piece, consuming every remnant until nothing remained. Gradually, he resumed his normal demeanor, satisfaction etched across his face, a twisted joy enveloping him. He, my path has long since crumbled. I have thoroughly descended into madness. Gazing down into the valley, the Black Crow Taoist stepped forward. Yet, at the moment he entered the valley, lightning banners surged forth, illuminating the surroundings. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning cascaded down, leaving him no time to react as they engulfed the valley. Chilling wail erupted as a colossal creature burst forth from the maelstrom of lightning. A gigantic raven. 3 zhang in length, its sparse plumage extending into bizarre, elongated arms, dark energy seeping from its form. The sky rained down lightning like an ocean, striking the struggling raven mercilessly. The thunderous roars resounded in the valley for an entire hour. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi stood afar, his expression one of astonishment. The Black Crow Taoist was utterly incomprehensible. He had just arrived and already consumed Wu Ke. Such decisiveness was beyond belief. His demeanor seemed eerily transformed. Almost unrecognizable as human, Wu Ke was likely devoured. As his expression fluctuated, Zhou Yi could only await the message from Minggong Taoist with trepidation. An hour later, an invisible radiance approached from the distance, coalescing before him into a black jade vial. Simultaneously, a phantom figure materialized, and Minggong Taoist's voice resonated in his ears. The Black Crow Taoist has been vanquished. This vial contains cursed poison. You must devise a plan to administer this poison to the 2 foundational cultivators of the Evil Cultivator Alliance. This poison will embed itself within their bodies upon inhalation or ingestion. Once accomplished, report back to me immediately. The Black Crow Taoist is dead. I shall record your merit. Zhou Yi retrieved the token from his bosom. A point of merit already manifesting upon it. Achievements are easily attained, yet true merit is hard won. This was the first instance in a long while that he had garnered such recognition. Yet, instead of elation, a deep furrow appeared on his brow. It seems he still does not trust me, viewing me merely as a pawn. This is but a deceptive token. Now, within the valley, 2 foundational cultivators remain. It is imperative that not both fall victim to the curse. Allowing even one to succumb would suffice. In such a scenario, let them annihilate one another, and ideally both perish, providing me a clear path. Otherwise, I shall have to flee for my life. Zhou Yi grasped the situation. Regardless of the victor, he would not reap the benefits. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Who the yellow bird is, remains to be seen. However, with both controlled corpses deceased, administering the poison poses a challenge. Furrowing his brow, he resolved to await a more opportune moment. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Yi secured the vial and directed his gaze toward the distance, swiftly making his way toward the valley. He lay in ambush beyond the valley, observing from a distance. Within the valley, The Black Mountain Elder's gaze was heavy with concern as he regarded the dark tomb. Beside him, the Flower Tower Taoist furrowed his brow. His face, lined with wrinkles and powder, resembling a withered chrysanthemum. Had the Black Crow Taoist been gone for several hours already? At this hour, he should have returned. The Black Mountain Elder exhaled deeply. It seemed trouble was brewing. He turned and stepped out of the tomb, entering the valley to behold a group of dissolute and malevolent cultivators. A flicker of icy cruelty flashed in his eyes, followed by a slight frown. Where had Wuka gone? He directed his gaze towards a towering malevolent cultivator beside him. The cultivator, upon being questioned by the Black Mountain Elder, replied respectfully, stating that Wuku had gone hunting since morning and had yet to return. The Black Mountain Elder's expression darkened. He realized that the Black Crow Taoist had likely fallen into a trap. Wuku, return immediately to report. The malevolent cultivator nodded in acquiescence. Yes, Senior. The Black Mountain Elder turned back to the tomb, his gaze settling on the Flower Tower Taoist. The Black Crow Taoist had been ensnared, undoubtedly falling victim to Wuku's treachery. His fate now seemed grim. Hearing this, the Flower Tower Taoist frowned, asking, "What shall we do now?" Chapter 52. The Child of Hearts. War approaches. Their adversaries had already made their move, and we could not afford to remain idle. The personnel summoned from Jiangnan Dao had all arrived in that case. We shall strike directly to prevent prolonging the night and granting them further opportunities. The Dao Palace is fraught with schemes. Delaying will only exacerbate the situation. When shall we act? Tonight. Zhou Yi awaited silently. And in the afternoon, two cultivators emerged from the valley with grim expressions. Damn it! Where could that Wuku have gone? It takes an eternity just to catch a meal, exclaimed one of the tall cultivators in frustration. The other, a thin, short figure with a pale visage and disproportionately large head, looked like a grotesque child. I suspect this fellow has fled. A cowardly wretch. The two of them cursed as they parted ways, each seeking different prey. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly pursued the diminutive cultivator. This individual, known as the Child of Hearts, possessed only the 4th level of Qi refinement and was naturally no match for Zhou Yi. He was notorious in Jiangnan Dao for his preference for consuming human hearts, particularly those of young boys and girls, marking him as a fearsome malevolent cultivator. Armed with a pair of ghostly yin-yang needles, he had gained considerable infamy despite lacking any other noteworthy possessions. Zhou Yi was well acquainted with him, having already discerned the identities of all malevolent cultivators through Wu Ku, approximately several miles from the Misty Valley. Zhou Yi acted decisively. Concealed by a divine talisman, he approached within a yard of the Child of Hearts without detection. With a sharp exhale, the 100 poisons cold light surged forth in an instant. It enveloped the Child of Hearts. The brilliant white light erupted, accompanied by an icy chill that swept towards him. Suddenly attacked, a green light emanated from the Child of Hearts, momentarily blocking the 100 poisons cold light. However, this protective barrier shattered almost instantly beneath the onslaught. The Child of Hearts turned and waved his hand, unleashing a crimson dart that burst forth in a dazzling display. Yet, behind this red light, a shadow followed, ascending and descending towards Zhou Yi simultaneously. Zhou Yi could perceive only the red dart, entirely oblivious to the shadow that accompanied it, yet, the 100 poisons cold light silently interposed itself before him, forming a protective barrier that ensnared both magical artifacts. Crack, crack, crack. A sound reminiscent of ice, shattering echoed as the two artifacts were encased in a layer of frost, plummeting to the ground in the next heartbeat. The 100 poisons cold light enveloped the Child of Hearts. Spare my life. I am willing to surrender. The Child of Hearts, eyes wide with rage, was consumed by fear. His ultimate weapon had been so easily countered. Zhou Yi, however, paid him no heed. The 100 poisons cold light had already ensnared him. The toxic energy surged forth, causing the Child of Hearts to turn pale and collapse in a mere moment. He had perished. The chilling light flashed, swiftly purging all toxins from his body. Zhou Yi produced a straw doll and a paper talisman for summoning the 3 souls, swiftly gathering the Child of Hearts' hair to perform his incantation. In the next moment, the Child of Hearts stood once more, but he was now a different entity within. Transferring the curse-inflicted poison to the Child of Hearts, Zhou Yi controlled him, and together they hunted several fierce beasts. Making their way back to the Misty Valley before dusk, be why the time evening arrived. The towering cultivator returned, burdened with a substantial haul in a corner of the valley. They prepared to butcher the beasts for sustenance. The Child of Hearts approached the tall cultivator. "Brother Gao, I shall assist you today. Tomorrow, you shall aid me." The tall cultivator's face brightened at this, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, brother." The Child of Hearts swiftly secured the rights to prepare their evening meal. In a short span, the corner of the valley transformed into a scene of carnage, as a plethora of fresh meat was stripped and arranged on numerous platters. Soon, the malevolent cultivators in the valley began to feast heartily. The Child of Hearts, bearing 2 of the most exquisite platters of blood food, each measuring 2 feet in diameter, respectfully entered the tomb, one of the platters already laced with curse-inflicted poison. "Esteemed seniors, the blood food is prepared for tonight." The Black Mountain Elder and the Flower Tower Taoist nodded slightly, and the Child of Hearts respectfully withdrew. The Black Mountain Elder turned to the Flower Tower Taoist. "Once we finish eating, we shall prepare to depart." The Flower Tower Taoist nodded slightly, extending his left hand, which appeared withered like a dry branch. Suddenly, the hand split open, and a long, slender tongue emerged, swiftly plunging into the platter before him. The blood food consisted of a wild boar, thoroughly cleaned, with only its skin removed and its intestines cleared, leaving the remaining organs intact. The tongue pierced the boar's body, rapidly bifurcating as if extending countless tendrils. Before the eyes, the boar swiftly shriveled, its life essence devoured entirely. Meanwhile, the Black Mountain Elder opened his mouth towards his own platter, inhaling deeply. His mouth resembled a black hole, drawing forth the wondrous essence of life that emanated from the platter's blood and meat. Rapidly consumed by him, both figures exhibited a hint of color in their cheeks, and after a moment, they exhaled a deep breath of foul air. "Let us proceed. The previous meal has been enjoyed. Now, we shall feast upon the main course in Gwebe County." A twisted smile flickered across the Black Mountain Elder's face. Within the depths of his eyes, something seemed to shimmer, with tendril-like forms undulating in his gaze. Boom! The valley erupted in a blaze of light, and Zhou Yi's expression shifted in alarm. He produced a communication talisman, hastily transmitting information. Simultaneously, he retreated towards Gwebe County. At Huangyun Temple in Gwebe County. In but a few breaths, the information was successfully conveyed. Minggong Daoist crushed the message, revealing Zhou Yi's figure within. The curse-inflicted poison had already been introduced into the food of the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators, yet it remained unclear whether they had consumed it. Moments prior, the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators had summoned all malevolent cultivators and departed the valley. Their target was undoubtedly Gwebe County. Upon hearing this, Minggong Daoist sprang to his feet, his voice icy as it resonated through the temple. "Command all cultivators to assemble. Follow me to the city gates. Inform County Magistrate Huang to dispatch soldiers to maintain order. All doors must be shut tight. Anyone daring to venture outside shall be executed without mercy." With a furious roar, Gwebe County sprang into action like a well-oiled machine. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi had stealthily returned, yet he did not enter Gwebe County. Instead, he concealed himself in a dense forest beyond the county. A kaleidoscope of colors erupted from the distant woods as over 40 malevolent cultivators advanced in a formidable procession. "They have arrived." Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. Chapter 53. Alliance and Assault. Flower Tower's Anomaly. Ha 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 ha. "Kill, today. I shall unleash a massacre." A distant voice echoed with maniacal laughter at a giant, standing nearly 9 feet tall, radiated excitement, his skin a vibrant crimson. He raised his hand, and a colossal blade of light flew forth, instantly transforming into a length of 10 feet. The blade descended upon the walls of Gwebe County. A figure atop the city wall emitted a cold snort, addressing the malevolent cultivators. "How dare you act so recklessly?" A streak of blue sword light shot forth, splitting into 3 beams midair. The sword lights struck from left, center, and right towards the descending blade, unleashing an immense force. Boom! In a cacophony of explosions, both the blade and sword lights detonated. Within the dense forest, numerous malevolent cultivators unleashed their skills, fiercely assaulting the walls of Gwebe County. Eye in the sky above, 3 figures collided violently. The Black Mountain Elder transformed into a towering giant, enveloped in a terrifying black aura, resembling a demonic deity. This deity bore 8 arms, each wielding a different weapon, suggesting the presence of some extraordinary power. The 8 arms wielded 8 distinct weapons, crashing down upon the front lines, on the opposing side. The Flower Tower Taoist was surrounded by countless flowers, emanating an eerie and peculiar laughter. He cackled, "Come forth, and perish amidst the sea of blossoms." Countless petals surged forward, targeting none other than Mingong Taoist. Faced with the oncoming assault, his expression was gravely serious. At that moment, he formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Thunder comes!" A rumble echoed through the heavens and the earth, as a flash of silvery lightning materialized out of thin air. Sweeping towards the demon god and the sea of flowers, crackling sounds filled the air as the colossal demon was hurled away amidst the electric brilliance, while the flower sea was directly pierced through. The expression on the Flower Tower Taoist's face shifted dramatically as he swiftly retreated, evading the lightning. Above, 3 formidable masters were embroiled in a fierce battle, while below, numerous malevolent practitioners clashed violently with the Tao Palace cultivators. Zhou Yi observed the chaotic melee, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. "Now it is my turn. First, I must eliminate the other 3 Taoists from Huangyun Temple." A concealed talisman had already been affixed to him. While he manipulated the heart of man-child to converge towards him, his gaze scanning for targets. The battlefield was a tumult of chaos, as the malevolent practitioners surged into the city, engaging the Tao Palace cultivators in a fierce struggle. The entire city had transformed into a battleground, with the malevolent practitioners wreaking havoc without restraint, and the Tao Palace cultivators showing no hesitation in their response. Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes at the scene. Indeed, these Tao Palace cultivators did not regard the mortals as human at this moment. The heart of man-child had locked onto its first target. A towering malevolent practitioner was brandishing a battle spear. Engaged in combat with a streak of golden swordlight, the opponent was a Taoist with a countenance around 50, known as Hongyu Taoist, a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, one of the 4 late-stage members of the temple at that time. The only ones aware of Zhou Yi's inquiries were the 4 of them and Mingong Taoist. The towering malevolent practitioner, named Gao Duanda, was a body-refining cultivator notorious in the Jiangnan Dao. He commanded his battle spear to intercept Hongyu Taoist's flying sword while attempting to close the distance. However, Hongyu Taoist remained exceedingly vigilant, deftly evading attacks with ghostly agility. Suddenly, the heart of man-child surged forth, brandishing a Yin-Yang Ghost Mother spear, hurtling towards Hongyu Taoist. "Gao Duanda, I come to aid you." The Yin-Yang Ghost Mother spear was quite renowned, and Hongyu Taoist had heard of it before. Faced with the sudden assault, he maintained a calm facade, conjuring a shield above his head. A marvelous, faint azure light cascaded down, enveloping him in an impenetrable barrier. A burst of crimson light struck the azure glow with ferocity, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Yet the azure light merely quivered slightly at that moment. A gray stream of light, concealed beneath the crimson glow, struck the azure barrier as well, producing no effect other than creating ripples. Hongyu Taoist smiled faintly. The Yin-Yang Ghost Mother spear was nothing extraordinary. Just then, Gao Duanda's battle spear erupted with brilliant radiance. Descending with astonishing might, Hongyu Taoist immediately felt the pressure mount, and his sword light surged forth with sudden intensity. A tremendous force exploded in an instant, engulfing everything in terrifying brilliance. At this moment, the heart of man-child relentlessly propelled his artifact, its power skyrocketing. The azure light from the shield trembled violently at that moment. A slender blue needle suddenly shot forth from the shadows. Striking the azure glow with blinding speed, a sharp crack echoed in an instant. Hongyu Taoist's expression changed, realizing the danger, but it was too late. The third individual struck, and his defensive artifact was swiftly shattered. A needle, swift as lightning, pierced into his body. Hongyu Taoist opened his mouth, and dazzling beams of light erupted from within him. The next moment, he collapsed weakly to the ground. The heart of man-child seized the opportunity, leaping onto his corpse, snatching the pouch from his waist, and swiftly turning to flee, moving as swiftly as a hare. Behind him, Gao Duanda was momentarily stunned, before letting out a furious roar. "Damn it, heart of man-child. You seek death!" Gao Duanda was enraged, having had his spoils stolen. He quickly picked up the flying sword that Hongyu Taoist had dropped, then rushed towards the corpse of Hongyu Taoist, seizing the azure shield atop his head. He stuffed it into his sleeve, but when he glanced towards the direction of the heart of man-child, there was no trace left. Ah, heart of man-child, I swear to kill you. His eyes turned crimson, his emotions nearly exploding. Something seemed to writhe on his back, threatening to burst from his flesh, presenting a terrifying spectacle. Meanwhile, Joey had silently received the pouch from the heart of man-child. He peered inside, revealing a diary, several eerie pearls, some pills, and the token of Hongyu Daoist. He casually tossed aside the token and proceeded to search for his second target. On the battlefield of Guobei County, the Dao Palace cultivators appeared to be at a disadvantage, outnumbered by the malevolent practitioners. Several Dao Palace cultivators had already perished. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air. Ah, when did you cast the curse? The Flower Tower Daoist's face contorted with rage, his entire being enveloped in darkness. He seemed to go mad, his body swelling dramatically. Countless branches erupted from within him. Let us die together. The ground trembled as countless roots descended, piercing into the earth beneath Guobei County. In that moment, he transformed into a massive tree-like monstrosity, towering at least 10 zhang high. He had completely lost his human rationality, morphing into some terrifying aberration. Initiate the formation. Chapter 54. The Great Thunder Array. Annihilation. The voice of Minggong Daoist resonated in the sky. In the next instant, arcs of lightning surged up around the county's walls, illuminating the sky with a myriad of thunderbolts. These bolts cascaded down, striking numerous malevolent practitioners with pinpoint accuracy, all subjected to the onslaught. Most of the power converged upon the colossal abomination. Kill! Kill! A low, mournful roar emanated from the tree-like monstrosity. Countless branches adorned with colorful petals seemed to possess life, wildly sweeping towards the heavens, where Minggong Daoist stood. Yet at that moment, he was engulfed by an endless storm of lightning. Resembling a thunder god, he raised his hand, and boundless lightning coalesced into a spear before him. From afar, the Heishan Daoist's face revealed fury. The Great Thunder Array. Retreat. A colossal roar echoed within the county. Countless malevolent practitioners, upon hearing this, understood the peril and began to retreat under the relentless strikes of the lightning. The terrifying lightning spear suddenly descended from the sky, piercing directly into the massive tree-like form of the Flower Tower Daoist. You shall not die a good death. I curse you. A piercing scream resonated through the air. The final words of the Flower Tower Daoist vanished amidst a deafening crack of thunder. The gigantic tree he had transformed into was ignited, engulfed in a raging inferno, the flames consuming a portion of Guobei County's buildings. At that moment, Zhou Yi was concealed within a household, his expression grave. The Great Thunder Array. Its power was indeed astonishing. At least half of the malevolent practitioners perished beneath the relentless onslaught of the lightning. Yet half managed to escape. Led by the Heishan Daoist, they fled into the distance. The voice of Minggong Daoist rang out, "All Dao Palace cultivators, follow me to pursue. Leave not a single one." As his command fell, the lightning of the Great Thunder Array abruptly dissipated. Over 30 figures surged forward, pursuing into the distance. Zhou Yi closely followed, knowing that the heart of man-child had not survived the recent lightning. Everything he possessed had been taken. Now, he had to take matters into his own hands. Glancing back at Guobei County, he could hear the sounds of firefighting activities, the clang of gongs ringing out everywhere. He shook his head slightly and pressed on. Numerous cultivators employed various methods to hasten their journey, as the malevolent practitioners fled ahead, relentlessly pursued by the Dao Palace cultivators. The two factions unleashed a barrage of artifacts and spells, resulting in repeated clashes. Zhou Yi stealthily trailed behind both parties, unnoticed, quietly observing his targets. This direction leads to the Evil God Inn. Are these malevolent practitioners heading to the Evil God Inn? A thought crossed his mind, accompanied by a hint of delight. Surely another fierce battle awaits, perhaps resulting in mutual destruction, and there might even be a chance for Minggong Daoist to perish. If Minggong Daoist survives, I might not return to the Dao Palace. Zhou Yi's mind remained clear, fully aware of his current predicament, feeling helpless regarding Minggong Daoist's myriad of speculations. You people, always overthinking everything. It truly saddens me. Zhou Yi mused quietly. After approximately half an hour, the pursuing forces finally arrived at the vicinity of the Evil God Inn. Minggong Taoist, observing a throng of malevolent practitioners rushing inside the inn, narrowed his eyes. Heh, it's perfect to eliminate them all at once. Form the array. With a single command, the Dao Palace cultivators swiftly encircled the evil god inn, erecting a circle of 9 array flags without a sound. Each array member was at least a 4th-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Stepping forward, Minggong Taoist positioned himself at the center of the formation, gazing down at the evil god Inn. At this moment, a hazy ghostly light enveloped the inn, shrouded in darkness. Observing this spectacle, his eyes narrowed, and a mysterious talisman appeared in his hand. The talisman erupted with brilliant radiance, transforming into an exceptionally dazzling sword light, sweeping down from the heavens like a river of stars. The sword light struck towards the evil god Inn. The terrifying brilliance vanished within the ghostly light, and the next moment, a colossal and fearsome wave of energy surged below. Zhou beheld the glimmer of the sword light from afar. An instinctive tremor coursed through his heart. He could distinctly sense that within that brilliance lay not an ordinary spell, but a force akin to arcane sorcery, its might vastly surpassing anything he had ever conjured. A series of ominous cracking sounds resonated in the ether. Suddenly, a terrifying scream, ineffable in its horror, erupted within the evil god Inn. Almost simultaneously, an array of bizarre sounds emanated from all directions. Shadows began to materialize from within a radius of 100 paces, frantically converging upon the evil god, and a glance revealed their numbers to be no less than 100. Witnessing this scene, Zhou felt a chill enveloping him. These were unmistakably a horde of eerie entities. A tremendous explosion erupted in the direction of the evil god Inn, illuminating even half the sky with its brilliance. The ensuing shockwave scattered numerous Dao Palace cultivators who had been arrayed for battle. Chaos reigned in that instant. Zhou dared not approach recklessly. The situation was undeniably amiss. A piercing roar suddenly erupted from afar. A figure, resembling a demonic deity, burst forth from the evil god Inn. Lunging towards the Minggong Taoist in a heartbeat, the Taoist was struck by a powerful fist, hurtling away like a meteor towards the distance, landing alarmingly close to Zhou. His heart raced as he swiftly retreated into the shadows. The colossal demon was already in pursuit. At that moment, the Minggong Taoist radiated a silvery luminescence. Leaping into the air amidst his furious roar, it appeared as though a silver flame ignited upon him. Expanding its fervent embrace 3 paces beyond in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a flaming meteor, hurtling towards the massive demon. The sky erupted with a thunderous cacophony as these 2 titanic beings clashed, their blows resonating with a ferocity that evoked the primal chaos of a savage beast's warfare rather than the refined combat of cultivators. Zhou was left awestruck, the power they displayed far exceeding his imagination. He sensed the presence of arcane sorcery. None of this was mere spells or artifacts. Why was their sorcery so potent? Zhou found himself grappling to comprehend. Yet the battle above had escalated to a fever pitch. In the distance, the sound of rumbling thunder echoed incessantly. The Dao Palace cultivators had reformed their formation, desperately channeling the power of their array. All around, countless eerie entities launched assaults against them, while within the formation, a horde of malevolent cultivators surged forward. Zhou's eyes narrowed as thoughts of his own objectives stirred within him, compelling him to consider eliminating them. Just then, a terrifying roar erupted from the heavens. Chapter 55. Drawn into battle, 2 tigers clash accompanied by an overwhelming roar. A wave of terror surged outward in all directions. In that instant, Zhou felt the protective charms on his person being swept away by the tremendous force. The shockwave hurled him to the ground, landing unceremoniously. A tremendous tremor reverberated from a nearby location, sending dust billowing into the air. Zhou stared, astonished. Were Foundation establishment cultivators truly this formidable? The Qi refining cultivators were utterly incomparable. Within a 10-pace radius, 2 vast craters had formed, their surfaces stripped bare, revealing the stark yellow earth beneath. 2 faint auras flickered within the pits. A chilling roar erupted from one of the craters. Zhou's heart seized, and his hair stood on end. A shadow emerged, a towering black monstrosity standing a full 10 feet tall. It possessed 8 arms, its face a twisted visage reminiscent of a beast, with bloodthirsty eyes fixated upon him. Though its legs were shattered, The creature propelled itself forward with its 8 arms, lunging at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi had no intention of confronting such a terrifying creature head-on. The oppressive aura it emitted sent instinctual shivers down his spine. The shrinking earth charm adhered to him, and he vanished from sight in an instant. He raced towards the other pit, the horrific figure crashing down where he had just stood. The moment it landed, it leaped once again, pursuing him relentlessly from behind. Zhou Yi arrived at the second pit just in time. A commanding voice rang out, "Stop him! I need time." Within the pit lay the Ming Gong Taoist. Though his visage was now a mask of fury, half his face transformed into gleaming silver, his left side sprouting a multitude of silver spikes. He sat cross-legged, exerting all his energy to suppress something. His terrifying gaze locked onto Zhou Yi, filled with murderous intent that made Zhou Yi acutely aware that his scheme to divert attention would not succeed. The Taoist would not allow him to escape unscathed. At the brink of crisis, Zhou Yi abruptly turned, expelling a breath of 3 yuan true fire. The flames enveloped a radius of 10 feet behind him, and the colossal figure crashed into the inferno. The terrifying presence bore down upon him, the 3 yuan true fire failing to impede it for even a breath. Faced with the impending doom, Zhou Yi rolled away, diving into the pit. As the massive monster descended, a piercing noise erupted, a shrill sound of air being torn apart, as a multitude of silver spikes shot forth from the Taoist's left side. Countless spikes struck the 8-armed beast, which seized them in its grasp. Zhou Yi found himself directly beneath this shower of lethal projectiles. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have been pierced through. A surge of anger ignited within him as the threat of death loomed, causing him to tremble. In that instant, he deeply felt the malevolence of the Ming Gong Taoist. The latter had no intention of allowing him to survive. At this juncture, Zhou Yi dared not make any sudden moves, remaining poised to activate his own sorcery. Before 2 Foundation establishment monsters, even with their powers diminished, Zhou Yi could not fathom having any chance to slay them. The 8-armed creature, having grasped the silver spikes, emitted a maddened roar. It slammed its remaining 2 arms against the ground, the tremendous force bending the silver spikes as it lunged toward the Ming Gong Taoist. The Taoist could no longer afford to suppress the turmoil within him. Unleashing a furious bellow, "Die!" he opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of silver flames. The flames engulfed the black monster, their searing brilliance sweeping across the battlefield. A strand of flame surged towards Zhou Yi. He scoffed, enveloping himself in a cloak of poisonous cold light. With a thud, the flames struck his chest, erupting in a wave of impact that sent him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. His complexion turned pale. This collateral damage had already inflicted injuries upon him. Meanwhile, the colossal beast crashed down upon the Ming Gong Taoist. Thuds echoed as countless fists pummeled the Taoist, while the black creature's form was charred, nearly half consumed by the flames. In the throes of life and death, the Ming Gong Taoist let out a desperate roar. "If you wish for my demise, you shall meet the same fate." In the next heartbeat, the Ming Gong Taoist underwent a profound transformation. His entire being turned silver, an explosion of spikes erupting from him. These spikes relentlessly pierced into the black monster's flesh, yet the creature's fists never ceased their assault. Even as it was riddled with countless holes, the beast continued its onslaught, now reduced to 4 arms, all of which clutched at the Ming Gong Taoist. The 2 monsters wrestled fiercely, the overwhelming pressure rendering Zhou Yi nearly immobile. This was the might of Foundation establishment cultivators, truly terrifying. The battle before him transcended his understanding of immortal cultivators. Zhou Yi had once envisioned Foundation establishment conflicts as akin to tales of yore, filled with diverse long-range spells and flying swords. The initial skirmishes had indeed unfolded in such a manner, yet the scene before him left him speechless. These beings were embroiled in a savage melee. Akin to primal beasts, the black monster bore a multitude of blood-soaked wounds, blood gushing forth as the Ming Gong Taoist's silver spikes shattered. Their energies dwindled, both locked in a stalemate. The Ming Gong Taoist's voice rang in Zhou Yi's ears. "Hurry! I have him restrained. Crush his skull at once." Now, the Ming Gong Taoist's face, adorned with silver spikes, turned towards Zhou Yi, madness gleaming in his eyes, now entirely transformed into a silver hue. Hearing this, Zhou Yi shouted back urgently, "Elder, wait for me." He struggled to rise from the ground, each movement laborious. The immense pressure still loomed, instilling within him an instinctual fear that rendered him nearly immobile. Coupled with his recent injuries, his efforts were further hindered. Step by painstaking step, he approached the back of the black monster. At this moment, the black beast appeared to have entirely lost its sanity, its 4 arms ensnared by a multitude of spikes, each covered in sanguine wounds. Yet it writhed in a frenzy, the spikes creaking ominously, threatening to shatter at any moment. Quickly, quickly! The Ming Gong Daoist's voice was urgent in response to this furious demand. Zhou Yi's countenance was etched with difficulty. Elder, I can hardly move. I am doing my best. To this point, his entire being was taut with tension, as if truly striving to advance. A glimmer of clarity shone in his eyes. He was biding his time, awaiting the perfect opportunity. The Ming Palace Daoist must perish. Only in death can he continue to lurk within the Dao Palace, amassing resources and benefits. A murderous intent looms in Zhou Yi's gaze. Chapter 56. A bloodbath with one stroke. The resurgence of killing intent. The visage of the Ming Palace Daoist contorts in a grimace, his eyes shimmering with a silver radiance that flickers incessantly. As his conscious will slowly wanes, he finds himself helplessly sliding into a chaotic abyss. Quick! I must hold on. I can't endure any longer. At this moment, the consciousness of the Ming Palace Daoist has become somewhat muddled. Zhou Yi keenly detects the incoherence in his words and realizes that the time has come. A blood transformation divine blade manifests in his left hand, silently raised and swung in an instant. A blood-bright blade of light pierces through the back of the Black Mountain Elder's head. At this juncture, the Ming Palace Daoist, now transformed into a silver monstrosity, suddenly erupts in fury. He roars like a beast. His body begins to swell dramatically, torrents of silver material erupting from him. Yet, in this critical moment, the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom silently unfolds. In an instant, a realm of darkness envelopes both monstrous figures, seemingly suppressing the aberration of the Ming Palace Daoist in an instant. The sanguine blade of light simultaneously penetrates the Black Mountain Elder's skull and flashes into the Ming Palace Daoist's brow. In the next moment, the 2 foundation-building cultivators appear to be struck by an unfathomable force, their bodies violently contracting as if turned to charcoal, swiftly transforming into 2 mounds of desiccated corpses. 2 distorted phantoms are wrenched from the remains, utterly devoid of human form. Zhou Yi cannot afford to dwell on this. In the moment of slaying the 2, the blood blade has already returned to his being. He turns and departs from this place, daring not to linger. Pain erupts from his heart, and the price is about to be exacted. The battlefield is rife with strangeness, a perilous situation indeed. Zhou Yi's gaze darts around, his eyes lighting up as they fixate on a great tree. With a soft sound, he vanishes at the base of the tree, discovering a hidden hollow. He slips inside, immediately holding his breath and concentrating, the token resting in his mouth as he silently recites the clear, bright divine incantation. Everything from the outside world fades away, the agonizing pain from his heart surging forth, and a distant, ethereal sound of chanting fills his ears. His spirit seems to fracture, 2 disparate illusions manifesting simultaneously. Zhou Yi is wholly engulfed in the terrifying cost, unable to perform any effective actions. Eerie figures rush towards the area shrouded in lightning from all directions. Amidst a cacophony of battle cries, the cultivators, sheltering within the tempest of thunder, continuously unleash spells and artifacts, slaying one grotesque entity after another. The evil cultivators have long since suffered devastating losses. Now it is the Dao Palace cultivators who struggle. Over 100 monstrous entities besiege them, the cliffside where the evil god in once stood reduced to rubble, leaving behind only a vast chasm. The relentless carnage shows no sign of abating. The grotesques madly surge into the great formation. The weak are swiftly annihilated in the tempest of lightning, while the powerful even manage to retaliate against the cultivators. If there were only a single grotesque, it would have been eradicated long ago. However, the charge of 100 grotesques is far from simple. The Great Thunder Formation cannot eliminate them all at once. The slaughter persists for a full half-hour. As the last grotesque is vanquished, the entire formation shatters with a thunderous crash. At this moment, only a mere dozen Dao Palace cultivators remain, among whom only one is at the later stage of qi refining. Suddenly, a figure approaches from afar. Qingqiu Daoist's ashen face reveals a fierce intensity. Who is it? It is I. Zhou Yi unveils himself. Upon recognizing Zhou Yi, Qingqiu Daoist bellows, "Where have you been? Why did I not see you amidst the recent battle?" Zhou Yi's expression grows solemn. "I was commanded by Elder Ming Palace to place a curse-laden poison in the blood of the foundation building cultivators. I was present when they attacked Guebei County. But I was targeted by a cultivator, the Heart of Humanity boy. It took considerable effort to slay him before I could arrive." As he speaks, Zhou Yi produces a cloth bag, pouring out its contents, skull fragments the size of a thumb. These are the skulls of children collected by the Heart of Humanity boy, intended for the crafting of a treasure. These are merely materials. Zhou Yi had long prepared for this, contemplating how to rejoin the main group with a plausible excuse. Hearing this, although a flicker of murderous intent flashes in Qingqiu Daoist's eyes, now is not the time for accountability. Everyone's aura is low, while Zhou Yi appears vigorous. One misstep, and he could easily be retaliated against without anyone realizing. Qingqiu Daoist snorts coldly, "I hope what you say is true. If false, the Dao Palace will exact punishment. If true, the Dao Palace shall bestow rewards." With that, he turns his gaze to everyone present. "Gather the corpses and leave immediately." All Dao Palace members act with swiftness. The surviving dozen are mostly at the 4th level of Qi refining. They swiftly locate the remaining corpses, collecting all the strange pearls scattered across the ground, and hasten towards Guebei County. Concurrently, they soon pass the site where 2 foundation-building cultivators had battled. Upon seeing the 2 desiccated corpses within the pit, their expressions morph into shock. Qingqiu Daoist's eyes widen in fury. He recognizes at a glance that this is no natural death. A chill runs down his spine as he swiftly grasps the 2 corpses, his voice icy. "We must go." His gaze briefly flickers towards Zhou Yi, a hint of suspicion rising within him. Another desiccated corpse. This is clearly the malevolent technique Blood Demon Blade. Could it be him? This fellow is inscrutable. Perhaps Qing Xian also perished at his hands. If it is indeed Blood Demon Blade, then with intent and foresight, Qing Xian's demise would not be unjust. Suddenly, this thought ignites within him, growing ever more fervent. Zhou Yi, sensing a chill in his heart due to the practice of the clear bright divine incantation, becomes acutely aware of all forms of malice. He detects a trace of hostility in Qingqiu Daoist's gaze. His eyes subtly scan the surroundings. Among the 4 remaining late-stage Qi refining cultivators, he stands alone as the sole survivor. A glimmer of murderous intent flashes in his eyes. If this is the case, then why not be bold? Let all matters be attributed to the practitioner of Blood Demon Blade. Heh. The Dao Palace group proceeds cautiously towards Guebei County. Approximately half an hour later, the weary cultivators finally arrive at Guebei County. They march straight towards Huangyun Temple, unwilling to pause for even a moment. Upon entering Huangyun Temple, everyone swiftly finds suitable, quiet spots to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Qingqiu Daoist appears in the room that once belonged to Zhou Yi, hastily consuming a medicinal pill, determined to restore his cultivation in the shortest time possible. Meanwhile, he grips his flying sword, prepared to strike at any moment. Zhou Yi silently employs the concealment divine talisman, swiftly returning to where his former chamber was located. Gazing at the tightly shut door, a murderous intent flickers in his eyes. Chapter 57. Decisive in slaughter, passionate and resolute. Gazing at the door of his room, Qingqiu Daoist awaits within. Should he eliminate the last remaining individual who harbors evident hostility towards him, his troubles would be resolved. At this moment, everyone is hastily recuperating. He has at most a quarter of an hour. With a leap, he crashes through the door of the room. The Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom simultaneously envelopes the entire interior and exterior of the chamber. As the door bursts open, a thunderous voice echoes, "So you have indeed come." A brilliant light of sword energy surges forth, instantly sweeping towards Zhou Yi. Qingqiu Daoist had long been prepared, deliberately choosing to cultivate within the headmaster's chamber of Huangyun Temple, with the ulterior motive of luring Zhou Yi into revealing his true self. With intent and calculation, he is confident he can slay his opponent. Facing the oncoming swordlight, Zhou Yi's expression remains cold. The radiance of the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom has engulfed the entire headmaster's chamber, and in that fleeting moment, Zhou Yi transforms into a Black Buddha. All sword lights strike him, yet the Black Buddha remains impervious, indestructible. All attacks are akin to mere tickles, utterly ineffective against him. Qingqiu Daoist's face contorts in disbelief. How can this be? What sorcery is this? But Zhou has no time to respond. A blood-red dagger materializes in his palm. In an instant, the blade radiates forth, bearing a crimson hue as it reaches Qingqiu Daoist. This life-and-death juncture. A dark aura suddenly envelopes Qingqiu Daoist, emanating countless lethal spikes. This is the dreaded spike shell technique. Yet this malevolent technique proves insufficient against the blood blade. A crisp crack resounds. The black light's outer shell fractures, revealing a gaping fissure. Despair flashes in Qingqiu Daoist's eyes. No, but it is too late. The sanguine blade has already penetrated his brow. Qingqiu Daoist's eyes dim, visibly withering at an alarming rate, until he ultimately collapses as a desiccated corpse. A phantom is silently extracted, dissolving into the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom. The blood and black light flicker back into Zhou Yi's body, and he leaps away from the scene, closing the door behind him with a clang. The door shuts with a resounding thud, and Zhou Yi swiftly darts to the depths of the rear courtyard. Here lies a secluded little courtyard, his chosen place of rest. Everything that transpired unfolded in a mere instant, with no one hearing the sounds emanating from the headmaster's chamber. All noise has been stifled by the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom. In the tranquil courtyard, Zhou Yi sits cross-legged, the token held in his mouth, silently reciting the clear, bright divine incantation. Agonizing pain erupts from his heart, and the distant echoes of sacred sounds fill his ears, as countless illusions begin to materialize within his mind. In the midst of haziness, he found himself entirely unable to focus on the outside world. Moments later, after a quarter of an hour had slipped by, Zhou Yi took a deep breath and awakened from the toll he had paid. With the Qingming divine incantation, the price he had to pay was no longer as perilous as it once was. Even within the realm of illusions, he maintained a formidable will and clarity, ultimately navigating through danger with composure. Slowly opening his eyes, he realized that the sky had completely darkened. The tumultuous day had come to an end. Qingqiu Shixiang was dead. Someone, come quickly! In an instant, Huangyun Temple was once again bustling with activity. Everyone rushed from various corners to gather before the room of the temple's master. They beheld the lifeless form of Daoist Qingqiu. Now a mere desiccated corpse, their faces pale with horror, seemed they were haunted by a dreadful realization. Among the crowd, an elder cultivator, his expression grave, spoke up, "Esteemed colleagues, we are in grave trouble. A cultivator possessing the sinister techniques of the blood demon Daoist has been lurking within Guabei County. Who could have imagined such audacity, infiltrating this place and slaying Qingqiu Shixiang? We must leave at once and seek aid from the Dao Palace. Move, we must depart. Staying here may render us vulnerable to treachery." A somewhat younger cultivator urged fervently. At this moment, Zhou Yi interjected, "Esteemed colleagues, if we flee, what shall become of Guabei County?" The older cultivator's gaze fixed upon him, and he sternly proclaimed, "Master Wang, Guabei County is your stronghold. The matters of Guabei County are entrusted to you. We are merely here to deal with the evil god In and the evil cultivator alliance, with even the Ming Palace elder deceased. We can no longer linger here. Thus, the safeguarding of Guabei County falls upon you. It is your duty. We shall return to the Dao Palace at once to request reinforcements, and soon, formidable figures will come." Zhou Yi's face darkened at these words. "But I am but one person. How can I possibly withstand that mysterious cultivator?" Upon hearing this, the elder cultivator responded with sternness, "Master Wang, having entered the Dao Palace and accepted a task, you must fulfill it. Dying for the Dao Palace is your mission. This is your responsibility. Do you wish to betray the Dao Palace and descend to the level of an evil cultivator?" As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly severe, his icy gaze fixed upon Zhou Yi. The eyes of all the other cultivators were similarly locked onto him, as though any hint of refusal would result in immediate execution. Zhou Yi's expression remained sullen, yet within, a flicker of joy sparked. He was deliberately crafting an impression of someone left behind. Taking a deep breath, he clasped his hands before the heavens, declaring, "I, Wang Fugue, have entered the Dao Palace and shall remain loyal. I will not abandon my post. Yet, given the current situation, you must grant me some means to potentially fend off this mysterious cultivator. Otherwise, what use is it for me to stay?" He spoke with fervor, his face serious, as if genuinely willing to sacrifice himself. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the other cultivators stiffened. Zhou Yi's reasoning was sound and devoid of flaws, leaving them momentarily speechless. At that moment, the elder cultivator surveyed the assembly, then produced a small black orb from his robe. This is the Thunderfire Pearl. Once unleashed, it can unleash a peak strike of chi refinement. With this, we stand a chance to retaliate. Zhou Yi's expression sharpened. It was still insufficient. That person had slain both the Black Mountain Taoist and the Ming Palace Elder, even while they were gravely injured. Their cultivation must undoubtedly have reached the pinnacle of chi refinement. Relying solely on this Thunderfire Pearl would likely not secure victory. I require an even stronger means. His gaze was filled with yearning as he looked to the others. Anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 58. 2 Treasures Acquired. The Secrets of Foundation Establishment. Zhou Yi's gaze was earnest, and for a moment, the other cultivators found it difficult to withstand his scrutiny. Another cultivator retrieved a talisman from his robe. This was a talisman inscribed by a Foundation Establishment cultivator, a Thunderbolt talisman, capable of rivaling the full force strike of a peak chi refinement cultivator. Zhou Yi accepted it with great appreciation, casting a grateful glance at the contributor. Thank you, Shixiao. He then turned his gaze to the remaining individuals. Most of the others appeared hesitant, their eyes filled with embarrassment as they looked aside. Observing their expressions, Zhou Yi's face fell. Since no one else possesses any means to offer, I, Wang Fuguwei, shall still undertake this task. However, I implore each of you to report my valiant performance during this encirclement to the Dao Palace. Grant me the rewards I rightfully deserve. Even should I tragically perish, I, Wang Fuguwei, will bear no resentment. The elder cultivator inclined his head slightly towards Zhou Yi. Rest assured, Master Wang. I, Xianyi Taoist, vow to report your merits. No one shall misappropriate your accomplishments. Should you survive this ordeal, I shall certainly raise a toast in celebration. Zhou Yi's expression grew solemn as he offered a slight bow to the assembly. Your words are more than sufficient, esteemed colleagues. Please proceed. Without hesitation, the group of cultivators swiftly departed, carrying with them the corpses of several Dao Palace cultivators who had perished in battle. Zhou Yi stood outside Huangyun Temple, watching them journey into the distance, a smile involuntarily creeping upon his lips. What a delightful surprise, for I have deceived them into parting with 2 treasures. Ha ha! Excellent. This peril has been successfully navigated. Turning his gaze back towards Huangyun Temple, he recalled how the initial battle between righteousness and evil had engulfed all of Guobei County. Even Huangyun Temple had sustained significant damage, with a third of its area devastated by immense force. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. This presented an opportunity. A frigid brilliance enveloped his gaze as he turned and re-entered Huangyun Temple. At this moment, Xianyu Daotong peeked into the hall and said to Zhou Yi, Master, they have all left. Zhou Yi nodded slightly. Indeed, they have departed. Rest assured. Xianyu Daotong then patted his chest. These individuals are far too ruthless. Before them, I dared not even breathe. Zhou Yi chuckled softly. Of course. They are far more dangerous than you can imagine. All right, you should return to your room and rest well. Do not emerge except for meals. Xianyu Daotong nodded. Yes, master. Zhou Yi stood in the main hall, his eyes narrowing slightly. Both sides of righteousness and evil had suffered grievous losses. The Dao Palace would undoubtedly send personnel to investigate. Most of the on-site work had been nearly completed. All issues were pinned upon that mysterious cultivator wielding the demonic blood blade. According to the timeline, he had already been present before my arrival. Thus, no matter how they speculate, they cannot suspect me. Unless they uncover my true identity, they might connect the dots. Rubbing his numerous whiskers and examining his current physique, he realized he had absorbed a portion of the life essence from 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators and 1 late-stage chi refinement cultivator. His body was undergoing continuous transformation. He could distinctly feel the growth of his muscles, the blood within him surging, and even each cell seemed to be pulsating. It was time to begin assessing his gains. At the very least, he could enjoy a period of tranquility for a month. Zhou Yi sat cross-legged in his chamber, silently connecting with the Black Sky Buddhist Kingdom. This time, he had received 3 souls, 2 from fallen Foundation Establishment cultivators and 1 intact soul from a late-stage chi refinement cultivator, all containing a wealth of information. Seconds turned into minutes as he swiftly delved into their memories. Half a day's time passed before Zhou Yi gradually emerged from the sea of information. A hint of helplessness etched upon his face. Initially, he had hoped to extract foundation establishment techniques or spells from the souls of the two fallen cultivators. However, their souls were so chaotic due to their demise that the information was riddled with confusion. Some even exhibited glaring discrepancies, leaving him with scant useful knowledge. He only gleaned that foundation establishment cultivators must overcome a crucial threshold. Upon reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement, one could attempt to break through to foundation establishment. But one must first master a form of sinister technique. The world had undergone significant changes. In the past, under ample primordial spiritual power, one could compress the energy to induce a qualitative transformation. However, that was no longer feasible, as the spiritual energy itself now contained sinister qualities. Compression would only serve to further consolidate these qualities, ultimately leading to a more severe fall. Additionally, the core issue of the foundation establishment realm lay in the ability to condense one's consciousness, allowing for constant communion with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enabling the cultivation technique to operate at will, replenishing one's cultivation with the extracted spiritual energy. In contrast, Qi refinement cultivators could only extract spiritual energy from the void during meditation. A stark difference, yet now, who would dare to extract spiritual energy at will? Such an act would lead to certain death. Nevertheless, countless talented individuals in the world devised various peculiar methods, opening new avenues for foundation establishment. The key was to condense one's innate sinister technique. Every school and sect possesses its own esoteric techniques, merging a portion of their innate spiritual power, consciousness, and arcane arts into a singular entity, thereby transforming it into their life's unique mystique. Its function resembles that of a filter, capable of purifying spiritual energy momentarily by sifting out impurities while simultaneously safeguarding the consciousness from the corrupting influences inherent in the spiritual essence. Additionally, it allows for the rapid absorption of all impurities within the body, creating a pristine internal environment. Thereafter, it continuously draws an abundant spiritual energy from the atmosphere, compressing the internal spiritual force through filtration. Ultimately, this accumulation leads to a qualitative transformation, converting gaseous energy into liquid form, thereby forming a spiritual pool. However, therein lies a paradox. To cultivate this life's unique mystique, one must possess consciousness, yet consciousness can only be solidified upon reaching the foundational stage of cultivation. This entails the secrets jealously guarded by various sections. A method exists to temporarily unlock the spiritual realm, forcibly solidifying the spirit into consciousness. Such techniques are tightly controlled by the great sects and the imperial families of the cultivation world. Thus, without entering a path of enlightenment, it is nearly impossible to cultivate one's life's unique mystique and, consequently, to establish a foundation. Furthermore, it is crucial to develop this unique mystique during the Qi refinement stage. Once one steps into the foundational realm, the mystique undergoes significant alterations, rendering its transformation into a life's unique mystique exceedingly difficult. Therefore, for cultivators in this world, failing to cultivate this unique mystique means there is no possibility of transcending the foundational level. This poses a dilemma, as the upper echelons of power in this world are under stringent control. Chapter 59. In the realm of deception, cultivation accumulates amidst this chaotic information. Zhou Yi discerned that the path of cultivation in this world is fraught with peril. The memories of two foundational cultivators were scant, most having been irrevocably destroyed in their descent. This implies that once one falls, not only does the physical body suffer, but even the soul is affected. The concept of reincarnation may well be non-existent in this realm. Exhaling a heavy breath, a shadow of gravity passed over Zhou Yi's countenance. At that moment, his focus shifted to the figure of the clear autumn Taoist. Much akin to the clear Xian Taoist, this individual had mastered but one arcane art, a technique for refining the arcane, alongside a singular special spell. The spell he practiced was known as Xian Yin Cold Ice Qi, an incantation of both ice and water attributes. The cultivation of this spell necessitates the collection of a rare material known as Xian Yin Cold Qi. Upon completion, one could exhale a breath of freezing air capable of solidifying both tangible and intangible objects. Alas, this spell similarly resides within the lungs, clashing with his 100 poisons cold light. Ultimately, aside from some experiential memories and a general understanding of the world, the clear autumn Taoist possessed little of practical value. Zhou shook his head slightly and retrieved a storage pouch from his robe. This pouch contained spoils from the battlefield, its origin uncertain, whether from the Black Mountain Taoist or the Ming Palace Taoist. It was a magical artifact imbued with a dimensional space, requiring the removal of its seal to access its contents. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from his hand, and he could distinctly sense a resistance from within the artifact. As his spiritual force washed over it, the artifact trembled slightly. Subsequently, an image materialized within his mind. Inside the storage pouch lay a space measuring 10 feet square, filled with numerous items, approximately 10 arcane pearls. Several bottles of elixirs and a token were among the contents, along with some mundane necessities. A flicker of intrigue sparked within him, and the token slipped from the pouch. Observing the token, Zhou furrowed his brow. Hastily departing from Huangyun Temple, casting the token into the river beyond the city. Prior to discarding it, he incinerated it with the 3 yuan true fire, eradicating any potential lingering traces. Upon returning to Huangyun Temple, Zhou commenced an extensive period of seclusion. 2 days swiftly elapsed, during which he absorbed 3 arcane pearls, his aura steadily rising with ease. He broke through his current boundary, an intangible substance enveloping him. This substance radiated a wondrous fluctuation, cloaking his entire being in a dreamlike haze, rendering him momentarily absent from reality. A familiar sensation washed over him, prompting Zhou to open his eyes instantaneously. The room was awash in a peculiar, flesh-like powder, and a palpable danger loomed from beyond the door. A humanoid shadow materialized at the entrance, lacking any distinct form, merely a formless silhouette of darkness. With a disdainful huff, Zhou unleashed the 100 Poisons cold light, which instantly transformed into a nebulous brilliance. The cold light swiftly surrounded the shadow, causing it to emit mysterious waves of energy. This enigmatic black fluctuation seemed imbued with an extraordinary power. Although the 100 Poisons cold light ensnared it, it could not vanquish it outright. Zhou, however, remained unperturbed, stepping beyond the confines of his room. His gaze meticulously surveying the surroundings, it was still the same place he had visited previously. Observing the contours of the buildings, he noted they mirrored his own room, confirming this was still Huangyun Temple. What manner of place is this? It appeared to possess an intricate connection to the reality he knew. Taking a deep breath, a weighty gravity settled in his gaze. The sky was shrouded in a black sun. With an endless cascade of powder descending, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, sending shivers down Zhou's spine. An indescribable terror permeated his spirit. He sensed countless illusions flickering around him in that instant. His visage betrayed a hint of shock. What was that? His gaze instinctively turned towards the distant source of the sound, yet he could only hear it, seeing nothing. Just then, a cacophony of frantic chattering erupted behind him. He turned to behold the shadow ensnared by the 100 Poisons cold light, its form rapidly dissolving. The power of the cold light far surpassed its own. Zhou swiftly moderated the potency of the 100 Poisons cold light, wishing to linger a while longer and thoroughly explore this mysterious locale. Yet, fate is seldom accommodating. It seemed some arcane force acted upon him. The surroundings began to warp and distort, and in the blink of an eye, he was thrust back into reality. Accompanying him were the 100 Poisons cold light and the shadow he had captured. Sighing deeply, the full power of the 100 Poisons cold light erupted, instantly engulfing the shadow entirely. With the shadow vanquished, the tribulation of breaking through the 5th layer of chi refinement had been successfully navigated. Zhou furrowed his brow. This marked my second entry into that world, each instance precipitated by tribulation, suggesting a deeper connection. There remain a few opportunities ahead. Perhaps I must prepare diligently. Each excursion could last approximately 10 breaths of time. Shaking his head slightly, Zhou returned to his chamber, resuming his absorption of the arcane pearls. Before long, he had fully absorbed the remaining pearls, reaching his limit. With one more, he could ascend to the 6th layer of chi refinement. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Zhou commenced his cultivation of sword heart, communing with the divine, godly movement, and clarity of spirit mantra. These 3 incantations had yet to be fully integrated within his being, necessitating relentless practice. A month swiftly passed. Zhou's form flickered like a dream within the courtyard. A wondrous power coalesced beneath his feet, manifesting as 2 extraordinary light points concealed at the Yongquan acupoint. This represented the culmination of the godly movement spell, crystallizing into a seed of magic. The spell seed serves as the foundation for all spells. Some are innate, while others require continuous cultivation to materialize. For instance, his 100 Poisons Cold Light, once perfected, would manifest as a luminous seed, typically residing in the lungs. It can be expelled when needed. Similarly, his 3 Yuan True Fire, upon completion, would dwell within his stomach, ready for summoning. Once godly movement reaches fruition, future applications would merely deplete a modicum of spiritual energy. Zhou Yi's ethereal form coalesced into a singular entity, and a blue flying sword soared forth from his sleeve. Under his command, the sword maneuvered with ease, as if an extension of himself, responding to his will, allowing it to navigate freely within a 3-zhang radius. The sword occasionally elongated to the size of a 3-foot blade, only to shrink to the dimensions of a slender needle. Ever-changing, both real and illusory. Chapter 60. The Tao Palace vanished. Blood Demon drives the corpse from the memories of the Clear Autumn Taoist and the Clear Xian Taoist. He gleaned numerous techniques and experiences related to sword control. After a month's time, his swordplay had advanced remarkably. The sword light flashed back into his sleeve. He still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the pinnacle of sword heart, communing with the divine. Currently, he could only unleash a maximum of 1.5 times his might, absorbing a portion of the ambient spiritual energy to enhance his power. In his mind, a green spell seed radiated a soft glow, illuminating his spirit and maintaining a state of mental clarity. All restless thoughts were gradually eroded by this green light. Through his tireless recitation of the Clarity of Spirit mantra, he had reached its zenith, culminating in a spell seed. This spell requires no expenditure of power. Henceforth, this unique mental incantation can perpetually bolster his spirit. Not only does it ensure his clarity of thought, but it also facilitates the cultivation of various spells, exerting an astonishing suppressive effect on his psyche. Over the course of a month, Zhou Yi assimilated all his gains, elevating his combat prowess to a new echelon. At this juncture, Zhou Yi's skin gleamed with an immaculate sheen, a subtle layer of jade-like vitality coursing beneath the surface. This was the quintessence of life, enriched to an extraordinary degree. Zhou Yi had absorbed the life essence of 2 foundational cultivators and 1 late-stage qi refinement practitioner. Although the foundational cultivators had depleted much of their essence among themselves, what remained was still a potent tonic. During this month, this life force gradually nourished his body. His internal organs underwent tremendous transformations, becoming astonishingly robust. Over the course of this month, the body has expelled a considerable amount of waste, resulting in a remarkable 3-fold increase in strength, amounting to at least several thousand pounds of might. Externally, this transformation is evident in the newfound delicacy of his skin and a profound change in his overall demeanor. Even the presence of facial hair fails to diminish his increasingly handsome visage. Grasping the deformed pearl, an extraordinary power envelopes him, bringing him back to a state of unremarkable appearance. This moment, a slight furrow appears on his brow. In the span of a month, why has the Tao Palace not yet sent anyone? Have they truly abandoned Guobei County? That seems implausible. Despite its remote location, it remains within the borders of the Great Ji dynasty, safeguarded by the Great Wall. It would be inconceivable for them to relinquish it. It appears that other matters must be hindering their progress. Contemplating this, Zhou Yi turns and departs from Huangyun Temple. The damaged areas of the temple remain unrepaired, with the surrounding walls having collapsed long ago. The streets are dotted with buildings undergoing restoration, alongside remnants of construction debris yet to be cleared away. Soon, he arrives at the magistrate's office and encounters Magistrate Huang. Upon seeing Zhou Yi, a faint smile graces Huang's face. "Wang Guanzhu, you have not emerged for a month," Zhou Yi replies. "I had no choice. I sustained injuries last time and needed ample time to recover. Have there been any cases recently?" A flicker of a smile dawns on Magistrate Huang's face as he responds. "This past month has been remarkably peaceful. Perhaps due to last month's great battle, it seems that the nearby malevolent entities have been purged. Though it is winter, there have been no disturbances." Zhou Yi nods slightly. "Is there any news from Jiangnan? Magistrate Huang shakes his head. "There has been only one communication from above, urging us to remain vigilant and wait." Zhou Yi nods again, sensing that the Tao Palace in Jiangnan is likely entangled in other matters. "In that case, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, Feel free to summon me at any time. Magistrate Huang, still smiling, bids Zhou farewell. Upon returning to the Dao Temple, Zhou gazes at the collapsed sections. A flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. His deliberate choice to leave them unrepaired over the past month serves a purpose. Based on information obtained from the malevolent practitioners, it appears that Guabei County has undergone little change over the millennia. Save for Huangyun Temple. This millennium-old shrine's lack of alteration is due to its central role in the city's protective array. Now that it lies in ruins, I can conduct a thorough search for destruction. Even if complications arise, I can deflect blame onto the previous battle. Zhou summons the Xinyu Dao Tong, addressing him. Here is a batch of supplies. You must personally oversee the gathering to prevent any inferior products from slipping through. The Xinyu Dao Tong takes the list from Zhou with a nod. Yes, Guanju. He swiftly departs with the silver, leaving Zhou alone. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Zhou closes the temple's main door. The entire temple falls into silence as his gaze shifts to the main hall. Over the past month, he has meticulously examined various records within Huangyun Temple. The temple has undergone repairs over the centuries, with many areas having been tampered with. However, one particular spot has never been restored. He approaches the main hall. His eyes falling upon the statue of Dao Jun.it is said to be a golden statue, with a bronze core and a layer of genuine gold paint, rendering it impervious to decay for a millennium. A serious expression crosses his face. Could the blood demon Taoist truly have concealed his corpse within the statue? For a millennium, has he compelled the people of Huangyun Temple to guard him and worship him? Exhaling a deep breath, Zhou, despite his skepticism, resolves to investigate. He swiftly positions himself behind the statue. Summoning a blue flying sword from his sleeve, in an instant, it transforms into a 3-foot-long beam of sword light, piercing into the back of the statue and carving out a square opening. With a clang, a square metal plate falls from the statue's back, revealing an empty cavity within. Within lies a desiccated corpse, seated in a meditative posture, and Zhou eyes widen in astonishment. It is indeed here. However, in the next moment, the dried corpse suddenly opens its eyes, hollow gazes locking onto Zhou. Its body emanates a wave of putrid black energy, lunging toward him. Startled by the abrupt assault, Zhou activates his movement technique, narrowly evading the attack and landing within the main hall. The flying sword transforms into a streak of light, slashing toward the lunging corpse. The piercing sound of metal colliding reverberates through the air. The desiccated corpse, as solid as iron, is sent flying by the sword's strike, crashing heavily to the ground beneath the altar. Yet, in the next instant, it springs back up, turning sharply to face Zhou while emitting a low growl. With an eerie black mist enveloping its form, it lunges at Zhou once more. Sword light sweeps in from all directions, striking its body repeatedly, the immense force and sharpness of the blade capable of cleaving through gold and jade. Yet it remains unharmed. Zhou gasps in disbelief at the sight. How formidable! In an instant, he realizes that this corpse is not so easily dealt with. A blood-red dagger materializes in his hand, and he swings it with determination. Chapter 61. Following the map, the lake bottom cave at this moment, the corpse is hurtling toward Zhou at an alarming speed, a red shadow dashing forth. Zhou stands his ground, the blood knife swinging fiercely. In a critical moment, the corpse exhibits an uncanny sense, narrowly dodging the blood knife. Yet the blood knife seems to possess a tracking mechanism, relentlessly pursuing the corpse. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou maneuvers the flying sword to strike from another angle. The metallic clash erupts once more. The sword strikes the mysterious corpse from behind, momentarily halting its movements. While the blood knife finds its mark, plunging into its skull in the blink of an eye, the eerie corpse goes rigid, visibly converting into a desiccated state before collapsing to the ground. The blood energy flashes and returns to Zhou's body. A piercing pain radiates from his heart, triggering a hallucinatory experience within his mind. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a flickering azure light persists within his consciousness. The hallucination unfolds, attempting to ensnare his spirit. However, Zhou remains unfazed. Advancing toward the corpse, his mind operating on two distinct wavelengths. This phenomenon arises from the Qingming Shunzhou, a spell seed that manifests effects within the mind. Though the cost is perilous, he no longer requires complete focus to combat the illusion. He is no longer utterly defenseless. Even when subjected to malevolent techniques, he retains the ability to act. The hallucination in his mind recalls his university days, a terrifying vision where countless familiar faces morph into bloody corpses, relentlessly killing him. Each death brings forth the agony of demise, and the mental torment induces involuntary tremors. Yet, fortified by the Qingming Shanzhou, his spirit remains composed. Lowering his gaze to the desiccated corpse, he observes that it is clad in a blood-red Taoist robe, uncorrupted even after a millennium. The corpse slowly begins to disintegrate, gradually turning to ash. Zhou picks up the robe, shaking it gently, finding it completely devoid of contents. Frowning slightly, he scrutinizes the ashes for any hidden items, but regrettably, besides the robe, there is nothing else. Moving behind the statue, he discovers an empty space, devoid of any inscriptions or records. Emerging from within the statue, he retrieves the severed metal plate, placing it back into the gap. He exhales a stream of three-element true fire from his mouth, allowing the flames to fall upon the incision. The metal swiftly melts, rejoining seamlessly. He carefully manipulates the flames to reforge the golden surface, ensuring that no trace remains. Having completed his work, he swiftly returns to the altar. Gazing at the blood-red Taoist robe in his hands, he wonders if this is all there is. His brow furrows in contemplation, his face etched with confusion. With a wave of his hand, he gathers the ashes of the corpse into his sleeve and turns back to his courtyard. Scattering the ashes in the courtyard, he begins to examine the blood-red Taoist robe. Under the bright oil lamp, he spreads the robe across the table, channeling spiritual energy to inspect the markings closely. Soon, he discovers that the inner side of the robe seems to depict something. Upon further scrutiny, he realizes it is a map, prominently featuring Guobei County. Notably, there are markings to the north, east, and west of Guobei County, indicating 3 locations. One is a lake, another lies amidst the mountains, and the last is the Misty Valley. Witnessing this, Zhou Yi's face breaks into a radiant smile. At last, he has found it. You all have schemed for so long. Yet I am the one to reap the full reward. With that, Zhou Yi cannot help but laugh heartily. As another month slips by, the Dao Palace personnel have yet to return. Meanwhile, Guobei County has settled into utter tranquility, with all restoration efforts now complete. Even Huangyun Temple has been restored to its majestic 1,000-year-old glory point. One day, Zhou Yi quietly departs from Guobei County, heading towards one of the locations marked on the map. It is an unnamed lake situated to the east, nestled beside the Jing River, the longest river in Jiangandao. Zhou Yi stood by the lakeside, pondering the contents depicted on the map, lost in thought. Is his tomb beneath this very lake? With a sudden leap, he dove silently into the water. The depths were frigid, extending over 30 feet below the surface. The lakebed was thickly layered with silt. And as Zhou Yi treaded upon it, his spiritual energy surged, mapping the terrain beneath the water's surface. With this energy at his disposal, he could remain submerged for an extended period, gradually searching the area. This lake spanned approximately 300 feet in diameter, and to thoroughly explore it would require considerable time. The task was indeed cumbersome. A flicker of inspiration sparked within him as a slender needle shot forth from his sleeve. Under his deft control, the needle plunged into the lakebed's silt, tirelessly seeking its target. As seconds turned into minutes, and minutes into days, Zhou Yi returned to this spot each day for 7 days. Only departing at dusk, he meticulously scoured the lakebed inch by inch, soon having searched over half the area. On one particular day, as the needle wove through the silt, it suddenly struck something hard. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed, and he swiftly made his way to the needle's location. The area was also cloaked in silt, but just beneath a foot of it lay a solid object, distinctly different from the rest of the lakebed. Zhou Yi retrieved an iron shovel from his storage pouch and began to excavate in no time. He had cleared away a significant portion of silt, revealing a protruding rock. The deeper he dug, the larger the rock became, until an opening appeared. This entrance was choked with silt, which Zhou Yi quickly cleared away with his shovel. Advancing about 10 feet inside, a stone door materialized before him. At last, he had found it. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yi pushed open the heavy door, enveloping himself in a cloak of chilling, poisonous light that formed a protective barrier. As the stone door swung open, an astonishing scene unfolded. An invisible barrier repelled all water currents from within. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Yet Zhou discerned a faint black outline within. He stepped forward, seemingly traversing an unseen barrier. As the dank air struck him forcefully in that instant, a shadow darted towards him from the darkness. A chill of dread surged within him. Chapter 62. Heart-wrenching, the origin of deception in a flash. Zhou activated his agility, narrowly evading the oncoming shadow. A glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes, and as his spiritual energy coursed through him, the surroundings brightened. Before him was a grotesque, writhing mass, a shapeless entity. At that moment, it lunged at the spot where Zhou had just been, convulsing violently, emitting a piercing sound that filled the AI. In response, Zhou unleashed a torrent of three-colored true fire. The flames surged forth, engulfing the entity, which retaliated by spitting forth a wave of black liquid. The liquid surged like a tidal wave toward the flames, hissing ominously as it extinguished the three-colored fire. A foul odor permeated the cave. The three-colored true fire was extinguished by the toxic liquid, but Zhou deftly shifted his position, emerging on the opposite side. With a cold snort, he unleashed a stream of poisonous cold light. Faced with this onslaught, the shadow again spewed forth black liquid, but this time, the liquid transformed into icy beads mid-air, plummeting to the ground. The white cold light enveloped the formless shadow completely. The entity struggled violently. Yet against the poisonous cold light, its efforts were in vain. Its body began to freeze as the venom spread throughout it, gradually solidifying into an immobile ice block. As the black ice slowly melted away, it transformed into a viscous black sludge. A peculiar bead fell to the ground. Zhou swiftly approached, collecting the bead and placing it in his storage pouch. Exhaling a heavy breath, he surveyed the entire chamber. Revealing to him a tomb, numerous chests were scattered about, with a black stone coffin lying amidst them. Zhou's eyes narrowed, and he advanced towards the coffin, channeling his spiritual energy. He grasped the coffin lid and, with a sudden heave, lifted the heavy cover, which weighed at least 100 pounds. Peering inside, he found only a shattered skeleton and nothing else. As he examined the interior of the coffin, his eyes brightened slightly upon noticing inscriptions. However, he refrained from reading them immediately, instead focusing on the other items within the tomb. Enveloped in poisonous cold light, he approached the first chest. Upon opening it, astonishment crossed his face. The chest was filled to the brim with powder, familiar powder. Unmistakably the remnants of the peculiar beads that had lost their power. Disappointment washed over Zhou, yet he soon reconciled himself to the reality. After a millennium, it was only natural for their power to dissipate. He hefted the chest of dust and tossed it aside into a corner of the tomb. Continuing his search through the other chests, he was met with further disappointment. Each of the 10 chests contained nothing but powder. Despite once housing thousands of peculiar beads, they were now rendered useless. A profound ache gripped Zhou's heart. These were immense treasures. His eyelids twitched as he persisted in checking the remaining chests. Before him lay another chest, containing a collection of oddly shaped metal bricks. A single glance revealed their nature. Refined materials imbued with spiritual essence. However, the spiritual energy had long since dissipated, rendering them mundane. These metals, which could have been forged into magical artifacts, held significant value. The sight of these remnants nearly drove Zhou to despair. To return empty-handed from a treasure trove was a torment beyond expression. He expelled a deep sigh, casting the discarded metals aside. He continued to open several more chests, each revealing only useless spiritual gold. Soon, he stumbled upon something new. Though he had little hope left, he found himself confronted by a chest filled with completely desiccated herbs. Once precious, these herbs were now devoid of efficacy, mere remnants of their former glory. Zhou felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he exhaled sharply. Rapidly, 3/4 of the wooden chests had been examined, all filled with unusable refuse, some even containing properly forged magical artifacts. The passage of a millennium had reduced them to mere debris, for nothing could remain unspoiled without proper care over such a long time. At last, Zhou uncovered some items of potential value. A collection of ancient texts, primarily inscribed in the script of the Deji dynasty. After a quick count, he estimated over 200 volumes, no small number, certainly requiring considerable time to peruse. A cursory glance revealed that most were mere diaries or journals, with only a few notable texts. Secrets of Alchemy and Detailed Explanation of Artifice. The discovery of these two tomes related to alchemy and crafting astonished Zhou Yi. He had not anticipated finding such treasures here. However, the tomes were peculiar in appearance, not composed of paper, but rather a jade book, a finger's thickness, which could not be opened in the conventional manner. Its contents could only be accessed through other means. It seemed he would need to employ his consciousness to discern the information. The texts for foundation-building practitioners differed from those for chi-refining practitioners. The latter read with their eyes, which was a slow process. In contrast, the jade books utilized by foundation-building practitioners had their information inscribed with spiritual consciousness. A single sweep of their consciousness could imprint all the information within. Gazing at the two jade books, Zhou Yi found himself helpless, placing them into his storage pouch. Taking a deep breath, he continued to search for the most valuable texts. Suddenly, one book captured his attention. On the Origins of Deception. Upon seeing this title, Zhou Yi halted his search, hastily grasping the book and diving into its pages. Time slipped away, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. He had finished the slender volume. The content within was eye-opening. From this tome, he discerned the true nature of the mysterious bone he had obtained from the pale, eerie being. It was an object known as deceptive bone, the very source of deception techniques. The oldest of these arts were derived from it. To comprehend these techniques, one must condense their consciousness and delve into the deceptive bone, unraveling its mysteries. Upon reaching this realization, Zhou Yi's expression turned to one of astonishment. Could this bone be a connection to an unknown realm? Legends spoke of the strange occurrences that might transpire within the deceptive bone, encompassing a myriad of inexplicable experiences. Some might relive the life of another within an illusion, where the secrets of deception cultivation lay hidden. Others could transform into unknown creatures, witnessing a history that had never been seen, a world entirely alien to humanity. Within these ethereal visions lay the methods of cultivating deception arts. Such illusory realms were fraught with danger. One must remain ever vigilant, for losing oneself within could lead to eternal oblivion, even dragging the physical form into the void. Those who managed to return might retain the secrets of their cultivation, but the clarity of their memories would dictate the perfection of their deception arts, with the sacrifices made proportionate to the rewards reaped. The more fragmented the memory, the greater the cost incurred. Each mysterious bone has a limited number of uses. There are at least two types of esoteric arts recorded within this tome. One is a technique, and the other is a method. The method surpasses the technique, possessing unimaginable power. The conclusion of this book lies a sensational hypothesis. The mysterious bone may serve as a wondrous medium, connecting to an unknown realm. When the spirit enters this space, it assumes the guise of a mysterious entity. The experiences once endured, upon arriving in our world, condense into a form of marvelous information. This information is potent, a manifestation of the strength from another world, and simultaneously births a remarkable fusion with our own realm. The esoteric arts harbor information from a different world, and assimilating such power within oneself will inevitably exert influence. Gazing at the final inference of this book, Zhou Yi exhaled deeply, a sense of resignation washing over him. The esoteric arts are indeed unfathomable. However, with the optimization provided by the beast-hide Bagua, I believe its impact on me will be minimal. It seems that in ancient times, after the arrival of mysterious entities, the foundational practitioners of that era had already uncovered the secrets of the mysterious bones. They must have re-established the path from chi refinement to foundation establishment during that age. Otherwise, no one would have been able to discern the secrets of esoteric arts. Casually tossing the book into his storage pouch, he continued to peruse. Soon, he discovered that apart from these 3 volumes, the remaining text would require extensive time to read. Contemplating, he decided to stow them into his pouch as well. With a deep sigh, Zhou Yi surveyed the littered remains around him, filled with a profound sense of helplessness. It was indeed disheartening to witness such resources wasted. Noticing that there was little of value left, Zhou Yi shifted his focus to the coffin lid. He approached it, carefully examining the inscriptions, all written in ancient seal script. Shaking his head slightly, he crouched down, producing his flying sword, and began translating the text on the ground one by one. An article materialized before him, revealing the 3rd esoteric art of the blood demon, blood shadow technique. He read through the technique meticulously, quickly grasping its effects. Mastering this technique would allow one to transform into a blood shadow, dispersing into 9 forms. As long as one remained alive, the practitioner would not perish. However, the original version of the technique was exceedingly obscure, requiring meticulous comprehension to unlock its mysteries. At this moment, the beast-hide Bagua illuminated once more, projecting a scene within its confines. A figure stood atop a towering mountain, beset by numerous terrifying demons from all directions. Suddenly, this figure split into 9, transforming into 9 distinct blood shadows, each charging towards different demons. Some of these shadows emanated a crimson glow, while others wielded black blood knives. Resembling the silhouettes of 9 practitioners, the encroaching demons either succumbed to the blood light or fell to the black blood knives, with some tearing apart a blood shadow that lunged at them. Yet, ultimately, the blood shadows died and were reborn, continuing this cycle as long as they were not slain in one fell swoop. All the demons were ground down to nothing, and eventually, the 9 blood shadows reformed into a singular blood-clad figure. As the scene abruptly contracted, a new spell surged forth. Blood C category, esoteric art, method level, prerequisites, blood light technique, transforming blood divine blade, technique level, cultivation method, collect 100 esoteric pearls, 1 blood C divine crystal, and use 1's own blood as a medium to grind into ink, inscribing the blood C boundless divine incantation upon oneself. The blood incantation merges with the transforming blood divine blade, manifesting an infinite blood C cultivation effect. Upon completion, one can unleash a boundless blood sea, devouring all living beings, absorbing their essence to strengthen oneself. One can escape the blood sea's encroachment without surpassing a major realm. When sufficient strength is absorbed, one may ultimately cultivate the blood sea body. As long as the blood sea remains, one's lifespan is endless. Casting cost. The blood sea is derived from slain lives. Each casting will generate boundless resentment from the lives taken, impacting the practitioner's spirit. The intensity of this backlash is determined by the number of lives extinguished. If one cannot withstand it, death is inevitable. Observing this new esoteric art, Zhou-Yi's face reflected disbelief. The blood sea body, the blood sea unending, lifespan eternal. This is simply mythological. A method-level esoteric art? Is it truly this formidable? It completely defies common sense. His eyes brimmed with incredulity, unable to fathom that an esoteric art could grant one eternal life. However, he soon noted the associated cost. In other words, the more lives taken, the stronger the backlash and resentment faced. If one cannot endure, death is certain. The power of the blood sea arises from the lives taken. Thus, could it be surmised that infinite lifespan is contingent upon the number of lives extinguished? Lifespan consumed equates to the power of the blood sea. And should the day come when one can no longer withstand the backlash, there will inevitably be a day when one's lifespan is exhausted. This suggests an inherent limitation. Zhou-Yi perceptively grasped the flaw in this esoteric art, yet even so, its effects were earth-shattering. If he could master this art, he would essentially possess an abundance of time, rendering many unnecessary dangers moot. The world is fraught with peril, and time and experience would allow him to discern much. However, achieving mastery would not be an easy feat. The collection of over 100 esoteric pearls and a blood sea divine crystal is likely not so easily attained. Zhou-Yi felt a flicker of realization within. At this moment, the inscriptions on the stone slab began to fade away, as if they had never existed at all. This marked the 3rd instance. And each time it has been the esoteric art of the blood demon. There must be some underlying reason for this. Chapter 64. Qi Refinement's 6th layer. The path to immortal gates. Observing the vanishing stone slab inscriptions, a pensive expression crossed Zhou-Yi's face. Glancing around, he realized there was nothing further to entice him here. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the entrance of the tomb. The entrance. A dim jewel emitted a faint blue light. Appearing quite peculiar, Zhou-Yi hastened over, effortlessly prying the jewel from its setting. To his astonishment, as he gripped the jewel, a mysterious and intangible force seemed to push the lake water before him back by a foot. As he stepped toward the exit, the lake water receded further with each stride. An evading water pearl. Such an artifact from mythological tales piqued Zhou-Yi's immense interest. Turning to survey the tomb once more, he returned to the entrance. Forming a hand seal, he took a deep breath. The 3 yuan true fire surged forth like a torrent, instantly engulfing the entire cave. The flames blazed with a temperature exceeding 1,000 degrees, igniting all wooden materials and melting away the ashes. Before long, everything within the cave appeared to have been thoroughly cleansed by fire, leaving no traces behind. Quietly turning to exit, as he completely left the passage, a bubble with a diameter of approximately 10 feet enveloped him. That moment, the lake water surged into the passage, flooding the interior of the cave. Zhou stowed the evading water pearl into his storage pouch as the encroaching lake water rapidly submerged him. Half an hour later, Zhou found himself back in Guebei County. Within his chamber, a peculiar pearl materialized in his hand. Silently operating his cultivation technique, the power within the pearl was rapidly absorbed. The already maximal source spiritual energy surged higher, an invisible barrier forming within him. As the spiritual energy continued to transform, an enigmatic cracking sound resonated, propelling him to break through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Thus, he had ascended to the peak of mid-Qi refinement. Simultaneously, an intangible black force emanated from his being, merging with the unknown presence in the air. A hazy black shadow manifested before him, and Zhou opened his eyes cautiously, scrutinizing the black mist. Soon, the mist began to shift. Some black, tentacle-like appendages slowly emerged from within, as if something were striving to break free. The aura of the entity was formidable, certainly capable of contending with mid-Qi refinement practitioners. The exterminating evil divine talisman shot forth in an instant, enveloping the black mist in a vast expanse of azure light. The sizzling sounds echoed as the blue light enveloped the tentacles, igniting countless crackling noises. However, the tentacles seemed to become agitated, growing even more ferocious as they surged toward Zhou. With a cold snort, the 100 poisons cold light enveloped his entire body. The tentacles struck against the 100 poisons cold light, akin to battering against a soft barrier, utterly unable to penetrate. A blue flying sword erupted with blinding brilliance, swiftly cleaving through one of the tentacles. With a crisp sound, the tentacle severed, twisting in midair before dissolving into specks of light. Yet, the entity within the black mist continued to push outward, and a grotesque head began to emerge. This head was no larger than a human's, adorned solely with a mouth full of teeth. There were no eyes upon the head, and below it writhed a mass of black tentacles. Faced with such an aberration, Zhou did not relent. The blue flying sword surged an additional foot in length. Empowered by an even greater force of spiritual energy, transforming into a dazzling beam of sword light aimed at it, as the creature was attacked. Countless tentacles coalesced into a mass, sweeping toward Zhou. Simultaneously, an ear-piercing shriek erupted instantaneously. The piercing shrieks reverberated as if they could rattle the very soul, penetrating deep into his heart. Within his mind, the seeds of the Qingming incantation radiated a serene azure light, shielding his essence from the onslaught of this mental assault. The glimmer of his sword swept through the air, severing all the black tendrils into countless fragments. Even the head that exuded dark smoke was cleaved in twain in an instant. In the eyes of Zhou, the creature ultimately dissipated into specks of black light, vanishing without a trace. Exhaling a breath of murky air, a hint of a smile graced his face. Another trial had been surmounted. Gently closing his eyes, he attuned to the spiritual energy coursing through his body. Both the primordial and external energies were as pure as crystalline water, devoid of any impurities. Suddenly, a thought flickered across Zhou's mind. If, at the moment of my breakthrough to the 12th level of Qi refinement, I could achieve foundation establishment without drawing from external spiritual energy, much like the ancient masters, relying solely on pristine spiritual essence as a foundation, treading the path of ancient cultivators. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou felt this notion was indeed feasible. Yet, a lingering concern remained. Once he entered the foundation establishment stage, without the protection of his innate strange arts, he would lack the ability to filter the spiritual energy's impurities in a short time. This disadvantage would place him at a severe disadvantage in battles during the foundation establishment phase, as his adversaries could swiftly absorb spiritual energy to bolster their strength, while he could not. Such a disparity presented a significant danger. Moreover, he was uncertain if, after condensing his consciousness, he would encounter any issues amidst the tainted spiritual energy. Shaking his head slightly, he dismissed the uncertainties, deciding to address them later. With a resigned sigh, Zhou retrieved various ancient tomes from his storage pouch, beginning a long night of study. These texts, centuries old, contained a wealth of information, including numerous diaries from various cultivators and some unknown experimental records. As he delved deeper, a sense of gravity filled his heart. He had perused the diaries of over 100 cultivators, among them at least 10 who had reached the foundation establishment stage. Their writings chronicled their life experiences and provided insights into the internal workings of various celestial sects, granting Zhou a profound understanding of their operations. The celestial sects were divided into inner and outer disciples, with outer disciples gaining entry through examinations. Only those at the late stages of qi refinement could apply to enter the inner sect, where disciples held the privilege to exchange for secret techniques to break through to foundation establishment. However, one must contribute sufficient merit to the sect to receive approval. Furthermore, obtaining such techniques required a solemn vow and special spells to ensure their secrecy. Such specifics were, of course, absent from the diaries. Zhou contemplated which sect would best suit him. To pursue foundation establishment, entering a celestial sect was paramount. Attaining the 6th level of qi refinement in the outer sect was the final threshold. Surpassing it would preclude any chance of joining the IT. Seemed that gaining entry into the celestial sect was a formidable challenge indeed. Chapter 65. Unknown Illusions. The final grave. Zhou absorbed this information as if it were a treasure, for it was crucial to his journey. Within these texts lay many clandestine insights that would spare him from unnecessary detours in his cultivation and help him avoid pitfalls within the celestial sect. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, during which Zhou devoured the contents with insatiable fervor. Beyond the useful information, he also encountered many unsettling revelations. The deeper he read, the more terrifying the accounts became. For instance, there was a foundation establishment cultivator named Mo Shi. The initial part of his diary was mundane, yet after 2/3, bizarre phrases began to emerge. He, Brother Wang's legs are truly delectable. I must feast upon them again. Today, I opened Brother Wang up once more. His heart was exquisite. I have seen him. What is he? He is coming. He will take me away. Ha ha ha. I shall attain immortality. Ha 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 ha. The increasingly nonsensical prose sent chills down Zhou's spine. Moreover, some of the entries were accompanied by strange illustrations. Whenever Zhou glimpsed these peculiar images, he instinctively leaped past them, unwilling to gaze too long. These bizarre patterns seemed to possess a terrifying allure. Drawing his attention involuntarily in his hazy state of mind, he felt he had glimpsed some horrific illusion. Zhou slowly closed the diary in his hands, releasing a deep sigh. He had scarcely rested during these 3 days. Have you finished reading? A voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Instinctively, Zhou opened his mouth to respond, but the seeds of the Qingming incantation erupted with a brilliant azure light, jolting him awake. A shiver coursed through him as he cast a fierce glance around, finding nothing but an oppressive silence enveloping the room. Yet, the voice he had heard was no mere figment of his imagination. Goosebumps prickled his skin as he drew forth the purification talisman, unleashing a torrent of white brilliance that erupted like rain, illuminating the entire chamber. However, no malevolent entities materialized. Zhou expelled a breath of murky air. His gaze fixated anxiously on the array of tomes before him. He hastily stowed them all in a box and discarded it into his storage pouch. It seemed these books were not meant for prolonged scrutiny. Lingering too long might invoke some unknown phenomenon. The information contained within these diaries appeared to possess such power, or perhaps they were linked to some unfathomable entity. Zhou swiftly analyzed the situation and reached a conclusion. He stepped outside his chamber, where the sky lay shrouded in darkness, the hour deep into the night. The black sun hung silently above, and Zhou cast a fleeting glance. Yet in the next moment, his heart raced and his pupils constricted in disbelief. In the heavens above, he perceived some eerie figures, ethereal yet seemingly pervasive throughout the sky. A colossal, headless figure, resembling a grotesque Buddha, sat in the western sky. Draped in blood-soaked monk's robes, with countless black ichor seeping from its neck, behind it, a multitude of limbs entwined, forming a grotesque mass of corpses that extended for miles, resembling a writhing mass of flesh. To the east, a titanic entity akin to a butterfly loomed, its body a desiccated humanoid form covered with sunken eyes. Vibrant, fleshy wings adorned its back, each adorned with myriad fine tendrils, gently stirring in the air. The head of this butterfly was a giant, featureless maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Eye in the southern sky. A vast river surged, teeming with countless human heads, each adorned with grotesque appendages, their mouths sharp and fierce. Their eyes flashing with a kaleidoscope of colors. They savagely tore at one another, as if intent on devouring everything in their midst. Eye in the northern sky. A terrifying, fleshy orb with wings emerged, formed from a multitude of limbs. Upon closer inspection, one could see it was composed of countless bodies, with numerous arms flailing in the void as if grasping at unseen horrors. Aside from these four colossal beings, a myriad of other terrifying creatures could be seen across the sky, all basking in the light of the black sun. Joey could scarcely believe his eyes. A piercing headache surged through him, as if something were boring into his skull. The azure light flared intensely, and the agony in his mind was abruptly quelled. In the next instant, Joey jolted awake, his expression one of horror as he surveyed his surroundings. To his astonishment, he found himself still in his room, clutching an unknown diary, which bore a depiction of the very scene he had just witnessed. With a gasp, Joey slammed the book shut, realizing that everything he had experienced was merely an illusion. Yet the sense of realism was overwhelming. He could scarcely believe it had been nothing but a phantasm. Swallowing hard, Joey swiftly tucked away the diaries once more. He stepped outside, gazing skyward. Beyond the black sun, an expanse of infinite stars twinkled, suggesting that perhaps it had all been a mere figment of his imagination. Exhaling deeply, a solemn expression crossed his face. It was not an illusion but rather a glimpse of potential realities. Perhaps events that had already transpired beyond the reach of his mortal vision. He could not help but recall the mysterious temporal dimensions he had encountered during his tribulations. The secrets hidden within this world were likely more terrifying than he had ever imagined. A tremor coursed through his heart as he exhaled a breath of murky air. Regardless of the truth, he must strive to ascend. Only by reaching the pinnacle could he hope to survive the myriad upheavals that lay ahead. Joey turned and returned to his chamber, settling into a meditative posture to quietly recuperate. At the break of dawn the next day, he departed from Guabe County, journeying toward the location of the third grave. In just an hour, he arrived at the mountainous region. The place known as Bailey Mountain is perpetually shrouded in a miasma, rendering entry a formidable challenge. A chilling aura of poison envelopes the body as Joey steps into the mountains. Vanishing into the gray mist. Chapter 66. A sudden assault, the sinister trees of the valley. Upon entering the mountainous region, he finds himself surrounded by dense fog of a gray hue, accompanied by a foul stench that assails the senses. This is the toxic miasma of Bailey Mountain. A single breath could spell doom for an ordinary person. Spanning approximately 20 to 30 miles, the peaks within rise to merely a dozen or 20 zhang. Characterized by a series of undulating hills, the cold light of poison encircles him, isolating the surrounding fog. Recalling the marked locations on the map, Joey proceeds with caution. Countless plants thrive amidst the miasma, appearing particularly unique in the hazy atmosphere. An inexplicable chill and a profound silence induce a slight unease within him. The only sound beneath his feet is the harsh crunch of broken leaves. The intensifying stillness heightens Joey's discomfort, filling him with a sense of foreboding. His gaze scans the surroundings, which seem devoid of anything noteworthy beyond the gray mist. Shaking his head slightly, he continues onward. At this moment, he remains oblivious to the multitude of white fragments of bone hidden beneath the layer of withered leaves. Beneath the white bones, something appears to writhe subtly. Hiss, crackle, crack. Sudden sounds of friction resonate from all directions, startling Joey into alertness. With a cold snort, the cold light of poison envelopes him entirely. His flying sword is gripped tightly, ready to unleash devastating force at a moment's notice. The sounds of friction grow ever closer. Suddenly, a surge of leaves and soil rises from the ground, accompanied by a multitude of shattered bones, rushing towards Joey with alarming speed. Realizing the assault is emerging from the ground, Joey directs his flying sword downward. Executing a swift strike, a brilliant blue radiance pierces the earth, precisely striking the mysterious weapon hurtling toward him. A dull thud resonates as the ground erupts into a small crater, revealing a writhing, broken root. In that instant, dark roots shoot up from the surrounding ground. Rushing towards Joey, however, with a flick of his wrist, a dazzling light of the sword envelopes him, instantly severing the encroaching roots. Yet, more and more roots continue to surge forth, overwhelming the brilliance of the sword light. A few roots have already pierced his body but are thwarted by the cold light of poison. Nevertheless, these roots suddenly ensnare him, forming a tight circle around the protective light. They constrict violently, seemingly intent on crushing him within. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yi's brow furrows, and the sword light abruptly retreats into his sleeve. Taking a deep breath, he unleashes the three elemental true fire, enveloping himself in a tricolored flame. The intense heat ignites all the roots surrounding him, transforming the area within 3 zhang into a blazing inferno where nothing can remain. The roots, twisted in agony, retract violently, striking the ground fiercely, breaking the ignited roots apart. Zhou Yi emerges from the flames, still surrounded by the cold light of poison. He retrieves a vial of elixir from his robes, quickly consuming a pill that dissolves in his stomach, spreading warmth throughout his body and swiftly converting into external spiritual energy. At this moment, the surrounding roots seem to vanish entirely, disappearing into the mist. As if sensing Zhou Yi's formidable nature, Zhou Yi pauses for a quarter of an hour, restoring all his spiritual energy to its peak state. In such perilous surroundings, any depletion must be promptly replenished. A lesson gleaned from numerous diaries. Naturally, Zhou Yi absorbs the experiences of those who came before him, recognizing his own shortcomings. Continuing deeper into the mountains, he senses an elusive threat lurking nearby, ever watchful. Yet as long as his adversaries remain passive, he too will refrain from provocation. Time slips by, and soon he arrives at a valley. Surrounded on 3 sides by small mountains, it appears to be precisely the location depicted on the map. A flicker of excitement crosses his eyes. This must be the place. Zhou Yi strides forward, but in the next instant, a multitude of roots suddenly surge forth, launching a frenzied assault upon him. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, Zhou Yi's brow furrows in concern. The 3 elemental true fire erupts forth, while he remains protected by the cold light of poison, the fire encircling him within a radius of 1 zhang. Countless roots plunge into the flames, swiftly igniting. However, this time, the roots seem relentless, attacking with unyielding ferocity. Zhou Yi senses something amiss. The deeper he ventures into the valley, the more intense the attacks become. Contemplating the situation, he deduces that something lurks within the valley. Completely unfazed, he resolutely presses on. Moments pass, and after enduring a barrage of assaults, Zhou Yi finally breaches the valley's entrance. Upon entering, he is greeted by the sight of an extraordinary tree. Gazing at this peculiar tree, Zhou Yi is taken aback. Its trunk is withered like that of a dead tree, densely adorned with a multitude of desiccated corpses. Towering 3 zhang high, it branches out into countless limbs, each bearing different corpses, some human, others animal. Suddenly, the tree begins to sway violently, and the lifeless eyes of the corpses turn in unison, fixating upon Zhou Yi. Confronted by such a terrifying spectacle, his heart skips a beat. In the next instant, an eerie, inaudible shriek emanates from the mouths of the corpses. Howl, chirp, chirp. An array of screams, each distinct yet strangely harmonious, carrying a horrific penetrating quality. In that moment, Zhou Yi feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. His head throbbing painfully, an insidious force infiltrates his mind. Countless roots surge towards him with increasing speed. Yet, the brilliance of the pure clarity spell flickers within his consciousness, instantly dispelling the malevolent influence encroaching upon his mind. Zhou Yi swiftly regains his composure, though his expression darkens with gravity. With a swift gesture, his flying sword shoots forth. With both hands forming seals, the sword heart communicates with the divine is unleashed to its utmost potential. The spiritual energy in the air converges towards the sword, which expands to a length of 3 feet in an instant, transforming into a tangible beam of light, hurtling towards the tree trunk with astounding velocity. The extreme speed carries terrifying lethality. Sensing impending doom, the tree's branches release the numerous corpses, all lunging toward the sword light in a desperate attempt to obstruct it. Chapter 67. 1 sword, 2 severed parts. The blood-red orb, a multitude of roots rise from the ground, seemingly forming a wall to block the oncoming sword light. Alas, the blinding sword light erupts with terrifying force, cleaving through all roots, and the oncoming corpses are split asunder beneath its radiance. Like a streak of flowing light, the sword light sweeps past, leaving the tree trunk utterly powerless to impede its path. A piercing sound fills the air, and even with the protection of the pure clarity spell, Zhou Yi cannot help but feel a momentary dizziness. In the next instant, the screams abruptly cease. The massive trunk is severed in two, crashing heavily to the ground, and a torrent of black liquid erupts from the fractured stump. In mere moments, the tree begins to dissolve before the naked eye. In the span of just a few breaths, the towering tree transforms into a pool of black viscous liquid. At the base of the tree, a peculiar orb radiating a ghostly light catches Zhou Yi's attention. It is larger than an ordinary orb. Stealthily, he approaches, retrieving the orb and satisfied, stows it away in his storage bag. Only then does he take the time to examine the entire small valley. The valley is not expansive, with a diameter of less than 10 zhong. At first glance, it appears unremarkable. Zhou Yi scrutinizes every inch, and soon he discovers something unusual. At the deepest part of the valley lies a deep pool. Less than a zhong in diameter, the water within is remarkably clear, yet it deepens into an unfathomable abyss. A sensation akin to deep-sea terror washes over him. Most creatures, especially terrestrial ones, harbor an innate fear of the ocean's depths. This deep pool evokes a similar instinctual dread and reverence. The flying sword glimmers in his hand, emanating a wondrous light as it descends beneath the water's surface. The azure glow swiftly illuminates 3 zhong deep. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yi takes a deep breath and leaps into the depths of the pool. He free falls, the sword light leading the way, while the cold light of poison encircles him. Ready to respond to any eventuality, as he descends, the pressure of the water intensifies, and the coldness becomes more biting. After plunging over 20 zhong, the flying sword appears to touch the bottom, and Zhou Yi silently arrives there as well. At the bottom of the pool, the sword glows around him, illuminating the surroundings. Zhou Yi's gaze is suddenly drawn to a particular direction, where a deep cave beckons. He stealthily enters, the sword lighting the path ahead. Suddenly, he produces a water avoidance pearl, causing the surrounding pool water to swiftly recede, revealing a pocket of air. Zhou Yi advances slowly into the cave, traversing about 4 to 5 zhong, until an outlet appears above him. He leaps upward, swiftly emerging into a cavern. This cave is revealed to be an underwater grotto, its diameter not exceeding 3 zhong. Standing within the cavern, Zhou Yi's gaze flickered with a hint of surprise as he beheld an object at the center of the cave. On a stone pedestal rested a blood-red orb, roughly the size of a fist, quietly standing there. Observing this crimson gem, Zhou Yi's expression revealed a trace of astonishment. According to the memories of the Qing Xian Taoist, the blood demon Taoist had once been guided by an unseen force to seek out this enigmatic orb. This jewel appeared to possess a mysterious power capable of suppressing aberrations. Yet, upon encountering the blood-red orb, an inexplicable sensation surged within Zhou Yi's heart. The blood demon Taoist had cultivated 3 forms of sinister arts associated with blood, and he himself had already descended into a state of semi-aberration. During this semi-aberrant phase, he received guidance that led him to seek this orb. It seemed evident that some peculiar force was at play behind the scenes. Could it be that an unknown entity aimed to manifest in this world through the blood demon Taoist? Having perused countless tales and novels, Zhou Yi could not help but harbor suspicions regarding the true nature of this orb. He even contemplated the horrific notion of soul transference and rebirth. Suspecting that some enigmatic existence might be lurking in the shadows, a sense of trepidation enveloped Zhou Yi as he circled the blood-red orb, holding his flying sword in hand, cautiously approaching the gem. He gently tapped the orb with his sword. A crisp, piercing sound resonated in his ears, akin to that of a hard metal. The melodious tone was so enchanting that it sent a slight tremor through his spirit. It appeared that this object posed no immediate danger. This orb had existed for at least a millennium, remaining untarnished and retaining its potency. It was undoubtedly more mysterious than he had previously imagined. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yi retrieved a pair of gloves from his pocket and reached out towards the crimson orb. The instant his gloved hand made contact with the gem, a mysterious phenomenon erupted. The orb suddenly radiated a blinding crimson light, compelling Zhou Yi to involuntarily shut his eyes. At that moment, the orb seemed to dissolve into the ethereal, swiftly passing through his gloves and burrowing into his arm, ultimately settling in his dantian. there floated a black Buddhist orb and a small blood-colored dagger. At this juncture, the blood-red orb hovered above these two sinister artifacts, emanating a wondrous, mysterious crimson glow. The radiance permeated both his body and the surroundings. And in that instant, Zhou Yi was astonished to discover that his own body felt remarkably translucent. He instinctively gazed inward, perceiving every corner of his being with extraordinary clarity. A deep frown creased Zhou Yi's brow. What on earth was this object? Once the orb had entered his body, he found himself at a loss for understanding. Removing his gloves, he examined his palm, finding it entirely normal, devoid of any crimson hue. It seemed that this sanguine light could only affect his inner self, leaving the exterior unscathed. Filled with bewilderment, Zhou Yi exhaled a deep breath. Forget it. I'll return and investigate this slowly. He turned and exited the cavern. Swiftly emerging from the deep pool, back on the surface, tranquility reigned. With the demise of the tree-like monstrosity, the area had become utterly lifeless. Zhou Yi departed from this place in silence, the journey marked by an eerie stillness. Free from any further attacks, the night enveloped the world in a shroud of silence. Clad in a concealment talisman, Zhou Yi proceeded cautiously through the darkness. An inexplicable chill permeated the air. Despite his protective charm, he could not evade the icy aura. The sound of rustling winds accompanied by indistinct whispers echoed around him, as if countless voices, akin to phantoms, reverberated through the night. Zhou Yi's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. He sensed that something in the vicinity was fixating on him. Chapter 68. The function of the orb, a harmonious convergence. Zhou Yi involuntarily furrowed his brow. He discreetly gripped several exorcism talismans in his hand, remaining alert to his surroundings, ready to strike at any moment. Proceeding with caution, he was now merely 20 li away from Guobei County, expected to arrive within half an hour. As he traversed the official road, the sky darkened, visibility limited to less than 10 paces. Suddenly, an eerie sound pierced the air. Whoosh, whoosh. The noise was intense, evidently heralding the approach of some terrifying entity. Zhou Yi swiftly turned, raising his hand to strike behind him. Several exorcism talismans erupted in brilliant azure light. Within this blue radiance, an intangible figure surged towards him from the air. Amidst the azure glow, the entity emitted a sizzling sound. Yet, to this figure, the damage inflicted was negligible. As it continued its ferocious charge towards Zhou Yi, a sense of lethal intent filled the air, prompting Zhou Yi to snort coldly. A wave of poisonous cold light erupted from his nose. Enveloping his entire being, an unseen force collided with him, the tremendous impact causing him to involuntarily stagger back 3 steps. Zhou Yi's physique was no ordinary one, having endured the trials of countless lifetimes. While not unbreakable, he was at least as resilient as rock, strong as an ox. Nevertheless, the force that struck him was not to be underestimated. The brilliance of the poisonous cold light surged forth, exerting immense pressure on the entity that had assaulted him. The tremendous force sent the adversary hurtling away, accompanied by a deep, chilling poison. In the air, the intangible figure emitted a piercing shriek. The shrill sound echoed through the void, followed by another wave of overwhelming force crashing against his back. Yet, the poisonous cold light continued to shine, shielding him. Zhou Yi frowned. The assailant remained hidden within the air, making it exceedingly elusive. A thought flickered in his mind, and he devised a plan. Just as the sound of rushing air echoed once more, he activated the Black Heaven Buddhist Kingdom. A realm of darkness enveloped a 3-zhang radius around him. The intangible entity rushed into the Black Heaven Buddhist Kingdom and was immediately met with overwhelming force, rendered visible to Zhou Yi's perception. His radiant flying sword unfurled in an instant, transforming into a blade of 1 foot in length, sweeping towards the intangible figure. With a swift motion, the sword cleaved through the figure, splitting it in twain. 2 gelatinous, almost transparent remnants fell to the ground, swiftly decaying, revealing a black, eerie orb. Zhou Yi approached, picking up the strange orb from the ground, a smile gracing his face. The Black Heaven Buddhist Kingdom dissipated, the cost of its use swiftly manifesting. However, the brilliance of the clear mind mantra continued to flicker within his mind. Even when a part of his consciousness glimpsed illusions and heard the resounding echoes of sacred chants, it failed to sway him. With a moment's focus, Zhou resumed his journey towards Guobei County in the blink of an eye. Half an hour passed as he treaded carefully through the darkness. Having paid the price of his earlier actions, finally returning to Guobei County. Everything within Huangyun Temple was tranquil. The Xinyu boy had retired early, and no unusual occurrences had transpired. Zhou silently inhaled, returning to his room without a sound. Sitting cross-legged, he produced two eerie orbs. One was larger, the eerie orb birthed from the tree-like monstrosity being twice the size of the one he had encountered earlier. Rapidly absorbing the power within, his intrinsic spiritual energy surged significantly. At that moment, he was astonished to observe a remarkable phenomenon. The blood-red orb in his dantian was undergoing a transformation. Its sanguine radiance pulsed gently, and tendrils of black material began to manifest throughout his body. These substances lay dormant within his intrinsic spiritual energy, floating like wisps of fluff. Under the illumination of the bloodlight, these materials seemed to be drawn towards his dantian, gradually converging around the blood-red orb, forming an exceedingly faint black membrane. Witnessing this scene, astonishment washed over his face. Was this aberrant essence? In other words, could this orb reveal the form of the aberrant essence within his body and attract it to gather around itself? No wonder the memories of the Qingxian Taoist indicated that this object could suppress aberration. The mystery lay here. Having inadvertently glimpsed the function of this artifact, a contemplative expression crossed Zhou Yi's features. With the blood-red orb and the 100 Calamities refinement art, I can essentially ensure that no aberrant essence resides within me. Thus, I can indeed pursue the ancient path of cultivation. First, I shall establish my foundation. And in the future, I will delve into my innate sinister arts. I refuse to believe that those formidable beings who pioneered this path would not apply it to themselves. They cannot merely benefit low-tier cultivators while awaiting their own demise. However, this is but a direction. I can only pursue this path if I cannot enter the immortal gates. In the current environment, following the ancient route will inevitably lead to various conflicts and traps. Countless thoughts flitted through Zhou Yi's mind as he pondered various possibilities. If the aberrant essence congregated around this blood orb, could it be annihilated collectively? A spark of contemplation ignited within him, and Zhou focused his spirit on the blood orb. He sought to propel this orb from his body. Regrettably, his will could not sway the orb. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged, "This entity is entirely beyond my control." Nevertheless, it was certain that this orb was undeniably linked to the three sinister arts mastered by the blood demon Taoist. Perhaps once I learn the blood sea technique, I will be able to influence this blood orb. With a slight furrow of his brow, he contemplated the situation gravely. Having completed his cultivation, Zhou quietly retrieved various books from his storage bag, continuing to select content worthy of his attention. He no longer dared to casually peruse the diaries of other cultivators, instead focusing on non-diary texts. Time flowed languidly, day after day, and before he knew it, 7 or 8 months had passed. Standing in the courtyard, he once again witnessed the delicate snowflakes falling from the sky. He had spent a year in Guobei County, and during this time, he meticulously reviewed everything he had learned throughout his life. Every spell and sword technique had been honed to its utmost peak. Notably, the power of sword heart connecting with the divine had reached its zenith, with a mere fraction of spiritual energy yielding double the might. It was his most formidable means of offense, second only to his trickery. All other spells had also become second nature to him over the year. He had thoroughly examined every diary and book he had acquired. Gazing at the snowflakes above, a shadow of gloom flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. This world was perilously treacherous. Chapter 69. The Perilous World. 1 year's time among the myriad books, he discovered some ancient texts on research and history, including one that documented terrifying events from countless years ago. It described a scene where a black sun suddenly appeared in the sky, heralding a cascade of city destructions, cultivator fatalities, and the emergence of sinister entities. Years passed, the black sun loomed, and the land turned desolate. The populace starved, the land lay barren, and men resorted to cannibalism. As sinister entities emerged, humanity dwindled to mere livestock. These brief lines chronicled unspeakably brutal realities. Zhou believed these accounts, for the tomes bore the weight of a long and storied history. Over the course of the year, he had gleaned a wealth of information from these texts. He had become intimately familiar with the various sects, if not entirely knowledgeable. and had identified a sect that suited him best among the three sects of three paths: Tianren sect, Diling sect, and Yudao sect, Huajin Dao, Qingshan Dao, and Hanbing Dao, Wanbao sect, Shinjin sect, and Fuxin sect. Among these, Qingshan Dao, Shinjin sect, and Fuxin sect belonged to the Daoist sects, while Yudao sect, Huajin Dao, and Hanbing Dao were affiliated with the demonic sections. Tianren sect, Diling sect, and Wanbao sect were associated with the Buddhist sections. The three great traditions of Buddhism, Daemonism, and Taoism formed the backbone of the celestial sects, under which lay numerous branch sections. Beyond them were the 8 great cultivation families of the Daji dynasty. Each of these families was based on bloodline inheritance, with tales suggesting that each possessed a unique lineage derived from a mysterious and ancient era. Each family had its own distinctive bloodline techniques, granting formidable combat power upon cultivation. The most prominent of these families was the royal Zhao family of the Daji dynasty. The 8 great cultivation families also recruited disciples externally, but most who entered were often bound by marriage, while those who could not were relegated to the roles of servants or retainers. Among all these sects, Fuxian sect was the most suitable for him. This sect specialized in various talismans, exhibiting remarkable versatility to adapt to myriad situations. In the current cultivation world, where external spiritual energy was rife with peculiarities, the usage of spiritual power was highly economical. If talismans could resolve an issue, no one would expend their spiritual energy. Fuxian sect was renowned for its endurance in prolonged battles. Moreover, with his beast skin Bagua, upon joining this sect, he could optimize all talisman systems, enabling him to wield 2 distinct talisman systems, keeping his true capabilities forever shrouded in mystery. A year had elapsed, and it was time for him to report upward. Exiting Huangyun Temple, Zhou made his way toward the magistrate's office. Throughout the year, the weather had been favorable, and only a few incidents involving sinister entities had occurred in the county, all of which Zhou had effortlessly resolved. He had reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refining, and with the absorption of a single sinister pearl, he could break through his current realm. However, he had refrained from doing so, for he needed to join a celestial sect to advance further. After surpassing this realm, he would no longer qualify for entry into a celestial sect. Soon, he encountered Magistrate Huang, whose complexion was rosy and who had grown more prosperous. Upon seeing Zhou, a smile illuminated his face. "What brings the esteemed Immortal Master to my humble abode today?" Zhou smiled in return. "I have been in Guebei County for a year, and my duties as the Temple Master are now at an end. I kindly request the magistrate to send a letter to the Daogong in Tianqing City, inquiring about when I might return to Tianqing City to report back." Upon hearing this, Magistrate Huang's expression shifted to one of understanding, tinged with a hint of regret. "Ah, so that is the matter. It seems the Immortal Master is preparing to depart. Very well, I shall draft a letter to Tianqing City shortly, and a response should arrive swiftly. Thank you, Magistrate." Zhou replied courteously. "If it were not for your steadfast presence here, I would not have navigated through these numerous crises so effortlessly. By the way, do you know why the Daogong has not sent anyone here for so long? After all, the last incident was so grave, resulting in so many casualties." Magistrate Huang's face bore a faint smile of resignation as he responded. "I have inquired into the matter myself. The issue lies with the southern border of Jiangnan Dao. Our Jiangnan Dao is situated at the outermost layer of the Daji dynasty, where a national defense wall stands. A year ago, it was reported that a large number of evil cultivators and sinister entities surged forth, prompting nearly all surplus cultivators from cities and counties to be dispatched. Each city retained at most 1 cultivator, leaving us under immense pressure. Hence, Guebei County has remained unattended. Fortunately, at least over 50% of the evil cultivators in Jiangnan Dao perished in the last conflict. Otherwise, this past year would not have been so peaceful." Upon hearing this, Zhou finally understood the cause. The two conversed a while longer before Zhou took his leave. Watching Zhou's retreating figure, Magistrate Huang's face was filled with regret. Daoist Huang is truly a good person. I wonder if the next Immortal Master will be so amiable. It truly gives one a headache. Zhou soon returned to the temple. In the main hall, his gaze fell upon the attendant, Xianyu. "Xianyu, you have been with me for a year now, and as my mission comes to an end, I must soon depart. What are your plans?" Xianyu's face revealed a trace of respect as he replied. "Xianyu is willing to heed the master's arrangements." Zhou considered for a moment before speaking. "You have served me for a year. Though you may not have earned merit, you have certainly put in hard work. I now present you with two paths. First, you may leave the temple, and I shall grant you 300 taels of silver. You may purchase a small residence in the county and live quietly. Perhaps I shall come to visit you in the future. Second, I offer you 100 taels of silver as a token of appreciation for your diligent service. And you may continue to serve here as an attendant, welcoming the next temple master. Upon hearing this, Xian Yu's heart stirred slightly, and he replied, Xian Yu wishes to choose the first option. Zhou nodded slightly. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Your choice is final. Xian Yu will not have regrets, he affirmed. Zhou smiled. As the saying goes, a clever rabbit has 3 burrows. No one knows what the future holds. As he treaded this path, countless storms may await him. He must leave himself an escape route. Perhaps one day, he might return. Zhou took out a 300 tael silver note from his pocket and handed it to Xian Yu. This is your 300 taels. You may purchase a suitable residence in the city. As he spoke, he produced a thin booklet and directly handed it to Xian Yu. This is a copy of the 5-tiger blade technique. Practice according to its teachings, and you will possess the means for self-defense within a month. If you can master it over 3 years, you will be able to traverse walls and possess immense strength. It is a fine martial arts manual. Chapter 70. A clever rabbit has 3 burrows, ascending to immortal merit in this world. Martial arts do exist, and the temple indeed holds a collection. However, no matter how formidable the martial arts, they are still flesh and blood, proving less effective against sinister entities. Yet, they are sufficient to deal with ordinary individuals, and Zhou Yi's aim was to ensure that Xian Yu could stand firm and not be easily harmed. He then produced a pouch containing a complete set of 50 talismans, 5 different types. Coupled with the 5-tiger blade technique, they would suffice to navigate any potential dangers that might arise. Xian Yu respectfully accepted these items. Tomorrow, you shall first go purchase the residence. Inform me of its location before you move out. Yes, master, Xian Yu replied, obeying Zhou Yi's command as he set out early the next day. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi silently awaited news from Tianqing City in the courtyard of Huangyun Temple. 3 days swiftly passed. Suddenly, a Taoist appeared outside Huangyun Temple. This man appeared to be in his 30s, exuding an aura of the 3rd layer of qi refining. Dressed in a gray Taoist robe that suggested he had traveled a long distance, he knocked on the door of Huangyun Temple with a series of knocks. With a creak, the door slowly opened. Zhou Yi's gaze fell upon the man standing before the temple, and a smile graced his face. I am Wang Fugui, the temple master of Huangyun Temple. May I ask who you are? The Taoist produced an envelope. I am Hong Lin, a cultivator dispatched by the Daogong of Tianqing City to take over as the temple master of Huangyun Temple. Here is the order from the Daogong. Please take a look. Zhou Yi received the letter, and upon opening it, he discovered its contents were somewhat formulaic, essentially a decree appointing him as the master of the Yellow Cloud Temple, accompanied by a distinctive seal he had never encountered before. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from believing in its authenticity. With enthusiasm, Zhou Yi addressed the Taoist Hong. Please, Elder Hong, step inside. Before long, the two entered the temple, where Zhou Yi regarded Hong Lin and said, Elder Hong, there is nothing to transfer here. From this moment onward, you are the master of the Yellow Cloud Temple. I shall take my leave now. Elder Hong nodded slightly and performed a subtle bow. Replying, Safe travels, Taoist Wang. Zhou Yi returned the gesture with a slight nod and promptly departed. His belongings had long been packed away in a storage pouch tucked within his clothing. As Zhou Yi stepped out of the Yellow Cloud Temple, he cast a nostalgic glance at Guobei County, where he had spent over 2 years since his arrival. It's time to go, he thought decisively, turning away with purpose. He soon exited the county and followed the official road towards Tianqing City. The thoroughfare was bustling with travelers, primarily merchant caravans, as the transport of goods between cities was vital to the nation's functioning. Individuals journeying alone, like Zhou Yi, were quite rare. His robust physique exuded immense strength with each movement, enabling him to traverse the road with remarkable speed. Within half a day, he had covered 50 miles and arrived at the outskirts of Tianqing City. With a blend of familiarity and strangeness, he entered the city with a smile. Before the Dao Palace, it retained its previous solemn and dignified appearance. On the right side, the wanted board displayed the likenesses of at least 10 malevolent cultivators. Zhou Yi glanced at it, noting his name still among them. He shook his head slightly and strode directly into the Dao Palace. After passing through the long corridor beyond the main gate, He arrived at a grand hall where a figure sat cross-legged inside. The individual's gaze fell upon him, questioning, "Who approaches?" Zhou offered a slight bow, retrieving a letter from his robes. Wang Fuguwei of the Yellow Cloud Temple in Guabei County. Returning to duty, the seated Taoist, upon hearing this, appeared enlightened, rising to meet him. Accepting the envelope, he nodded slightly, affirming, "Your identity checks out. Having completed the initial task assigned by the Tao Palace, you are now a genuine member of our order. You may proceed to the Merit Hall to undertake tasks in exchange for whatever you desire. Additionally, you can also acquire some tasks issued by the Tao Palace in the Merit Shop. While within the Tao Palace, ensure your token is affixed to your waist to avoid any inquiries." The man offered this advice in a calm tone. Zhou swiftly produced his token, securing it to his waist, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder." The Taoist smiled faintly. "It is merely my duty. No need for thanks. You will have the freedom to act for the next year. Each year, you must complete one recruitment task from the Tao Palace. You may now visit the Merit Hall." Zhou nodded slightly, expressing his thanks with a bow, and departed. He soon arrived at the Merit Hall within the Tao Palace, a somewhat eerie chamber. Stepping inside, he found it quite spacious, with only a young Taoist seemingly on duty. Zhou approached, inquiring, "Esteemed brother, I wish to exchange my merits for some items. Could you guide me on how to proceed?" The Taoist smiled gently, producing a book from his robes. "This is the Merit Exchange Compendium, detailing all items available for exchange with merit and Tao achievements. Please take a look." Zhou smiled back, eagerly accepting the Merit Exchange Compendium to peruse its contents. Before long, he found his target, the Ascension Order. Glancing at the requirements for exchange, he was taken aback. The Ascension Order necessitated 3 points of Tao merit and 20 points of merit. Its sole effect allowed the bearer to be recommended by any Tao Palace in a city each year. Those who obtained the Ascension Order could select any sect to participate in the Outer Disciples Examination. If successful, they could join a celestial sect. Upon entering a celestial sect, one could exchange for significant resources, secret techniques, or mystical arts unattainable within the Tao Palace. Most importantly, it provided access to the cultivation methods of one's innate mystical arts. Taking a deep breath, Zhou examined his token, which indicated 3 points of Tao merit and 10 points of merit, accumulated over the year. With the last 2 points earned during the recent battle between righteousness and evil, and the third acquired upon completing the Yellow Cloud Temple's task, he still required 10 more points of merit, which posed a challenge. He closed the compendium and returned it to the Taoist before him, speaking with a tone of gravity. "Esteemed brother, I find myself short on merit for the item I wish to exchange. Are there any tasks available for me to undertake?" The Taoist smiled slightly, gesturing towards a side hall on the right. In that hall, you will find the currently available tasks, each with corresponding rewards. You are free to choose. However, be aware that multiple individuals may undertake the same task, so if you're late, you might miss out on the opportunity. Understanding, Zhou clasped his hands in gratitude. "I see. Thank you, esteemed brother." Having grown increasingly astute over the past year, Zhou had learned much from the county magistrate. Upon entering the right side hall, he found walls adorned with various task listings. Seek heavenly materials, Earth Emperor Jade. Reward: 1 Tao merit, 10 merit points. Track the traitor by Wuhan of the Yudao sect. Reward: 3 merit points. Gather fellow Taoists in Huanglong County to eliminate the emerging malevolent entities. Reward: 1 merit point. A glance revealed over 100 tasks, each diverse in nature. Some involved seeking heavenly treasures, others exterminating evil cultivators, while some called for assistance or sought elixirs and techniques. It appeared that many of these tasks were posted by individuals, likely using their own merit to issue corresponding requests. Contemplating quietly, he observed the tasks with the highest merit points, quickly noting that they were predominantly perilous, often time-consuming, or exceedingly complex. Suddenly, one task caught his eye. Eliminate the fleeing Chi-refining stage cultivator Luo Mamping of the Huajian sect. Reward: 5 merit points. Task requirements: return with all of Luo Mamping's belongings, including his corpse. Surprised at the considerable merit offered for a mere Chi-refining stage cultivator, Zhou sensed that Luo Mamping must possess something significant related to the Huajian sect. With a brief observation, he discerned the underlying secret of the task. Beneath each task was a small wooden box containing a thin booklet detailing the task specifics. He retrieved the booklet and began to study it closely. Soon, he discovered information regarding Luo Mamping's last known whereabouts. revealing that he had remained within the Jiangnan Dao region. His most recent appearance had been just a day prior, in the city of Jiaoxing, which lay 100 miles east of Tianqing City, nestled among mountains that provided ample hiding spots. Having pinpointed Luo Manpeng's location, Zhou Yi swiftly accepted the task and exited the Dao Palace. It was already past noon, and he did not linger, heading directly towards Jiaoxing City. Nightfall arrived, and Zhou Yi had affixed a concealment talisman to his person as he traversed the darkened official road. The night air was filled with ominous winds, and occasional eerie sounds wafted through the atmosphere. However, Zhou Yi paid them no heed. As long as these malevolent entities did not seek him out, he had no intention of courting danger. Having covered half the distance, he was approximately 50 miles from Jiaoxing City when he suddenly heard a peculiar sound nearby. Frowning, he turned towards the source, where something emerged from the left side thicket. Zhou Yi halted, narrowing his eyes as a sense of impending danger washed over him. Stealthily, he gripped his flying sword, ready to unleash a ferocious strike at any moment. Countless eyes glimmered in the darkness, sprouting from a single grotesque body. A shadow lunged forward, a creature towering nearly 10 feet high, its entire form covered in eyes, emanating an eerie glow. Zhou Yi found himself involuntarily captivated by those eyes. An insidious force invaded his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. The massive humanoid beast charged towards him, its gaping maw poised to consume him. Zhou Yi's head neared the brink of entering its mouth. The life-threatening moment triggered a surge of clarity from the clear mind mantra, jolting him back to awareness. The stench of decay assaulted his nostrils, and death loomed near in an instant. The black goddess thorn erupted, enveloping his body in a network of black light. Zhou Yi became a spiked sphere, and countless sharp protrusions burst forth, penetrating the creature's head entirely. With a sudden explosive force, he propelled himself forward with the might of 10,000 pounds. Akin to a cannonball in that moment, he resembled a spiked ball, with innumerable spikes piercing every inch of the creature's body. Yet, the carnage was far from over. Zhou Yi's body spun violently, and the myriad of spikes acted like razor-sharp blades, slicing through the wounds in the blink of an eye. The creature was reduced to countless pieces of flesh. The inky liquid spread across the ground, transforming an area of 3 zhang into a desolate expanse littered with countless corpses. These fragments soon began to dissolve, leaving behind only a solitary enigmatic pearl. Zhou Yi casually picked up the peculiar pearl and stowed it away in his storage pouch. At that moment, the price of the black goddess sting quietly approached. An invisible ethereal fire ignited within his spirit, consuming his very essence. A sharp pain surged, relentlessly sweeping through every nerve. Yet, the azure radiance of the clarity mantra steadfastly anchored his mind, allowing Zhou Yi to maintain his composure despite the tremors coursing through his body. After enduring a full quarter of an hour, the toll finally subsided, prompting Zhou Yi to exhale a deep breath of murky air. Drenched in sweat, he shook his head slightly. This cost was indeed inescapable. In the future, I shall require more spells to stabilize my mind, striving to minimize the detrimental effects of such costs as much as possible. Ideally, I would like to withstand the simultaneous eruption of the costs from the 3 enigmatic arts while still retaining my capacity for combat. Otherwise, I would be like a mage, dealing a flurry of damage only to become a lamb for slaughter thereafter. Zhou Yi expelled a deep breath, his gaze shifting toward the horizon as he continued onward. Before long, midnight had passed, and at the stroke of 3, he finally arrived at Corner Star City. However, the gates of the city were closed, forbidding entry to all. Zhou Yi had no intention of causing trouble, so he quietly waited outside the city. After wandering around for a while, he noticed a shimmering glow outside the city, likely the flickering light of a fire. Intrigued, Zhou Yi soon discerned the situation. It must be the refugees and beggars who were unable to enter the city. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yi affixed a concealment talisman to himself and stealthily approached. These were prime targets. Perhaps some enigmatic beings would come forth. I must collect more enigmatic pearls. Upon entering the Immortal Gate, I shall swiftly break through. I will complete the tasks assigned within the Immortal Gate with utmost speed to obtain the methods for cultivating the Foundation Establishment realm. Zhou Yi's mind was abuzz with plans for the future as he continued toward the source of the firelight. Quickly arriving at its periphery, he spotted at least a dozen individuals gathered around the flames. Each of them tense, clutching various weapons, their faces pale and exhibiting signs of malnutrition. Just as Zoe arrived, a peculiar ringing sound pierced the air. Ding, ding, ding. Chapter 72. A modest gain, transformed into Ife. The odd sound reverberated continuously, and fear flickered in the eyes of all present. They stood up in terror, encircling the fire, some trembling uncontrollably. "Ts here. It's here. We're going to die." A woman's panicked voice rang out. Her hair was disheveled, revealing her to be a middle-aged woman. Gripping a stick in her hand, her eyes were filled with terror, bordering on madness. She flailed her arms wildly, inadvertently striking a nearby man. "Ah, you're seeking death, madwoman?" In a state of heightened anxiety, the man retaliated with a kick, sending the woman sprawling to the ground, leaving one less person to shield the firelight, which seemed to brighten further. The fallen woman emitted a terrified wail. "No, no, I don't want to die." In a frenzy, she scrambled back toward the fire, reaching her previous position, clutching her stick, her face a mask of fear. It appeared that she had succumbed to some inexplicable madness. Muttering, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die." Observing the pitiable woman, Zhou Yi silently turned away, surveying the surroundings. He realized that an invisible entity had arrived. The ringing in the air indicated that it was observing them. Poised to strike at any moment, a feast of prime blood was not something the enigmatic beings would forsake. Their insatiable greed for flesh was instinctual. Suddenly, a shadowy figure lunged from the air, targeting the most delectable prey, the woman reeking of fear. The more fear one exuded, the more likely they were to attract the attention of the enigmatic beings, as fear was the very essence they craved. A flash of blue light surged through the air, slicing through the shadow. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the dark figure exploded, and a pearl fell to the ground. Yet, in the next instant, the pearl vanished from everyone's sight. None understood what had transpired, nor did they dare to inquire. Having witnessed the demise of an enigmatic being, the joy of surviving left them with the impression that something was protecting them. A perceptive man had already knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing toward the air. "Thank you for saving my life. Thank you." Others seemed to regain their senses, one by one, bowing in gratitude. Zhou Yi remained hidden, merely intending to utilize these baited souls to harvest enigmatic pearls. As dawn broke, the group encircling the fire lay sprawled on the ground. Perhaps Zhou Yi's presence the previous night had granted them a fleeting sense of security. After a period of safety, they succumbed to slumber. Zhou Yi kept watch throughout the night, ultimately collecting only 2 enigmatic pearls. As the first light of day illuminated the sky, Zhou Yi turned and made his way toward Corner Star City. Soon, he arrived at the Tao Palace to report. Anyone from the Tao Palace arriving in other cities must report to the local Tao Palace. After completing all necessary formalities, he proceeded to the city's yamen. Before long, he met with the governor of Corner Star City, a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority. This individual radiated the aura of qi refining, clearly a cultivator. According to Zhou Yi's knowledge, such individuals would inevitably hail from one of the 8 great immortal cultivation families, for only they could hold positions of power. The governor's gaze fell upon Zhou Yi, a faint smile gracing his face. "What brings you here, Taoist?" "Greetings, Governor. I have come to apprehend a traitor from the Flower Path. His name is Luo Mampong, last seen in the vicinity of Corner Star City. I primarily seek to inquire if any recent events have transpired in the city." The governor, known as Zhang Dehua, flickered with interest upon hearing Zhou Yi's words. "I have heard of Luo Mampong. He is a well-known disciple of the Flower Path, quite prominent among the outer disciples. Originally a favored candidate for inner disciples, he unfortunately betrayed us at the borders for reasons unknown. It seems he has colluded with evil cultivators and has fallen into darkness. Indeed, there have been some troubling incidents in the city recently. 3 young women from different households were abducted while out for a walk. Their fates unknown. It is highly probable that this is the doing of Luo Mampong. The Flower Path excels in the arts of harvesting and yin-yang cultivation. They thrive on the union of yin and yang. With separate sects for males and females, through the path of yin and yang, they seek the path of cultivation. Luo Mampong, having lost his partner after his betrayal, has likely turned to illicit harvesting." Zhou Yi comprehended the implications immediately. "Thank you for the information, sir. Taoist, you must exercise caution in capturing this person. He possesses a powerful peach blossom fan, which can be quite formidable, capable of ensnaring one's mind with a mere flutter. A moment's lapse could lead to losing one's consciousness. Zhou's expression grew serious. Thank you for the warning, sir. You are not the first to seek him. 2 others have come before you. Yet no news has emerged as of now. If you wish to be the first to apprehend him, it would be wise to act swiftly. Zhou offered a slight bow. Thank you. After leaving the yamen, Zhang Dehua observed Zhou's departing figure, deep in thought. There was something about this individual that seemed extraordinary. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Zhang Dehua's eyes as he continued to watch Zhou's back, sensing a faint crimson glow in the distance. This was a technique he had once learned for discerning individuals. Mastering it allowed one to perceive subtle anomalies within the essence of others. Some revealed various divine beasts, others manifested fearsome creatures, while some even displayed insects or vermin. The stronger the anomaly, the greater the potential within the individual's essence. It seems another figure of note is emerging from Jiangnan Dao. Zhou, oblivious to Zhang Dehua's insights, already harbored his own schemes. Since you have desires, finding you shall not be overly difficult. A glint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes as Zhou swiftly commenced his actions. A finely crafted carriage ambled along the official road, making its way toward the nearby Panlong Mountain. Panlong Mountain was a sprawling range stretching over 100 miles, adorned with breathtaking scenery, and a favored spot for many young lords and ladies to revel in nature. However, due to 3 recent abduction incidents, these young nobles dared not venture forth. Within Panlong Mountain stood a secluded temple, one of the few inhabited places outside the city. Numerous monks resided there, and many visitors frequently came to pay their respects. The temple was named Panlong Temple, and today it welcomed a new visitor. A stunning woman descended from the carriage. She possessed a pair of elegant, soaring eyebrows, an air of valiance about her, standing at approximately 6 feet tall. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and she donned a pure white attire, resembling a celestial being. Her visage bore a striking resemblance to Yifei from Zhou's past life. Chapter 73. Stepping into the trap, peril approaches. A solitary woman entered the temple, leaving the carriage driver outside. As she made her way, the monks along the path could not help but steal glances at her, their faces betraying expressions of astonishment. Clearly, they had never beheld such an enchanting beauty. Though her time in the temple was brief, she had already captivated the attention of numerous monks within, who approached her by various means to catch a glimpse. A young monk, upon seeing her exquisite visage, was utterly taken aback. He quickly departed from the temple, vanishing into the surrounding woods. Not far from Panlong Temple, on a small hill, this young monk hastily arrived. His voice, deep and resonant, broke the silence. "Master, are you there?" A shadow appeared silently beside him, inquiring coldly, "What is it?" The monk was startled at the sudden voice. Turning to face the shadow, he found a handsome man whose face bore a hint of wickedness. The monk hastily bowed his head and said, "Master, a woman of unparalleled beauty has arrived at the temple. I have never seen such a stunning woman. She is a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall. And even the moon and flowers would pale in comparison." As he spoke, the monk's expression fell into a contemplative trance, seemingly reminiscing about her beauty. The young man with a wicked demeanor observed the monk's rapt gaze and realized that an extraordinary individual had indeed arrived. His voice resonated once more, "You may return now." The monk, snapping back to reality, nodded eagerly and swiftly departed. The man watched his retreating figure, deep in thought, a hint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. "This time, I cannot turn back. I must find a way to break through to the great perfection of chi refinement as soon as possible. Perhaps a visit to that place will yield some rewards? The ancient cultivator's cave. I hope it serves as a fine cauldron. Once I achieve foundation establishment, I shall return to seek vengeance." The wicked man vanished in a flash, stealthily descending the mountain. The woman, akin to a celestial being, had completed her offerings and quietly returned to the carriage. The driver deftly cracked his whip, slowly guiding the horses down the mountain. Inside the carriage, the beautiful woman's eyes gleamed with a trace of coldness. This woman was none other than Zhou, transformed by the shape-shifting pearl, capable of beguiling any cultivator below the foundation establishment level. She intended to use her unparalleled beauty to draw out her target. Embodying the character of the Dragon Maiden from her past life in the Great Eagle Heroes, the stunning beauty renowned across worlds. Beauty transcends all realms, capable of inciting obsession and madness. Halfway along the mountain path, a sinister figure materialized silently on the road the carriage traversed. Cloaked in an unusual aura, he blended seamlessly with the surrounding scenery. With a flicker, he arrived behind the carriage, preparing to infiltrate it. However, just as he lunged towards the carriage, a brilliant blue light erupted before him. Already cautious, he raised a black shield in defense. A tremendous crash echoed as Luo Mampong was sent reeling backward. A shadow of gloom passed over his face. It was indeed not as simple as he had anticipated. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, leaving no room for delay. Yet, the flying sword behind him surged forward, and a small flag rose above him, releasing a plume of pink mist. The sword light dimmed considerably upon entering the mist. Zhou was taken aback, swiftly retracting the flying sword. He realized what his opponent had unleashed, an arcane artifact from the flower sect, the 100-Flower Banner. This artifact could unleash a peculiar miasma, tainting all artifacts it touched, rendering them nearly invulnerable to contamination. Zhou leaped, activating his movement technique. Enveloped in a unique pale yellow glow, he closely pursued Luo Mampong. Vanishing into the mountain forest with a series of flickers, the carriage driver, bewildered, stared at the empty carriage, shivering before quickly driving away. A tricolored flame surged forward, and a black shield materialized behind Luo Mampong, enveloping him in a shroud of darkness that thwarted the searing flames. The two soon arrived at an open mountain peak. Luo Mampong abruptly halted, turning to face Zhou, who was in pursuit. "Brother Dao, why must you be so aggressive? I have no intention of fighting you to the death. You can go your way, and I shall traverse mine," Luo Mampong said, his gaze dark as he regarded Zhou. Zhou replied, "I have accepted a mission from the Dao Palace to claim your bounty. If you are sensible, you will surrender, and I may spare your life. I care not for your grievances with the flower sect, but I will claim my merits." Hearing this, Luo Mampong erupted in laughter, a sinister smile gracing his features. "Ha ha ha. You think you can intimidate me with a few words? Do you truly believe I fear you?" As his words fell, a pink fan suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a fierce flick, a wondrous pink light surged towards Zhou. Anticipating this, Zhou was not one to be caught off guard. With a cold snort, he unleashed the 100 Poisons cold light, forming a barrier before him. However, to his astonishment, the pink radiance seemed to disregard the cold light, piercing through it directly. Zhou swiftly evaded the beam. Leaping back 3 zhong, the pink glow instilled a sense of vigilance within him. The peach blossom fan from the flower sect. This nefarious artifact can strike at one's very soul. Should one be hit, they risk losing their senses and becoming mere playthings. In a flash, the blue flying sword surged, expanding 3 feet as it drew upon a wealth of spiritual energy, unleashing a piercing sound as it descended upon Luo Mampong. This strike held tremendous power, prompting Luo Mampong to refrain from underestimating it. The pink mist emanating from the flag above thickened, morphing into a colossal hand reaching for the flying sword. The sword deftly evaded the grasp, slashing at Luo Mampong from the side, but the pink hand pursued with equal agility, leaving Zhou in a bind. Furrowing his brow, Zhou noticed the peach blossom fan aimed directly at him. Any approach would invite an attack, and even the 100 Poisons cold light could not provide adequate defense. He felt a frown forming on his face. His expression turned indifferent as the 100 Poisons cold light transformed into a white ribbon. Sweeping toward his opponent with utmost speed point, one of the pink hands split off to strike at the cold light, but upon collision, a sizzling sound erupted, and flakes resembling snow began to fall from the pink mist. This was the power of the 100 Poisons cold light, freezing the pink mist into icy shards. Faced with this onslaught, Luo Mampong's expression shifted. His opponent possessed far too many techniques. Frowning, he turned to flee. But Zhou's movement technique shimmered as he closely followed. Just as Zhou closed in, Luo Mampong abruptly spun around, launching a mass of black substance toward him, an aura of peril surging forth. Chapter 74. Thunderfire and Lightning. Turning the tables, the imminent danger sent Zhou's heart racing. At that moment, evasion seemed nearly impossible. His adversary's attack was simply too swift, perfectly timed to intercept him as he pursued. In the face of this perilous situation, Zhou sighed inwardly as the black sky Buddhist kingdom manifested in an instant, enveloping a radius of 3 zhong. Not only the black object but even Luo Mampong was drawn into its depths. With a deafening roar, a tremendous explosion erupted, and a terrifying blaze of thunderfire engulfed the entire Black Sky Buddhist kingdom. Luo Momping's expression was one of shock, illusions. Such techniques are not easily mastered. They typically require a master-disciple lineage. Despite my cultivation, I have yet to inherit such skills. As he watched the thunderfire consume Zhou Yi, a sense of exhilaration flickered in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Even if you wield illusionary arts, you are doomed. The thunderfire pearl can rival a full-force strike from the peak of chi refinement. You cannot withstand it. Yet, in the next moment, Luo Momping's expression shifted dramatically. His gaze swept around. The Black Sky Buddhist kingdom had not shattered. He remained enveloped in a shroud of enigmatic black light. How is this possible? A look of disbelief crossed his face as he turned his eyes toward Zhou Yi. As the thunderfire gradually dissipated, a figure emerged before him. Zhou Yi had transformed into a dark Buddhist figure, sprouting 6 arms, his entire form shrouded in darkness. With a single step, he crossed the distance to Luo Mampong. In a state of horror, Luo Mampong watched as the flag overhead released a torrent of pink mist that enveloped the dark Buddha. Yet, all attacks against the dark figure proved utterly ineffective. The peach blossom fan in Luo Momping's grasp exploded with a radiant pink light, directly impacting Zhou Yi. The clear mind mantra radiated brilliance, rendering the pink power incapable of penetrating his essence. In the next instant, Zhou Yi's 6 arms grasped Luo Mampong entirely, exerting immense force that elicited the cracking sound of bones. The excruciating pain prompted a cry to escape Luo Momping's lips. At that moment, the 100 poisons' cold light rushed forth, piercing into Luo Momping's mouth. A flicker of fear crossed Luo Momping's face. No. But in the next instant, an aura of frost enveloped him, his complexion turning ashen as life ebbed from his being. Simultaneously, the 100 poisons' cold light surged forth from his mouth, returning to Zhou Yi's body in an instant. A wraith-like figure was abruptly extracted from Luo Momping's body, vanishing in a flash within the realm of the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom. Simultaneously, the power of the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom began to dissipate, and the price for such an occurrence soon followed. Zhou Yi silently closed his eyes, the brilliance of the divine clarity mantra flickering within his consciousness. Illuminating the vast expanse of clarity, mysterious celestial sounds resonated in his ears, and in his dazed state, he beheld a grand temple. The illusion surged once more, yet Zhou Yi remained composed. As a quarter of an hour slowly elapsed, he opened his eyes again. His gaze fell upon the frozen form of Luo Mampong, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the 5 points of merit were secured. Let us delve into the contents of his memories. Shall we? Zhou Yi silently connected with the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom, observing the soul memories of Luo Mampong. He held little interest in the man's past. His primary focus was on the reasons behind his betrayal. He sensed that there were underlying issues at play. A colossal city wall loomed, teeming with numerous cultivators stationed atop. Each of these cultivators was bound to adhere to a specific duty, while a multitude of soldiers surrounded them. These soldiers donned specially crafted armor, adorned with traces of talismans, each one robust as an ox, their vitality surging as they practiced martial arts. They patrolled the wall, vigilant and observant of the perils lurking beyond. Luo Mampong gazed out into the darkness, where an endless expanse of forest lay shrouded in shadows. It was the dead of night, a time when malevolent entities roamed freely atop the city wall. As he cast spells to observe the outside world, Luo Momping's pupils suddenly constricted. He detected an unusual glimmer in the woods beyond, a faint red light, accompanied by a fleeting shadow. A familiar sensation washed over him. Was that Yin Saiji? What was he doing out there at this hour? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, and in an instant, he leaped down, applying a concealment talisman and employing a wondrous evasion technique to stealthily pursue. A peculiar radiance shimmered in his eyes as he activated his searching technique, tracing the flowers. This spell allowed him to discern the truth in subtleties, penetrating through all illusions in the forest. He quickly detected a strange fluctuation in the air, remnants of spiritual energy and presence. Silently tracking the source, he soon arrived at a clearing, where 2 figures caught his attention. One was Yin Saiji, clad in a pink robe, a peak cultivator in the late stage of chi refinement, whom he harbored immense jealousy towards. The other figure, cloaked in black, exuded an aura of malevolence, with a protrusion at their back, a dark practitioner. Yin Saiji was embroiled in treachery, conspiring with the dark practitioner. Luo Momping's heart swelled with elation. This was monumental news. If reported, a grand reward awaited him. He produced a recording bead, straining to listen, but the distance rendered only fragments of sound. Sacrificed, true self, next year. Breach. Luo Momping's heart raced with exhilaration. He was certain Yin Saiji had betrayed them. The recording bead had captured all that had transpired. Suddenly, a look of horror crossed Luo Momping's face as he inadvertently stepped upon a brittle twig. Without hesitation, he retreated, a wave of sword light sweeping towards him. The pink sword light engulfed his previous position, reducing the area to ruins. Luo Momping turned to flee, a cold voice echoing behind him. "You must kill him." Astonishingly, it was Yin Saiji's voice. Fear gripped Luo Momping as he hastened toward the city wall, the dark practitioner in relentless pursuit. At that moment, Yin Saiji brandished a talisman, a hint of regret on his face. Before shattering in the next instant, he vanished in a burst of light. Luo Momping narrowly evaded several deadly strikes during his flight, but upon reaching the city wall, a booming command rang out. "Quickly, capture Luo Momping. He is colluding with the dark practitioner." As he dashed onto the wall, Luo Momping was struck with disbelief. The voice belonged to Yin Saiji, who had somehow returned before him. Rage coursed through Luo Momping. "Yin Saiji? You are the true traitor. It was you who conspired with the dark practitioner." Yet, at that moment, Yin Saiji and the surrounding cultivators launched their assault on Luo Momping. Yin Saiji sneered, "I was with Brother Huang the entire time." "Brother Huang can vouch for me," a nearby man quickly interjected. "Indeed, Brother Yin was with me throughout the night. We discovered him while he was contacting the dark practitioner, a scheme to cast blame. Quickly apprehend him." Chapter 75. Concealed Perils. Diverting the calamity. Luo Momping's countenance paled at these words. However, there was no time for contemplation. He turned and charged into the city. He needed to escape into the interior and report to his master. He sensed a grand conspiracy at play. The betrayal extended beyond a single individual. At this moment, a barrage of magical artifacts and spells surged towards him from all directions, over a dozen in total. Luo Momping summoned a golden shield, a radiant barrier that withstood the onslaught. Yet, the next instant, the shield exploded mid-air. The tremendous force propelled him forward at double speed, akin to a streak of light breaking through the encirclement. Behind him, Yin Saiji's voice rang out, "Pursue him. We must uncover the dark practitioner's scheme." Feeling the intent to kill emanating from the pursuing cultivators, Luo Momping gritted his teeth, acutely aware of their murderous intent. They had no intention of allowing him to survive. With a mix of unwillingness and fury, Luo Momping vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, Zhou had finished reviewing Luo Momping's memories, his expression turning grave. The situation was dire. This individual posed a significant problem. It involved the betrayal of cultivators at the border stronghold, and overhearing those few words was far from auspicious. Blood sacrifices, siege, next year. Most likely, it was aimed at the border. This man had also left behind a recording bead. No wonder the mission required bringing back a corpse. In an instant, Zhou comprehended the depth of the treachery involved. A slight misstep could ensnare him, potentially leading to his demise without a trace. Exhaling a deep breath, he resolved that this mission must be abandoned. With this thought in mind, he produced a straw effigy, unleashing a torrent of deadly cold light. The chilling radiance enveloped Luo Momping, swiftly dissipating the frost upon him. Zhou plucked a strand of his hair and inserted it into the effigy, then retrieved a talisman and initiated the Three Souls Corpse technique. A wondrous force enveloped Luo Momping's corpse, rapidly restoring it to its former state. Zhou silently communicated with this body. Luo Momping opened his pocket, revealing 2 eerie beads that fell into Zhou hands, along with a treasure map. This map, an unknown metallic fragment, pointed to a location beyond the border. Part of the reason Luo Momping had ventured to the border was to seek this treasure map. However, it now benefited Zhou. Having completed all necessary actions, Zhou commanded Luo Momping's corpse to wander through the forest, as if in search of something. He affixed a concealment talisman upon himself, quietly blending into the surroundings. Simultaneously, his focus shifted to a technique that Luo Momping possessed, a book of spells, tracing the flowers. This unique ocular technique was gradually unfolding before him. once he comprehended the entirety of the text. The beast-skin Bagua in his mind began to operate swiftly. The spell's characters materialized upon the Bagua, then suddenly contracted. A fresh scene unveiled itself before his eyes. A figure stood amidst a shroud of mist. Clad in a pink robe, adorned with makeup, presenting an androgynous allure. Their eyes shimmered with a pink glow, seemingly penetrating the endless fog to reach its depths. Gliding through the mist as if strolling leisurely. They vanished within. The image began to constrict, ultimately condensing into a point, from which a surge of spell text erupted. Dreamlike divine eye spell category. Ocular technique, secret art, cultivation method. Communicate with spiritual energy through the eye's apertures. Construct a spiritual energy cycle, gather the essence of emotions, and merge them into the cycle, solidifying the foundation of the ocular technique. Spell effect. Capable of seeing through all illusions that confuse the heart. The effectiveness of the insight is proportional to the consumption of spiritual energy. At the peak. One can pierce through the illusory to perceive reality. Upon witnessing the effects of this spell, a flicker of joy illuminated Zhou Yi's eyes. Thus far, his weakest aspect had been visual techniques. This spell now filled that gap. Exhaling a breath of relief, joy suffused his expression. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. Zhou Yi maneuvered Luo Momping's form through the mountains. Cloaked in a standard concealment talisman, with a modicum of vigilance, one could still detect him. Yet, until dawn broke, he encountered no Dao Palace cultivators searching for the man. This individual harbored secrets. Whoever ended his life would inevitably attract attention. And a single misstep could lead to death. This merit, it seemed, was a pursuit of glory fraught with peril. At this moment, he found himself in a predicament. Having already committed murder, even if he refrained from submitting his mission. It was inevitable that someone would trace the crime back to him. He was registered at the Dao Palace of Jiaoxing City, where anyone could verify his presence here for the execution of this task. Should Luo Mamping vanish without a trace, it was highly likely that suspicion would fall upon him, in the unpredictable realm of cultivation. Zhou Yi would never entertain any illusions of luck. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. And suddenly, a figure emerged in the vicinity. He had taken note of Luo Mamping, who was currently roasting fish by a deep pool. This individual had been drawn by the smoke and flames. Concealed in the shadows, he observed intently for a moment before silently summoning his flying sword, launching a sudden assault on Luo Mamping. Taken by surprise, Luo Mamping immediately began to fight back fiercely. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with magical artifacts and spells flying in all directions, creating quite a spectacle. Ultimately, Luo Mamping faltered at a crucial moment, exhausting his spiritual power and falling victim to a sword that pierced his heart. With wide eyes filled with disbelief, he collapsed to the ground. The assailant laughed heartily as he stepped forward, beginning to collect his spoils. Zhou Yi gazed at his handiwork from a distance, satisfied, before departing the scene. He did not return to Jiaoxing City but swiftly made his way to Tianxing City. His sole reward from this endeavor was the treasure map, the dreamy divine eye, and the knowledge of a conspiracy. Enru Long returned to the Dao Palace of Jiaoxing City with a smile, cheerfully presenting Luo Mamping's corpse and exchanging it for the merits he required. The palace lord of the Dao Palace stored the body in a spatial bag and then summoned a Dao Palace cultivator to deliver this bag to the palace lord of Baixing City. Yu Honglu. He was a practitioner of the Hua Jian Dao. Inside was the corpse of their family's traitor. The cultivator nodded slightly and quickly departed with the spatial bag. Upon receiving the bag, Yu Honglu examined the corpse within, looking at the cultivator before him. Please convey my gratitude to Dao Yuan. I, Hua Jian Dao, shall accept his intentions. Yes, Senior Yu. After sending the cultivator away, Yu Honglu quietly ventured deeper into the Dao Palace. Pouring out the corpse and, after a thorough search, discovered a soul-reflecting pearl. Simultaneously, a black long pendant appeared in his hand, which he inserted directly into the front of Luo Mamping's corpse. Chapter 76. Sensing the problem. Dao Ming's killing intent. Yu Honglu circled the corpse, manipulating the incantations with his hands, reciting the spell. Soul, O soul, drift away. Soul, return. The incantation permeated the surroundings, causing the black pendant to flutter slightly, a mysterious wave gradually spreading. In the murky depths, the world around seemed to dim slightly, as if something was being summoned. After reciting the incantation for a quarter of an hour, Yu Honglu paused slightly, confusion etched across his face. What was happening? Why had the soul not returned? His expression grew grave. Something was amiss. Lowering his gaze to the corpse beneath him, he crouched down and swiftly began to inspect it. Spiritual energy enveloped his hands as he delved into the body's interior. Time flowed slowly, and suddenly, his brow furrowed. Something was wrong. This person should have died from a sword wound to the heart, yet there were signs of severe poison corroding his internal organs. This death was suspicious. In an instant, a weight of seriousness filled Yu Honglu's heart. The matter of the ritual must not be leaked. With this thought, a glint of deep killing intent flashed in his eyes. It seemed he would have to personally investigate to uncover the truth. With a heavy heart, Yu Honglu glanced at the corpse of Luo mamping on the ground, raised his hand, and unleashed a sphere of pink light. The light descended upon Luo Mamping's body, instantly emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. In a mere moment, it transformed into a puddle of Piu in Tianxing City. A figure let out a long howl. Flickering within a dark room, his aura spread like waves, pulsating with thick spiritual energy. He had finally broken through. A radiant smile adorned his face. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Dao Ming. The disciple of Qing Xian Dao Rin. Dao Ming, filled with vigor, directly pushed open the door to the cultivation chamber. Half an hour later, his expression darkened. He could hardly believe that this person had returned. How dare he? Dao Ming's icy gaze fixated on the merit hall, where a familiar yet strange figure captured his attention. Zhou Yi, who had just returned from his arduous journey. At that moment, Zhou Yi was perusing new tasks within the Dao Palace. With Luo Mamping's task unfulfilled, he had to seek out other suitable missions. Meanwhile, Dao Ming silently vanished from the Dao Palace. Zhou Yi quietly examined the various tasks, one of which piqued his interest. It was a long-term mission specifically aimed at hunting strange beings. The hunting ground was located at Mo Yun Mountain. A mysterious peak, perpetually shrouded in gray mist. It was said that peculiar beings often descended from this mountain into the Jiangnan Dao realm, prompting the issuance of a hunting task. Slaying one of these entities could earn a merit point. After much contemplation, Zhou Yi decided to accept this task. Compared to the multitude of other missions, this one could be completed with the utmost speed. Yet, it also harbored risks, as one could easily encounter multiple strange entities and unknown dangers, potentially leading to perilous situations. Having selected the task, Zhou Yi swiftly departed. Just as he was exiting Tianxing City, three figures stealthily appeared at the city gate. The leader was none other than Dao Ming. In a low voice, he said, "Gentlemen, this man is the one who survived the battle between justice and evil. The death of my master is undoubtedly related to him. If you assist me in eliminating him, I promise you will not lack for anything I have promised. I shall certainly recommend you to a sect." The two accompanying men were brothers, both of robust build, exuding the aura of fourth-layer Qi refinement cultivators, their presence thick with murderous intent. They were known as the Tiger Leopard Brothers. One was named Li Hu, and the other Li Bao. They possessed a formidable combined attack technique, capable of contending against cultivators 2 realms their junior. They were well-known figures within the Dao Palace. Both had long aspired to join a cultivation sect, but had yet to accumulate sufficient merits and Dao achievements. Thus, they had entertained the thought of taking the path of sect disciples. Dao Ming had long been aware of these two, having previously rejected their pleas for assistance. Now, desiring to eliminate Zhou Yi, he found these two to be his ideal allies. Although he could not recommend them into the 9 great sects, joining a lesser sect under them was certainly feasible. Ally who spoke up. "Rest assured, Dao Ming, together, we shall not lose to any 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Good, follow me." Dao Ming's face was grim as he led the two brothers swiftly onward. Mo Yun Mountain lay 300 miles from Tianxing City, requiring at least 2 days of travel on foot. To conserve spiritual energy, no one would overexert themselves during the journey. Zhou Yi remained oblivious to the presence of those tracking him, as they were merely following at a distance. On the official road, few travelers were present. In ancient times, aside from merchants, very few would traverse between cities. The less movement of the populace, the more stable the dynasty appeared. Night fell swiftly, and Zhou Yi arrived at a small county town. Seeking refuge in an inn to prepare for his hunting endeavor, the first step was to cultivate the desired divine eye. Sitting on the bed, he quietly summoned his external spiritual energy to construct a unique cycle within his eyes. Soon, the meridians and acupoints around his eyes formed a distinctive spiritual energy loop, emitting a faint, hazy glow. The radiance quickly dimmed, and Joey opened the window, vanishing onto the rooftop. Night. The streets of the town were alive with hustle and bustle. The brothels teemed with wealthy men, at least 1/5 of the town's male population. This was a den of indulgence, a rare form of entertainment for these men in ancient times. Joey silently arrived here, at that moment activating a concealment talisman as he stepped into the brothel, unseen by anyone. The hazy glow in his eyes radiated a peculiar power as the atmosphere of desire and passion enveloped him like an ocean. Flowing into his gaze, this influx of information rapidly entered his eyes, spiraling into a marvelous cycle of spiritual energy, and a mysterious brilliance began to brew within his gaze. After a brief moment, he had absorbed all the emotions and desires, and the entire atmosphere of the brothel seemed to transform into something refreshing. After completing his task, Joey quietly left, silently awaiting the culmination of his spell on the street. Outside the inn where Joey was staying, Dao Ming and the two brothers silently tracked him down. Li Hu spoke. Dao Ming, shall we act tonight? Dao Ming pondered for a moment before shaking his head. No, we will strike after he leaves the city tomorrow. We will disguise ourselves as evil cultivators. After all, there are cultivators stationed within the county. If we draw attention, the crime of killing Dao Palace cultivators is no small matter. Even if he is merely a guest elder, it would not be permissible. Chapter 77. Ruthless Ambush. An entire line annihilated. Li Hu and Li Bao nodded slightly, the three of them quietly perched on the rooftop. Intently watching Zhou Yi's room. At that moment, they remained unaware that Zhou Yi had already vacated the premises. On the dimly lit street, Zhou Yi's eyes suddenly burst forth, emitting two dreamlike spheres of light. The light rapidly contracted, vanishing deep within his pupils, as his eyes gently closed. After a considerable time, Zhou Yi reopened his eyes, surveying his surroundings. At this moment, the entirety of the night became exquisitely visible. The outlines within the darkness as clear as broad daylight, in a shadowed corner, could obstruct his gaze. He even perceived the twinkling essence in the air, various specks of dust and grime. This novel sensation brought him a slight joy. Truly, this ocular technique is formidable. Exhaling a deep breath of murky air, Zhou Yi turned to head towards the inn where he resided. Just as he stepped outside, a frown suddenly creased his brow. His eyes caught sight of three figures atop the opposite building, concealed within an ethereal glow. He immediately recognized them as practitioners of concealment spells. Who could they be? A flicker of alarm coursed through him. He could hardly believe that three cultivators had coincidentally appeared directly across from his eye, and it seemed they were waiting for something. In an instant, the dreamlike divine eye reached its zenith, a hazy radiance flickering in his eyes. Swiftly pierced through the obscuring veil, he discerned Dao Ming's figure, and understanding dawned upon him. So it is him. It appears this fellow has implicated me in the demise of Qing Xian Dao Ran. The three at the fourth level of Qi refinement might be somewhat formidable, yet with foresight, eliminating them should not pose a significant challenge. The critical matter lies in how to conclude the affair post-elimination. Dao Ming is a disciple of the Celestial Man sect, holding a formal position in the Dao Palace, with a soul token residing within. The other two are guest disciples, according to Qing Xian Dao Ren's recollections. The brothers Li Hu and Li Bao excel in combined attack techniques and are proficient in body refinement, capable of battling those at the sixth level of Qi refinement. Dealing with these two could be slightly troublesome. After dispatching them, I can utilize the Three Souls Corpse technique to control them and lead them to the Xianhun Valley, located 20 miles away. That place possesses unique characteristics, making it an ideal burial ground for the three of them. I am no longer the self of a year prior. I possess comprehensive knowledge of the entire Deji. With resolve blossoming in his heart, Zhou Yi quietly returned to his inn. His hiding talisman was not something these three could see through. That night, Zhou Yi remained vigilant, constantly monitoring the trio outside. It was not until dawn the following day that he settled his bill and departed. The moment he moved, the three promptly followed, yet they could not escape the grasp of his dreamlike divine eye. Zhou Yi did not rush. He occasionally caught glimpses of the three from the corner of his eye, maintaining awareness of their movements. He advanced in the direction of Xianhun Valley, a region notorious in Jiangnan Dao for its peril, where many who entered never returned. Even cultivators were not exempt. Xianhun Valley lay approximately 20 miles from here, and the path would lead him through a dense bamboo grove. This grove was precisely the site Zhou had chosen for the burial of the three. He swiftly entered the bamboo forest, with Dao Ming's trio hastily in pursuit. However, upon entering the woods, they lost sight of Zhou. He's vanished. Li Hu's voice was grave. Beside him, Dao Ming's eyes narrowed. Something is amiss. He must have noticed us. The three immediately positioned themselves back to back, warily scanning their surroundings. Yet in the next instant, a surge of black light erupted before them, enveloping them entirely. Zhou Yi transformed into a figure of darkness, confronted Li Hu and Li Bao. His hands radiated terrifying power, crashing down towards the two. Faced with this sudden assault, the two revealed sinister smiles. If it were a spell, they might have feared Zhou somewhat. However, he clearly intended to test their strength. Golden light emanated from their bodies, rendering them akin to golden statues. A tremendous force erupted in an instant, their fists striking out to counter Zhou Yi's assault. But in the next moment, they stood dumbfounded. Four arms suddenly sprouted behind Zhou Yi's fists. In an instant, these four arms seized Li Bao and Li Hu's hands. Fists the size of cauldrons slammed into their chests. Crack! A jolt of agony shot through their torsos, their faces paling. Even their body refinement techniques could not withstand Zhou Yi's blows. Little did they know, Zhou Yi had absorbed an unimaginable amount of life essence. His strength reaching thousands now, with all his might unleashed and spiritual power infused. His force surged above 10,000 pounds. The overwhelming strength instantly brought both men crashing to the ground, accompanied by a cold snort. A radiant, dreamlike white light surged towards the two, piercing into their nostrils. That moment, a brilliant sword light suddenly struck at Zhou Yi's neck. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. Zhou Yi turned to gaze at the horrified Dao Ming, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Your turn. Dao Ming seemed paralyzed by an overwhelming dread, appearing utterly dazed. Yet in the next moment, Zhou Yi lunged at him. Don't come any closer. He screamed in a piercing shriek, a wave of black light enveloping him, from which numerous black spikes erupted. However, Zhou Yi completely disregarded these spikes, which could not pierce his form. His body, resembling that of a black Buddha, was immortal in this realm. Simultaneously, his black divine spike detonated, and the two kinds of uncanny techniques clashed violently. In Dao Ming's incredulous gaze, his trick was utterly pierced. Thud, thud, thud. Zhou Yi collided with him in an instant, excruciating pain radiating throughout his body. Yet Dao Ming's eyes dimmed, growing lifeless. He had been pierced through entirely, blood pooling around him. Meanwhile, Li Hu and Li Bao behind him had turned ashen. Lifeless. 3 cultivators at the 4th level of Qi refinement had perished at Zhou Yi's hands in a mere exchange. 3 ethereal phantoms were drawn from their bodies into the Black Buddha realm. The uncanny techniques quietly faded from within, and Zhou Yi exhaled a breath of murky an intangible dark fire ignited within his spirit, inciting a frenzy of scorching, faint, ethereal Buddhist chants echoed in his ears, and countless illusions materialized within his mind. Zhou Yi held his breath, focusing intently as the clear mind mantra emanated boundless brilliance, continuously suppressing the toll within his psyche. Moments passed, and after a quarter of an hour, the price was finally settled. Zhou Yi exhaled once more, swiftly commencing the 3 souls corpse technique. The 3 corpses beneath his command instantly revived. They moved towards the distance, quickly arriving at a mysterious gorge. Xianhun Valley, as recalled by Qing Xiandaorian, was also an exceptionally perilous locale, where no one dared to venture without foundational cultivation. The 3 corpses rapidly entered, disappearing into the distance, while Zhou Yi quietly observed through their eyes in the Dao Palace of Tianqing City, the new master. Xiandaorian frowned deeply upon receiving the news. How could the entire lineage of the Celestial Man sect, both Buddhist and Taoist, have perished? The Celestial Man sect was divided into 2 branches, the Heavenly Buddha lineage and the Dao Buddhist lineage. Qing Xiandaoren and Dao Ming belonged to the Dao Buddhist branch. Xiandaoren was not of the Celestial Man sect. He hailed from the Ice Path. The sects were not a monolithic entity. There were conflicts and rivalries among them. After a moment of contemplation, he issued a task, sending someone to investigate the cause of Dao Ming's demise. Meanwhile, within Xianhun Valley, a shroud of darkness enveloped the area, a layer of gray mist pervading the gorge. The 3, controlled by the 3 souls corpse technique, ventured deeper into the valley. Yet soon, they encountered an unforeseen situation. Li Bao and Li Hu suddenly vanished, and Joey lost all sense of them. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. What is happening? How could they simply disappear? At that moment, through Dao Ming's perspective, he could not locate the two. In the next instant, Dao Ming also vanished. Everything unfolded in an eerie manner. Throughout, he had not discerned what had transpired. A chill crept into Zhou Yi's heart. The dangers of Xianhun Valley exceeded his expectations. Shaking his head slightly, he resolved to continue his task. Turning, he pressed on towards his target, Demon Cloud Mountain. At least 2 days' journey ahead. Demon Cloud Mountain was an isolated peak, with a diameter of at least 10 miles. It was perpetually shrouded in an enigmatic gray mist. Within 100 miles, human presence was scarce, making it one of the least inhabited areas in Jiangnan Dao. A figure, weary from travel, approached the distant Zhou Yi. Gazing up at the towering peak and the mist enveloping it, a hint of gravity flashed in his eyes. The base of the mountain was engulfed in primordial forests, where dangers lurked in the night. Zhou Yi arrived beneath a tree and kindled a campfire. He had already affixed a concealment talisman to himself, holding a recording pearl in hand. Such tasks of hunting uncanny entities necessitated a recording pearl to document the kill. Ensuring recognition of his efforts, securing the recording pearl within a net pouch, he hung it at his waist, silently commencing his vigil. The campfire was the most effective lure for uncanny beings, its flames signifying human presence. Zhou Yi stood atop a tree branch, gazing intently at the flickering flames. Sounds of wildlife echoed through the night forest, the croaks of frogs, the rustle of insect wings, and the calls of various birds. Near and far, soft and loud, it seemed chaotic yet was profoundly tranquil, concealing peril. The gust of invisible wind swept in from afar, accompanied by peculiar sounds. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling, hee, chirp, chirp, chirp. The bizarre noises resonated, as if the laughter of children reverberated in the air. This sound pierced the ears, a chilling sensation creeping into his heart. Even if Zhou Yi is confident that the other party cannot perceive him, the sound seems to infiltrate his auditory senses and embed itself within his soul. An instinctive fear is continuously spreading in his mind. The brilliance of the clear mind mantra cascades down, suppressing the innate terror within his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Below, the campfire trembles violently in a gentle breeze. Suddenly, the flames transform into a deep emerald hue. A spectral figure materializes beside the fire. It resembles a small demon, entirely enveloped in a ghostly green. Sporting 2 sharp horns, its body is covered in an ethereal green skin, as if it is dancing on the breeze, twisting bizarrely within the fire. The lower half of this green apparition lacks a defined shape, while the upper half boasts 2 claw-like arms. Its face is grotesquely contorted, revealing a gaping maw filled with countless teeth. Devoid of eyes, this strange figure swirls around the bonfire, as if riding the wind. Occasionally, it emits a chilling laugh. Hee. The emerald flames appear to respond to its control, suddenly swirling into the surrounding breeze. A fiery wind ignites in this area. It seems to frolic, yet it also exudes a certain fury. Zhou Yi silently observes it, and from within his sleeve, a blue flying sword suddenly flashes forth. The sword absorbs the spiritual energy in the air, simultaneously shrinking to the size of a fine needle, rushing towards the entity with great speed. The needle's brilliance flickers and vanishes in the darkness. And the emerald specter seems to take notice. It abruptly turns to face the flying sword, waving its hand, causing a wave of green wind and fire to surge towards the needle. However, the needle possesses an unimaginable penetrating power, instantly piercing through the green wind and fire. With a soft thud, the specter is swiftly impaled. Death envelopes it in an instant. In the next moment, countless blue lights erupt from within the emerald figure. A beam of sword light shoots forth from its body, returning to Zhou Yi's sleeve. A smile graces Zhou Yi's face. His first. He swiftly drops to the ground, retrieving a strange orb. His gaze shifts towards the Demon Cloud Mountain. Alas, it seems he must linger for a while. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 days have passed. Zhou Yi, like a fierce hunter, persistently lures the strange entities. In just a few days, he has amassed 5 strange orbs, having slain 5 distinct types of bizarre creatures. The variety of these entities is vast. No one knows if any two are alike. A sharp beam of sword light swiftly slices through a grotesque Decaying monkey-like creature, its horrifying head plummets to the ground. The corpse of the entity begins to decompose rapidly. Just then, a sudden cacophony erupts from the nearby woods. A piercing sound halts him. Joey furrows his brow. Looking towards the source of the noise, a creature resembling a hunting dog leaps out, enveloped in a deep green flame, its body elongated and radiating an unusual aura. Upon seeing this creature, Zhou Yi's eyes widen in surprise. An otherworldly beast? This peculiar canine demon, upon spotting Zhou Yi, suddenly veers off to the side. Zhou Yi does not attempt to stop it. Instead, he allows it to depart, placing the strange orb into his storage pouch. At that moment, an irate voice echoes from afar. "Damn it! Why didn't you stop it?" Two figures burst forth from the woods, one glaring fiercely at him, while the other swiftly pursues the direction of the fleeing dog demon. Joey raises an eyebrow, thinking, "That was your quarry, not mine." Chapter 79. The fiery duo. Danger approaches, you seek your demise. The newcomer is in an extreme fury. Without a word, he launches an attack on Zhou Yi. A blazing red flying sword hurtles towards him, the scorching flames flickering upon it, resembling a fiery bird. Zhou Yi's brow tightens as a blue flying sword bursts forth from his sleeve, extending to 3 feet in length, slashing directly towards the opponent's flying sword. The force of this strike doubles, as the spiritual energy in the air clings to it, transforming the sword's blue light into something tangible. The clash between the sword light and the fiery bird creates an immense shockwave. Clang, clang, clang. The brilliance of the swords dazzles in midair, their violent collision illuminating the surroundings. Zhou Yi is slightly astonished. The opponent's swordsmanship is profound. The ability to transform sword light into substance is a formidable skill. At this moment, another figure suddenly bursts from the woods. Wearing a face of ill fortune, he exclaims, "Damn it, it got away." Upon noticing the two engaged in a sword duel, a sinister grin spreads across his face. "You dare to act? Perfect. I'll use you to settle the score." As his words fall, he tosses a bead into the air, which erupts into a dazzling display of flames, surging towards Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi frowns, letting out a cold snort as the 100 poisons cold light silently emerges. The white light races towards the flames. Ice and fire collide, producing a tremendous roar. Zhou Yi stands firm against two foes, showing no signs of disadvantage. The two adversaries, both at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, would pose a significant threat if the battle dragged on. One is stout, the other slender, both wearing expressions of ferocity, suggesting they are far from honorable cultivators. The stout one has a pronounced hunch on his back, while the slender one has a left hand that appears withered, wrapped in numerous bandages inscribed with countless runes. Resembling seals, he senses an aura of malevolence. Suddenly, a realization strikes him. He recalls who these two are. From the memories of Li Hu and Li Bao, he identifies them. The fiery duo is a notorious band of evil cultivators from Jiangnan Dao. Just as he recognizes their identities, the stout member of the fiery duo produces a red gourd from his possession. He takes a hearty swig, and his aura suddenly surges, his body ablaze with a fiery hue. Something appears to writhe behind him, with a ripping sound. A grotesque head emerges from his back. It is a head that looks utterly disfigured, with a pair of crimson eyes radiating an evil glow. A pale red light rushes towards Zhou Yi, sending his heart racing. With a flash of movement, he avoids the radiant wave in an instant. However, the slender figure suddenly transforms into a wraith, charging towards him. His left hand is engulfed in dense black mist. In the next moment, all the bandages unravel, and a withered arm begins to swell, quickly growing to at least 10 feet in length. The enormous hand slams towards Zhou Yi. Covered in scales, its black aura enveloping him in an instant. The two figures, one in front and the other behind, effectively block all of Zhou Yi's escape routes. The situation takes a perilous turn. As he seemingly finds himself ensnared in a crisis, the two of them approach with sinister grins. The slender figure cackles loudly, "Ha ha ha, tonight's dinner is secured." His face is painted with greed, his eyes filled with longing. In this moment, he is utterly unhinged. The stout one's mouth waters, as the head extending from his back radiates red light, surging towards Zhou Yi. In this perilous moment of being flanked, Zhou Yi remains as calm as a placid lake. Devoid of fear, in an instant, the realm of the Black Sky Buddha has silently unfurled. An invisible black light envelopes the two advancing figures, as he himself transforms into a dark Buddha, unfazed by the colossal hand barreling towards him. He charges forward. 6 fists strike simultaneously, all slamming into the enormous palm. With a thud, the massive hand is sent flying, and the black light surrounding Zhou sharpens, propelling him towards the slender figure like a meteor. The slender figure, struck with terror, emits a cry of alarm. A trick! Before he can react, Zhou collides with him. Countless black spikes pierce through his body, even penetrating his head with at least a dozen spikes. The stout figure behind roars in fury, "No, junior brother!" A dark red light envelopes Zhou, and a maddening voice that distorts the mind echoes in his brain. Kill, kill, kill! Illusions flicker before his eyes. Yet, the brilliance of the clear mind mantra sweeps away this bizarre mental assault in an instant. Compared to the cost of the trick, this power is utterly negligible. At this moment, Zhou's footwork has already activated, and in the next instant, he stands before the stout figure. The stout one is charging towards him. Unable to halt his momentum in a split second, he crashes into Zhou, pierced by countless spikes, turning into a sieve. The fiery duo falls, so easily dispatched by his hand. 2 spectral figures are extracted and vanish within the black sky Buddha realm. Zhou collects the tricks, the magical artifacts, and the accompanying costs swiftly overwhelm him. He begins to gather his spoils, a crimson flying sword, a palm-sized red orb. As he searches the corpses, he quickly discovers 2 leather pouches. Upon opening them, he finds 6 strange orbs, several bottles of fasting pills, and the stout one's gourd. Additionally, there lies a silver page. When Zhou picks up this page, he is momentarily stunned. This page resembles the treasure map he obtained from Luo Manpeng. Both identical in appearance, he hastily retrieves the other map from his storage pouch, and after a brief comparison, he realizes they are indeed identical. A hint of helplessness crosses his face. It seems this treasure map is problematic. A genuine treasure map would not exist in duplicate. Zhou, having seen pigs run, instantly comprehends that someone is scheming behind the scenes. It seems there are quite a few old schemers in this world. He gazed at the 2 corpses upon the ground, both of which had evidently undergone a grotesque transformation. The back of the corpulent figure had almost entirely morphed into a bizarre mass of flesh and blood, resembling a grotesque head, while the entire left arm of the slender one had become a monstrous, menacing appendage. At that moment, he was astonished to observe that these patches of partially transformed flesh were swiftly spreading toward the bodies of the 2 individuals. Frowning, Zhou raised his hand and summoned his flying sword. With a series of swift whooshes, the sword severed the corpses into several pieces, and simultaneously, the true fire of the 3 elements erupted from his mouth. Incinerating them completely. It was not until a considerable time had passed that the remains were reduced to ashes. Shaking his head, he turned away and resumed his mission. Not far from there, a figure quietly appeared on the official road. It was none other than Yu Honglu, the master of the Dao Palace of Baixing City. His expression was somber. That person was surely nearby. Chapter 80. The treasure tempts the divine. The deception strikes again. Yu Honglu had already investigated the records of the Dao Palace of Jiaoxing City. At that time, there had been 3 external cultivators. One of them was in Rulong, who had ostensibly killed Luo Manpeng. Yu Honglu had discreetly located him and, after inquiring, confirmed certain details from the other party. After dealing with him, he began searching for the other 2 individuals. The second person he sought was Zhou, learning through Tianqing City that the latter had come to Moya Mountain to complete a task. Yu Honglu moved with great speed, his eyes shimmering with a pink glow, stealthily weaving through the forest in pursuit of his target. A creature the size of a wolfhound was sliced into several pieces amidst a cascade of blue sword light. The decay of the corpse ultimately transformed into a strange pearl. At that moment, after extensive collection, Zhou had amassed a total of 20 strange pearls. His aim was to cultivate the blood sea, which necessitated at least 100 pearls. Thus, he needed to begin accumulating them. Just as he secured the strange pearls, an inexplicable chill caused his expression to stiffen momentarily. He abruptly turned to glance behind him. Where a figure was silently observing him. It was a handsome middle-aged man clad in a pink robe, exuding an extraordinary charm and a peculiar aura. Upon perceiving this aura, Zhou's mind instantly flickered with recognition of the man's origin. A member of Huajian Dao. Why? Had they discerned a flaw? A sense of dread washed over him as he felt immense pressure emanating from the MA. It was an aura that suggested a level of at least the 10th stage of chi refinement. With a grave expression, he spoke in a low voice. "What business do you have, esteemed sir?" Yu Honglu regarded Zhou Yi with a gaze that flickered with indifference. "You went to Jiaoxing City? To capture Luo Mampong?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately understood that he had been suspected of something. How swift they were. Only a few days had passed. What had gone awry? Thoughts raced through Zhou Yi's mind. And in response to the other's inquiry, he calmly stated, "Indeed, I did go to capture Luo Mampong. However, regrettably, I never encountered him and subsequently abandoned the pursuit." A hint of inexplicable emotion flashed in Yu Honglu's eyes. "You are lying. You were the first to capture him and subsequently killed him. Then you manipulated his corpse, prompting another cultivator to slay him, intending to divert everyone's attention because you uncovered his secret?" Zhou Yi's face was a picture of bewilderment. "Esteemed brother, your accusation seems rather far-fetched. Why would I do such a thing? I stand to gain nothing from it, no matter how you attempt to disguise it. It is futile. I am aware you hold something of significance, and that is sufficient." As his words fell, a terrifying aura enveloped the area, and in the next instant, Yu Honglu appeared poised to strike. A surge of killing intent caused Zhou Yi's heart to leap. Suddenly, he hastily declared, "Very well. Since esteemed brother has seen through my ruse, I shall speak plainly." Die in his hand. A silver map suddenly materialized. "It is because of this object that I discovered the treasure map on his person. I presumed you sought him due to this treasure map, hence I manipulated his corpse, directing another individual to target him, thereby framing him." Just as Yu Honglu was about to make his move, he momentarily froze, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Luo Mampong possessed a treasure map. Yet in that fleeting moment of distraction, Zhou Yi had silently closed the distance between them. A faint yellow glow shimmered around him, and he moved with astonishing speed. This was not good. Yu Honglu, realizing his moment of inattention, quickly reacted. However, it was too late to mount a counterattack. A shroud of black light enveloped him, and the area within a 30-foot radius transformed into an entirely different realm. Before him, Zhou Yi had morphed into a 6-armed Buddha, with 6 arms sweeping toward him. Confronted with this sudden onslaught, Yu Honglu's heart sank. Deception? In an instant, he felt the formidable power of this technique, his cultivation level plummeting to the 6th stage of chi refinement. A pink radiance erupted from him, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, attempting to escape beyond the realm of the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom. Zhou Yi's 6 arms grasped at nothing. Yu Honglu's speed was too great. With his footwork, he hastily pursued. Yu Honglu collided with the boundary of the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom. However, the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom was a true realm unto itself, no matter how formidable the technique. Once ensnared within, escape was impossible. Yu Honglu radiated an overwhelming crimson energy, a force of tremendous impact that seemed capable of shattering all things. Yet, even such a powerful strike could not breach the boundary of the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom. A killing intent surged from behind him, and Yu Honglu vanished from Zhou Yi's sight once more. Zhou Yi followed closely, his godly movement pushed to its utmost limits. Yet to his astonishment, he could only keep pace with Yu Honglu's steps. The latter's evasion technique was equally formidable. Yu Honglu was stalling for time, well aware that such deceptions could not last indefinitely, especially this restrictive technique. This individual undoubtedly harbored great secrets. How could he command such a peculiar technique? It was something Zhou Yi had never heard of. Could it have been discovered within some ancient tomb? A glimmer of greed flickered in his eyes. Despite having reached the 10th stage of chi refinement, he had yet to obtain a single technique and was still toiling to accumulate his Dao merit. Now was an exceptional opportunity. Zhou Yi perceived the avarice in the other's gaze, and his heart sank. Humph! Stalling for time would not be so simple. Without a moment's hesitation, the poisonous cold light and his flying sword shot forth. In response to the spells and artifacts pursuing him, Yu Honglu retaliated fiercely. A crimson flying sword burst forth from his sleeve, casting a fiery glow that intercepted Zhou Yi's flying sword. Simultaneously, he exhaled a cloud of mist that surged toward the poisonous cold light. Both forces clashed, and Yu Honglu continued to retreat in a circular pattern, steadfastly avoiding a direct confrontation with Zhou Yi. 3 breaths had passed, and Zhou furrowed his brow. It seemed that ordinary spells could not subdue him in a short span. Without any hesitation, the blood transformation divine blade appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, a surge of blood light shot forth in an instant. The brilliance raced toward Yu Honglu with lightning speed. Reaching him in the blink of an eye, Yu Honglu's movement was truly uncanny. Just as the crisis loomed, he blurred and narrowly evaded the blood light. Yet, the blood transformation divine blade was formidable. It silently circled in midair, with a soft thud. Yu Honglu's face was a mask of disbelief. At that moment, his illusory figure materialized from the air. The blood-red flying dagger had somehow pierced his chest. Despair washed over him as he gazed at Zhou, realizing once more the presence of deception. A flicker of boundless resentment ignited in his eyes. His aura shifted dramatically. Chapter 81. 3 deceptions emerge. Swift clouds summoned Yu Honglu's aura was undergoing a transformation. The power of the blood transformation divine blade was on the verge of draining the life force from within him. But in that instant, his body began to swell, muscles bulging with unrestrained ferocity. He was expanding at an astonishing rate, quickly transforming into a mass of flesh and blood. The Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom trembled violently as a peak chi refinement cultivator morphed into a grotesque entity. The released aura was utterly terrifying, seemingly surpassing the chi refinement level. The Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom struggled to contain it. Even the power of the blood transformation divine blade seemed to be suppressed in that moment. A bone-chilling sensation surged within Zhou heart. He sensed the peril of death. When one hesitates, they often suffer the consequences. In the next instant, the technique, Black Goddess Stab, erupted. His movement propelled him like a cannonball, rushing toward the grotesque form Yu Honglu had become. Countless sharp spikes pierced the creature's body. His form spun violently, tearing the massive horror to shreds. The brilliance of the blood transformation divine blade ignited once more, drawing forth a torrent of life force from the remnants of flesh and blood, which swiftly returned to Zhou body. A phantom-like visage was absorbed into the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom. Meanwhile, Zhou sat cross-legged on the ground. His heart throbbed with excruciating pain, and echoes of sacred chants reverberated in his mind, accompanied by terrifying illusions that silently descended upon him. An intangible fire consumed his spirit. The agony of his flesh, coupled with the torment of his mind, created a dual hallucination that overwhelmed him. The cold token was clenched between his teeth as he fervently recited the clear mind mantra. At that moment, Zhou exerted every ounce of his strength to its utmost limits. His entire being trembled, teetering on the brink of collapse. A blue glow flickered within the illusion, a hint of chill permeating his brain. Anchoring a thread of clarity within it was the first time he had unleashed 3 techniques simultaneously, and the cost was exorbitant. Amidst this agony and illusion, Zhou spirit began to waver in his hazy state. It seemed as though something in the darkness was gazing intently at him. Above the darkness loomed Zhou, confronted by a gaping maw that seemed to await his fall into its depths. A foreboding sense of death enveloped him, instilling a deep-seated fear. Yet, he resolutely gathered his spirit, battling against the anguish and illusions that besieged him. Time slipped away from his consciousness, in the midst of his precarious state. Suddenly, all agony vanished in an instant. Zhou, drenched in cold sweat, awoke with a start. His eyes were wide with terror. How perilous it was. Had he lingered a moment longer, he might not have endured. This time, he truly comprehended the cost of the deceptive arts. A mere misstep could lead to death. The ghostly techniques he practiced had been modified. The original spells were predominantly irreversible. For instance, there were restrictions on usage. And with each application came a degree of transformation. Each use inevitably led to a change. The techniques he now wielded bore costs that were predominantly one-time. While it seemed that the burden had lessened, hidden dangers lurked within. If his mental fortitude faltered, immediate transformation would ensue, leaving no possibility for salvation. In a sense, this cost was equally perilous. With beads of sweat still glistening on his brow, Zhou slowly rose, casting his gaze upon the shattered remains of a corpse beneath him. His expression darkened as he discovered a black leather pouch amid the debris. Upon opening it, he found several bottles of elixirs, a few enigmatic pearls, and a single token, nothing more. Zhou decided to keep the elixirs and pearls. A surge of 3-element true fire erupted from his mouth, instantly reducing the scene to ashes. Having obliterated all traces, he grasped the flying sword of Yu Honglu, cleansing it with three-element true fire before infusing it with spiritual energy and placing it into the pouch. Why Yu Honglu's appearance might have been a personal endeavor. He likely belonged to the faction of Yin Kaiji. Now that he was deceased, the Dao Palace, and perhaps even the Huajian Dao, would have learned of it. It would not be long before someone came to investigate further. I must secure sufficient merit as swiftly as possible. Then, I can exchange it for the Immortal Ascension Order and report to the Fuxian sect. Once I enter the Immortal Gate, without any evidence against me. Even if they suspect me, they cannot ascend the mountain to confront me. Entering the Immortal Gate, I may only be an outer disciple, which still carries risks, for outer disciples are often expendable, not part of the core. However, given my current situation, entry would allow for a breakthrough, and I could apply for inner sect assessment the very next day. At that point, the safety factor would be significantly higher. Inner sect members are core disciples, not easily slain. Contemplating this, Zhou Yi devised his plan. He turned and set forth toward Tianqing City, employing the technique of divine movement. Whenever his spiritual energy waned, he promptly consumed elixirs to restore it. After all, he had slain numerous foes and possessed a wealth of fasting elixirs to replenish his external spiritual energy. In just half a day, he traversed 300 miles, swiftly returning to Tianqing City. In the merit hall, he quickly submitted his recording pearl, directly earning 6 merit points. The same Taoist was on duty as last time. The individual regarded Zhou Yi with a smile, remarking, "You certainly acted swiftly this time. In just 5 or 6 days, you've dispatched so many aberrations." Zhou Yi chuckled and replied, "Fortune favored me. I happened upon relatively manageable types." Seemingly perceiving Zhou Yi's desire to enter the side hall to select new tasks, the Taoist smiled softly and said, "Fellow Taoist, please go in. There are quite a few new tasks available. You truly are of the industrious sort." Zhou Yi laughed heartily. "You flatter me, fellow Taoist." Just then, a sharp bell tolled suddenly. Upon hearing the toll, the duty officer's expression shifted dramatically. He turned to Zhou Yi, saying, "This is the emergency bell. Something significant has occurred. We must gather quickly." Zhou Yi felt resigned upon hearing this, having no choice but to follow suit. Soon, they arrived at a grand hall within the Dao Palace. The Xianin Taoist stood within the hall, a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. There were a total of 5 individuals present, 2 at the mid-level of Qi refinement, while the others were at the early stage. The Xianin Taoist spoke coldly. "An issue has arisen at the Jiangnan Great Wall. A group of malevolent practitioners has breached the barrier and infiltrated the Jiangnan Dao territory. All major cities within Jiangnan Dao must mobilize cultivators to obstruct them. Wang Fugue, Li Sanke, and Ku Daoist, you 3 are to gather at the Dao Palace in Feiyun City below Feiyun Mountain. You are required to arrive there within a day. This mission is a special summons. Each of you will earn 1 merit point, and for every malevolent practitioner you slay, you will earn an additional merit point." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's heart sank. He had no desire to undertake such an unforeseen task, but now he had no choice. The 3 men accepted the mission and swiftly set off toward Feiyun City. Feiyun City lay 200 miles away. The trio departed almost immediately, relying on elixirs to sustain them, not daring to slacken their pace. By the break of dawn, they had covered over 200 miles. Finally arriving at Feiyun City, at this point, the 3 had yet to exchange a single word. As the sun ascended high in the sky, Zhou Yi exhaled softly, relieved to have arrived at last. Chapter 82. Task Allocation, Instantaneous Elimination within the Dao Palace of Feiyun City. Zhou Yi, Li Sanke, and Ku Daoist congregated together. In addition to them, there were at least 7 or 8 other practitioners from different Dao palaces surrounding them. The total number of individuals exceeded 20. The master of Feiyun City Dao Palace, Hong Lin Daoist, stood before them. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a robust physique that exuded an air of authority. "Esteemed guests, you hail from various Dao palaces within a 200-mile radius. I shall not waste words. Approximately a dozen malevolent practitioners have breached the Great Wall's defenses. They are making their way toward Feiyun Mountain, and according to our estimates, they will arrive by nightfall. We must intercept them at Feiyun Mountain. Should they pass beyond, tracking them down would be an insurmountable challenge. Reports indicate they come with a purpose and pose a threat to the entire Jiangnan Dao. Now, cultivators below the late stage of Qi refinement shall form pairs, while those at the late stage will operate solo. Everyone, follow me to Feiyun Mountain to intercept them. We depart now. Within less than an hour of their arrival, Zhou and his companions were already on their way to Feiyun Mountain. The mountain lay directly behind Feiyun City, a range extending approximately 20 miles. On either side of Feiyun Mountain were two vast lakes, stretching for hundreds of miles, effectively isolating the entire Jiangnan Dao. Ordinary cultivators would find it challenging to traverse this barrier. Numerous cities dotted the riverside, each fortified with a secondary Great Wall. The lakes connected to Feiyun Mountain, forming a secondary line of defense against outside threats. Legends spoke of ancient times when this area served as a front line to the outside world. Thus, malevolent practitioners could only approach by scaling Feiyun Mountain. Crossing the two Great Lakes was impossible, as patrols of cultivators and armies were ever vigilant. At the foot of Feiyun Mountain, Hong Lin Daoist declared, "Our segment of Feiyun Mountain spans about 20 miles. We have divided into 10 groups, each responsible for a 2-mile stretch. The fire talismans in your possession are for signaling. Should you engage in battle with the malevolent practitioners, ignite them immediately, and I will arrive without delay. All others must remain within their designated defense zones. Do not move carelessly, lest you provide the malevolent practitioners an opportunity to breach our defenses. Complete this mission, and you will earn 2 base merit points. For each malevolent practitioner you intercept and eliminate, you will earn an additional merit point. Regardless of success or failure, all participants will receive 1 merit point for this mission. Do you all understand?" Hong Lin Daoist inquired, his expression grave. In unison, the group responded, "Understood." Hong Lin Daoist nodded slightly. "Good, let us depart." Zhou ventured into the forest, assigned to a central stretch alongside Ku Daoist. Both were mid-level Qi refinement cultivators. Thus paired together, Ku Daoist, a middle-aged man with a haggard countenance, appeared to be at least 50 years of age. He turned to Zhou and said, "Wang Daoist, let us search our respective sides, maintaining a distance of 1 mile between us. Should danger arise, we will signal each other, understood?" Zhou nodded slightly, agreed. "You take the left, I'll take the right." With that, the two swiftly departed, commencing their search atop Feiyun Mountain. Zhou Yi's eyes gleamed with the dreamlike divine eye, as he only needed 4 more merit points to exchange for the Immortal Ascension Order. This group of malevolent practitioners presented the perfect target. Slaying just 2 would suffice. His gaze could pierce through all illusions, revealing everything within a 30-zhang radius in intricate detail. Particularly, life forms shimmered with unique, spiritual light in his sight, as night fell. Zhou had already scoured most of the area within his 1-mile jurisdiction. Familiarity with the terrain was not complete, but he at least grasped about 70 to 80% of it. He concealed himself with the concealment talisman, moving like a specter, patrolling in a zigzag pattern. He aimed to linger at each location for an equal duration to increase the likelihood of detecting any malevolent techniques. The chill of the night air permeated, occasionally accompanied by unsettling sounds. However, Zhou had long grown accustomed to such disturbances, remaining undeterred, carefully masking his presence. Suddenly, his gaze caught a distant, indistinct silhouette approaching his direction. Observing the silhouette of the opponent, Zhou swiftly concluded that the individual was undoubtedly a malevolent cultivator. With a firm grip on his flying sword, he flickered away, stealthily positioning himself along the adversary's anticipated path. His ocular technique could pierce through the opponent's concealment spell, yet the foe might not be able to detect his presence. The ethereal figure had already approached within 3 zhang, just as the enemy continued to advance. In a sudden motion, Zhou waved his left hand, causing a brilliant radiance to illuminate the surroundings. The pure sky talisman erupted with blinding light. In the darkness of night, the sudden brilliance would instinctively compel any human to shut their eyes. And the illusory figure was no exception. Simultaneously, from the midst of the glare, a streak of blue sword light surged forth, piercing the air. The sword light diminished to an extreme, resembling a finely crafted needle, as abundant spiritual energy was drawn from the atmosphere, amplifying its power manifold. Amidst the white luminescence, it appeared unremarkable in an instant. A sense of impending doom enveloped the malevolent cultivator's brow. A primal fear of death surged within him, prompting an instinctive aura of azure light to emanate from his Taoist robe. With a crisp crack, the sound of shattering echoed, as the robe's defensive enchantment crumbled within a mere breath. Just as a black shield began to materialize above the malevolent cultivator's head, a slender needle had already penetrated his brow. His body went rigid, disbelief etched upon his pale visage. As his form slackened, he collapsed towards the ground. Zhou Yi swiftly approached. Flipping the corpse over at it was the visage of an unattractive middle-aged man. Half of his face marred by small fleshy tumors. Truly repugnant. Zhou Yi was taken aback. He promptly stripped the man of his Taoist robe, recognizing its utility as a magical artifact. Clad in the robe, he infused it with spiritual energy, emanating a faint azure glow. A hint of satisfaction crossed his face. In dire circumstances, this robe could withstand a blow, granting him at least a moment's respite. The black shield was also stowed in his storage pouch. After rummaging through the opponent's pockets, he found them utterly devoid of items. However, within the man's sleeve lay a black skull, evidently another magical artifact. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow. A miser. A closer inspection of the corpse revealed that at least half of its surface was covered in grotesque tumors, presenting an exceedingly bizarre appearance. This individual was severely warped, truly enough to send shivers down one's spine. Malevolent cultivators rarely acquire the elixirs dispensed by the Dao Palace that can suppress such aberrations. Gazing at the corpse, a flicker of contemplation crossed his mind. It could still prove useful. Chapter 83. Bait Trap. Chaos in the forest swiftly invoking the Three Souls Corpse technique. The fallen body regained vitality and rose to its peak state. After a moment's thought, Zhou Yi removed the Taoist robe and tossed it back to the corpse, along with 2 magical artifacts. Subsequently, he harnessed the instincts of this individual to cast a spell. A faint gray mist enveloped the body, obscuring it from view. Zhou Yi retreated to the shadows, manipulating the corpse as it moved towards the direction from whence it came. Before long, the malevolent cultivator arrived at the opposite side of Feiyun Mountain. Suddenly, a shadowy sword light erupted from a corner, sweeping towards him. The rushing figure halted immediately, a quiet exclamation escaping his lips. "It's me!" Hearing his voice, the shadowy flying sword came to an abrupt stop. The person behind revealed himself, Old Huang. "What brings you back?" Zhou Yi, controlling Old Huang, responded in a low tone. "I encountered a soft target and have managed to subdue him. We can hasten our passage through here." The man emerging from the shadows brightened at these words. "Really? Follow me." Old Huang wasted no time, leading the way. The man hesitated for a moment, frowning, yet after some consideration, he chose to follow. Nevertheless, he remained exceedingly vigilant, frequently glancing about, a subtle shadowy spell enveloping him, obscuring his presence amid the dark woods. At this moment, Zhou Yi awaited their arrival along the path. Just as Old Huang entered Zhou Yi's attack range, Zhou Yi bellowed, "Now!" A blue sword light surged forth, rushing towards Old Huang. Old Huang's figure was instantly compelled into the open. Raising his hand, he summoned a black shield, a veil of dark light shrouding the area ahead. The shadowy figure, witnessing this scene, felt no suspicion, only a cold smirk curling his lips. This Old Huang was truly foolish, entrapped by another. Although unaware of the unfolding events, he harbored this belief in that instant. He conjured his flying sword from the shadows, a blade concealed within the darkness, silently sweeping towards Zhou Yi from behind. Just then, the sword aimed at Old Huang abruptly redirected, surging towards the figure in the shadows. Swift and ruthless, the sword light transformed into a slender needle in an instant, draining the spiritual energy from the air and doubling its potency. This sudden strike startled the shadowy figure. He raised his hand, unleashing a cloud of gray mist to envelop the flying sword. This mist, seemingly just vapor, was, in fact, resilient and indestructible. The sword became ensnared, unable to penetrate it momentarily. At that moment, the black skull suddenly soared from Old Huang's sleeve. The skull emitted a strange sound mid-air, rapidly expanding to a foot in size, radiating an eerie wave as it hurtled towards the figure cloaked in shadows. This unexpected assault caught him completely off guard. The skull, accompanied by its bizarre sound, approached rapidly, disorienting his senses. Yet, in the next instant, he bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to awareness, and he then spat forth a mouthful of fresh blood. This blood transformed into a fiery crimson blaze before surging towards the skull. Simultaneously, a shroud of black space-time enveloped the area. Before he could react, a black Buddha suddenly manifested before him. 6 arms seized his shoulders, and a beam of white light erupted from its mouth, engulfing him in an instant. the shadow cried out in despair, his body convulsing violently as he turned pitch black, expiring within a mere breath. The Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom silently withdrew, leaving behind an ephemeral figure. A smile graced Zhou Yi's face. At this moment, his heart was entirely at ease. With 2 malevolent cultivators captured and his fundamental achievement secured, the Ascension Order was now assured. The costs of the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom had begun to materialize, and Zhou Yi silently collected the corpses, returning to his original position. 2 lifeless bodies lay side by side on the ground. All magical artifacts stripped from them. The protective Taoist robe had been donned, while the rest were cast into his storage pouch. In the future, he would need to find a moment to dispose of all the spoils he had amassed along this journey, transforming them all into enigmatic pearls. Perhaps he could even procure blood-sea divine crystals. Zhou Yi's mind raced with various thoughts, his future clearly mapped out. However, he needed to swiftly conclude matters here. The incidents involving Huajian Dao might still pose a threat. Jiangnan Dao, Jiangnan City, Dao Palace. The palace master, Ming Daoren, bore a contemplative expression. He had not anticipated that Yu Honglu would meet his demise. Yin Kai had just relayed the news. Luo Mampong belonged to the Second Elder's faction, and it was imperative to resolve this while the Grand Elder was in seclusion. Originally, with Luo Mampong eliminated, the matter would have ended there. Yet it seemed Yu Honglu had uncovered something, leaving behind a message to investigate the cultivators who had pursued Luo Mampong in Shaoxing City. Now that he had suddenly perished, it appeared that others had become entangled in this affair. Both Luo Mampong and Yu Honglu likely met their ends at each other's hands. Ming Daoren, also a member of Huajian Dao, seemed to have pieced something together, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Yu Qingquan, a figure emerged from beyond the palace. Shu, I have a task for you. Investigate who was tracking Luo Mampong at the time of his death in Shaoxing City. Yu Honglu encountered trouble while probing these individuals. You must exercise caution. They are formidable, at least at the peak of qi refinement. After clarifying the situation, do not act rashly. Report back to me, Yu Qingquan. A strikingly handsome young man, radiated the aura of someone at the peak of qi refinement. Understood, Shu. I comprehend. Yu Qingquan turned and vanished from sight. Ming Daoren watched his retreating figure, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. Once the matter is clarified, I shall personally intervene to eliminate all who are privy to this. There can be no further missteps. If this is executed flawlessly, my future will be a smooth path ahead. A strange crimson hue flickered deep within his gaze, as if an ominous malevolence danced in his eyes. Time passed swiftly, and several hours later, atop Feiyun Mountain, Zhou Yi quietly awaited new prey to arrive. At that moment, a cacophony of bird calls and the roars of beasts erupted across the mountain, a medley of disordered sounds flooding the air. Swish, swish, crackle, creak. Zhou Yi sprang to his feet, his eyes betraying an unprecedented gravity. What is happening? Chapter 84. Decaying beasts, malevolent cultivators break free. Not only he, but all the patrolling cultivators on the mountain wore tense expressions as they gazed towards the peaks. An eerie and perilous aura was permeating the atmosphere. Swish, swish, crackle, crackle. Various chaotic sounds echoed through the woods. A shadow suddenly surged forth, charging directly towards Zhou Yi. It was a wolf, but at that moment, its eyes were ablaze with crimson fury, and its body was in a state of decay, emitting a foul stench that assaulted the senses. Zhou Yi's foot slipped, and in an instant, he evaded the wolf's pounce. The next moment, more wild creatures erupted from the underbrush, launching a frenzied assault upon him. A chill coursed through Zhou Yi's gaze, and a hint of terror flickered within him. All the beasts had undergone a grotesque transformation, with some even appearing as hybrids of 2 different creatures. The malevolent aura emanating from them was unmistakable. In the blink of an eye, he conjured the Purification Talisman and the Evil Extermination Talisman, scattering them like celestial blossoms in every direction. A radiant azure and white luminescence enveloped an area of several yards. The bizarre beasts emitted crackling sounds, visibly decaying before his eyes, and within moments, they were reduced to mere heaps of bones. Yet, the cacophony from the dense forest grew ever louder, resembling a stampede of countless steeds. Zhou Yi's hair stood on end as he activated the divine movement, darting down the mountain like a streak of light, not forgetting to seize 2 corpses along the way. Just as he departed, A multitude of twisted serpents, insects, and various animals burst forth, roaring with a primal hunger to slaughter all living beings. As Joey advanced, he glanced back, his eyes betraying a flicker of shock. The mountains echoed with the terrifying roars. Shaking the very foundations of Feiyun Mountain, he raced down and, in less than a quarter of an hour, reached the foot of the mountain. There, the stern-faced red phosphor Taoist bellowed urgently. All cultivators must form a defensive line at the foot of the mountain. They must not be allowed to break through. His voice resonated powerfully, carrying across 20 miles of Feiyun Mountain, reaching the ears of every cultivator. Be why this time. Joey had burst forth from the thicket, casually discarding the 2 corpses behind him. His flying sword circled him within a radius of 3 yards, and an abundance of talismans appeared in his hands. Conflicts erupted in various areas, and everyone sensed that a great battle was imminent. A piercing scream echoed through the thicket as a small fox, covered in numerous slender legs, charged out. Its eyes glowed a vivid green, akin to burning ghostly flames. Its fur, long since decayed, displayed sharp appendages on either side. Clearly belonging to some insectoid creature, in an instant, it lunged at Joey. That a talisman for exterminating evil was unleashed, and the azure light enveloped it in an instant. The intense radiance illuminated its form, visibly dispersing the malevolence that clung to it, and in midair, it began to rot violently. Ultimately, only a pile of desiccated bones remained at Joey's feet. Shortly thereafter, a dozen more figures rushed forth, joined by a grotesque mass of insects resembling fleshy blobs, advancing towards him in an eerie manner. Joey remained unfazed, continuously unleashing the Purification Talisman and Evil Extermination Talisman, sealing off the surrounding area. The space within a radius of 3 yards transformed into a realm bathed in pure white light. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth between him and the bitter Taoist. The figure moved with astonishing speed. The distance between them was at least 2 miles, making interception exceedingly difficult. Moreover, with numerous decayed creatures surging from the forest, many cultivators were preoccupied with eliminating these tainted beings, leaving them little energy to confront the emerging evil cultivator. The red phosphor Taoist's voice echoed in everyone's ears, urging all to focus on clearing these polluted creatures, temporarily disregarding the evil cultivator. He was resolute. They could not allow these corrupted creatures to escape the forest. Every cultivator was now a living bait, capable of drawing these decayed beings towards them. At the foot of Feiyun Mountain, over 20 distinct positions drew the numerous corrupted creatures forth, all converging upon them. The sheer number of these decayed beings was staggering, amounting to thousands. Yet, they were remarkably fragile. Faced with the strength of the cultivators, they offered no resistance. Joey persistently utilized talismans to preserve his own strength. Countless bones rapidly accumulated around him, his feet constantly shifting to prevent an overwhelming accumulation that could hinder his combat. Maintaining a certain degree of mobility, he cleared more than several hundred decayed creatures within just a few breaths. Various alert zones experienced breaches from the evil cultivators, but fortunately, it seemed the corrupted beings from the mountain had only come in a single wave. After about a quarter of an hour, all the decayed creatures appeared to have surged forth, and tranquility finally returned to the foot of Feiyun Mountain. The ground was littered with heaps of bones and various remains. The red phosphor Taoist's voice rang out once more. Half of the personnel are to remain on guard, while the other half pursues the fleeing evil cultivators. They have until the end of the day to return to Feiyun City, regardless of whether they have succeeded in their search. Wang Fugue, Tao Lihong, you 8 are to pursue. Upon hearing his name, Zhou Yi's face revealed a hint of resignation. He cast his gaze towards the red phosphor Taoist not far away, saying, Dao brother, I have already captured 2 evil cultivators. Might I entrust this task to those in greater need? The red phosphor Taoist, upon hearing this, directed his gaze at Zhou Yi and, noticing the 2 corpses at his feet, displayed a look of surprise. Fellow Taoist Wang, your skills are remarkable, to have hunted 2 evil cultivators so swiftly. However, our objective now is to intercept the evil cultivators, not to seize merit. Whoever is capable shall take on the task. Thus, it remains your duty. Joey felt somewhat helpless at this response, yet he had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, then I shall leave these 2 corpses in your care, Dao brother. The adage of the capable should bear more burdens left Zhou Yi with little room for counterargument. With a leap, he ventured deeper into the Jiangnan Dao, his eyes shimmering with the wondrous light of dreamlike divine eyes, as he began to gather various traces of information from the air. Soon, he detected a faint, elusive anomaly. With a few quick flashes, he pursued, his feet barely touching the ground, the shrinking earth talisman occasionally activating. Anticipating a potential confrontation at any moment, he needed to remain at peak condition. After pursuing for several dozen miles, he suddenly halted within a dense thicket. "Come forth. I have found you." Zhou Yi silently regarded the pitch-black forest, where a figure lay concealed. The adversary lurked in the darkness, seemingly waiting for him to enter. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his mind. One does not drink a toast to avoid a penalty. Chapter 85. A Contest of Magic. No time to linger as his words fell. His flying sword shot forth with a sudden ferocity. He propelled himself forward, akin to a streak of light. The sword transformed into a brilliant beam. Locking onto a tree in the darkness, a dark green trident suddenly shot out, slicing towards the azure sword. The clash of metal rang out in the air. The blue and green glows danced within a 2-yard radius. The green trident was enveloped in blue flames that seemed to possess a strange enchantment, akin to ghostly fire, affecting the stability of the flying sword. Zhou Yi immediately sensed the peculiarity of the trident. Snorting coldly as the sword heart connecting with the divine reached its zenith in an instant. The sword light flickered fiercely, and the spiritual energy within a 3-yard radius was instantly depleted. The sword light swelled to twice its size, then rapidly contracted, transforming into a blue needle that directly struck the green trident. A clear and resonant sound echoed as the trident was sent hurtling back. As if gravely wounded, the evil cultivator wielding the trident displayed a moment of astonishment. A cold grunt followed, as the 100 Poisons cold light swept forth, and a black, demonic banner was instantly raised above the evil cultivator's head. A torrent of black flames erupted from it, morphing into a fire dragon that charged towards the 100 Poisons cold light. The collision of ice and fire erupted with a series of thunderous roars, causing Zhou Yi's brow to furrow slightly as the battle raged on. He realized that ordinary spells wielded comparable power. Even his optimized spells were merely at the secret technique level. Most magical artifacts could unleash power on par with secret techniques. It was only the arcane techniques that could swiftly determine the outcome. However, he had no intention of employing arcane techniques this time. Since his debut, he had relied almost solely on arcane techniques to triumph over foes. This time, he aimed to familiarize himself with the orthodox art of combat. The 100 Poisons cold light continued to expand, engulfing the fiery dragon. Meanwhile, his flying sword pressed onward, and the adversary had once again summoned the trident. Both were multitasking, and it was evident that the opponent was struggling to manage 2 magical artifacts simultaneously. Relying on a secret technique and a flying sword, Zhou Yi gradually gained the upper hand. Time ticked by, and the foe appeared increasingly agitated. Suddenly, he produced a black orb from his bosom, a wave of danger washing over Zhou Yi. Instantly recognizing it, he too possessed a Thunderfire Pearl. What a pity. He had hoped to test his skills in combat. In the next instant, he activated the divine movement, closing the distance to his opponent in the blink of an eye. The Black Heaven Buddhist Kingdom unfolded, enveloping the adversary in darkness, just as the Thunderfire Pearl was hurled by the foe. Boom! With no time to evade, he was engulfed by the Thunderfire. Yet, the evil cultivator's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Zhou Yi emerged unscathed from the tempest of lightning and fire, reaching his opponent in an instant. 6 arms seized the evil cultivator's shoulders and arms. In a moment of sheer horror, a shadow erupted from the evil cultivator's chest. Zhou Yi felt a slight pain in his own chest and glanced down in astonishment. A bizarre black hand had landed upon him. The ominous black arm radiated a terrifying power, its 5 fingers piercing through his chest. A frenzied expression overtook the face of the malevolent cultivator. "You wish for my demise? Then perish, perish, perish." He became a grotesque visage, as if he had suddenly lost his sanity. The arm extending from his chest emanated a bizarre suction, seemingly intent on drawing blood from Zhou Yi's very being. Yet, in the face of such peril, Zhou Yi remained unfazed, delivering a powerful headbutt to his adversary's skull. His formidable physique, infused with the strength of thousands of pounds, struck with unerring force. With a sickening crunch, the The malevolent cultivator's head exploded like a watermelon, his body stiffening momentarily before collapsing lifelessly. An intangible silhouette was dragged forth, vanishing into the realm of the dark heaven Buddha. At that moment, Zhou Yi noticed that the arm protruding from the fallen cultivator's chest still clung to him, as if possessed of a will of its own. With 6 hands, Zhou Yi grasped the black arm, unleashing a tremendous force that tore it from his chest. 5 profound black holes remained on his torso, but in the next instant, they completely healed, as if nothing had ever transpired. Observing the black arm thrashing in defiance, Zhou Yi exhaled a breath of 3 elemental flames, incinerating it to char in mere moments. At this juncture, the time within the dark heaven Buddha realm also reached its conclusion. The realm dissipated from within him, and with its departure came a toll, as echoes of sacred sounds filled the air. The brilliance of the clarity mantra ensured tranquility, and Zhou Yi exhaled a breath of stagnant air. He collected all his spoils, a flag, a trident, and spent some time rummaging through the remains of the malevolent cultivator. Several sinister beads were tossed into his storage pouch, while he hoisted the corpse. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Yi decided against further pursuit. Wood that stands out will be felled by the wind. Having slain 3 malevolent cultivators today, he had garnered enough notoriety. Remaining here until dawn would be unwise. It was only when daybreak arrived that Zhou Yi set forth towards Feiyun City. After about an hour, he arrived at the Dao Palace of Feiyun City. With a resounding thud, a corpse was cast into the courtyard of the Dao Palace. 8 bodies lay in parallel, each belonging to a different malevolent cultivator. Over 20 individuals had gathered here. The cultivators who had come yesterday now returned. Upon seeing Zhou Yi's arrival, Taoist Honglin's expression turned grave. He addressed the assembly, saying, "Esteemed colleagues, we have subdued 8 malevolent cultivators. Though a few have managed to escape, the news has been relayed to all Dao palaces in Jiangnan, and our mission concludes here. The rewards have been issued to your tokens. You are dismissed." Upon hearing this, the cultivators nodded slightly and departed quietly. At that moment, Zhou Yi approached Taoist Honglin. "Dao brother Honglin, I wish to exchange for a celestial ascendance token at the Dao Palace in Feiyun City." Taoist Honglin raised an eyebrow, a frown creasing his brow. "Will you not return to Tianqing City for the exchange?" Zhou Yi smiled faintly. "The sect I wish to join is approximately 1,000 miles from Feiyun City. If I return to Tianqing City, I would need to travel an additional 1,200 miles. Thus, this location is more convenient." Taoist Honglin, taken aback, inquired, "You intend to visit the Fuxian sect?" "Indeed, I would be grateful if Dao brother could accommodate me." Zhou Yi replied earnestly. After a moment's deliberation, Taoist Honglin nodded. "Very well, follow me." A quarter of an hour later, a bronze token appeared in Zhou Yi's hand. The celestial ascendance token was now in his possession. This place is no longer safe. Chapter 86. Sword riding to the heavens, mysterious soldiers. According to the entries in the diaries, the last day of each year is when the Fuxian sect recruits disciples. With just half a month remaining until this year's final day, Zhou Yi fervently hoped time would be on his side. A solemn glimmer passed through his eyes as he departed Feiyun City without delay. Heading towards the residence of the Fuxian sect at Longling Mountain, Yu Qiankuan had already arrived at Jiaoxing City, investigating the cultivators who had come here to capture Luo Mampa. He had visited the city where Yuhong Tower was located and searched for all relevant information pertaining to Yuhong Tower's belongings. The departure of the individual coincided closely with the arrival of the Dao Palace Master from Jiaoxing City. He quickly realized that Yuhong Tower's exit was linked to the arrival of the Dao Palace Master. More specifically, it must pertain to Luo Mampang's mission. Soon, he obtained information from Jiaoxing City, acquiring details about the 3 cultivators who had been present at that time. Yu Qiankuan scrutinized the identities of the 3 cultivators. Puzzled, they were all guest elders of the Dao Palace. Did they possess the capability to eliminate Yuhong Tower? There was only one plausible explanation. They wielded sinister techniques. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of intrigue. If that is the case, then this becomes quite interesting. Let us begin by investigating this individual, namely Keifu, a guest elder from Nanjing City. Yu Qiankuan swiftly departed, making his way towards Nanjing City. Zhou Yi marched through the night, the distance from Feiyun City to Longling Mountain stretching over 1,000 miles, already reaching the borders of Jiangnan, beyond which lay the Shuidong Dao. The Fuxian sect spanned across 2 regions, boasting thousands of disciples throughout the vast Daji dynasty. Zhou Yi moved with haste, yet remained vigilant, maintaining his peak condition. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, he passed the foot of a towering mountain. Over the previous nights, he had encountered several attacks from sinister entities, all of which he had transformed into sinister beads. At this moment, his storage pouch brimmed with a total of 18 sinister beads. The mountain he traversed was exceptionally lofty, standing at approximately 100 zhong. Suddenly, an eerie horn echoed down the path ahead. Zhou Yi promptly halted, his eyes gleaming with the dreamy divine eye. Before him unfolded a surreal sight. A procession of spirits clad in garments of various hues, bearing a floral palanquin as they approached from a distance. These specters bore pallid visages, their attire bizarre and unsettling. The horn blared discordantly yet exuded an inexplicable terror. Zhou Yi furrowed his brow as the floral palanquin reached the mountain's base, abruptly altering its course to ascend the slope. Observing their retreating figures, a hint of amusement flickered in Zhou Yi's gaze. How intriguing! You are indeed transporting a malevolent star upward. Through his dreamy divine eye, he discerned a woman clad in palace garb within the palanquin. Yet, this woman was peculiar, seemingly employing some extraordinary spell, for on the surface, she resembled a bride in a red wedding gown, while in truth, she was someone entirely different. Zhou Yi surmised that a fierce battle awaited atop the mountain, yet he held no interest in meddling. As the palanquin ascended, he turned and continued on his path. Just half an hour later, as he traversed the mountain he had recently passed, a sudden eruption of blinding light occurred. Zhou Yi instinctively turned to gaze at the source, where dazzling sword light flickered, cleaving a cerulean brilliance into the next instant. Flames roared atop the mountain, as if something was being incinerated. A crimson sword shadow soared skyward, vanishing into the distance. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. How fascinating! This is the sword technique of the Divine Sword Sect. The woman from earlier was merely at the peak of Qi refinement, and only the Divine Sword Sect could achieve sword flight at such a stage. Zhou Yi shook his head slightly, feeling a twinge of envy. He resumed his journey, viewing this merely as an interlude along his path. However, fortune is seldom without its trials. At an unknown moment, a silent mist enveloped the path ahead and behind him. Zhou Yi abruptly halted, his expression turning grave. An inexplicable chill permeated the air. Was this a manifestation of sinister phenomena? His heart raced. Such occurrences were typically harbingers of danger, and anything could unfold. He braced himself, ready to unleash his sinister techniques at a moment's notice. As the wind howled, the mist swirled violently, transforming the surroundings into a chaotic realm. The disordered fog left Zhou Yi feeling as though he were adrift in an unrecognizable void. Were it not for the path beneath his feet, he might have believed himself to be floating in the sky. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded before him. A torrent of black surged silently forth, revealing terrifying figures, limbless and spectral, existing as if mere souls, clad in tattered armor and wielding decrepit weapons. Their eyes glowed with a faint green luminescence as they slowly traversed the path ahead. Upon closer inspection, these figures, resembling soldiers, bore tubes affixed to their backs, converging toward their interiors. Within, something akin to a long serpent writhed slowly, guiding this eerie procession of soldiers across the path. This horrific tableau caused Zhou Yi to gasp in disbelief. Yet he dared not utter a word. The concealing divine talisman still enveloped him, and he remained uncertain of the consequences should these terrifying beings perceive his presence. A bone-chilling cold permeated the entire space. Freezing his very limbs in place, he could only fixate on the passing soldiers and the indistinct entities intertwined with them. These soldiers were under some form of control, serving to protect a central figure. The soldiers are utilizing the path. He recalled having heard such tales, yet this was entirely unlike his expectations. His mind raced with thoughts as the procession of soldiers drew closer to its conclusion. As the last group of soldiers passed through, they vanished into the dense mist. With their disappearance, the surrounding fog also dissipated, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Zhou Yi exhaled deeply, and in the next moment, upon surveying his surroundings, he was taken aback. This place was entirely different from where he had just been. He stood before the grand gates of a city. A chilling sensation surged within him as he looked up at the walls, which bore the inscription, by Xue Cheng. How did I end up here? Zhou was incredulous, for this location was merely 300 miles from the Dragon Spirit Mountain, home of the Fuxian sect, and situated within the territory of Shui Dong Dao. Had I truly traversed nearly 1,000 miles in an instant? Chapter 87. In the city of welcoming immortals, the 3 trials. A look of disbelief spread across Zhou Yi's face. He exhaled heavily, his gaze heavy with concern. Such a bizarre phenomenon was truly terrifying. Fortunately, this time it was merely a leap across 1,000 miles. Had I unwittingly ventured beyond the Daji dynasty, I would have found myself in a hellish realm, teeming with malevolent cultivators and eerie entities, where even Foundation establishment and Golden Core practitioners might not guarantee their survival. Casting a final glance at Bai Shui Chung, Zhou turned towards the direction of Dragon Spirit Mountain. The 300 miles were not too far. In just 2 days, he had reached the foot of the mountain. A colossal city lay before him, with a range of mountains soaring into the clouds, shrouded in endless spiritual mist, occasionally shimmering with radiant light. Ethereal birds flitted through the fog, imparting a sense of sanctity to the entire Dragon Spirit Mountain. Zhou, weary from his journey, felt a flicker of joy.at last. He had arrived. At the foot of Dragon Spirit Mountain, he stood before the gates of the city of welcoming immortals. The city walls towered 10 zhang high, a feat beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. This place had existed since ancient times, rumored to have been constructed by the cultivators of Dragon Spirit Mountain. The walls bore weathered marks, remnants of a time when this was the front line of territorial expansion. In the early morning, the city of welcoming immortals bustled with activity, its streets teeming with the local populace. However, upon closer observation, Zhou discerned something unusual. The common folk here possessed a modicum of martial prowess. Each individual radiated vitality, appearing far from ordinary. Among the throng, 1 in 100 was a Qi refinement practitioner, albeit seemingly all loose cultivators, though he also spotted several practitioners garbed in Fuxian sect attire. Zhou leisurely sought out an inn named Yu Jianin to settle in. Gazing through the window, he silently observed the hustle and bustle outside, where a hint of the aura of the immortal realm began to manifest. Occasionally, he glimpsed practitioners riding peculiar spirit beasts as they traversed the city streets, and some uniquely adorned cultivators paraded through the thoroughfare. The ordinary citizens treated the cultivators with utmost reverence, readily yielding the way upon encounter. Zhou reflected on the fact that his journey had only taken 8 days. There remained 7 days until the assessment for this year's outer disciples of the Fuxian sect was to commence. I must prepare diligently. From that day forth, Zhou dedicated himself to preparing talisman papers, accumulating resources in earnest. To gain entry into the Fuxian sect, one must first pass 3 trials. The first trial tested perseverance, requiring one to ascend the Tongxian stairs of Dragon Spirit Mountain on foot. The second trial assessed temperament, necessitating navigation through an illusionary array set by Dragon Spirit Mountain. The third trial involved hunting eerie entities. Dragon Spirit Mountain harbored a labyrinthine network of underground passages, frequently inhabited by mysterious and malevolent beings. Periodically, these creatures would accumulate, providing an opportunity for the Fuxian sect to recruit outer disciples to cleanse them. Selecting the top 50 participants each time, Zhou was preparing for the third trial. As days swiftly passed, Zhou had amassed a substantial collection of talisman papers, all neatly stowed in his storage pouch. Early one morning, he departed the inn, meandering through the streets to acclimatize himself, all while gearing up for the Fuxian sect's recruitment assembly. The streets were particularly lively that day, with a multitude of Qi refinement practitioners converging. Their numbers exceeding several hundred, they hailed from various cities, all bearing the Ascension token. Each face reflected a spectrum of emotions. Some exuded confidence, others were filled with trepidation, while a few wore expressions of grim foreboding. Yet, they all moved toward a singular destination, the city center of welcoming immortals, where a vast and open plaza awaited. Hundreds of practitioners congregated, creating an immense pressure that deterred ordinary folk from approaching. Zhou, too, drifted along with the crowd, his eyes gleaming with the light of his dreamlike divine eye as he scrutinized the individuals around him. Soon enough, he discerned several noteworthy figures. Among them, 2 stood out. One was a youth clad in black, emanating an aura of frigid detachment, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, his eyes resembling still waters, Within him coursed an exceptionally cold spiritual energy, as if his very blood was frozen. It seemed his gaze had caught the attention of this youth, whose abyssal black eyes turned toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi maintained a faint smile, nodding slightly to the young man in black. In response, the latter's expression shifted ever so slightly, returning the nod. Zhou Yi's attention then shifted to another individual. This was a remarkably regal young woman, exuding an air of nobility akin to that of a royal. Two Qi refinement practitioners flanked her, radiating an ominous aura. Zhou Yi quickly identified these two as late-stage Qi refinement practitioners, their bodies swirling with a dark energy. This power coalesced in their left hands, rendering them somewhat eerie yet immensely powerful. The young woman was no ordinary individual either. Her essence was pure and untainted, an exceedingly rare trait. Her spiritual energy shimmered a brilliant gold, akin to a blazing sun, seemingly capable of incinerating all in its path. Zhou Yi's dreamlike divine eye registered this formidable energy, evoking a sensation of searing heat, as if flames were kindling within his gaze. The noble young woman abruptly turned her attention toward Zhou Yi, her phoenix-like eyes glinting with an incisive gaze. Zhou Yi met her gaze with a slight nod before averting his eyes. The noblewoman's brow furrowed, and her two accompanying cultivators also took note of Zhou Yi's presence. "Miss, shall we take action?" they inquired, their tones laced with menace. "No, he is an interesting individual." Zhou Yi continued to observe silently, noting that among the hundreds of practitioners present, at least half exhibited some degree of eeriness. Beneath their robes lay a myriad of abnormal physiques. He shook his head slightly. The eerie transformation was nearly unavoidable for most practitioners, though its severity varied. Those who appeared unblemished on the surface might well have been tainted internally. With a singular misstep leading to their utter downfall in the plaza, he discerned that only the noble young woman remained entirely unblemished. Just as he pondered this, a tremendous spiritual pressure suddenly descended from the sky. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed instinctively as he looked upward. A figure descended upon clouds, accompanied by a dozen late-stage Qi refinement practitioners. The elder from the Fuxian sect had arrived to oversee the recruitment of outer disciples. The immense spiritual pressure enveloped all present, instilling a primal fear deep within their hearts. Chapter 88. The Path to Ascension, the Illusionary Array Foundation Establishment and Qi Refinement. One resides above, the other below. Before Foundation Establishment practitioners, Qi Refinement practitioners are but fodder. I am by Lu Daoren, elder of the Fuxian sect. The elder's imposing presence cast a pall over the crowd, leaving everyone in a state of shock. To enter my Fuxian sect, you must undergo 3 trials. The first trial tests your perseverance. Follow me. With that, he ascended on clouds, while the inner disciples behind him proclaimed loudly, "Follow us." Moments later, they departed the city of welcoming immortals. Arriving at the true foot of Dragon Spirit Mountain, a staircase of bluestone stretched from the base of the mountain to the mid-slope. At its forefront stood a grand archway, the path to ascension. Elder Bai Lu had already alighted before the archway, addressing the hundreds of practitioners who had reached this point with a gaze as cold as ice. On the path to ascension, every step forward will bear down upon you with tremendous pressure, each exerting a force that will push you to your limits. Only those who can reach the sect's plaza at Mid-Mountain shall qualify for the second trial. You have half a day's time. Failure to reach the sect plaza within this time will result in total elimination. As his words resonated, he waved his hand, unleashing a wondrous glow upon the archway. A radiant light emanated from the archway, swiftly enveloping the staircase in a thick mist. Numerous inner disciples stood at the entrance of the path to ascension, each taking their turn to present their ascension tokens. Those who surrendered their tokens bore serious expressions as they stepped onto this path. Zhou Yi, naturally, was no exception. The moment he set foot on the staircase, he felt an overwhelming weight pressing down upon him. This pressure reached the limits of his physical tolerance, causing his heart to sink slightly. How heavy! It meant that every step he climbed would require every ounce of his strength. Should he falter, he would lose. With a cold smile, Zhou Yi remained unfazed. Striding purposefully up the mountain, he journeyed forth, the cost of his deceptions having subjected him to countless agonies. With even a moment of wavering will, he would have perished. This trial posed no threat to him. Step by step, he ascended with determination, exerting every ounce of strength. Yet, after merely a dozen steps, he began to feel fatigue. However, with fatigue came a release of the pressures upon him, always teetering on the brink of his physical limits. Those who could not endure such torment would inevitably succumb to its insidious grasp. As long as one could still take a step forward, ascent was assured. It was a painful path, yet Zhou embraced it with fervor. After an hour, Zhou outpaced all others, being the first to reach the mountainside. The second was a youth with a frigid demeanor, followed closely by a regal young lady. Zhou was taken aback, astonished that these two could withstand the tribulations of body and spirit. Elder Bai Lu had appeared at some point, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in his gaze as he observed the trio. Over the course of half a day, approximately 200 individuals had gradually reached the mountainside. Each individual who embarked on this path of cultivation was a talent among mortals, resolute of spirit. Otherwise, they would have long succumbed to the corrosive nature of the trials. As the clock struck noon, the voice of Elder Bai Lu resonated, proclaiming the conclusion of the first stage of the assessment. With 220 individuals passing, upon finishing, he raised a hand, sending forth a beam of spiritual light cascading down toward the archway below. The brilliance of the path to immortality swiftly vanished. As if it had never existed, a tremendous force enveloped all those on the path to immortality, sweeping them down the mountain, where inner disciples awaited to usher them away. Elder Bai Lu's gaze fell upon the assembled cultivators, his voice ringing out, announcing the commencement of the second stage, which would test their hearts. With that, he gestured, and an ethereal mist enveloped the vast square. In an instant, all were submerged, a hazy kaleidoscope of colors flickering amidst the fog. Those who beheld this luminescence found their minds adrift, as if ensnared by bizarre illusions. Zhou was no exception. Within the murky haze, a bustling thoroughfare materialized before him. He found himself back on Earth. Standing amidst a vibrant street filled with laughter and joy, voices rang out behind him. Zhou, we are here. Zhou slowly turned to the source of the sound. There stood his classmates. The happiest moments of university life seemingly resurrected before his eyes. A moment of nostalgia washed over him as he gazed at the joyful faces of his roommates. It filled him with longing. How nostalgic it was, the days of youth that could never return. He recalled the joy of gaming in internet cafes for an entire day, as well as the camaraderie of dining together at bustling roadside stalls. After a brief silence, Zhou opened his eyes once more, addressing his roommates who had approached him. I must take my leave. His roommates wore puzzled expressions. Where are you going? Aren't we supposed to watch a movie? Zhou smiled gently. I am off to pursue immortality. Only the divine can preserve the past, and thus I shall become a deity, safeguarding the most beautiful moments of your. A flash of azure light surged within his mind, and the world before him began to shatter. Zhou returned to reality, surrounded by swirling mist and radiance. He could see fellow cultivators entranced by the brilliance. Some wore faces of sheer terror, collapsing to the ground, struggling in madness. No. Others bore twisted grins, cackling in a grotesque manner. Hee, little miss, don't run. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come. Still others were consumed by murderous rage, howling, kill. I will slay you monsters. All were ensnared in a phantasmagoric realm. In a blink, a wondrous force enveloped him. In the next instant, he found himself near Elder Bai Lu, having emerged from the luminous haze. The elder's voice echoed in his ear. You are the first to awaken from the illusion. It appears your heart is strong, impervious to its enchantments. Zhou, upon hearing this, offered a slight bow. It was merely luck. Elder Bai Lu nodded in silence, his gaze returning to the mist. Zhou's eyes followed, landing upon the cold youth and the regal maiden. Both were trembling, yet their expressions differed. The youth radiated fury, while the maiden exhibited defiance. An aura of energy surged around them, reminiscent of a soaring dragon. Chapter 89. The Hunt in the Treacherous Cave. Crisis approaches. A thunderous roar erupted as the cold youth abruptly opened his eyes. An aura of icy determination enveloping him. I will succeed. The regal maiden let out a furious sea or wide eye. In the next moment, a glimmer of gold appeared in her eyes, her entire being ablaze like a raging fire. Both gasped for breath, awakening from their stupor. In the illusion, they had encountered deeply emotional events. In the following instant, they too stood near Zhou. Elder Bai Lu remained silent. Upon their emergence, they seemingly understood they had passed the second stage. Zhou regarded them as formidable rivals. Time slipped by one, nearly 100 individuals broke free from the illusion, while the rest remained ensnared within. At this juncture, Elder Bai Lu raised a hand, dispersing the multicolored mist in an instant. Those who had been lost in the illusion finally regained their senses. Their expressions varied widely. Some despaired, others lamented, some fumed with anger, while others felt resigned. Yet, no opportunity for speech was afforded them. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Elder Bai Lu unleashed a terrifying force upon them, and in the next moment, they were sent rolling down the mountain amidst a blinding radiance. Elder Bai Lu's gaze fell upon the last 100 individuals. His voice calm, declaring, 113 have passed the second stage. Now, we proceed to the third stage, the hunt. Follow me. With these words, all the cultivators trailed after Elder Bai Lu down a narrow path to the left of the square. Zhou silently surveyed the mountainside, where a grand palace loomed before them, adorned with intricately carved balustrades and glazed tiles, resplendent and solemn. The rear of the hall was shrouded in an endless mist, obscuring any view of the mountains above. Yet, merely the aura emanating from this palace reflected the immense wealth of the symbol Immortal sect. Following the narrow path, they seemed to be heading in another direction. After an indeterminate period, they arrived at a desolate area. Still on the mountainside, it formed a small, hollow valley. Not a blade of grass grew here. Only bare earth and rocks exuded an extraordinary aura. Standing at the valley's entrance, they were enveloped in thick white mist, with flickering lights barely visible. Elder Bai Lu turned to them, declaring, "This is a perilous place. There are numerous caves leading underground, divided into 3 levels, each sealed by array formations. You are to enter the first level and exert your utmost to eliminate all the malevolent entities within. Each creature you slay will yield a cursed pearl. The one who collects the most will rank highest. However, all cursed pearls must be surrendered to the sect. This time, the symbol Immortal sect will admit 50 outer disciples, with the top 3 securing direct reservations for inner disciple positions. Once you reach the late stage of chi refinement, you will ascend to inner disciple status without the need for further merit accumulation or assessments. Each participant will be given a token. Should you feel endangered and unable to withstand, crush the token immediately. You will be teleported out at the first opportunity, but should you fail to crush the token in time, you shall meet your demise within." Upon hearing this, the hearts of all present sank slightly, yet each eye shone with determination. Those who had arrived here were the elite. The path to the Immortal sect lay before them, and none would falter. Entering the sect equated to stepping onto the righteous path, a culmination of years of toil. Elder Bai Lu, observing their unwavering resolve, nodded slightly, raising a hand to reveal a path within the mist. "Proceed. Rely on your abilities. Life and death shall be determined by fate." Numerous cultivators filed in, each receiving a token from Elder Bai Lu. Zhou took his time, positioning himself at the rear. Elder Bai Lu's gaze lingered on him for a moment. Nodding slightly, he was composed and unflustered, a promising candidate. Upon entering the valley, they were met with a multitude of closely packed caves and tunnels. The valley's diameter was roughly 7 or 8 zhang, and with 100 individuals inside, it felt quite cramped. Some cultivators glanced around before swiftly diving into the passages. Zhou observed the caves quietly, a sudden chill washing over him. These tunnels radiated a perilous aura. He secured the token to his waist, his eyes shimmering with the light of dreamy divine eyes, locking onto a cave that emanated a relatively subdued energy. The moment he stepped into the cave, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him. Zhou's expression hardened as he scanned the cave before him. The cavern's rock walls were composed of a jet-black stone, and an inexplicable force seemed to permeate the air within. A force not derived from sinister artifacts, but rather from an intricate formation. Lowering his gaze to the token at his waist, he discerned that it emanated a peculiar vibration, resonating with the mysterious energies surrounding him. This was the entrance to the symbol Immortal sect. Perhaps someone was watching over this place. Such arcane techniques should never be employed lightly, unless one was at the brink of death. Moreover, if he were to use them, it must be the technique of the Black Heaven Buddha Kingdom, for the other 2 techniques were far too conspicuous. With this resolution in mind, Zhou strode forward with purpose in the Jiangnan region. The Tao Palace, Yu Qiankuan had returned, observing the lofty figure of the Ming Taoist, his expression turning grave. Palace Master, I have conducted a thorough investigation. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Yu Qiankuan recounted his findings, prompting a frown from the Ming Taoist. In other words, this individual may have mastered arcane techniques, which enabled him to slay Yu Honglu. He has now acquired the Ascension Order and is likely partaking in the symbol Immortal sect's assessments. If he gains entry into the Immortal sect, this matter will become exceedingly complicated. It appears we must deploy some pawns. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward Yu Qiankuan. Hasten to the symbol Immortal sect. Here is a void shuttle artifact. It can traverse 1,000 miles in a day. Seek Elder Han Ming of the task hall there. With a flick of his wrist, a dimly colored divine shuttle materialized in his hand and swiftly transferred into Yu Qiankuan's grasp. This is my token. Deliver it to him, and he will understand. Yu Qiankuan received the 2 items with reverence. Quickly now, do not afford that individual too much time. His mind is astute, and he has likely anticipated our approach. However, he underestimates the capabilities of our Immortal sect. Even if he joins the symbol Immortal sect, he will merely be an outer disciple. There is no need for us to take action personally to eliminate him. Chapter 90. A sinister wind and an ambush. A chill wind swept through, and a serious expression crossed Zhou Yi's face. The pit was filled with an intangible cold breeze that twisted and turned. Even with his spiritual power shielding him, it felt impossible to fully resist its assault. The icy air penetrated to his bones, a rising chill that heralded potential peril if he lingered too long. Sensing the danger, he affixed a purity divine talisman to himself. A soft white radiance erupted instantaneously, dispersing the frigid winds within him. Yet, the white light could only last for a few breaths. It was not a sustainable solution. Contemplating further, he summoned the 100 Poisons cold light, silently enveloping his entire being. Taking a deep breath, he directed his gaze deeper into the pit. Here, pathways appeared every few steps, resembling a labyrinth. After advancing a mere 10 yards, a figure suddenly emerged from a fork in the path. It was a humanoid entity, its skin an inky black, and its face devoid of any features, smooth as a mirror. Upon noticing Zhou Yi, an uncanny phenomenon transpired. The polished surface morphed into Zhou Yi's own visage while emitting a bizarre sound. You are me, I am you. This peculiar voice seemed to hold a mysterious enchantment, silently infiltrating Zhou Yi's ears. A tickle arose in his throat, as if compelled to respond. However, the clarity of the divine mantra ignited within his mind, jolting him into action, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Brilliant sword light erupted, surging toward the entity. The black-skinned figure emitted a shrill scream upon witnessing the oncoming brilliance. In the next instant, it waved its hands, fingers extending into a web to capture the flying sword. The metallic clash resonated throughout the cavern. Astonishingly, its fingers proved so resilient that they could not be shattered by the sword. Zhou Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he flung out several purity divine talismans and evil extinguishing talismans. The azure and white radiance illuminated the entire cavern, maximizing the talisman's power in the confined space. A torrent of light quickly engulfed the entity, which let out a horrific wail. Black smoke billowed from its form, and the previously indomitable body began to show signs of decay. The sword heart unites with the divine erupted with doubled might, transforming into a streak of luminescence that pierced through the web of fingers. It struck true at the entity's brow. The creature's body stiffened, and in the next instant, it collapsed to the ground, rapidly succumbing to decay. A strange orb appeared before Zhou Yi's eyes, though this orb bore a unique quality. Adorned with dark red markings, Zhou Yi paused momentarily, then, after a brief contemplation, recalled similar information he had encountered before. Beneath the symbol Immortal sect lies a passage leading deeper into the earth, said to be saturated with blood. Entities emerging from there, once vanquished, possessed orbs that bore traces of blood. It was said that these orbs contained profound power and could nourish the physical body, thus elevating their value. After storing the orb in his Qiankuan bag, Zhou Yi slightly regained his external spiritual power and pressed onward. The cavern was enshrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. The cultivator relied entirely on the convergence of spiritual power to grant him vision in the dark. After advancing several dozen yards, a foul stench assaulted him. Zhou Yi's gaze sharpened as he spotted several severed limbs on the ground. These remnants were severely decayed, surrounded by a copious amount of dark green liquid, creating a most repulsive sight. Zhou Yi's brows knitted together, and just then, an acute sense of danger emanated from the surroundings. Without a sound, he activated his divine movement and instantly retreated to his previous position. His pupils constricted slightly. The spot he had just occupied was undergoing a bizarre transformation. A sludge-like mass was engulfing the area, a pitch-black substance exuding greenish slime. A distorted human head emerged from the muck. Gazing at the intact Zhou Yi with malevolent eyes, in the next moment, countless streams of dark green liquid surged forth from the sludge. Cascading toward Zhou Yi, he raised his hand and unleashed another 10 purity divine talismans and evil extinguishing talismans. The white and azure light engulfed the path ahead, and the dark green liquid emitted a hissing sound, purifying the air. The sludge-like entity seemed startled, retracting its head back into the muck before it began to churn violently. Rushing toward the light like a tidal wave, confronted with the oncoming creature, Zhou Yi swiftly formed a hand seal and inhaled deeply, unleashing the three-element true fire in a blinding flash. The searing heat instantaneously sealed off the entire front of the cavern. The sludge was directly consumed by the flames, producing an eerie cacophony. Yet, the fire continued unabated, fervently incinerating its form, and within mere breaths, the sludge-like entity was reduced to ash. With the second orb in hand, a smile crept onto Zhou Yi's face. He approached the severed remains, glanced at them with a slight shake of his head, and continued onward. After traversing several more dozen yards, a figure suddenly appeared at the fork ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was a cultivator. However, upon seeing Zhou Yi, a sinister grin spread across his face. "Kid, hand over your orb, and I'll spare your life." With that, the individual swaggered toward Zhou Yi. Realizing that another figure had blocked his escape route behind him, Zhou Yi's eyes swept over to find a similarly sinister face. These two were clearly a pair, lurking in ambush at the fork of the passage, lying in wait for prey. Zhou Yi regarded them with a cold gaze. "If you know what's good for you, clear the passage. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise here." Upon hearing this, the cultivator in front let out a raucous laugh, his face twisted with malice. "We're both in the mid-stage of chi refinement. Do you think you can defeat us 2 against 1? Ha ha ha, truly ignorant of your fate. Onward, kill him." As the command fell, 2 streams of light surged toward Zhou Yi. The figure in front wielded a golden flying sword, while the one behind brandished a black spike. In the face of their assault, Zhou Yi's feet flashed with divine movement as he charged toward the oncoming flying sword. Meanwhile, a black shield rose behind him, one of his spoils. The shield radiated light, completely sealing off his rear, while the black spike crashed against it, creating ripples. Zhou Yi raised his hand and released the flying sword. Chapter 91. The Destruction of Cold and Heat, a large-scale sinister entity with a full force strike. The flying sword absorbed spiritual energy from a 3-yard radius, doubling its power. The blinding brilliance slashed down, effortlessly deflecting the approaching crimson sword. In the next moment, Zhou Yi reached the opponent's front. The cultivator's expression shifted, and he formed seals with his hands, exhaling a beam of golden light toward Zhou Yi. Yet, the 100 poisons cold light surged forth, enveloping the golden stream entirely. Zhou Yi also formed seals with his hands, unleashing the 3-element true fire. The flames engulfed his adversary in an instant. The individual had no time to react before being entirely consumed by the fire, struggling frantically, but the boundless flames quickly enveloped him from within. Observing this scene, the cultivator still attacking the black shield felt a chill run down his spine and turned to flee into the distance. As Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes, the flying sword suddenly erupted with a fierce brilliance, contracting to its utmost in an instant, while simultaneously doubling its formidable power. A sharp sound of air being cleaved apart reverberated, as the speed of the sword surpassed that of sound itself. The fleeing cultivator, caught unawares, felt an excruciating pain in his chest. Glancing down, he discovered a fist-sized hole had appeared in his torso without his notice. The chilling breath of death enveloped him, prompting an anguished roar to escape his lips. "No, I will not die." In the next moment, he underwent a startling transformation, his entire body swelling violently, countless muscles and membranes burgeoning forth. his lower half elongated continuously, sprouting a multitude of arms in but a breath's time. He morphed into a terrifying monstrosity. Zhou Yi was likewise taken aback, his brows knitting together in concern. The flying sword flickered and slashed towards the aberration. The now grotesque cultivator erupted in a frenzied roar. Wielding his myriad arms to strike at the sword, dark mist enveloped his limbs as the sword carved deep gashes into his form. Black liquid gushed forth, and in an instant, his body was riddled with wounds. Yet, it appeared this cultivator possessed an inexhaustible regenerative capability, as all injuries healed within 2 breaths. Witnessing this, Zhou Yi furrowed his brows even tighter, a regenerative type. This truly complicates matters. In the next instant, he hurled over 30 dispelling charms, purifying symbols into the fray. A stream of azure-white radiance surged forth like a deluge, swiftly engulfing everything in its path. Countless black smoke hissed ominously, as the grotesque cultivator emitted a wretched scream. So painful, so painful. I will consume you. I will devour you. Frantic utterances echoed hollowly. The cultivator's lower half had transformed into a mass of flesh and arms, while his upper half maintained a roughly human shape. Albeit festooned with an abundance of limbs, his countenance twisted and frenzied as he gazed at Zhou Yi. Amidst the azure-white glow, large patches of decay appeared on his body, yet he showed no signs of retreat. Charging directly at Zhou Yi, faced with this horrific aberration's advance, Zhou Yi flicked his hand, unleashing the 100 poisons cold light to meet it. An endless chill and deadly venom surged into the creature's body, a frosty sheen enveloping it. Yet in the next moment, the frost began to crackle. The 100 poisons cold light was insufficient to slay him. At that juncture, the 3 elemental true fire erupted forth. The fierce flames intertwining with the power of the 100 poisons cold light, swiftly shattering the cultivator's form. Just as it was about to reach Zhou Yi, its body suddenly stiffened. In the next breath, it exploded into countless fragments. Indeed, the alternating extremes of heat and cold proved effective. Zhou Yi inhaled deeply. This creature's strength had surpassed that of the mid-stage Qi refinement. Were it not for the properties of the heat-cold alternation, slaying it would have necessitated the use of sinister techniques. It appeared that in the future, to eliminate such cultivators, a swift, decisive strike was paramount. One must directly obliterate the head, leaving them no opportunity to transform. Shaking his head slightly, Zhou Yi expelled another wave of 3 elemental true fire, enveloping the entire passage. The fragments of the cultivator's body were reduced to ashes within the flames, leaving behind only a blackened spike on the ground. After retrieving this artifact and stowing it in his storage bag, Zhou Yi rummaged through the remains of another cultivator. To his surprise, he discovered 5 blood-red eerie pearls and 3 distinct magical artifacts within their pockets. Clearly, they had set an ambush with several individuals. Thankfully, my actions were swift. Otherwise, had they shattered their tokens, they would have escaped. Shaking his head slightly, Zhou Yi deposited the items from his pockets into his storage bag. Thus far, he had amassed 7 blood-red eerie pearls. Having organized his spoils, Zhou Yi pressed onward into the depths. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yi picked up a brand-new eerie pearl from the ground. He had now hunted over 5 aberrations, collecting a total of 10 pearls. As he stored the eerie pearls, a sudden, violent tremor resonated ahead. A figure burst forth from the cave before him, and upon spotting Zhou Yi, a deep voice echoed, "Run, there's a big one behind us." Zhou Yi's expression shifted as he recognized the person, the cold youth. However, the latter's aura seemed somewhat unstable, as though he had expended considerable energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yi activated his swift movement technique. Racing alongside the cold youth down the passage, a terrifying howl echoed from behind. Roar, roar, roar. An infinite sound wave, accompanied by a tremendous shockwave, surged towards them from behind. The sound enveloped the two from a distance, causing Zhou Yi's heart to tremble violently. His spirit wavered momentarily. The brilliance of the clarity mantra instantly roused him, and Zhou Yi gasped in shock. The cold youth beside him staggered briefly but quickly regained his composure. Zhou Yi instinctively glanced back, and a colossal female head emerged from the cave. Behind the head, a body reminiscent of a centipede was covered in grotesque flesh. Countless arm-like appendages flailing in a frenzy, propelling the monstrous entity forward in pursuit. The terrifying aberration opened its massive maw, revealing what seemed to be countless fleshy tongues flickering within. Its eyes radiated malevolence. Yet its face wore an eerie smile. Hee, stay, stay. Your scent is so delightful. A chilling laughter reverberated in their ears. This horrifying sensation immediately made Joey scent the stench of death. Chapter 92. Three men unite. A strike of talismans. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The piercing sound of slicing air suddenly erupted from behind, prompting the cold youth to exclaim urgently, "Let us strike together." The oncoming assault surged toward them, and both raised their hands in unison. Two flying swords shot forth, one black and one blue, erupting in a dazzling display of light midair. Clang, clang. Those were several blood-red long tongues, each tipped with snow-white bone spurs, as hard as adamantine. Simultaneously, the tongues, as flexible as whips, intercepted the two flying swords, causing metallic sparks to explode as they clashed. After blocking the first wave of attacks, the swords quickly regained their momentum. Joey and the cold youth pressed forward rapidly, both sensing an immense pressure. The pursuing aberration was undoubtedly in existence at the peak of chi refinement, far surpassing their current cultivation levels. Joey frowned slightly. This place was not suitable for employing sinister techniques, as he had no desire to expose his trump cards. After about a dozen breaths, a faint glow appeared ahead. The two surged forward, emerging into a slightly larger cavern, approximately 20 zhang in diameter. As they entered, a flash of sword light swept past. A grotesque creature, towering a full zhang, was cleaved in two by the sword light. A resplendent young woman stood not far away. Upon catching sight of Joey and the cold youth, her gaze sharpened. Roar, roar. A terrifying roar erupted the next moment as a massive head emerged from the cave they had just exited. Cold eyes fixed upon them, brimming with fury and murderous intent. The elegant young woman was taken aback, and at that moment, Joey's voice rang out, "Shall we strike together?" The elegant young woman raised an eyebrow. All right. All three understood that when faced with such a formidable aberration, striking together was their best chance to avoid being picked off one by one. In the next instant, three beams of sword light surged forth, slicing down from the sides and front towards the aberration's head. That moment, half of the creature's body remained within the cave, rendering it vulnerable to the sudden onslaught. Abruptly, it opened its maw. Three crimson, razor-sharp tongues darting forth. The tips of the tongues bore sharp bone spurs that swiftly intercepted the three flying swords. The swords moved at tremendous speed, yet the tongues were equally swift, producing a flurry of sparks as they collided. The cold youth formed seals with his hands, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Instantly, an invisible beam of cold radiance shot forth from his gaze, transforming mid-air into two black swords that swept towards the aberration. The black swords, imbued with incredible speed, struck directly at the creature's head. Thud, thud. Two gashes blossomed across its face, inciting its wrath. It unleashed a furious roar. A terrifying sound wave accompanied by a mental shockwave surged towards the trio. A golden bell appeared above the elegant young woman's head. Ding, ding, ding. The crisp chimes emitted a golden glow, effectively shielding her from all incoming attacks. At the same time, a blue pearl materialized above the cold youth's head, casting a cascade of blue light that enveloped him, silently absorbing the impact of the mental and sonic onslaught. Above Joey, a black shield emerged, cloaking him in darkness. The brilliance of the clarity mantra flickered with azure light. The shield absorbed the sound waves, while the divine light countered the mental shock. Joey snorted softly. A pure white radiance erupted from his nostrils, surging towards the massive aberration. His target was not the creature itself, but the cave's exit from which it had emerged. Crackle, crackle. The sound of ice formed resonated instantaneously, as icy tendrils rapidly spread over the cave's entrance, enveloping the aberration's half-exposed body. In but a moment, it was ensnared. Its massive form thrashing violently, yet breaking free proved challenging in the short term. At this juncture, Joey unleashed another breath of three elemental true fire. In the fleeting moment, boundless flames engulfed the upper half of the grotesque creature. It writhed violently, emitting a thunderous roar that echoed incessantly. Terrifying shockwaves surged outward in all directions, causing the three yuan true fire to flicker precariously amidst the chaos. Suddenly, the resplendent maiden summoned a talisman, radiating an unsettling aura. In an instant, a golden rainbow erupted forth. Laden with infinite might, and a single strike pierced through the creature's head, an extreme brilliance exploded from within its form, accompanied by a deafening rumble, as the creature was utterly shattered into fragments. In the next moment, its remains began to decay rapidly, revealing an eerie orb amidst the decay. The maiden, with a composed expression, declared, "This orb belongs to me. Do you two have any objections?" Zhou smiled slightly, replying, "Thanks to my companion's lethal strike, it would not have been easy to vanquish this creature otherwise. I have no objections." The cold youth also nodded in agreement. "I too have no objections." The maiden nodded gently, waving her hand as a gentle breeze swept up the eerie orb. The three exchanged glances, silently parting towards different caves, each sensing the formidable nature of the others, leading to a peaceful resolution. As another hour passed, Zhou had already amassed 15 eerie orbs. Suddenly, a peculiar wave permeated the air, and the token at his waist began to glow. It seemed the time had come, Zhou mused inwardly. In the next moment, he felt as though the world had darkened, and when he reappeared, he found himself back in the valley on the ground. Approximately 70 to 80 people remained, a significant decrease of 30 to 40 from when they had arrived. Clearly, those individuals had either departed early or perished within the subterranean caverns. A hint of solemnity flickered in everyone's eyes as expressions of astonishment emerged. At that moment, the voice of the white deer Taoist resonated from beyond the valley. "Everyone, come forth!" A passage slowly opened, and the crowd streamed out, heading towards the outside. Just then, strands of light suddenly shot forth from the mist. A figure was swiftly enveloped by these luminous threads, drawing the attention of all. In the next moment, expressions of horror appeared on everyone's faces. The individual ensnared by the light strands began to decay violently, transforming rapidly within a brief span of time. Their body became covered in countless growths, swelling to double its size, particularly the lower half, which sprouted a form reminiscent of a spider. The chilling voice of the white deer Taoist echoed, "A heart unsteady leads to transformation. There is no salvation." In the next instant, the myriad light strands constricted violently, and within moments, the individual was reduced to dust. The onlookers regarded the surrounding mist with caution, aware that it harbored the power to annihilate them. Now, let us assess your achievements. Chapter 93. Second place, crisis approaches in the clearing beyond the mist. A group of inner disciples had assembled. Each individual presented the blood-patterned eerie orbs they had collected. The disciples wielded mirrors that continuously scanned the area, while others took notes meticulously. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "This is an ancient eerie orb. You have cheated. All results are void. Descend the mountain immediately." A frail, diminutive cultivator turned pale upon hearing this. Yet, he dared not contest, following a disciple of the inner sect down the mountain in a state of disarray. The others who witnessed this scene remained unperturbed. Such occurrences were commonplace as each year. Someone thought they could evade detection. Soon, the results were consolidated. The white deer Taoist surveyed the list in hand and calmly announced, "First place, Zhao Lingyu; second place, Wang Fuguwei; third place, Nangong Bingxue." Upon hearing his alias, Zhou revealed a faint smile. "Excellent. Having entered the outer sect, I can achieve the 7th layer of qi refinement in a day, bypassing assessments to directly enter the inner sect. This will greatly facilitate my endeavors." The white deer Taoist quickly concluded the list, stating, "The top 50, follow me. The rest may descend the mountain." Soon, the crowd divided, and the 50 successful candidates arrived at the plaza where they had initially gathered. The white deer Taoist led them into the palace before the plaza. Inside the palace, a swirling mist enveloped the space, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. Illuminated by brilliant lights, a statue of a Tao Lord stood prominently in the center. Glistening in golden hues, lifelike in its detail, the atmosphere was so grave that no one dared to speak. The white deer Taoist stood before the statue, his gaze calm as he addressed them. "From this day forth, you shall join my symbol Immortal sect as outer disciples." After imparting the necessary regulations and solemn admonitions, each individual received a standard set of robes, a book of sect rules, and a token. Subsequently, they were escorted by numerous inner disciples to the rear mountain. They arrived at a vast residential area on the back mountain, where numerous houses had been constructed, cascading from the mountainside to the valley below. Each person was assigned to different sections. Zhao Lingyu, Zhou Yi, and Nangong Bingxue found themselves allocated to a separate small courtyard, evidently a privilege for the top three. Zhou Yi gazed at the independent courtyard, exhaling a deep sigh. This would be his abode for a while. First, he must break through. Once he succeeds, he can begin arranging for foundation establishment. This is no trivial matter. A hint of seriousness flickered in his eyes. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Entering the Immortal Gate marks the commencement of foundation establishment. Zhou Yi dared not slacken for even a moment. Stepping into the room, he sat cross-legged, a single eerie orb already manifesting in his hand. The breakthrough would occur today. Beneath Longling Mountain, a streak of light arrived silently. As the brilliance descended, it revealed the figure of Yu Qianquan. He surveyed Longling Mountain and observed countless forlorn cultivators descending the mountain. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. He wondered if that person had succeeded in the assessment. I shall wait and see. If he has failed, then I shall handle it myself. Perhaps I can extract some secrets of his eerie techniques. Half an hour passed swiftly, and all the cultivators had departed. Yu Qianquan did not spot the individual he sought. With a cold snort, he muttered, as expected, "He possesses some skills to have entered the sect. It seems I cannot act directly. What a pity for an eerie technique." A trace of regret flickered in Yu Qianquan's eyes. After collecting his thoughts, he swiftly made his way towards the Symbol Immortal sect. Before long, he arrived at the guest hall of the Symbol Immortal sect, presenting his identity and stating whom he sought. Soon, an outer disciple came to escort him to the mountain where Han Ming resided. Longling Mountain is an entire mountain range, with various peaks within, many of which are sites where spiritual veins converge. Only those who have established a foundation are qualified to occupy independent peaks as solitary abodes. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the foot of a spiritually endowed peak. Ascending the mountain, Yu Qianquan found himself in the guest hall of a cave dwelling. Moments later, a figure emerged. "I greet you. Real person Han?" Yu Qianquan rose respectfully, addressing him. The newcomer appeared to be in his 30s. With an ordinary appearance, large eyes and thick eyebrows, exuding a simple and honest aura, a faint smile graced his face as he said, "Young friend Yu, please sit. May I ask what matter brings you here at the behest of Senior Ming?" Yu Qianquan revealed no hesitation, directly producing the insignia given to him by Ming Daoran. Han Ming took the insignia, briefly scanning it with his consciousness, and a stream of information flowed into his mind. His heart skipped a beat, and a hint of gravity flickered in his gaze. After a considerable pause, he looked at Yu Qianquan and said, "An outer disciple. Resolving this should not be difficult. Please convey to Senior Ming that I can handle this matter." Yu Qianquan nodded slightly. "Thank you. Real person Han?" Han Ming nodded in acknowledgement, then called out, "Wen Shouchuan, come in." A figure swiftly entered from outside. "Master." This was a handsome young man, though a cold glint shone in his eyes, and a trace of murderous intent lingered in his brow. "Take my token and head to the outer disciples' residence. Among the newly admitted disciples is one named Wang Fugue. I want you to oversee the Yin Sha cave." Upon hearing this, Wen Shouchuan's eyes flashed, and he quickly took the token, replying, "Yes, master." Watching Wen Shouchuan depart, Han Ming smiled faintly at Yu Qianquan, saying, "This individual is an outer disciple. I cannot act directly against him. However, I have the authority to send him to the Yin Sha cave. Once there, a cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refinement will soon suffer from ailments under the influence of Yin Sha. At that point, I will employ a slight scheme, allowing the Yin Sha to infiltrate his body, leading to his transformation into a wretched state. That place is isolated from the outside world, so even if he undergoes transformation, he will be swiftly dealt with." Upon hearing this, Yu Qianquan nodded slightly. "Then I shall return to report. Do not rush. Wait until this matter is accomplished before you leave." At Han Ming's words, Yu Qianquan felt a stir in his heart. "Then I will wait a little longer." A smile spread across Han Ming's face. "How has Senior Ming been lately?" The palace master has been well. The two engaged in casual conversation, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. Time rewound. Zhou Yi drained an eerie orb, rapidly converting it into primal spiritual energy. A tremendous force surged within his body, and in a brief span, an invisible barrier manifested around him, in the throes of intense exertion. A crisp sound erupted within his soul in the next instant. A wave of tranquility washed over him as he stepped into the seventh layer of chi refinement. An invisible black substance began to emanate slowly from his body, enveloping him in a silent spiral. Immediately, his surroundings began to dissolve into a void, with countless flesh-like particles manifesting around him, propelling Joey once again into an unknown temporal dimension. Suddenly opening his eyes, Joey surveyed the scene, his pupils contracting in shock. A fierce wind surged violently, shaking the windows and doors of the room as if something were desperate to burst in. Joey sprang to his feet, gripping his flying sword, poised to unleash devastating power at any moment. With a resounding crash, the door was flung open, and a whirl of black wind swept inside. Joey frowned. The scene before him was unexpectedly alarming. With a cold snort, a torrent of poisonous, icy light burst forth, rapidly expanding outward and ensnaring the black wind within its grasp. The black wind thrashed wildly, fiercely suppressed by the poisonous light, yet a grave expression settled on Zhou Yi's face. He gazed outside, uncertain of what this unknown dimension on Longling Mountain might hold. At this thought, a flicker of anticipation glimmered in his eyes as he stepped beyond the threshold of his room. Upon stepping outside, an overwhelming shock engulfed him. His pupils constricted, a chill creeping from his heart. The entire sky was shrouded in a dark crimson haze, resembling a colossal bowl turned upside down over the entire Longling mountain range. Undulating mountains surrounded him, their peaks adorned with a profusion of black trees. These trees were draped in countless fleshy membranes, resembling a net of blood and flesh ensnaring the dark trunks. Above, a monstrous blood-red canopy loomed, exuding an indescribable terror. Strange, ghastly faces sprouted across this canopy, the majority bearing human likenesses, each at least 10 zhang in size. Their expressions varied, some contorted in agony, others brimming with joy, while some appeared profoundly sorrowful. The cacophony of cries, laughter, and screams, an array of indescribable sounds, resonated throughout the expanse beneath the canopy. Joey observed that the enormous faces had eyes that continually roamed, as though searching for something on Longling Mountain. At that moment, a tremendous rumble erupted from two opposing regions. Drawn to the source of the sound, Zhou Yi turned his gaze eastward, where a grotesque, flesh-like creature resembling a spider crawled amidst the countless fleshy membranes on the branches. Its immense weight caused the membranes and trees below to tremble violently as it traversed. The creature's lower half was spider-like, while its upper half bore a semblance to a human form. Devoid of skin, revealing a mass of raw flesh, it possessed 6 dark eyes and a terrifying maw, gaping wide. This monstrosity spanned at least 10 zhang in diameter and wailed as it climbed the network of flesh. Its cries echoing into the surroundings, making Joey feel a wave of dizziness wash over him. In that moment, an illusion unfolded before his eyes. A breathtaking woman beckoned him forward. Lang Jun, Lang Jun. Come quickly. As the surreal vision intensified, Joey found it increasingly difficult to discern reality from illusion. Just then, the brilliance of the clear mind mantra enveloped him, dispelling the fog of confusion in that instant of clarity. The creature on a distant peak suddenly turned its head, its 6 pitch-black eyes locking onto Zhou Yi. As if it had sensed his presence, a deafening roar erupted, reverberating through the air. Flesh, flesh, flesh. The horrifying bellow resonated throughout the sky. An insatiable bloodlust surging forth. The gigantic flesh spider advanced, its 8 long legs traversing the membranes like a predator, leaping toward him with deadly intent. The grotesque being charged at him. Zhou Yi's heart raced, and the surrounding cacophony of wails intensified. The colossal faces on the canopy seemed to find amusement in the unfolding drama, their myriad eyes fixating on Zhou Yi. Chilling gaze descended upon him, a bone-deep coldness that made him shudder involuntarily. The atmosphere grew increasingly frigid, and the terrifying creature rapidly approached the foot of the mountain where he stood. More bizarre monsters appeared on the distant membranes, drawn by some intriguing spectacle, howling as they converged upon his location. Realizing that time was of the essence, Joey recognized he could no longer remain in this perilous place. Turning to the poisonous light in the room, he unleashed his spiritual power with a sudden surge. Instantly, the potency of the poisonous light soared to its zenith, violently contracting until it compressed the black wind into a singular mass. A faint crackling sound echoed as the black wind exploded into nothingness. The surroundings began to blur, and the anguished cries behind him intensified. Zhou glanced back. A massive maw had appeared merely 3 zhang away, the monstrous entity closing in on him. Yet, the world around him had already devolved into a haze. In the next moment, everything flesh-like vanished from sight. He found himself back in his courtyard. Now standing in his yard, the previous events felt like mere phantasmagoria. He turned to look at his room. The door remained firmly shut, undisturbed. Frowning slightly, he was taken aback when a force suddenly flung open the courtyard gate. "Is Wang Fugui present?" A booming voice reverberated in Zhou Yi's ears. He quelled his curiosity about Longling Mountain and turned to face the intruder. "When Xiuchuan I am Wang Fugui." "What is the matter?" Zhou Yi inquired as when Xiuchuan regarded him with a calm demeanor. "I am a disciple on duty from the task hall, sent by Elder Han Ming to deliver a command. You are ordered to oversee the Yin Sha cave for a year." Zhou Yi's brow furrowed upon hearing this. He was well aware of the Yin Sha cave's notorious reputation, detailed in the diaries of many practitioners from various talismanic sections. The cave was infused with malevolent energy, often breeding invisible horrors, necessitating vigilant guardianship. Typically, disciples would be stationed there for only a month, as prolonged exposure could corrupt their foundations and lead to dire consequences. It was generally reserved for errant disciples or those tasked with hunting malevolent beings. Disciples like him were not meant to be assigned there. Furthermore, the site held significant importance, as it was rumored that to ascend to the Golden Core stage, foundational practitioners must gather malevolent energy from within. Thus, it was a critical resource point. The arrival of someone from the task hall, summoning him to guard such a perilous location for an entire year, clearly indicated ulterior motives, an intention to lead him to his demise. Without a doubt, Zhou Yi surmised who the orchestrator of this scheme was. The influence of Huajian Dao was indeed far-reaching, infiltrating even the internal affairs of the talismanic sect. It seemed that the number of colluding evil practitioners was far from negligible. As Zhou Yi pondered. When Xiuchuan's frown deepened as he barked, "Wang Fugui, did you not hear my words? This is the task token. Accept it and promptly proceed to the Yin Sha cave." With that, he nonchalantly produced a token and hurled it toward Zhou Yi. Watching the token soar toward him, a cold smile crept across Zhou Yi's lips. He had long been prepared for any potential danger. Raising his hand, he redirected the token back with a flick. When Xiuchuan caught the token, his face twisting with fury. "You dare defy an order." A murderous glint flashed in Xiuchuan's eyes. Zhou Yi maintained his smirk, responding, "I am among the top 3 outer disciples of this generation. According to the regulations, upon reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement, I automatically ascend to the inner sect, requiring no further evaluations. As an inner disciple, I have my privileges. Unless it is a task personally issued by the task hall master or the command of the sect leader, no one has the authority to impose any duties upon us." As he spoke, Zhou Yi radiated the aura of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. When Xiuchuan's pupils constricted in disbelief as he gazed at Zhou Yi. "How is this possible? You have only been here for less than half a day." "Indeed, which is precisely why I achieved the 7th layer of Qi refinement in this brief span," he asserted. "I shall not accept your task." When Xiuchuan's eyes narrowed, but he could not retaliate, for the rules were absolute, unbreakable within the sect. Taking a deep breath, he regarded Zhou Yi with a faint smile. "Well played, Wang Shidi. Farewell." With that, he turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. As he watched the other party depart, Zhou Yi wasted no time and promptly exited the courtyard, making his way towards another location on the mountain. Although the rules were indeed as such, it was imperative for inner disciples to be officially recorded in the roster for their status to be valid. He needed to sever all potential future troubles. In just a few breaths, he had arrived at the registry hall situated halfway up the back mountain of Longling Mountain. This was the designated place for the registration of inner disciples. Upon entering the hall, a diligent disciple approached him. "Junior brother, what brings you here?" Zhou Yi presented his token, proclaiming, "I am Wang Fugui, the 2nd outer disciple recruited today, having reached the 7th level of Qi refinement. I am here to be recorded as an inner disciple." The disciple initially appeared taken aback, then his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he gazed at Zhou Yi in disbelief. "Please wait a moment." He quickly regained his composure and said, turning to head toward the back of the palace. At that moment, when Xiuquan was hastening towards Han Ming's cave dwelling, in no time. He had returned to the cave. Upon seeing him, Han Ming's expression turned grave, and he immediately inquired, what happened? Is there trouble? When Xiuquan nodded earnestly, Wang Fuguwei is the second outer disciple this time. Within less than half a day, he has already broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. When I went to convey orders, he displayed his cultivation level and outright refused the task. According to the rules, he indeed had the right to refuse. Han Ming's expression faltered as he glanced at Yu Qinkuan, who also displayed a hint of surprise. Seemingly connecting the dots, it appears this individual is well versed in the rules of the Fuxian sect and has made all necessary preparations, which is why he could break through on the very day of entry. Han Ming's gaze turned cold as he addressed Wen Xiuquan, you are mistaken. Even though this person may comply with the rules, as long as he has not been recorded, he remains an outer disciple. This is an ironclad rule. He has merely qualified for inner disciple status, and by returning, you have afforded him an opportunity. He is likely on his way to the registry hall right now. I will go ahead. You Shinji, please wait here for a moment. With that, Han Ming stepped forward, transforming into a gust of wind. Vanishing into the distance, Yu Qinkuan watched the direction of Han Ming's disappearance, his eyes flickering slightly. This Wang Fuguwei is indeed astute, and his methods are formidable. Is he truly a rogue cultivator? He seems more like a prodigy. Or perhaps there is more to him than meets the eye. A murderous intent loomed on his face. He sensed that Zhou would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. In the registry hall, a silver-haired man emerged from the back. His gaze fell upon Zhou, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Wang Fuguwei? Zhou replied with composed affirmation, yes. I cannot believe you have already broken through within just half a day. The White Deer Taoist remarked, genuinely surprised, as he had personally witnessed Zhou's successful assessment. Your identity is confirmed. Let us proceed with your registration. He then walked towards the Daoist statue situated in the main hall. Upon the altar of the statue rested a hefty jade book. Standing before the statue, he gestured to Zhou, approach. Zhou promptly stepped forward, taking the incense sticks and performing the 3 bows and 9 kowtows. As he completed the ceremonial gestures, a figure appeared outside the registry hall. It was Han Ming Daoist, his expression darkening as he observed Zhou's completion of the rites. Suddenly, his voice rang out, White Deer brother, hold on. I have a task for this person. At this moment, the White Deer Taoist also noticed Han Ming's entrance into the hall. Upon hearing his interruption, he furrowed his brow, a hint of contemplation crossing his mind. With a cold laugh, he replied, Han Jr. brother, the affairs of the registry hall are under my jurisdiction. Outsiders have no right to interfere. He then turned his gaze to Zhou, instructing, provide me with a drop of your blood. Without hesitation, Zhou bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall. The White Deer Taoist raised his hand, weaving a hand seal. A marvelous radiance enveloped the blood, soaring toward the registry. At that moment, Han Ming sprang into action, exclaiming, White Deer brother, I have stated that I have a task for him. Cease your actions. A massive wave of energy surged toward the drop of blood. Witnessing Han Ming's direct intervention, the White Deer Taoist's anger flared. You have some gall. This is my registry hall. It is not your place to meddle with that. A dazzling brilliance erupted, sweeping toward Han Ming's spell. A thunderous crash resonated throughout the palace as a great turbulence filled the air. At that moment, the blood was absorbed into the registry. After the clash, Han Ming's complexion turned ashen. The successful registration of Zhou signified a profound alteration in status. Within the Fuxian sect, inner disciples constituted the true foundation, while all outer disciples were mere expendables. Elders possessed the authority to command outer disciples at will, yet every inner disciple was safeguarded by privileges to prevent jealousy-driven harm from others, which could be detrimental to the sect's development. Such incidents had occurred before, which is why similar regulations were upheld across various sections. Zhou gradually rose to his feet, offering a slight bow to the White Deer Taoist. Thank you, Hall Master. Chapter 96, Revealing Information, Entering the Unknown. The White Deer Taoist observed the registration of Zhou with a satisfied smile that ha ha ha, our Fuxian sect has gained yet another talent. He then cast a glance at Han Ming, a smirk playing on his lips. Now that he is an inner disciple, all matters must adhere to the sect's procedures. Han Ming took a deep breath. a glint of coldness in his eyes. He shot a glance at the white deer Taoist before turning on his heel and departing without uttering a single word, watching the foundation building cultivator leave. Zhou exhaled slightly, having felt a sense of dread since earlier. The pressure exerted by Han Ming had been immense, as if it could crush him at any moment. He then turned to the white deer Taoist. Expressing gratitude, "Thank you for your assistance, Elder." The white deer Taoist waved his hand slightly. Han Ming has always been narrow-minded, and I have never seen eye to eye with him. I take great pleasure in seeing him humiliated this time. However, I am curious as to why he would come after you. The white deer Taoist's gaze held a hint of intrigue as he regarded Zhou. Zhou felt a stir within as he looked at the white deer Taoist and slowly began to explain. The matter is as follows. Zhou slightly altered the account of his encounter with Luo Mampeng, merely stating that he had discovered the image recording pearl left by Luo Mampeng. He refrained from mentioning anything about blood sacrifices, as the image recording pearl could not capture sound. Upon hearing this, the white deer Taoist's brow furrowed slightly. He sensed the underlying turbulence, realizing that there was likely something sinister at play. Rest assured, you are now an inner disciple of the Fu Xian sect. No matter how cunning the Huajian Dao is, they will find it difficult to target you. Regarding the matter of traitors within Huajian Dao, I will report it to the sect leader. The sect leader will consider how to proceed. Zhou nodded slightly. Then I shall take my leave. The white deer Taoist acknowledged with a nod. By the way, as an inner disciple, you may choose a cave dwelling from any of the mountain peaks. Zhou contemplated for a moment before responding. I understand, and I will make time to do so. Zhou turned to leave, while the white deer Taoist's eyes glimmered with thought. It seemed that Han Ming had some connection to Huajian Dao. This matter must be reported to the sect leader. With this realization, a grave look crossed his face. Han Ming's cave dwelling. He returned with a solemn expression, his gaze fixed on Yu Qiankuan. The situation has become somewhat troublesome. This person has successfully registered and is now among the inner disciples. According to the regulations of the Fu Xian sect, I cannot command him, making it difficult to eliminate him. Yu Qiankuan frowned upon hearing this. Is there no alternative? Han Ming contemplated for a moment. We can only wait for an opportunity. Inform Ming Sr. that I will find a way to assist him. But I cannot guarantee success. Why? Yu Qiankuan nodded slightly, refraining from further discussion. Then I leave everything to you, Senior. Han Ming nodded. When Xiuquan, please see Yu Xinji off. As the two departed from the cave, a hint of ferocity crept onto Han Ming's previously grave countenance. His aura subtly fluctuated, and the skin on his face appeared to twist slightly, as if something stirred beneath the surface. White deer Taoist, do not let me seize an opportunity. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise. Ha ha ha, I am curious to taste your flesh and blood. A low, distorted laughter echoed throughout the cave. Meanwhile, Zhou had returned to his own courtyard, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The current situation remained somewhat precarious. The hands of Huajian Dao had extended into the Fu Xian sect. Knowing their intentions for a blood sacrifice was already a considerable risk. This matter was far from over. Regardless of whether I revealed the truth or not, they would not allow me, the instigator, to die in this world. I cannot afford to lower my guard against any conceivable risk. Placing one's hopes in the kindness of others is the most foolish of endeavors. Zhou Yi's gaze was as cold as ice as he opened his storage bag, revealing a total of 18 strange orbs and several magical artifacts. All the blood-stained orbs had already been surrendered to the white deer Taoist. First, he would absorb all the strange orbs to enhance his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged, Zhou Yi commenced his arduous practice. Continuously, he absorbed the strange orbs, one by one, reducing them to ashes in his hands in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed, and he had absorbed 9 strange orbs. The primordial spiritual power within him had reached its limit, and a thin membrane was faintly visible within his body, operating at full capacity. The mysterious confinement within him began to loosen. A tremendous pressure was building from within. Crack! A crisp sound echoed in his ears, and in the next instant, it shattered explosively. The surging spiritual power coursed through him. He had reached the 8th level of chi refinement. In a hazy moment, a dark aura emanated from his body. This black aura seemed to once again produce a nebulous effect, drawing him into an unknown realm. Everything around him began to transform, countless flesh-like particles covering various objects. Zhou Yi instantly opened his eyes. At that very moment, A shadow lunged towards him. It was a mass of flesh, amorphous and entirely composed of meat. Numerous tendrils of flesh shot through the air from all directions, sweeping towards him. This creature struck with the element of surprise, plunging him into peril. Without hesitation, Zhou unleashed the heavenly Black Buddha kingdom in an instant. The entire room transformed into a realm of darkness, and he himself morphed into a six-armed Black Buddha. The monstrous mass of flesh engulfed him completely in an instant, but his 6 arms suddenly exerted force simultaneously, tearing the mass into 6 pieces. Yet, these 6 pieces of flesh continued to sprout tendrils in his grasp, swiftly coalescing and continuing their assault against him. The tendrils of flesh wrapped around his entire body, and where they made contact, sharp mandibles emerged from the flesh, viciously gnawing at him as if intent on tearing him to shreds. The tendrils also constricted violently, seeking to restrain his movements, feeling a tremendous pressure. A hint of surprise flickered across Zhou Yi's face. His physique was incredibly formidable, yet at this moment, he found himself immobilized by these fleshly tendrils. Were it not for the indestructibility of his physical form, he might have been entirely devoured by this mass of flesh. The flesh he had grasped began to rejoin, transforming before him into a thin membrane of flesh. A face began to emerge upon this membrane. A grotesque smile directed at him. What a delightful aroma! Chapter 97. Mysterious figure, on the street of welcoming immortals. Listening to the words spoken by this face, Zhou felt a jolt in his heart. It was the first time he encountered a talking aberration in this realm. Yet, he had no time for idle chatter, as 3 breaths had already passed. The face on the flesh membrane began to contort violently, the protruding flesh forming a massive mouth that lunged towards him. I will eat you. I will eat you, human cultivator. Zhou Yi's gaze turned frigid as he formed a hand seal and, in the next instant, unleashed a spray of overwhelming 3-colored flames from his mouth. The 3 yuan true fire instantly engulfed the entire realm of the heavenly Black Buddha kingdom. Sizzle, 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 ah. It hurts, it hurts. Kill, kill, kill. The distorted voices echoed incessantly. Yet, the flames showed no signs of abating, fervently incinerating everything in their path. Zhou offered it no respite. Within 2 breaths, he reduced all the flesh within the room to ash, having vanquished this perilous entity. He stepped out of the room, and the scenery before him was as he had seen 2 days prior. A sky draped in a blood-red flesh canopy sealed off everything. Countless faces were embedded within the flesh, each exhibiting various expressions as they gazed downwards. The undulating peaks were entirely covered in flesh membranes, with horrific aberrations climbing upon them. They emitted terrifying wails, intertwining with the voices of the myriad faces above, rendering this place akin to a demonic realm. Why does the space connected to Longling Mountain appear in such a manner? It is infinitely more horrifying than what I witnessed in Guabei County. Could this be the residence of the sect? Is there any place that differs? As he pondered, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from a distant peak. A brilliant beam of sword light seemed to fall upon an aberration. In an instant, that fleshly aberration was torn asunder into multiple pieces. Yet, the dismembered body did not perish. The severed remains sprouted numerous tendrils, rapidly healing that a hand as dark as ink descended after the sword light. Grasping the remnants of the massive aberration, amidst its struggles, it was dragged towards the peak. An eerie crunching sound echoed, as if something was being chewed. This scene sent chills down Zhou Yi's spine. These terrifying aberrations appeared to be mere sustenance for some other creature. What could that be? Just then, the surroundings turned ethereal, and he swiftly returned to reality. Exhaling a deep breath, Zhou Yi's expression grew grave. The secrets of this world truly exceeded my imagination. His gaze shifted towards the peak from which the dark arm and the brilliant sword light had erupted. It was a peak shrouded in mist, radiating a sacred glow that suggested it was the dwelling of cultivators. He could not discern who resided there, but they were undoubtedly high-ranking members of the Fu Xian sect. His eyes scanned the entire Longling mountain range. There were no more than 9 peaks enveloped in mist. Turning back to his room, he closed the door and resumed absorbing the remaining strange orbs. Within the mist-covered peak, in a cave, a black-clad cultivator sat quietly in meditation. Behind this cultivator, a mysterious shadow seemed to flicker, appearing to be some form of horrifying entity. The shadow writhed, emitting continuous crunching sounds of consumption. This cultivator appeared to be no more than 20 years old. Yet a strange smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and a voice emanated from the shadow behind him. Delicious, truly delicious. He, do you want to eat? The man wore an eerie smile. Yet his voice betrayed a hint of caution and wariness. You can eat it yourself, he replied, the tone and expression entirely incongruous. The man's gaze flickered with concern. The aberration is worsening. I wonder how much longer I can endure. Days passed in the blink of an eye, and Joey remained almost entirely indoors. Each day, he relied on the energy from the fasting pills to replenish his depleting reserves. He had completely absorbed all the strange orbs in his possession. Reaching the pinnacle of the 8th level of chi refinement, to break through, he would require more strange orbs. Exhaling a breath of stale air, with resources now exhausted, he needed to devise a way to exchange the items he held. Reflecting on the 10 or so magical artifacts in his storage bag, Joey felt a surge of confidence. He yearned to break through his realm as swiftly as possible while simultaneously preparing for foundation establishment. Stepping out of his room for the first time in days, he paused as he encountered a familiar face. The icy young man, Nangong Bingxue, had just emerged from his own quarters. The two exchanged a polite nod before Nangong Bingxue turned to leave. At that moment, Joey called out to him. Nangong Daoist, please hold. What is it? Nangong Bingshue's cold voice resonated slowly. I possess several magical artifacts and wish to exchange them for strange orbs. Do you know where I might do so within the Longling Mountain range? Upon hearing this, Nangong Bingshue's eyes brightened with understanding. It's simple. You can go to the city of Welcoming Immortals at the foot of the mountain. There, you will find Welcoming Immortal Street, bustling with many loose cultivators who specialize in buying and selling items. There are numerous peculiar items, as well as several shops established by powerful factions, where you can acquire and sell various goods. Hearing this, a smile graced Zhou Yi's face. Thank you for the guidance. Nangong Bingxue nodded slightly. It's nothing. Just inquire a bit more, and you will find your way. The two parted ways politely, and Zhou Yi secured the token at his waist, heading towards the city of Welcoming Immortals at the mountain's base. A figure in the distance silently observed him. Upon seeing him depart, it immediately followed. Unbeknownst to Joey that someone was tracking him, a quarter of an hour later, he arrived at the city of Welcoming Immortals and quickly learned where Welcoming Immortal Street was after inquiring. Upon reaching Welcoming Immortal Street, he noticed guards from the local authorities stationed at the entrance. Ordinary individuals could not enter unless they were personnel of certain status. The guards, upon seeing the token at his waist, respectfully stepped aside. Joey entered Welcoming Immortal Street, greeted by a scene of vibrant prosperity. He saw numerous cultivators setting up stalls on either side, displaying a variety of goods. At a glance, most individuals wore black robes to conceal their identities. Zhou Yi contemplated briefly, exited a narrow alley, and shortly returned clad in a black robe, having altered his appearance with a transformation orb. This street resembles a narrow alley, flanked on either side by towering walls, with a width of approximately 10 feet. The atmosphere is quite compact, and its length, upon a cursory glance, appears to extend no more than 20 feet. As he traversed less than a third of the street, a shop suddenly materialized on his left. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed a sign hanging above the entrance. Wanbao Pavilion. Chapter 98. News of the Blood Sea Crystal. Preparation to proceed. Joey pondered briefly before turning and stepping inside. Upon entry, he was greeted by a young man. Esteemed guest, may I inquire what you require? Joey regarded him thoughtfully and replied, I have some magical artifacts I wish to sell that I wonder if you accept such items here. The man smiled faintly. Please, esteemed guest, follow me. Joey followed him swiftly into a side room, which exuded an antique charm. The young man gestured for him to take a seat at a round table. With a smile, he introduced himself. I am Zhao Bao, a first-class steward at Wanbao Pavilion, responsible for the acquisition and sale of various items. Whatever you wish to sell, I am authorized to handle. Joey nodded and retrieved several magical artifacts from his storage pouch. His collection was vast, comprising beads, flying swords, and even skulls. Zhao Bao surveyed the array of diverse artifacts before him. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, yet he refrained from comment and began appraising each piece. After his assessment, his expression turned slightly grave as he said, Most of the artifacts in your possession are of ordinary quality. Among them, there are some dubious items with a limited market appeal. The total number is approximately 13. and the market value for such artifacts ranges from a maximum of 5 ghostly pearls to a minimum of 3. The acquisition price generally stands at about 70% of that value. Altogether, I can offer you no more than 46 ghostly pearls. This is a very fair price. If you doubt it, you may inquire in the market. Zhou furrowed his brow at this valuation. That price seems rather low. You could indeed set up a stall outside and sell at market price, Xiaobao suggested, but selling might take considerable time. Moreover, daily rent is required, and there are regulations in place. The rent is not insignificant, 1 ghostly pearl per day. If you fail to sell within 13 days, you would incur a loss. Is the rent here so exorbitant? Zhou inquired. This is one of the few places that provides safety and protection for wandering cultivators. Although it requires some expenditure, they are generally willing to set up shop here. However, they always bring a multitude of items to minimize costs and maximize sales. Zhou contemplated briefly, then waved his hand. Reclaiming all the artifacts from the table, he offered Xiaobao a slight bow, expressing his gratitude for the guidance. Xiaobao smiled gently. If business does not transpire, let us part amicably. Business is a gradual endeavor. Zhou hesitated before asking, I would like to inquire about certain materials. Please, speak, Xiaobao replied, his smile unwavering. Are you familiar with the blood sea crystal? Xiaobao paused momentarily, his expression contemplative before responding. The blood sea crystal is an exceedingly rare material, available only to foundation-building cultivators, fetching prices upwards of 1,000 ghostly pearls. Why can only foundation-building cultivators purchase it? Zhou Yi's face displayed a hint of curiosity. This is a regulation of Wanbao Pavilion. Many materials are prohibited from entering the hands of chi-refining cultivators. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi appeared thoughtful. Do you know the origin of the blood sea crystal? Xiaobao regarded him with a glimmer of amusement. Are you seeking the blood sea crystal? Indeed. If it cannot be purchased, one must seek it out. However, I advise against such a pursuit. Why? Zhou Yi expressed a tinge of regret. The blood sea crystal is not particularly secretive. Its acquisition, however, is perilous. This material resides within the Blood Abyss Cave, situated in an underground realm of unknown dimensions. Within the dynasty's territory, there are various entry points. The nearest being on Dragon Spirit Mountain, accessible via the Yin Sha Cave. Yet, that area is often frequented by spirit-slaying entities, formidable enough to rival foundation-building cultivators. For a chi-refining cultivator such as yourself, approaching carelessly could lead to a most untimely demise. Thus, I strongly advise against venturing there. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's understanding deepened, and he nodded slightly. I see. I appreciate your instruction. With that, he waved his hand once more. Laying out all the magical artifacts anew, I shall sell all these artifacts here. Xiaobao, observing the collection spread across the table, maintained his genial demeanor. Very well, esteemed guest, please hold on. Xiaobao turned and departed, returning shortly with a wooden box, which he placed on the table. Upon opening it, Zhou Yi beheld a row of ghostly pearls, 46 in total. Esteemed guest, please verify the count. Zhou Yi swiftly counted them before closing the box and stowing it away in his storage pouch. He turned to Xiaobao, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. It is my duty, Xiaobao replied, escorting Zhou Yi to the door before returning to his post. Zhou Yi ambled down the Xianxian street, deep in thought. The Blood Abyss Cave. He was familiar with that place. It had been mentioned in several of the journals he had collected, describing it as an extraordinary underground realm, often referred to as an unknown world of destruction. A vast river of blood coursed through this realm, branching into numerous tributaries that spread across the land. Numerous blood pools dotted the landscape, each having witnessed the emergence of various entities. It was a land of both treasure and peril. Teeming with malevolent beings among them, many were of the mysterious variety, and a single misstep could lead to ruin. Zhou Yi contemplated earnestly. This place was a must-visit. The cultivation of the Blood Sea was urgent. Simultaneously, he would need to gather sufficient ghostly pearls there, which would undoubtedly lead to an arduous, protracted struggle. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he began to deliberate on what preparations were necessary. As he continued walking, he arrived at another establishment, Danding Pavilion. Dan medicinal pills, a necessity indeed. Before long, Zhou Yi entered Danding Pavilion, where he expended approximately 16 ghostly pearls to procure 6 bottles of satiety pills and 1 life-lock pill. The life-lock pill was a remarkable elixir. Once consumed, even the gravest of wounds would freeze in place, allowing for the unimpeded flow of spiritual energy for a brief period. However, this effect lasted only 15 minutes. And should a safe haven not be found within that time, the effects would dissipate, leaving the individual vulnerable once more. In my possession are a peak chi-refining talisman, 1 Thunderfire Pearl, 10 bottles of satiety pills, and 1 lifelock pill. I have retained a flying sword, a shield, a transformation pearl, and a robe of magical artifacts. That amounts to 30 ghostly pearls. He realized that he still required a substantial quantity of talismans. Preparations must be swift. Once I reach the 9th layer of chi refinement, I shall be ready to embark. Zhou contemplated briefly before hastily departing from Xianxian Street, procuring a plethora of talismans and other materials throughout the city. Soon, he returned to the mountain, where those who had been tailing him had failed to ascertain his whereabouts. In the solitude of his courtyard, he sat cross-legged, summoning forth a ghostly pearl once more. The breakthrough to the 9th layer of chi refinement commenced. Chapter 99. Perilous Tribulations, Mental Sorcery.